Fire Mountain Aria, written and narrated by Jill Penrod. Chapter 1. Amma always said a person needed only 3 things in this world: heat, light, and food. For years, since the quakes took most of the people of Montefallo, she said these same things to me. And since we had never hurt for any of the 3, that meant our lives were full. We should have lived with contentment, for we had all a person could ask for. I always struggled with the sentiment. Heat, food, and light didn't fill me with contentment. First, finding them took all our time. Here in the village of the Fliota, our lives revolved around light. We grew and harvested the letstoffer that gave light to the peoples. The work was hard, making backs to ache and fingers to blister. The only breaks from our work came in the days of pure light and the days of pure dark, Perfolet and Dimnote, when both the tribes in the Montefallo stopped, celebrating during Perfolet and resting during Dimnote. Except I couldn't celebrate Perfolet, and I worked during Dimnote because I was one of few who could travel during the dark days. This meant I never slowed. I think Amma's list was missing 2 other needs: rest and company. During the pure days, I was usually alone. I thought sometimes that freezing or starving or living in darkness was preferable to a life alone, and during neither season did I experience any rest. For most of her life, Amma hadn't lived alone. For many years she had family, parents and siblings, and then she married and added a spouse and children. Our family filled 6 isbatur, the ice boats of the Fliota people. When she and I were the only ones left, we didn't fill one. We were not alone in this. When the quakes came and the Isvatnio was rocked with the drowning wave, many families lost members. A thriving community with hundreds of people was reduced to less than 50 in a few randoms, and we struggled to raise our numbers again. I should have been grateful that I survived, and I suppose I was, at least during the normal days. Amma and I had one another, and not everyone had that, although most who were alone were taken in by other families, so we became the smallest family on the lake. But nobody wanted us. Amma was opinionated, and she took special care as she aged. And me? I looked over the stands of letstoffer, the canes clacking in the wind, and I didn't want to think about me. I was the only one who couldn't participate in the Perfolet, the days when the sun didn't set. And I was the only one who could work on the Dimnote, the days when the sun didn't rise. My people were superstitious, and I was feared. So, between Amma's personality and my strange abnormalities, we remained alone. "Kaya," Amma said, standing on the deck of our isbatur, our boat. For most of the year, the boats were frozen into the lake, trapped near the shore. This was the way it had always been. The cycles of ice were safe weeks when the boats never tipped, never filled with water. No giant waves drowned the boats during the cycles of ice. "Yes, Amma," I said, turning to her. Although she was one of the oldest women in our tribe, her hair had never turned silver. She was wrinkled and stooped, but her hair was as dark as night, left long on her shoulders. I thought she should wind it around her head like most women her age, but she was proud that it never turned, so she liked to show it off. It was no wonder we were alone. "We need to fish," she said. I nodded, thinking it might be a good use of our waning daylight randoms. We'd recently found a good place to fish, so likely the time would be profitable. I walked across the ice and climbed aboard, standing on the deck and gazing across the landscape as the sky dimmed. Where most worked during the brightest, warmest part of the day, I tended to work in the mornings and evenings when it was most comfortable to my sensitive eyes. "Kaya," Amma scolded, and she held out my glasses. I sighed and placed them over my face. The slits in the wooden lenses cut the glare, but it also pointed out to all who saw me that I had this problem, which was pure vanity. First, rarely did any of us see one another, and second, everyone knew my problems, whether I wore the glasses or not. But stubborn vanity seemed to be a trait Amma and I shared, one of few. I saw that Amma had gathered the fishing supplies, and I was thankful. Some days she moved well, and she could help me. Some days her very bones ached, and she stayed in the boat, hovering at the heater. Because she didn't stay as warm as she once had, we used more heitskava than many, and it was expensive. But I would never ask my Amma to be cold. I simply harvested more letstaffor and trapped more crab so I would have more to trade. Together we walked to our hole in the ice, me carrying the supplies with one hand and steadying Amma with the other. We both wore heavy spiked boots to keep from sliding, but she still wasn't steady on her feet. When we arrived at this season's fishing hole, I opened a narrow chair for her, and I sat on the ice on a thick blanket. "Not long until dim note," she said, gazing at the sky. No, the sky had only been light for a short time, and already it dimmed, casting shadows from the mountains across the lake. In one short week, the dim note would begin, days of cold and darkness. And the auroras. As much as I hated the loneliness of dim note, I thought it was beautiful. The skies were vivid, ever-changing, and most everyone missed it. I alone sat outside to watch the show for the dark days. "Are we ready?" Amma asked when I didn't respond. "Of course," I said. "Good," she said with a small huff, rearranging the blanket around her. I hated to bring her out in the cold, but she was magic with a fishing pole. She placed her line in the water and stared at it. For us, dim note is a blessing. I sighed. I suppose. "Kaya," she scolded, "we have blessings others don't have. I'm not sure the two of us could survive without dim note." This was true. Our Fleota neighbors needed help during dim note. During the darkest days, I walked from boat to boat, delivering supplies. This way, most families didn't have to send anyone out during the cold, dark days. They left their dim note supplies with me, and I delivered them. What they paid me for it enabled me to buy extra heitskava, the fuel that kept us warm, or it allowed me first pick of the spring produce, or sometimes I received a warm tunic or socks for my labor. When I delivered, I could peek into their ispatur, and I saw families huddled around the heitskava pits in the center of their boats, children in their parents' laps, all of them laughing or reading or working old games, some of which had been in their families for generations. For 20 days they had little to do but eat and visit, and I made it possible. Many families never set foot outside for the entirety of dim note. I was envious, of course. I wished for a family of my own. But our tribe was small, and the frequent quakes had blocked the exits through the mountain passes. I had heard that the Skavare, those who lived in the mountain, still had exits, but they didn't share with us. And in truth, we never shared anything with them. Our dealings with each other were business, trading to survive. We were not violent to one another, nor was there animosity. We simply didn't mingle. Rarely did we even see one another, only the few men and women who traded wares for each tribe. This meant I had no way to look for a spouse. I had been rejected by all in my tribe that might have made me a good husband, and I had no more people to consider. The life I had now was all the life I would get. Amma tugged at her pole and laughed as she brought up a fish. It was long and fat, a fish to feed us for 2 days. I didn't understand her luck with the fish. They leaped onto her hook. I moved to the second hole, chiseling out the thin ice, and pulled up the crab trap, pleased to find 3 large crabs. With these, I could barter for more fuel. Everyone made sure they had plenty of fuel for dim note when the world was its coldest and the ice at its thickest. After Amma caught 2 more, she said she wanted to go back, and I had to take 2 trips to get her, our supplies, and her fish back to our boat. I would prepare the fish outside, throwing the entrails far to keep the predators away. Although this close to dim note, even most animals disappeared to spend quiet time with their families. Then we cooked inside, During the warmer cycles, we cooked outdoors, but not now, especially not after dark, and by the time we finished, darkness had fallen. That evening, as I lay in my bed, tucked beneath a heavy woven blanket, I wondered about the future. Amma wanted me to be content. I tried. She had lost so much family during the quakes, and having me here, even one remaining member, thrilled her. I had lost just as much, but I had been young. I barely remembered having family. I remembered years and years of loneliness, where my opinionated Amma was my only true companion, where I worked when others rested and rested alone when others celebrated, and I was tired of my life. But Amma was still healthy, and I knew I would stay here, pretending to thrive, as long as she lived. That meant years. I didn't know how I would survive years. I didn't know if I even wanted to survive years. I wished I could start walking during dim note when nobody was around to see me, hike over the mountains, and find a new life somewhere out there, a life with light and warmth and people. It was a dream, which surprised me. I didn't know I still had the capacity to dream. Gianni slipped his tunic over his head and slid into the hot spring, sighing with the thrilling pain of the hot water. His toes had gotten too cold today, and the water would hurt before it would heal. Access to this tunnel was new, and many people wished their chance to warm in the hot water. He alone got to decide who could use it and when, and while he had been generous with the new tunnel and its amenities, he also had moments where he shut the rest out and came alone. Trouble was brewing, and he didn't know what to do. The tribe was small, and it wasn't growing. His understanding was that the Fleota were having similar problems. Nearly 16 years had passed since the quake had killed so many of the people, and neither tribe had grown enough to make up for those losses. Babies weren't being born like before, and yet nobody appeared sick. If they were being poisoned by bad food or water, wouldn't someone be sick? What would cause so few children to be born? Nearly all of the elders had died in the quakes. Every member of his tribe was under the age of 30, and he craved the wisdom lost. He wished he'd had more respect and patience with the elders when they'd been alive, but he'd had no idea what role they played until they were gone. Perhaps they would have had answers, but he didn't understand why the world seemed to have stopped working as it should. Mostly, they would have helped to squash the myths surrounding their leader. Gianni was not supernatural. He wasn't a child of an angel or a good omen. He was a man with broken eyesight and nothing more. Yes, his particular issues came in handy to a Skavari man, but it wasn't more than that. It was merely an anomaly that had some positive side effects. Except soon it wouldn't. Dim note was approaching, and he never did well during the resting days. The celebrations of Perfilet were painful to his sensitive eyes, so he rarely attended. And during dim note, when everyone in the caves rested and slept, he found himself prowling. He had no family, and the darkness didn't hinder him. For the Fleota, the traditions of dim note made sense. They lived above ground where light and dark affected the world. The dark days were cold, so nothing grew, and fish didn't bite, and nothing prowled. It made sense for all of them to hole up in their ispatur and wait until the sun returned. Likewise, during the brightest days, it made sense for them to celebrate, using the extra hours of light to frolic and entertain and enjoy life. But here underground, days were universally cold and dark. The Skavari didn't need more or less letstafur during the dark days, but maybe they did need rest. Maybe they did need a season of celebration, especially since the world had come down around them, trapping some away from their home tunnels, their tana, closing off old passages and opening new. Their entire physical world had changed in the quake that day, and even now, almost 20 years later, they continue to reel and grieve that change. "May I enter?" asked a quiet, familiar voice. Fidelio. Why the man felt he needed to ask was anyone's guess. Gianni wasn't sure he ever told his friend no. Come join me, Gianni said. Another time, Fidelio said. He wasn't sure he liked the hot water, and Gianni laughed at the look the man gave the spring. You have no light in here. I will never stop being amazed at what you can see. Gianni sighed. Should I light a stick for you? No, Fidelio said. No, I just need a moment. You're bringing me bad news, Gianni said. Anger flared up and then died away. That was Fidelio's job, to bring him both good and bad news. It was not the younger man's fault that bad news always came at the wrong time. Was there such a thing as a right time for bad news? No, Fidelio said. He hesitated. Okay, yes, but not disastrous news. I'm in the hot bath, Gianni said. This couldn't wait. I can't have 30 randoms of peace. Fidelio hesitated again. Apologies. I'm not used to you taking time to restore. And I'm glad for it. You need it. The Scavare as a whole need it. And I should have considered— Tell me, Gianni said. Now he felt terrible. Why did he think Fidelio could read his mind and know his every thought and need and whim? Some reported a tremor in the fifth fork. Gianni nodded. Yes, that was the trouble. 4 times in the past 3 weeks, the fifth fork had experienced a tremor. Barely enough to notice, but a tribe that had lost 80% of its population to an earthquake had a sixth sense for tremors. Damage? No, even the status alarms didn't topple. Gianni considered that. You're sure it happened? People are nervous. They might feel what isn't there. If it didn't topple the alarms, it's barely a tremor. The status alarm was a contraption of extreme balance placed all over the mine shaft. One of the younger women had invented it, and if the ground moved at all, it should fall over. I know, Fidelio said. He sighed. I was there, Gianni. I felt it. I don't think I imagined it. Maybe it's not the ground itself shifting. I will see if the above world had storms today. Might have been thunder. We haven't had anyone trade for 2 days, so nobody has gone to the surface. This close to Dimno, most of those near the surface moved down to Lower Tana for the warmth. Gianni was surprised. He thought someone was out there every day. When did this happen? Us only leaving every few days? For a couple weeks. It's especially cold this year, and with the dark coming so early, our traders aren't going out as often. 2 of them are pregnant, and they'll do nothing to chance a loss. I didn't know that either, Gianni said. Why am I in the dark? Fidelio said nothing, and Gianni knew the answer. He'd helped to excavate and explore 3 new forks this season, and he was exhausted. He'd found a few tunnels where the walls were completely dark, and he wasn't good at wielding a torch. Usually, he relied on the light of the moss to lead him, and when he was reduced to torches like the rest of his people, he felt helpless. So, along with his fatigue, he'd been cranky. Very few people wanted to deal with a tired, cranky, supposedly supernatural leader. The superstitions of his people wore him out. Okay, he said. I know it's my fault. 2 babies, then? It's been cycles, hasn't it? More than half a year, Fidelio said. You're okay with fewer trading sessions? If it gets us children, absolutely, he said. You're sure you don't want to come in? Fidelio frowned at the water. I'm sure. And if I stay, I'd want light. Better for us both if I decline. I suppose, Gianni said. I'm not what they say. You believe that, don't you? Fidelio looked around the stone cavern. You really can see in here. So no, Gianni thought. His best friend believed that his ability to see in the dark meant he was something else, something not quite human. He felt immensely alone at that truth. Fine, Gianni said. Go. Spend the time with the others, the normal ones. I'll just sit here alone. We supernatural creatures don't need friendship, companionship, love. Fidelio walked closer. Gianni, that's not what I meant. I don't understand your skills. It's not that I think you're not human, but you have to admit it's odd. If I'd come from another family, you'd believe I was simply odd, an anomaly, not otherworldly. But since my family has led the tribe for generations, you all believe crazy things about me. What needs done tomorrow? Fidelio took a step back, perhaps surprised by the change of subject. That depends on your response to the tremor. I have no idea how to respond to the tremor, Gianni admitted. It doesn't set off the status alarms. It hasn't been felt anywhere else? Not that I've been told. I'll start by verifying the weather outside. Then I'll walk the distance. After that, I have no idea. I'm not an angel or a prophet. I can't control tremors. If people wish to avoid the fifth fork, let them. I see no reason to panic, but I understand if that's the reaction. We know there were a few tremors before the earthquake, but they were in the entire mountain, and they weren't so slight that a status would go unchanged. There were no status alarms then, Fidelio said. Gianni held back a growl. I know that, but the entire mountain shivered a few times before the quakes. That would have set off the alarms. I don't know how fearful to be over this. Seeing in the darkness doesn't mean I can read the mind of the mountain, assuming the mountain had a mind. Honestly, I don't think it does. I'll investigate in the morning. Thank you, Fidelio said. I'm sorry, G. I know where you come from, that you're only human. Gianni nodded, wishing he believed his friend. Some days leading this tribe felt hopeless. He couldn't make children happen. He couldn't stop an earthquake or eruption if it was meant to happen. He had little power at all, and none if the people chose to take his power from him. He wouldn't fight them. If they wished to put someone else in his position, he might just dance around the chambers in joy. But it seemed they wanted him here, and they thought his ability to see light where they saw darkness meant he could do anything. How he wished that was true. If he could do anything, he'd attend a Perfolet celebration. He'd fall in love with a woman. He might run away from here and find a life elsewhere, somewhere where he was unknown. But that wasn't his life. Since the death of his family, his life was caring for these people who lived in this mountain, helping them to mine Height Scava, helping them trade with the Fleota on the lake, and keeping peace when the tight quarters and grief of their losses threatened to make them violent. That seemed to be the extent of his life. No friendships, no family, no joy. Duty. How he wished he would never again have to make a decision based on duty. He wondered if he would even know where to start. Chapter 2. 20 days wasn't long. For 20 days or so, the light disappeared, and during those days I visited everyone and yet saw nobody. I intruded on their family times, was thanked, and the door was closed behind me as I left, keeping me out. I was the delivery person, nothing more, and they didn't give me a second thought. Amma celebrated Dim Note by curling up in a blanket near the heat pit and reading old books. She'd read them dozens of times, but she only read once per year, for 20 days. She and the others traded books, but still, everyone in the tribe had read everyone else's books more than once. There were no new stories to tell. Because I went out every day during the dark days, we had no games. I came home freezing and exhausted from walking and hauling, and I curled up in a blanket of my own and went straight to sleep. So I wasn't much of a companion for those days. On the 5th day of Dim Note, I was walking to the farthest boat from ours. I wouldn't make it home tonight, but that was understood, and the Olsen family had asked me to stay overnight. Tomorrow, then, I would make another delivery and stop at the trading spot to see if the Scavari needed anything traded. Possibly we needed more heating ore, but I didn't know that. Papa Olsen would have that information for me as the head of the trading committee. The sky was brilliant tonight, tiny twisting ribbons of light overhead, appearing to be the only light in the world. I watched the lazy motions of the heavens and laughed at the realization it was noon. Stargazing at noon. The entire mountain was silent, as though it simply waited for the light to return, frozen in icy peace. A light wind shifted the nearby trees, and the distant mountaintop rendered green and purple as the auroras lightly danced overhead. The show was muted, but I watched, always amazed by the display. I didn't know what caused the frozen sky to dance with colors, but I knew it was beautiful and otherworldly. The auroras glowed year-round in the darkness, but only during dim note was I able to gaze at it any time I looked up, day or night. "It's amazing, isn't it?" a voice asked. I nearly jumped out of my skin, startled, and I turned and found a man sitting on a small ridge of rock, staring at the sky and then turning toward me. We were at the edge of the lake, where stones led to the cliffs at the base of the mountain range. Monte Fallo was an extinct volcanic crater, a circle of stone surrounding a clear, deep lake, all of it frozen for much of the year. I was halfway between the highest peak, where the Scavari lived, and the side of the lake where my tribe was moored this summer. This man was Scavari, and I didn't understand what he was doing here. All my senses tingled at his presence. Surprise? Delight? I had no idea. I'd never felt anything like it. "It is," I answered. I wasn't afraid. Violence never occurred between our tribes. His presence made no sense, so I was curious, but it never occurred to me to fear him. "They miss it by staying indoors." "We miss it all the time," he said, aware that I was aware of his heritage. I could see him well enough in the darkness, with his dark hair and strangely light eyes for a Scavari. His face shaped just differently enough from mine that he was clearly not Fleota. Living beneath the rocks has its disadvantages. "It's warm, though," I said. "You come out into the cold to see the stars?" "Wait, you have no Letstoffer." "Nor do you," he said. I stopped, wondering if that meant... Was he another like me? That wasn't possible. We were from different tribes. Surely two anomalies wouldn't exist so close this way. "You can see." "Quite well," he said. "Comes in handy underground." "Can all of you see in the dark?" I asked, suddenly excited. Maybe in his world I was normal. Except in his world I was a stranger, a Fleota. So even if my eyes were normal, I would never be normal. "Just me," he said. "You? Are you odd as well?" "Completely odd," I said. I sat at his side, not even asking his permission, still feeling an indescribable sense of presence. Was this how it felt to make a friend? "How did I not know of you?" "Same way I didn't know of you." I shrugged. That made sense. "I'm Kaya." The man hesitated, and I wondered why he didn't want to share his name. "Gianni." My eyes widened, and I knew exactly why he didn't want to share his name. But how did I not know the leader of the Scavari shared my condition? How could anything that had happened in the past 5 randoms be possible? "So the leader of the Scavari sees in the dark," I said. "Is that how you became the leader?" He laughed bitterly. "I became leader because the real leader, my grandfather, died in the quake. And the next in line, his son and my father, went with him. That left me. I was 8. "Did they make you lead at 8? I asked. While I knew the name of the Scavari leader, that was the end of my knowledge. I had never heard the story of his rise to power. I barely gave the Scavari a thought, even though their lives and ours were hopelessly entangled. No, they asked one of my friend's older brother to lead. He did, not happily, until the moment I turned 14. 14, I said. That seems young. I agree, Gianni said. But I could do this handy trick, you see. The walls of the Monte Fallo mountain caverns are covered in moss, and it glows. Most can't see it. Most think they live in darkness that is only broken by the Letzstoffer grown by the Fleota. But I can see. I walk into a pitch-black chamber and see it all. That means I'm an omen sent by the heavens, and omens can lead, even if they are too young. I cringed at the dark, bitter tone in his voice. I'm sorry. My story is the opposite. I am feared, not adored. But here seeing in the dark isn't the issue. They don't understand why I can't see in the light. I miss the festival, and that makes them nervous. Do you see in the light? Not well, he admitted. So we're the same? Our eyes? I don't know, I said. I see on the darkest nights, even stormy, cloudy nights. On parafilete days, I wear coverings over my eyes, slotted glasses, but the glare still blinds me. I stay indoors while the rest are outside. Yes, he said, I am the same. Slotted glasses, did they help? Some, I said. I rarely leave the mountain in the daylight. I dream of it, what it must look like, the colors, and the way the sunlight moves through the trees and over the water. But if I try to witness it myself, my eyes run and my head throbs, and it's so bright my entire body aches. So you come into the night, I said, into the darkness. Rarely, he said. They have a million things for their otherworldly leader to do. Seeing the beauty of the above world is not on their list of approved activities. I hurt with his tone, sad and lost. I knew how that felt. My situation was different, but alone and misunderstood is alone and misunderstood regardless of circumstance. You escaped then? I asked. I'm looking at the weather. I hope to come and find it storming. And why do you look for storms? Because a distant crash of thunder isn't frightening, but it's not storming. Has it stormed in the past few days or weeks? We get very few thunderstorms in the icy season, I said. Why do you want thunder? He ran his hand through his dark, wavy hair. The alternative is that we're experiencing earth tremors in the mountain. That could mean future quakes. Some fear the mountain is waking up. I shuddered. A volcano. He was talking an eruption of a mountain that had never erupted in recorded history. Very few active volcanoes remained coated in ice for most of the year, so we all assumed ours could never wake up again. Yes, he said, I feel that same thing. I have no answers, and they want answers. So today I ran away to watch the lights. Do they have a name? Does this happen every night? I've never seen it before. The lights in the sky shimmered more brightly, as though showing off for him. Auroras, I say. They're common, especially in the darker days. Sometimes we see them in the light, but they pale. They are brightest on the coldest nights, like tonight. I have no idea what causes them. It's beautiful, he said. For a long while we simply stared at the aurora, and then I spent a moment staring at the leader of the Scavare, trapped underground because he could see. I was thankful I'd not been trapped underground. I struggled with my condition up here, but the beauty of Montefallo comforted me. I could imagine nothing beautiful in the caves beneath the mountain. What a drab and dreary life his people must lead. You are out here alone, he said quietly. Yes, I deliver things to families during Dimnote. Then they don't have to leave their ispatur. I don't have to carry light, so it makes sense that I do it. No, it really doesn't, he said. But I understand. Is it always this cold? It is during Dimnote, I said. Is the cave warm? He shrugged. We use height skava like you do to warm each tana. The corridors aren't heated, so we wear warm clothing. But it's not like this. I had forgotten how cold the above world can be. A tana, I say. What is that? Ah, he said. You live in boats, yes? Ispatur, I said. Yes, ice boats. Not made of ice. They freeze into the ice and don't move for cycles at a time. Tana is the name of a family's den. They are carved from the stone, rooms with small openings. They occur naturally, we think. What if you outgrow the space? I asked. He gave me a bitter laugh. I wish to see that happen. Since the quake, not many children are born. Yes, I said. Same for us. Really, he said. I'd heard that, but it's true? It's true. Some consider leaving, but we would need your cooperation. Ours? Gianni asked. Why? There is no way out of our valley above world. We would have to use your corridors to escape. Oh, he said. He ran his hand through his hair. That is not good news. I thought you could leave. Our corridors collapsed. Much of our world is still inaccessible to us. I assumed if the mountain began to shake, we could leave with you, above world. So all of us are trapped here, I said, with a volcano that is mumbling in its sleep. It appears so, Gianni said. He didn't sound distressed by this. Perhaps a little put out, but not frightened. And that was when I realized I wasn't speaking to someone who shared my strange eyesight. No, I had stumbled across someone else tired of this life, tired of the struggles, the loneliness, all of it. I'd found a kindred soul here in this runaway leader of the cave-dwelling Skavari people. How very strange, I thought, and how coincidental. I didn't take much stock in talk of other worlds and deities, but at that moment an itch ran down my spine, and I wondered what this meeting of ours might mean. I didn't doubt for a moment that it meant something, and experience said it meant something difficult. Life was always hanging on the edge of something difficult about to happen. Gianni hadn't expected to run into anyone out here, and definitely not a young Fleota woman who saw in the dark as he did. It made no sense, and he wouldn't have believed it, except he'd watched her wander across the ice without pausing, moving like she could see it all. It made him wonder if there were others out there somewhere. Perhaps he and she had a common ancestor, and out beyond Montefallo lived villages full of people like them who were considered normal. What would it be like not to be considered otherworldly, not to lead, not to make decisions for an entire tribe? He was exhausted. 7 times now, people had reported tremors in the 5th fork. He'd shut it down, exploring day and night for a new fork, and days ago he'd found it, a new vein of ore in an accessible chamber. What bothered him about the newest chamber, the 8th fork, was that it felt warmer down there than anywhere else in the mountain. Was it the depth, or was the volcano really returning to life? Because he could see so well in the darker chambers, he'd done much of the exploration alone, days of digging out stone, backtracking, eating meals alone on a dusty stone floor. Fidelio had joined him a few times, but since people had begun to call Gianni the Spirit King, the man had backed away. Surely Fidelio didn't believe that nonsense, but for some reason, the ideas of the people turned him off. Now, while his people rested in their tana with their families, he was here, wandering the ice. He hadn't said this to Kaya, but he was lost. He knew his way home, of course, as the mountain was huge on the horizon, but he didn't know where he was in relation to anything else. Where did the Fleota live? Where was the edge of the lake, and was he safe near the edges? Did any water run this time of year? It must, or the above-world people would die. Did they punch through the ice to draw it? How had he gotten this far with no understanding of the people who shared this valley with him? "Where were you heading when I startled you?" he asked Kaya. She laughed. "To the Olsons' Ispatur. I'll bring in their supplies, and I plan to stay there till morning. It's too far for me to get home tonight. Not that night and day mean much right now, but my body knows it needs sleep at regular intervals." She tilted her head. "How do you do it underground? How do you know when it's day or night?" "Not all of us are underground, or not entirely underground. We mine below, but many of the tana are deep in stone overhangs at the surface. They stay warmer than the above-world air, and they let in light. Those people keep the schedules for the rest of us. During the darkest, coldest days, though, they move down. Then someone uses Letzstoffer to keep track of the time. You live below, then? She asked. I do. It makes sense for me to give the above-world housing to someone who can look around during the bright days. So you never see the daylight? Even the sunrises or sunsets when it's not so bright? He shrugged. She found his life sad. That was interesting, because he thought people who had to live above world in the cold, facing storms and wind and rain, were also sad. Well, we have 15 days before the next sunrise, she said with a smile. Maybe a little more. For a few years now, dim note has been longer. He didn't see color well in the dark, but it wasn't that dark out here. The auroras danced with light, and ribbons of stars filled the skies. However, the auroras painted everything in strange colors, so what he saw wasn't quite real. He thought her hair was light brown, perhaps dark blonde, much lighter than the hair of a scavare. He thought it was lovely. I should let you get back to it, he said, rising. She stepped back, and then she looked up. He was very tall, which only added to the stories of his otherworldliness. He wished he was normal in even one way, but he wasn't. I wish you well. Wait, she said. She tilted her head. Tomorrow I head to the trading site. Usually nobody wishes to trade during the dim note, but I still visit every 3 or 4 days. Can you tell me if your tribe wishes to trade tomorrow? If they don't, I won't stop by. I'd like to get home and see my ama. She isn't well. She's one of the oldest people in our tribe. How old? He asked. Someone old. How long had it been since he'd conversed with someone old? 71, she said proudly. Her body moves more slowly now, and she gets very cold, which means we spend more than most on Height Skava, but her mind is still what it's always been. I hope it remains that way. So she is wise, he said. I think so, yes. And she was an adult during the quakes, an older adult even. She nodded, looking puzzled. Why does this matter? Can I visit her? We have no elders among the Skavari. I haven't spoken with an elder in ages. I'd love to speak with her about the quakes, about anything that might have let them know it was coming. I was a child. Everyone in my tribe was young save a few, and those have no answers for me. But even those who were older weren't much older. So you were left with a tribe of children? Mostly, he said. Then those elders we had got sick, and we lost several only cycles after the quakes. Things changed below, and the elders coughed and got fevers and died. Oh, Gianni, she said sadly. And at 14 you led them. At 14 I was one of the oldest of the group. 6 were older than me, but nobody was more than 5 years older than me. Yet you managed to continue mining. We had no idea you were enduring that. Or maybe my leaders knew, but I didn't. We hid it as well as we could. Our elders didn't trust one another, and we'd been taught to be cautious with your people. I feared they would come and take our mines from us, so I did what I could to keep our secret. Do we trust one another now? She asked. Gianni grinned at the question, because he was sure she knew the answer. We're too busy to worry about it. Are you busy out here? With so few people, and with so many mines still inaccessible, we stay plenty busy staying alive. Making your people into the enemy isn't worth my time. She laughed at this answer, and he felt something shift in the air around them. Her presence here was so unexpected, so delightful, that he felt her like an imprint on the dark world around them. I like you, Gianni of the Skavari. I'd be happy to introduce you to my ama. You didn't tell me if you had anything to trade. Because I don't know. I put people in charge of that and let it happen without much input. I spend most of my time in the dark looking for new veins of Height Skava and trying to open closed passages. You're always in the dark? She asked. It's not that dark. Not to me. She didn't look like she believed this, but she said nothing else. They walked together for a few randoms, crossing the ice. She wore thick boots, likely spiked, and his weren't sure on the ice, so he knew he slowed her down, but she didn't seem to mind. Would you like to meet the Olsons? She asked. Because if you come with me, you're going to meet the Olsons. I don't know if they have room for you to stay. He felt his cheeks warm. Apologies. I'm not trying to follow and get in your way. I'm just at loose ends. I'm tired of digging in the rubble. The past weeks with the tremors have taken more finesse than I have with people. If my family had survived, I never would have ended up the leader of this tribe. I have no skills for it. And why had he admitted that? Fidelia would pitch a fit if he knew their leader was admitting his fears and weaknesses to a Fleota. Likely he'd have a fit if he knew Gianni was out here at all. I'll leave you then, he said. Apologies again. Gianni, she said gently, no need to apologize. I know what it's like to feel lost. We're not like them, and yet we are exactly like them, and we wish they could see that. Yes, he said. She'd put his feelings into words perfectly. I will see you again. I look forward to it, she said, and he wandered back toward the mountain, toward home. Tomorrow, though, he planned to meet her at the trading spot and visit with her Amma. He needed the wisdom of age, because he had no idea how to deal with a trembling mountain on his own. Chapter 3. When she approached him at the trading stone the next afternoon, she laughed. She had a beautiful laugh. It surprised him that she walked with her hood back, her head exposed to the bitter cold, but it allowed him to see that she was pale like the rest of the Fleota, long hair plaited down her back. Light snow was falling, and it nestled like tiny gems in her hair. She had a small button nose and wide, pale eyes. So, this means nothing to trade? She asked, teasing in her tone. I have wasted my time walking here? You have come to escort me to visit your Amma, he said with hope. Yes? Of course, she said, and I get company for the walk back. Did you wear better boots today? No, he said, I don't have better boots. Walking across the lake isn't my normal pastime. She gave him a sigh, although her eyes twinkled as she did, and she put her hand around his forearm to steady him while they crossed the frozen lake. Isvatnio was wide and deep, and he wondered how thick the ice was during dim note. Can you cross the lake all year? No, she said, but most of the year, yes. The very center always wears a layer of ice, but during Perfilet that ring of ice is small. When the edges thaw, we move our boats so we won't harvest too much Lettstoffer in any one location. Then the boats freeze into place for more than half the year, and we harvest and fish in our places until the next thaw. He liked the rhythms of life above world. Below ground, life felt endless. No changes in seasons or days or cycles. Even Perfilet and Dimnote were created, nothing they required. He'd wondered many times how his people had ended up living beneath a mountain, how the Fleota had ended up on a frozen lake. Their tribes fully needed one another for survival, and that seemed strange too. Nobody in his tribe knew the history of his people. They had no rhythms, no history, simply weeks and cycles of identical days. It's there, Kaya said, pointing at a wide, long boat frozen into the lake, wide stands of Lettstoffer growing behind it. He wasn't sure in the dim light, but he thought the boat was painted bright blue. Blue, he said. Yes? She laughed. We paint our boats very bright colors. That way we can identify one another in the distance, and color is a good thing. Ice has little color. Lettstoffer is pale green when young and brown when it's ready to harvest. It seems we Fleota like color, and our world is lacking, so we make our own. I like it, he said. We have little color below. Even when a room is brightly lit with Letzstoffer, most of my people can't see much color. Kaya led him up a ramp onto the deck of the boat, where she knocked once and opened the door. The main section of the boat was lit, and he got his first look into a Fleota home. The space was long and wide. He assumed 2 men could lie end to end across the width, and 4 or 5 the other way. Crates of belongings rested against the walls, and soft-looking furnishings sat near the center, facing the Heitskava pit. That looked familiar, for his people did the same, placed the smoldering oars in stone pits in the center of the living areas. Letzstoffer were cut shorter here than below, for they lived with a lower ceiling. The caves could have ceilings several times the height of a man, so tall reeds were placed around the edges of a room to light it. Here 4 short pieces were situated in special vases around the old woman in the widest chair. When Heitskava burned, it produced heat and no light, smoldering until it was gone. Light came from the Letzstoffer, which only had to be broken to light, not burned. The Fleota knew the skill of cutting the reeds very low to the ground while not disturbing the bubbles of fluid that made up the core of it. Once they were placed in their vases, the reed was bent, breaking a few bubbles in the center. For some reason, broken bubbles lit up, and those lit the rest. The light was dim, and it lasted 700 randoms, 1/3 of a day. Exactly the same time for every reed, whether long or short. He wondered how the reeds worked, why there was so little variation in the time when it glowed. "Amma," Kaya said, "I bring us a visitor. Gianni of the Scavari wants to speak with you." Amma was indeed very old. Gianni didn't remember ever seeing someone so old. Her hair was dark and loose, which wasn't how he remembered aged people, but her skin was wrinkled and sagged at her jaw. Her light eyes twinkled as she smiled at him. "A visitor," she said. Her voice sounded old too, but her smile was still that of a young woman. "And Gianni, you are the leader of the Scavari. What do you want with me?" "Conversation," he said, sitting where Kaya indicated. He relaxed into a soft chair across from Amma, and Kaya sat at her grandmother's side, filling the rest of the wide chair. "Wisdom, perhaps. The Scavari lost its leaders during the quakes, and I need information." Amma nodded. "I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm surprised I didn't know that." "We kept it to ourselves," he said. "I want to know about the quakes. Do you know if there were warnings? We fear the mountain is shaking again, and I have little memory of the first time." Amma nodded thoughtfully. The entire valley shivered before the quakes. For a week ahead of the quakes, we all felt mild shivers in the land, but we didn't understand what it meant. We should have left, but we are a permanent people. We can't take boats over the mountains. Even if we had started to pack, I doubt we'd have survived. "A wave took the Fleota," Gianni said. "Right?" "Right. We didn't expect that. Even those who warned the mountain might shake thought it wouldn't affect us. We worried something might happen to the mines, but that was also far from us. Most of us use your oar, but think little of the people behind the oar." She said it sadly, apology in her voice. He understood, because his people gave little thought to those who cut Letzstoffer to light their tana. "So all of us were caught off guard," he said. "Have you felt tremors above world lately?" "No," Kaya said. "We've had winds and storms, but not many during the icy season, and nothing out of the ordinary." He sighed. No answers would be found here. "You've had tremors," Amma said. "Yes," he said. "Only in one fork, one vein." "Where?" she asked. "In relation to the lake, the mountain, where do you feel the tremors?" "Near the outside of the mountain," he replied. "It's a vein I opened less than a year ago. Closer to the edge of the mountain, I believe, although I don't know how close. Distance below is difficult to relate to the geography above." "A river," Amma said. Could you hear the sound of a river on the surface? We had mild days before Dimnote. Ice that rarely loosens fell from the cliffs. Papa Olsen said a new river had come from the west side of the mountain. Gianni felt like a weight had fallen from his shoulders. Could the sound be a shift above, and not an omen of doom for his people? He wanted that to be true. How could you determine that? Kaya asked. I suppose I have to go see, he said. I have no experience climbing around the mountain. Do your people do it? No, she said. We rarely approach the mountain. I wonder how it happened, Gianni said. He turned to Amma again. What do you know of the history? How did our people end up here, working together without being together? What brought us to such an inhospitable place and convinced us to stay? Our people lost their history, and I am curious. You have no history? Amma sounded shocked. I am 24 years old, Gianni said quietly. The oldest person in our tribe is 29. Half our corridors are still filled with rubble. Some of them were filled with living people, trapped until they starved or dehydrated. For years, our goal has been survival, not the retelling of old tales. And the truth is, most of those tales died the moment of the quake, when our elders were taken from us. He sat back, uncertain why he felt defensive. Amma put a gnarled hand on his knee, patting twice. Our tribe didn't fare much better. So many dead. Whole families lost. We have old and young, but few new ones come to replace the old. We have the same problem, Gianni said. Right now we're expecting 2 babies. This is a cause for celebration. Half a year has passed since a child was born to our people. Amma tilted her head. Our tribes fled here together, although we were not friends. War to the south sent many from their homes. Your tribe knew mining, and ours knew the sea. We never expected to live on a lake, especially one that froze. We were meant to sail and travel and see the world. Your people never expected to live below ground. They used to live above and use the mines only to have something to sell for wares. When we fled, and this is a generation or 2 before my lifetime, our people stumbled upon a path to this dead volcano. It felt safe. Who would look for someone in such an inhospitable place? Many deaths occurred before we learned to harvest the Lettstoffer, before the first vein of Heitskava was mined. They tried to live in the forests to the east, between the lake and the East Peak, but little lives there. We were limited to fish and birds. Then we overhunted, and we were limited to fish and crabs and whatever we could get from the lake. Why did we stay? Kaya asked. Why are we never told these stories? We stayed because we feared leaving, Amma said with a sigh. Our ancestors were cowards. They should have gone back to assess the state of the world, but they did not. None of the people were happy here in the cold. The Skavare didn't wish to live underground, although they found warmth. The Fleota didn't wish to be frozen into their homes, but they found safety. And so 2 tribes simply decided a life they hated was better than no life at all, and they stayed. Then children were born. Heitskava and Lettstoffer were discovered. There's something about caring for families that brings hope even to the darkest situation. Children born here didn't know another world existed. They laughed and grew and played, and suddenly this life felt more like a life worth pursuing. Within another generation, nobody questioned living here, and nobody considered leaving. This was home. Amma shrugged. Or that's the story. I never considered the world outside. I was born here, married, had babies, lived my life. Then the quake took it all and trapped us, and I've gone over our history dozens of times, wondering if we should have stayed. What if our people had looked outside Montefallo? But perhaps the war took everyone. For all I know, we are the only people on the world. Perhaps this is the safest place to be. Gianni considered this. What was the world like outside Montefallo? And did it matter? This was their life. 2 tribes working together to survive. Survival and only survival. Was that all they could hope for? He barely remembered life before the quake. Perhaps life had always been no more than survival, not for anyone, anywhere, at any point in time. So why did he want so much more? Eventually, Kaya started to cook fish over the Heitskava, and she asked Gianni to stay. Curious about the lives of the Fleota, he agreed. Amma continued to talk, sharing bits and pieces from her childhood, but Kaya was subdued. He hoped he didn't make her uncomfortable. People in the mountain were uncomfortable with him because he was different, something supernatural to be feared. Since he and Kaya shared this anomaly, he assumed she didn't fear him, but her silence made him wonder. When the meal was finished, he offered to help her clean up. He knew it was time to return home, but he wasn't in a hurry to go and be alone. "It will wait," she said. "You're a guest. You're a long way from the mountain. If you'd like to stay tonight, I can set up blankets for you. Clearly, Amma and I don't use all the space in this boat." "How many normally live in an isbatur this size?" he asked. 10, maybe," she said. "A couple generations will live together, so the older ones have help. The cold is difficult on old joints, and it seems every year it gets colder." "I've heard that," he said. "But don't the elders always say that? Even I find myself talking about the old days, like I've got the experience of ages behind me." She smiled at that. Here in the light of the Lettstoffer, he had discovered her hair was almost red, dark chestnut that caught the light and shine, smooth and silky. Her eyes were likely green, a color he'd not seen on a Scavari. She wasn't tall, which made him wonder if she was normal or short compared to her people. Gianni himself was nearly half a head taller than anyone in his tribe, which only added to their belief that he was something unique. He watched in wonder as Kaya helped Amma prepare for bed. He'd never been around someone who was losing the ability to function. Amma wasn't steady on her feet, sometimes moving with the aid of a heavy stick. Kaya took her to another room to help her dress, and she returned bundled heavily, clearly struggling to stay warm. After the woman lay down on a raised mat on the edge of the room, Kaya started another pit of Heitskava, and then she returned to the center pit. "Normally we sleep close to the pit," she explained, "but tonight I felt the need for privacy. I rarely have company." Gianni felt himself smile at this. "I rarely get to be company. I am revered, but they have no idea how much they insult me in their quest to show reverence." Kaya laughed. "Considering we have the same affliction, we certainly don't have the same life." "If I'd been born like this to any other family, I would share your life," he said. "What about leadership out here? I've been told you have no leaders. My traders speak of a council. I admit I should know more about your people. Our collapsed mines take most of my time. Keeping both our villages warm is work." "You needn't apologize," she said. "We have a council of 4. Papa Olson knows more about your people than the rest of us, and that's because he's in charge of trading." "Does it work, having 4 leaders?" "We live far apart, so we don't overfish or damage the Lettstoffer fields. We don't interact, not the way your people must, to mine. Mostly we leave one another alone. And since I am strange, and Amma has strong opinions, we get left alone more than most." "Except during Dimnote, when they take advantage," he said, feeling strange anger toward her people. "They pay me," she said with a shrug. "I'm fine." He didn't like the way the Fleota treated her any more than he liked the way the Scavari treated him. But if she was content, who was he to try to upset her? She didn't stay up much longer, and he lay near the Heitskava pit across from her and stared into the darkness. Isbatur had windows, but during the cold season they were covered to keep out the cold, Or that's what Kaya had told him. It meant the boat was dark, almost as dark as the caverns where no moss grew. "Gianni?" her voice asked into the darkness. "What?" "Dimnote is getting longer. Perfolet is shorter. Now you say the mountain might be waking up, and we can't seem to bring babies into the world. I wonder sometimes if we're dying. Maybe the whole world is dying. Or I wonder sometimes if it already did. Alma says we came because of a war, and I wonder if we're all that's left, and now the world is simply dying." He licked his lips, not sure what to make of the theory. How much shorter is Perfolet? How much longer is Dimnote? Maybe it's just a natural cycle. Alma says 2 days either way since she was a child, and it gets worse each season. I try not to think about it, but today I can't help it. "We don't see many natural cycles in the caves," he admitted. "Kaya, would you think less of me if the idea of our world dying is a relief?" "No, but it makes me sad. I thought I was tired of life, but you're farther down that path than I am. I hate that for you. You are strong and wise. You care for your people. I hate to think you feel no comfort in this world." "Where do you find comfort?" he asked. "Perhaps I just need inspiration." She was silent so long, he wondered if she'd fallen asleep. "I don't. Except, a few days ago, a man who sees the world like I do appeared on the ice, and now I feel hope. I haven't felt that in a long time." "I don't know if I feel hope or not," he said. "I'm learning things that bother me." "I'm sorry," she said. "No, they're things I should have known long ago. But I do like the company. Even Amma, who you say talks too much, she sees me as a young man, nothing special. It's good not to be special." Kaya laughed, a bell in the darkness. "Then I'm glad you came to visit with us." After that they did fall asleep, and Gianni wondered about her question. Were they alone on a dying world? As tired as he was of life, the thought of walking his people through the end of a world and having no way to fix it, that scared him more than anything had in a long time. "Nothing to trade?" I asked. Gianni simply smiled at me. He'd now met me here 3 times, and usually he finished the day walking with me. Except for Amma, he'd not met any of the Fleota, walking me to homes and letting me deal with my people on my own. I wondered if he feared them. I didn't think he needed to fear. I didn't think anyone wished him or his people harm. We needed his ore, just like he needed our Lettstoffer, so there was no reason for us to antagonize one another. "I think the light is coming," he said as we walked over the ice to the next Isbatur. 2 large families lived in the area, so 3 Isbatur were frozen in close proximity. He helped me carry ore from their storage buildings to their homes, but he let the men from each boat carry it inside while he stayed out of sight. "See?" I nodded. To him, seeing Dimnote from above was new and exciting. He'd commented on the auroras, the ribbons of stars across the sky, and now the slow lighting from the highest heavens. Parts of the sky would show light for only a few randoms a day, and in 4 more days we'd get a true sunrise where the entire sky lit. "Come out and see the morning," I said. "In 4 days, I think, it will lighten. I have extra glasses you can wear. You've seen the night, and I think you should watch the day return." He nodded. "I might do that. Then I have to return to my duties. I've never enjoyed Dimnote like I have this year. But it was especially cold, and our stores of Heitskava aren't as plentiful as I like, so I will spend the next few weeks looking for new forks. I might try to dig out one to the west. It was once a popular fork, but it took damage during the quakes, and so far I've not been able to get to it again." "You think you can get to it now?" I asked. Why? I think everyone is worried about the forks to the east, so I will have more help than normal. You've had more tremors? No, he said. Dim Note was quiet underground, and I'm glad for that. They think I can fix the mountain, that if it wakes up, I can put it back to sleep. I can't. I smiled at his tone. Gianni was very practical, and he could be very funny. We spent the day together, and that evening he did something he hadn't done before. He invited me into the caverns to see his world. We wandered near the edge of the Isvatnio on our way back to Amma's Ispatur. I'd rounded up a set of spikes for Gianni's boots, but he still wasn't good on the ice, and he did better along the edges, where the ice was always rougher. It meant walking took more time, but I enjoyed his company, and I knew he enjoyed mine. Wait, he said suddenly. He frowned and looked around, and then he put his hand to his forehead. Do you hear it? Or feel it, maybe? I did. I didn't know what I heard or felt, but something was different. Something buzzed or vibrated in my head. Something uncomfortable. Not painful exactly, but strange and unpleasant. The look on Gianni's face said it was painful for him, and he went down on one knee, pressing his fingers against his head. Then he growled and shook his head, and suddenly we were enveloped in a blinding flash. It startled me enough that I fell back and ended up sitting on the ice. I could see nothing, a painfully giant white spot in my sights, and I blinked in the hopes of making it go away. Gianni, I said, hating to be blind, are you here? Are you okay? I can't see, he mumbled. I think I'm okay. You? I just see the flash, I said. It hurts my head. Yes, Gianni said. What was that? Was it something I should have known about? I reached out, surprised and relieved when I touched his arm. I held onto his sleeve, and he took my hand in his. No, I have no idea what that was. For a long moment we were silent, holding hands and waiting for our vision to settle again. Before it did, I thought I heard something. I worried that Gianni was hurt, because he was breathing heavily. Are you okay? I asked. You don't sound okay. It's not me, he said. And it's not you? No. His hand tightened around mine, and he pulled me closer. A random later, I could finally see through the bright spot on my eyes, and I looked across the ice in wonder, because now I knew where the breathing had come from. A person lay on the ice on his side, his feet and arms bare. His eyes were closed, and everything about him set off strange alarms in my head. I'd never seen someone from outside our valley. I didn't think any of us living here had seen a stranger before. Now we had. Not only that, this person had appeared in a flash of light, dressed to freeze. The man groaned and opened his eyes, and G knelt at his side. Who are you? G asked. How did you get here? The man shifted and barely opened his eyes. Trace, he whispered. I'm Trace, and I don't know what happened. With that he closed his eyes, unconscious again. Gianni looked up at me, wonder in his face. I'd thought meeting Gianni and discovering he was like me was the strangest thing that had ever happened to me. Apparently, I was wrong. Chapter 4. Echo shut off the radio and swiveled her seat to look at her brother, who was staring out the window into the dark water, pretending she wasn't there. They're excited to have us, she said. You should try to be nice. Trace sighed. I'm always nice. Echo laughed. I mean it, Trace. Nobody knows much about us out this far. Let's be, I don't know, bringers of good tidings? Ambassadors for the eldsingers? Something good. Let's be something good in their world. Trace let out an angry snort. They're paying us, Echo. We're here to do a job. You have to stop thinking of us like we're something more. We're just people who can shoot air through a mat of dead weeds. We're not some amazing thing like—" He let out his breath, and for a split second he let her see deep. The desolation surprised her, worse than she'd realized. Then it was gone, and he looked back at the window. We're just people. They'd do well to remember that. She decided to ignore this conversation and swing back around to more concrete topics. It's an ag reef without big cities. Did you read the report? Not much of it, he said. Usually you delight in telling me all the details. She almost threw her read panel at him, but that wouldn't help. When he got like this, it was best just to ignore him and keep bullying her way through. Fine. I told you the gist of it, didn't I? The reef colony is old, and the zygotic sun needs a recharge. But when they went to get ready for the recharge consult, they discovered an old docking door where there shouldn't be a docking door. They realized their reef isn't quite the right size. The outside dimensions and the inside dimensions don't add up, and the docking door they found is beyond the edge of the known reef. Wait. Suddenly Trace looked interested. Nothing got her brother going like a mystery. It's bigger on the outside? Yes. I did a little research, and there are 2 known double reefs on Portomare, deep reefs with 2 completely separate chambers in one rock. I'd never heard of that before, but this might be a case of that. They want us to go in and do a little exploration, see if the closed-off side of this reef has ores or resources. Trace nodded. I guess that explains paying to get eldsingers all the way out here. Safer all around if we can do that exploring with our panels while safely on the outside. When he mentioned safety, she cringed. It made sense that right now Trace saw everything through a lens of safety. Cheaper, too, than drilling and sending drones in there, at least at first. If we find something, they'll know if it's worthwhile to go inside. Trace looked out the window again. At this depth, the ocean was dark, and very little swam along the main thoroughfares. He spent a lot of time staring out at nothing. Personally, Echo didn't care why the reef wanted them. She was ready to get out of this skipper and spend a little time in the fresh air. Their past 3 jobs had been for villa colonies in the water, and she was dying to stretch her legs in a reef. An agricultural reef was even better. That meant animals and trees and rivers. Maybe they could swim. Not ocean diving, but swimming like she and Trace had done as children. Paddling and splashing in freshwater creeks or lakes with the zygotic sunlight shining down on them. You should see the look on your face, Trace said. You're wearing the goofiest smile. Thanks, she said, laughing. You really need off this sub, don't you? His teasing had given way to a familiar somber tone. Yeah, she said. You do too, Trace. She wasn't sure how to make him hear her. You're allowed off the sub, too. You can have a life. It's okay. He shook his head. Not going there. No, she thought. He wasn't going there. It seemed he wasn't going anywhere. Both of them had lost everything on Bougainville, but Trace was handling it worse than she was. He blamed himself, the big dummy. It wasn't healthy, nor was it true. But she couldn't figure out how to get through to him and make him believe it. We can jump in, he said. We should have jumped the moment they contacted us. I'm sorry not to have seen how much you need to get out of here. It's not just me, she said. And yeah, let's jump in. I'll give you stamina. He leaned back in his seat and placed his reed panel in his lap. The mat of dead reeds, as he'd called it. Which was true, but the palm-sized mat woven of dead reeds was an eldsinger's most powerful tool. Quietly Trace started the jump song on the instrument, using the strength of his focus alone to push air through the holes on the panel to make his tune. To someone watching from outside, their little sub would seem to disappear and then reappear in a flash of light in a new location. Echo wasn't as strong as her brother. Maybe nobody was as strong as her brother, But she was still an eldsinger, still able to sing more powerful songs than folka singers. While he played the jump song, she played a quiet stamina song, adding her strength to his. With both of them playing, they would make it to the reef in 2 jumps, saving them half a day of driving. Trace dropped them half a cycler from the deep reef, and Echo radioed for docking directions, just as they always did. They'd worked together so long, they didn't need to discuss who did what. Well, normally. Since the accident, they hadn't done so well. Trace was angry and hiding. Echo wasn't patient enough with him. Since she had to grieve too, she felt like she shouldn't have to tiptoe around him. Mostly, they'd lived in this skipper on top of one another, while both of them were completely alone. From the outside, the deep reef looked like a hill on the ocean floor. This one only had lights around the docking doors, but what swam through the light was breathtaking. The heat from inside the hollow rock also warmed the outside, so huge numbers of fish and other sea creatures swam over it, lived on the outer surface, and surrounded it with life. A reef, just like the name said. "It's a good-sized reef," Trace said. "How many souls in there?" "It's an agricultural reef," Echo said, "with 4,000 people in 25 square cyclers." He laughed. "That means more livestock than people, I assume." He took a deep breath. "Not so hard to evacuate that many, I suppose." "Trace," she scolded, "that's not going to happen. What happened on Bougainville was a fluke." "What a nice word to define a catastrophe," he grumbled. She said nothing. Maybe they should concentrate on what was in front of them instead of what was behind. Not that it was that easy. Trace and Echo understood reef tech more than most, since their jobs included fixing and refreshing reefs and villa colonies. Portomare had more water than land, so rarely did anyone go topside, instead working and living beneath the ocean. Most people took for granted the tech to make the shallow villas and deep reefs, but since they worked with them every day, they never did. That was even more true after the Bougainville disaster. And working with the tech reminded them, without fail, of what was behind. "I wonder if it will remind us of home," she said quietly. "Do you want it to?" Trace asked. "Now?" "I do," she said. "Don't throw away home, Trace, and our memories, and our old life. I hate that you want to throw it away like it never happened. It was our life." He shrugged. "Still not going there." "Fine," she said. "It's harvest in there, so the docks are crowded. We'll have to wait out here a while. Unless you want to jump in?" He shrugged. "Let's wait. I'm not sure about this, Echo. It's not that I want to throw it away, but let's wait and dock like normal people and then walk in, okay? Together? I want us to walk into a reef that looks like home, together." She smiled. Yes, that suited her. When was the last time they'd done something together? Or the last time he'd indicated he wanted her to be part of anything in his life? His distance was killing her as much as all the time together in this skipper. The wait wasn't as long as the Tormandu dockmaster had predicted, and soon Echo navigated the large vessel into the entrance tube and then up to the interior surface docks. Trace opened the hatch, climbed out, and clamped the dock clasp onto the bracket. He waited for her to shut down the engine, and she stepped out onto the dock and took a deep breath, which made Trace laugh. She missed that laugh. Once he'd used it daily. "It smells like a docking cavern, sis," he said, rolling his eyes. "They all smell the same. Where do we go from here?" "Someone's coming to meet us." "We're staying here on the reef?" he asked. She knew what he wanted her to say. He wanted to spend as little time off the sea warbler as possible. She didn't understand why the isolation of the vessel soothed him, and it bothered her. A few cycles ago, Trace would have gone crazy cooped up in the skipper. Now she struggled to get him to leave. She didn't know how long they could go on like this, alone together, distant, tense. But if she left and settled in a deep reef somewhere, she might never see him again. She feared he would let her go and not look back, that he would drift the ocean currents forever. She hoped this reef that reminded her of home might heal him. It was about time something healed him. "We can stay out there. They offered us housing at one of their inns. Or we can work completely from the skipper," she said. "A lot of our work will be from the skipper regardless, once we get started. For now, let's play it by ear." He rolled his eyes at her again, and a small group of people walked down the main dock and waved them to join them. "Welcome," a pleasant-looking woman said, dressed in a casual tunic and trousers, typical for an agricultural reef. Echo suspected she was 40-something, trim and short. She wasn't a reed singer, which was a surprise, so Echo could feel nothing from the woman. The two people with her, both men, were moderate folk singers. One of those was nervous, and one wasn't much of anything, just a guy doing his job. "I'm Katie Brooks, the charter head of Tormandoo, and this is Charles, my husband, and Dayton Compton, my second." Dayton was doing his job, and he smiled blandly. Charles, however, waffled between nerves and another emotion Echo recognized. This guy was excited about meeting eldsingers, which meant they were rare out here. That could be good, but it could also make this difficult. Once Trace had loved to bask in eldsinger celebrity, but now he had no patience for it. She hoped he would be professional. Maybe being nice was too much to ask, but professional would be helpful. "Echo Odell," Echo said of herself. She extended her hand, and the charterhead smiled and shook it. "And my brother Trace." "Trace," Katie said. "Good to meet you." Ah, Echo thought. The way Katie was looking at Trace said she knew some of the story. That could be a problem. "Pleased to meet you," Trace said. His tone didn't quite match the sentiment, but it was civil enough. "We're happy to have you stay in the reef," Katie continued. "I was so glad to find singers with your skills in this part of the world. I hope you can find something worthwhile in our reef. Even if you can't, I feel much better having you two oversee the recharge. I was told it's a much safer procedure with eldsingers to help, say nothing of faster. Do you have any special needs while you're here? Dietary? Housing? I understand you don't like crowded cities. The rooms we have for you are in a quiet part of the village closest to the docking bay." Trace opened his mouth, and Echo gave him a warning look, hoping he wasn't about to mess this up. He looked at her and grinned. He knew exactly what she was thinking. "We're pretty easy to feed and house," he said. "This reef isn't much different than where we grew up. We'll be fine here." Katie beamed at that. Charles seemed less nervous. And Dayton might just want to get home. His lack of caring about this entire situation was amusing. She knew Trace could pick it up too. She wondered if her brother appreciated that this guy didn't care who they were, or if it would spark a little of his old vanity. They followed the trio out of the dim bay into the bright sunlight. Unlike topside, where the sun was a single ball out in the distance, reef sunshine came from the entire top of the reef, the stone itself glowing with the chemical flowing through it, its heat and light dispersed and magnified by the Stethka particles in the atmosphere. It cycled through the stone in a rhythm not too different from the topside rhythms of day and night, although reef night was never as dark as topside night. Echo had been topside a few times, and although she liked the wide open spaces and the novelty of clouds and stars, to her, the world of the reef was the perfect environment, safe and cozy. Her childhood had been spent on reefs, and this felt like home. Trace paused at the dock exit and took a deep breath. "You okay?" she asked. He wasn't. His focus gave away just how much he wasn't okay, and she wondered how he would answer the question. Being eldsingers, she and Trace knew each other's vocal responses, which corresponded with their emotions, so words weren't always necessary. However, since half the time people lied to themselves about what they felt, words were still important. It was good to know what a person thought, even if it was completely different than what he felt. He didn't answer, this time letting his focus answer in place of words. She held out her hand, and he rolled his eyes and then accepted. His fingers were trembling, and she squeezed them to let him know she understood and cared. Did that matter to him at this point? Did he want anyone to care? The reef felt familiar. Echo smelled crops in the field. She heard pets and livestock. Houses lined the grassy road, low and covered in local flora, windows and doors the only sign that the mounds were homes and not simply hills. People wandered, and some passed them in skimmers, riding from place to place through the open area. Wherever they traveled, agricultural reefs felt the same. Since the accident on Bougainville, she wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not, and Trace's distressed focus said he was thinking similar thoughts. "Here we are," Katie said, gesturing toward an older skimmer. Charles went for the driver's seat, and Dayton opened the back door for the siblings to enter. He seemed a little more enthusiastic now, perhaps pleased to be out of the docking bay and back in the sunshine. She wondered if he was a reef homebody, a person who hated everything about the ocean, even the dim docking bays with their strong salt and sea scents. Katie took the passenger seat, and when everyone was settled, Charles skimmed the vehicle over the grasses to a building 2 roads away, a small inn fronted by a long row of windows and a wider-than-normal doorway. A young female innkeeper stood out front with a smile, a weak folk singer. "So," Katie said with a shrug, "do you mind if we meet here? Perhaps over food? I think this part won't take long. Then you can settle tonight and maybe start in the morning?" "That's fine," Echo said. She glanced at Trace, who simply shrugged. "We haven't eaten in a while." Katie smiled and relaxed at that, or Echo assumed she relaxed. Because Katie was a non-singer with a dormant focus, Echo couldn't read anything about her. Normally, Trace was good at reading non-singers, simply insightful about body language and tone of voice. But he didn't pay as much attention to people now as he had a few cycles ago. He didn't appear to pay much attention to anything. She doubted that was true. Decorated with flowers and pale wood furniture, the inn was comfortable. The main floor held the eatery, and Echo was delighted to be led to a small group of outdoor tables behind the building, enclosed with a low stone wall, a courtyard where they could continue to breathe the fresh, cool air. After weeks of recirculated skipper and villa colony air, the breeze with its tang of livestock and newly cut grains made her feel giddy. Trace grinned at her, silently mocking her exuberant reaction to the reef. They'd eaten too much processed villa and travel food lately, so the fresh meal tasted especially rich and satisfying. Even Trace seemed enthusiastic about eating, and Echo laughed as he asked the hostess for seconds. Maybe during this job, he'd put back some of the weight he'd lost during his grieving. "So," Katie said as they finished their meals, "now for the business part. I've never done business with eldsingers before." "I think we do it like everyone else," Echo said. "You don't have to be nervous." Katie nodded. "Are we asking you to do something dangerous? I think I worry about that. We're asking you to do things we're not comfortable doing." Trace shrugged again, looking relaxed, but his focus was pounding. Echo hoped it wasn't too early to do a recharge. Maybe he'd never be able to do one again, and that broke her heart. Nobody was better at this job than Trace Odell, and normally a job done well fed Trace's spirit. Now nothing seemed to. "We'll do most of our work from our skipper, with a reed panel in our laps. It's sure safer for us than it would be for a non-singing team." "What about the research?" Charles asked. How will you determine what's in the other half of the reef? Is it half? Trace asked. You never realized that half of your space was unaccounted for? Katie blushed, and Echo glanced at Trace, who shrugged an apology. His tone hadn't been harsh, but it also wasn't complimentary. I know we look foolish, and no, it's not half, but it's nearly a third, and we should have known. I'm embarrassed that we've never done the measurements before. Tell us the history of this reef, Trace said. I don't understand how a docking bay was overlooked all this time. Okay, Katie said. She turned to the quietest of the group, Dayton, who'd mostly watched and listened thus far, his focus no longer uninterested, but also not completely engaged. This guy appeared relaxed, letting life happen. Echo wasn't sure she'd ever felt a person in a position of power with such a steady, calm focal energy. Right, Dayton said. He smiled, and Echo felt her eyes widen. Dayton was maybe 35, and she hadn't considered him especially handsome until he smiled. She felt Trace grin at her side. She could only imagine what her focus was telling him as he watched his sister get bowled over by a stranger's smile. This reef was chartered 96 years ago. The group that chartered it failed to meet the requirements, and they left 2 years into the charter. 5 years after that, another man bought the charter, a guy named Reagan Shorman. From what history tells us, he was a decent charterhead. His colony met the charter agreements, and he was awarded the deed. Tormundue thrived as much as an ag reef can thrive out here in the dead zone. Dead zone? Trace interrupted. Oh, Katie said. She rolled her eyes. I hate that term, but that's what the people out here call it. This quad has some of the least populated open port districts on the planet. Trace nodded. Thanks. I've heard the term empty zone, but not dead zone. Sorry. Dayton simply nodded and picked up the story. Shorman wanted to keep this reef agricultural so it never grew like the urban reefs. But we've always supplied nearby reefs with food and supplies. We were never poor. And there's nothing unusual after him. Every charterhead since then has kept to Shorman's vision. We have no enemies that we know of. There are no real tensions out here. What else do you need to know? Oh, the recharge. This will be the first recharge. Wait, Echo said. So 100 years with no recharge? Dayton shrugged. No. I realize most reefs need charged every 60 or 70, but we never have. We run our yearly tests, and this was the first time the results suggested we recharge. Then while we did the measurements so we could estimate the cost, we discovered the size discrepancy. We'll need to see the original specs, Trace said. It helps to know how much fluid they used and what problems, if any, they had the first time. I'm not sure we have those here, Katie said. She looked at Dayton in concern. They're still with Crichton OPD, right? I'm sorry, we're still new to this. I took the charterhead position less than 3 years ago. They're doing great, Dayton said, and his focus pulsed with more enthusiasm than Echo had felt from him yet. He might not enjoy business meetings, but he liked his boss and her husband. We can get copies of everything, Dayton said. We have the current charter specs and the last few annual sun tests, but not the historical data. I'll get it for you. That will help, Trace said. Echo felt his excitement because he loved a mystery, but she also felt some distrust. She was getting nothing deceptive from the group, but something had Trace on edge. We'll start with those, and then we'll do a spin around the outside, look at the docking bay, and run some scans as far inside as we can get. We'll start with the mystery and then tackle the recharge, if you don't mind. That's what we expected, Dayton said. He smiled again, and Trace nudged Echo under the table, surely mocking her for her reaction to this guy's smile. What could she say? She was a sucker for dark hair, dark eyes, and the fact that he wasn't Trace. one of the only men she'd seen in cycles. "We'd love to know what's going on out there, and what you discover might change the way you recharge. I mean, won't it?" "Yes, it could," Trace said. "Sounds like a plan then. Get those specs to us as soon as you can." Later, they found themselves in a small 2-bedroom suite at the inn, and Trace sat on a daybed in the main room, punching a pillow so he could lounge more comfortably. Like most inn rooms, it was small and cozy. Also like most inn rooms, it was on the 2nd story down, below ground, and lit with many lamps. "What did you think?" Echo asked, relaxing on the sofa. "Something has you uneasy." Trace shrugged. The inside of their reef is 1/3 smaller than it should be, and nobody ever realized. Are they stupid? Lying? They didn't feel like they were lying, but they also don't sound stupid. "Katie has been charterhead for a short time," Echo said, "and really, have you ever measured the inside of a reef and compared it to the outside? Why would anyone expect a difference?" Trace lay flat on the bed and stared at the ceiling. "True. I didn't think it was possible to go 100 years without a recharge." "That bothers me too," Echo said. "You think someone recharged it and the record was lost? The hidden docking bay makes no sense." Trace shrugged. "What's the history of this whole area? We need to know if Tormendu was settled around the same time as the nearby reefs." Echo punched the questions into a small tablet. "Okay. History of the area. We need the specs of the reef and any history they can give us. What else?" "The original recharge specs, of course," Trace said. "Maybe the stone is thicker, so they injected more fluid. I want to know if the nearby reefs also went so long between recharges. Maybe there's an alloy in the reefs in this quad that keeps the fluid from leaking so fast. Although I would think we'd have heard of that. I don't know. It's a mystery." Echo laughed. Faced with a mystery, Trace was finding some of his old self, brilliant and bossy. She wasn't sure she missed his old arrogance, but maybe she did. She organized her questions and shot a message off to Dayton, who had said he would be their liaison. As she did, she thought about the man's smile, and Trace laughed. "What?" she asked. She knew what. Her focus was broadcasting loud and clear that she thought the man had a nice smile, and she was lonely, and she wanted to dream about men with nice smiles. "Nothing," he said. His focus was odd, though. "I thought he was just doing his job. Odd how?" Trace gave that some thought. "You thought he was bored, I guess?" "Not engaged," Echo said. "He didn't feel hostile, but he also didn't care that much about what was going on. I expect he doesn't like mystery like you do." Trace grinned at that. "Maybe not. I guess I got that same vibe, but maybe something else, something more. I guess that's another mystery. Maybe we'll stick to one at a time. And tomorrow, we'll run our first tests on the dead side of this reef." "Dead," she said. "What makes you think it's dead?" "It has no viable docking bay. Nobody has seen or heard from it in 100 years. I can't imagine a reef that self-sufficient." She had to give him that. Even agricultural reefs with mines stayed in contact with the rest of the world. Of course, if some didn't, how would anyone know? "Let's sleep," Trace said suddenly. "What? It's early." "Yeah, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow." He shook his head, and again he let her see his real face, his real feelings. Most eldsingers couldn't hide anything, but Trace had always been able to put some feelings away, maybe tone them down. She didn't know how he did it and envied the ability. Lately, he'd done a lot of it. "I haven't looked forward to tomorrow for a long time." "I know," she said. "I'm glad we found you a mystery, Trace." "Why is it just me? Don't you need a mystery too? I'm tired of being the sad little brother." She laughed. "Then try smiling. You did great tonight. More like your old self." He cringed. "It's not going to happen. I won't ever go back." "No, I know. But we should go forward, and we haven't done that either. Yes, we can turn in early and get a good start tomorrow. You want to run scans before we get all our information from Dayton, don't you?" He grinned, and she saw her little brother in the gesture. Ornery, teasing, and arrogant. She wanted him back, but she realized if she got him back, some days she would wonder why she had worked so hard to make it happen. Chapter 5. Trace didn't sleep well, rising long before dawn and heading upstairs to watch the sky lighten. Once reefs had fed his soul, but now he looked at the rolling hills, smelled the scent of crops and livestock, and simply wanted to flee to the ocean for safety. It all felt so fragile. What possessed men to live down here where the natural world was so dark and cold and forbidding? Sure, reefs felt like havens, dry and thriving, but they were tiny specks in a huge and angry body of water that didn't care about their survival at all. Survival. He'd once thought himself special because of his powerful eld-singing skill. He'd been wrong. Now he wondered if anyone was special or had purpose. It all boiled down to survival, to living and procreating and dying. What was the point of any of it? Way to overthink in the morning, he scolded himself. He walked to a low hill across the street, part of a wide hayfield, and took out his panel. It was still dark, but a zygotic sun-filled sky never went completely dark. Some of the fluid always clung to the lower stone, creating dim light. He'd been above the surface a few times, and had seen the real sun, stars, and moons. He'd also seen real darkness one cloudy night when no light came from the heavens. It was scary and reminded him of the depths of the sea. Darkness filled both the ocean below and all the space around the planet above. A whole lot of dark emptiness. Sometimes he knew he looked just the same inside, little more than a pocket of dark emptiness. Pushing wind into the panel with his mind, he played a wide search across the fields and over the nearby hills. He ran through several villages as he did, lingering on the foci of the villagers. As he'd suspected, they were mostly folk singers, a little weaker than normal, and many were dormant. Echo couldn't feel those in a search at all, but Trace could feel everyone. "All asleep," he said. "Nothing like the agricultural life to wear out a person enough to sleep." He'd added a little twist to his search, a diagnostic Echo would never approve, that let him feel foci more deeply than a normal search. Dayton's unusual calm had him intrigued, and curiosity felt so much better than all the messy things he'd been feeling lately. Almost immediately, he discovered something unusual, and he played a long time, jumping to 4 separate locations in the reef to make sure. But he was sensing it correctly. Those who lived close to the wall, and a few further out, all had a strange pulse in their energy. It wasn't a focal pulsing, because he found many non-singers with the same pulse. He jumped toward the wall between the chambers, amused that the people nearby thought they lived with the ocean on the other side of them. Instead, a large space stood between them. He hoped today he and Echo could answer a few questions about that space. Was it cold and dark? An abandoned bay suggested someone had once planned to terraform it and live there, but it seemed unlikely that had happened. Reef tech hadn't been viable at this depth until 200 years ago, and it appeared nothing had been terraformed in this section until 100 years ago. Using a handheld scanner, he tried to determine something from the wall, but either the stone was especially thick or especially dense, because the little machine couldn't penetrate and give him answers. However, the temperature of the wall was higher than expected, which meant something other than the ocean was on the far side. 2 degrees, he said quietly. The whole reef was about 2 degrees warmer than a normal reef, and here it was 2 degrees above that. A 4-degree difference didn't sound like much, except it never happened. Zygotic sunlight and Stheta ran at an even temperature, and the internal and external temps could be determined almost to the degree by the depth of the reef. So, this was unusual rock, or, more likely, something on the other side of this wall put off heat. Mysteries, he said, grinning. I do love mysteries. He almost used his panel to search through the rock, but Echo would be hurt. She'd want in on the discoveries. Also, the sky was beginning to lighten, and he wanted to get home before Echo got up. They had a lot to do today, and he was excited about that. He remembered the last time he'd gotten excited about something, and now those memories felt haunted. They'd planned a surprise birthday celebration for his mother 3 cycles before she'd died. All of them had gathered, 3 ships of family, as well as distant family, still living on Bougainville. He'd not celebrated since. He'd not gotten excited since. And while he felt wrong about doing it now, that internal pocket of dark emptiness calling for more attention than it had the right to call for, he admitted to himself that yes, he was excited about solving a mystery. He hoped it wasn't the danger that called. Echo thought he had a death wish, but he didn't think she was right. Not caring to live was different than wanting to die, right? He jumped back to the village, feeling Echo asleep nearby, along with a good number of folk singers and non-singers asleep in their homes. It seemed only he was awake this morning, settled on a low hill so he could see the village ahead, with the wall and the docking door behind the low homes. I wish I could love it again, he whispered. He'd tucked something into his pocket before leaving the inn, something he'd barely touched in cycles. Echo would make a big deal of it, so he'd kept it hidden, but now he held it on his lap. As an eldsinger, he related to the world through his focus, but his mother had encouraged him to use his senses. She loved to fill their world with scents and sights and textures, forcing her powerful children to use all of their minds and spirits in everything. Under his mother's tutelage, he developed a love for drawing and sketching, and he quickly scratched a few lines in his drawing book. How long had it been since he'd felt the softness of the paper or heard the scrape of his chalk against it? Closing his eyes, he let the sensations wash over him, bringing both familiar joy and painful memories of things that would never be again. The zygotic sun was barely beginning to light the sky, so he couldn't see much more than shadows from the village or his paper, but his hands knew the motions to sketch what his eyes saw. He exhaled slowly and put the small pad back into his pocket. Maybe he wasn't ready for this. Maybe he'd never be ready for this. But at the same time, his fingers itched to continue. His ears longed to hear the sounds, and his eyes wanted to see things and tell his fingers how to recreate them. I don't know, he whispered. He wondered who he talked to. Himself? His dead mother, whose voice had spoken so much encouragement? Now he could barely bring her to mind, without weeping like a child. I don't know how to get over it, how to breathe through it, let alone draw through it. I don't know if I'm strong enough. The strongest man in the world turned out to be the weakest, most pitiful man ever born. When he could breathe again, when his focus calmed and his spirit settled, he walked back toward the inn. He didn't want Echo to wake up and find him missing. She worried, and she would make too much of him looking for answers. She would be ecstatic to find he'd drawn a few simple sketches, to know something in the world had captured his imagination again. She would overreact. He couldn't bear to raise her hopes and then turn out not to be as changed as she wanted. He would heal when he healed. She couldn't fix him, no matter how hard she tried. When he returned, Dayton had sent all the data they'd asked for. He turned on a low lamp and read through, fascinated by some of the anomalies. The original charter specs noted the higher temp in the reef, although at that point it had registered as only 2 degrees all the way around. So something inside that unknown section was getting warmer. Eventually he got tired of waiting and pestered Echo awake, switching on lights and shaking her. She moaned and burrowed further into the covers. "Just a little longer," she grumbled. He laughed. Echo never woke up easily. "If you don't get up, I'll jump you into the cafe in your night clothes. We have discoveries to make. This reef has more than one mystery, and we need to know why." This got her up, growling as she did. "Fine," she said, sliding out of bed. "Can I have 5 randoms of privacy to change? Perhaps 25 to shower? And maybe eat? We haven't had good reef food in way too long." Trace sat on the edge of the bed with his arms crossed. "Fine. We can be civilized and shower and eat. I'm going to finish reading data while I wait." She moved as quickly as possible, and over breakfast at the inn, he filled her in on what he'd learned. The reef was terraformed 100 years ago and then given 4 years to heat up and settle, so nothing out of the ordinary there. At that time, Crichton terraformed 15 reefs, so the data isn't as complete as I'd like. They did too much, too fast, which might explain missing an old docking bay. What should have gotten someone's attention was the temperature. They were aware of it, but didn't seem bothered. Last night I checked around the wall, and near the chamber wall, it's now 2 degrees warmer than over on this side. Echo stopped with a pastry almost to her mouth. "So 4 degrees? Trace nodded. 4 degrees. At the time of the first zygotic fluid installation, they noted 2 degrees. Echo shook her head. "It's getting hotter." "Yeah, it could be natural," Trace said. He took a deep breath, tamping down memories that came with this conversation. Echo said he could tuck some emotions away. He didn't know how or why, but he hoped he was doing that now. She didn't need to know how much this whole endeavor scared him. Was he destined to choke on this fear forever? Maybe the other side of this reef has lava flows, or... She knew what he didn't say, of course. What if the temp on the other side was a gas fissure? Could a person find such an unheard-of anomaly twice in his life? He sure hoped not. "We'll figure it out," she said, placing her hand on his arm. "We'll keep them safe, Trace, just like we kept Borgenvale's people safe." He pulled his hand away and said nothing more about it. "Something else," he said. "I scanned the population, and everyone here pulses. There's some kind of energy that alters my perception of them, singers and non-singers, including Dayton." She laughed. "Okay. You think that's related to the empty side of this reef? The side that's also heating for no reason?" "I honestly have no idea. I've never felt anything like it. However, it's almost limited to proximity to the inner wall. I suspect those who pulse from further out once spent time or lived near that wall. Whatever's beyond that wall is hot, and it causes people to pulse with a very slow, specific energy." "You ran scans on sleeping people." He held out his hand. They weren't going to debate this today. This conversation about privacy and singing searches could wait. He felt justified using every weapon in his arsenal to assure the safety of this reef. She let him have it and went back to eating. He knew neither of them would ever win the argument, so it was best not to keep arguing it. "It's a nice reef," Trace said as he worked on his own breakfast. From here, they were close enough to the east wall to see it, and he gazed up where the stone wall disappeared into the mists above. The clouds a mix of water and pale, gold-white Stethka particles. The clouds, beautiful and rain-bringing, were also the most important part of a healthy reef environment. He tried not to think about sketching it. He'd barely thought about drawing for cycles. The few fumbled lines he'd drawn this morning in the dark seemed to have called forth a longing he never thought he would feel again. "But I'm ready to be home," he added. This was true. In the skipper, he found less that called to his artist's mind. He could play the reeds and plan repairs and never give thought to this part of him that fed on emotion and longing and intense perception. He perceived enough through his focus. He didn't need all his other senses clamoring for his attention. "Is it home to you?" she asked. "You no longer think of Bougainville as home?" "We grew up there, but we've been grown for a while now. The skipper is home. Anyway, who cares if I consider Bougainville home? It's nobody's home now." "I know. Maybe your way is healthier. When I hear the word home, I still think of the little house with the creek in back." "But do you miss it like home?" he asked. "When you're tired at the end of a long day, do you really think of our childhood home, or where we keep our adult clothes and our adult shoes? Our beds with soft sheets and pillows where we sleep every night?" She laughed. "Fine. I think of the skipper as home. Although, I also feel homeless sometimes. I think of home as our skipper and you. When you're in the skipper with me, we're home." The words surprised him, but he meant them. He hadn't been good to his sister since the accident. Feeling her joy at the sights, sounds, and tastes of a reef made him even more aware of how terrible he'd been to her. He'd never meant to lose Echo, but if he wasn't careful, that could happen. He wished he knew how to put the accident behind him and find joy of his own to share with her, but he honestly didn't know where to start. "Thanks," she said. They walked back to the docking bay in silence. One echo broke. "You feel sad," she said. "I hope one day you can enjoy reefs again." He shrugged. "Not that easy." "I know. Regardless of what the charter had said, it was an accident, Trace. A tragic one, but still an accident. And those can happen anywhere, at any time." He frowned. "I don't like that. I don't like the whole world to be unknown like that." She said nothing, and he understood. She couldn't change the reality of the world. Neither could he. At one point, he'd been so arrogant to think his skills made him different, maybe immune to things that broke other people. He didn't hang on to that opinion after his world quite literally came crashing down. Although they walked the reef, once they got to the skipper, Trace jumped the ship straight out of the docking bay, and a few more jumps around the reef landed them on the ocean floor next to the hidden docking bay. He maneuvered the skipper so her lights shone on the site, which was so overgrown there was no sign a docking bay had ever been here. "Well, I guess that explains some of this," he said. "The sensors say we've got a tunnel there, filled in with debris and plant life, but you sure can't see it. Let's get some sensors going and then run a slow search with the reeds." Because of the work they did, their skipper was equipped with state-of-the-art sensors that could penetrate the densest reef stone, and Echo wandered the equipment room and adjusted things. Their dad had always wanted to make one central panel to work all the equipment, but their mom liked working each piece manually. That had been Mom, always about the process as well as the outcome. "Enjoy the journey," she said. "Life has more journeys than destinations." He'd spent too much time remembering Mom today. He had a mystery to solve, and she would be proud of that. "Trace?" Echo asked. Likely she felt his bittersweet walk through old memories. "You okay?" Just remembering their battle over the sensor panels. She gave him a sad smile. "Enjoy the journey. Sometimes the journey isn't all that enjoyable." "No," he said, "but maybe today it is." She finished setting equipment, and they waited and watched and read data. Trace frowned at the atmospheric sensor, which wasn't giving him the data he wanted. "It's not reading," he said. "It says we've got too much rock. No reef is so thick that this sensor can't penetrate." She laughed. "Well, apparently that's no longer true." "How will we learn anything if we can't even sense through it? I mean, this is aimed at the docking bay. It's a hole." "A hole filled with debris," she said. "But solid debris? Shouldn't there be gaps? I'm going to move us." Trace moved the skipper a little higher on the reef. For some reason, this reef had the thickest rock they'd ever encountered. Unless... "Wait," he said. "Run another scan. We assumed this was a reef like any other reef, made of biscore. But what if it's something else? Maybe we're not running into thick rock, but something new and impenetrable. And if it's something else, maybe that explains why it was created so far ahead of everything else." She set another sensor running, and it showed regular biscore to a normal depth for a reef, and then a layer of something else, something it didn't recognize. Trace stood at her side, strangely irritated because the sensor had been stymied. Mystery was good, but this mystery might make their job dangerous. Danger he could do without. "This is the best sensor money can buy," he said. "Why would a reef out in the middle of nowhere have a rock inside that hasn't been seen anywhere else on the planet? I'm going to search with the reeds." "Wait," Echo said. She adjusted sensors again. "The tunnel seems to have a lot of biscore here near the entrance. Let's clear some of it and then search. If that second layer is so dense the sensor can't penetrate, it might take a lot of strength to play through it. If we clear it, you won't have to work so hard." This made sense, and they used the jump song to move about 15 boulders into the ocean, followed by the more difficult removal of smaller debris. Wrapping so many small pieces in his focus at once took finesse, but soon they had cleared the tunnel halfway to the spot where the sensors could no longer get through. Trace put his hands on the control to move the sea warbler closer to the opening when something caught his attention, both visually and focally. A wild, fluctuating energy came from the hole, and he reacted by pulling back, moving further from the reef as a collection of creatures emerged. He saw them, of course, 15 or 20 eels of varying sizes, including huge sizes, that shone silver in the running lights. They seemed to be covered in scales that caught and reflected the light in a myriad of metallic colors. Then each had tentacles streaming back from its head, bioluminescent, transparent tentacles glowing in shades of lavender and red, even some pale blue. But more than seeing them, he felt them. They didn't have foci like singers, but they emitted a strong energy, and he knew they were frightened. He and Echo had moved rocks from their home, and they streamed out in fear and panic, reacting with little thought but escape. He sucked in his breath as their fear swamped his senses. What had he done? He hadn't meant to hurt anything, but their reaction hurt to his bones, reminding him of the final moments of his family, the final moments of Bougainville. He had hoped never to feel such panic and fear again, and he'd certainly hoped never to cause it again. The animals disappeared from sight and senses, and Echo gave him a long look. "What?" he asked. "I'm sorry, their fear was overwhelming." "Their fear? You felt their fear?" He blinked, not sure what was happening. "Of course I did, but you didn't. I just watched a school of eels escape from a tunnel into the ocean. Sure, they might have been afraid, or maybe we released them and they were fleeing in joy." "No," he said. He took a deep breath and willed his heart to slow down. "No, we scared them. We frightened them from their homes. They don't have foci, not like singers, but they have something, an energy." "An energy you can read that I can't read," she said. She shrugged. "Okay, I guess. I don't understand, but you don't seem to be lying." He grinned, and the last of his strange reaction died away. Of course I'm not lying. This reef is simply filled with mystery. She played with the sensors and shook her head. We did open up another tunnel. I can't read well because of the mix of Bizcore and whatever that other rock is, but it looks like more than one tunnel runs through the rock below the reef. Maybe it's solid, Trace said. Maybe we can't feel through it because it's a solid rock, riddled with tunnels. Hard to say, Echo said. I know how to find out, Trace said. It's time to run that search. Be careful, she said. Everything here is unknown. He rolled his eyes at her caution. They'd wasted enough time with the sensors, and it hadn't helped. It was time to find real answers, and that happened with the reeds. For most of his life, the reeds had answered all his questions and fixed all his problems. Until one day, they'd failed. Today, they wouldn't fail. Today, he would take back some of what he had lost. They couldn't keep messing around, scaring animals, and not finding anything. It was time to do what they'd been hired to do, use their skills to fix things. Echo sat down to watch, and Trace played the first notes to search through the rock to the space on the other side. The song wasn't difficult, something he'd played hundreds of times. But that didn't matter, because almost immediately, everything went wrong. Chapter 6. Echo relaxed into the soft chair to watch Trace play. This morning, he'd been more like his old self, curious, impatient, and able to see patterns and connections nobody else saw. She wasn't surprised he'd left the skipper this morning to run scans. She was surprised he'd held off running the focal search. He said he wanted her with him for the big discovery, and that made her smile. He acted like he barely noted her presence right now, but maybe that wasn't true. His response to the eels bothered her. To be honest, the pulsing of the people bothered her. She hadn't felt it herself, and now Trace felt something from these animals that she hadn't felt. Why did this reef affect them differently? Was it a matter of strength? Something else? Something dangerous? Of course, she hadn't tried to feel the pulsing yet, so she didn't know if she couldn't feel it. She was worrying over nothing. Both of them did a lot of that now. He adjusted his position, clearly meaning to play a long time and run a deep scan on the reef. Trace was a good singer. No, that wasn't accurate. The guy was a genius singer. He was also strong, the strongest eldsinger either of them had ever come across. Her father always assumed that had to do with them being Odells from Ryder Odell's line, one of the strongest of the original eldsingers on Portomare. The strongest eldsingers on the planet all came from one single man, Jake Odell, whose father had been native and mother an other realmer from some realm lost to time. Ryder had been Jake's oldest son, nearly as strong as his father, and everyone in that line was strong. Then every generation or two came one as strong as Jake and his kids, the originals. Trace was that child. Echo was strong, stronger than most eldsingers, but Trace was a level beyond that. Strangely, their parents were average. Eldsingers, yes, but missing the extra strength of those first generations. She knew both her parents had been proud of Trace, feeling honored that one of the strong children had been born to them. Echo herself had always had mixed feelings. Trace was strong and brilliant, while also being her annoying little brother. He started the tune slowly and quietly, sensible since he was searching into the unknown. With this variation, he would feel things for a long distance. If he skimmed over buildings, trees, or rocky outcrops, he'd feel gentle bounces. Animals and people would feel like various levels of energy. From singing people, he could feel more details, like their strength, and to an extent their moods. Apparently on this reef, he also felt a strange pulsing in some people. She really needed to test that using a search of her own at some point. Right now, he was likely searching wide open, slowly testing and tasting everything with his focus to get a big picture of what the inside of the reef might be like. Except he hadn't gone 2 seconds when he yelped and dropped the wind. The panel let out a squawk, and Trace relaxed his entire body, his head falling to the side, completely unconscious. Not good. Even worse, his nose was bleeding, and he had a gash across his forehead. Oh, and then there was his focus, which screamed in her head like a wounded animal, torn and aching and broken. With a sigh, she opened the radio and contacted a medical facility on the reef to let them know she was jumping in with a damaged eldsinger. She only hoped they had the resources out here to help. 100 randoms later found her in one of the med bays in Tormandu, Katie and Dayton at her side, waiting for word on Trace. "Is this our fault?" Katie asked anxiously. "Did we do this somehow? I never imagined danger. Not like this." Echo took a deep breath. Trace was in the next room under the care of a physician, but the pain in his head was still screaming through Echo's skull. They needed a singing physician trained to fix torn foci, but this reef didn't have one of those. Trace was going to have to rely on painkillers and time, and Echo's limited knowledge of the focal healing procedure. "It's not your fault," she said to the charterhead. Even Dayton's calm focus pounded with guilt and fear. The rock is something unknown, and there was no way to know it would repel a search like that. "So it wasn't dark rock," Dayton said. "No, we'd recognize dark rock. This is something we've never seen, and it's something our sensors have never seen." "Is it—" Katie bit her lip. "Is it from this world? Someone on the council suggested we might be dealing with something otherworldly, although why other realmers would visit a dark reef hundreds of years ago is anyone's guess." "It could be," Echo said. She'd had the same thought, but they simply had no facts yet. Portomare was a huge planet, and this quad hadn't been studied at length, too empty and useless to attract much attention. It made more sense that the mysteries here had local origins, except no explanation made sense so far. "I can't tell you. I don't know. Only Trace knows what he felt, and he's not awake yet." "That's bad, isn't it?" Dayton asked, his voice low and quiet. "Well, yes and no. With the level of focal damage I'm feeling, I wouldn't expect him to be awake. But I also didn't expect a simple search to leave him with so much damage, so nothing is what it should be." "Our doctors can't help, can they?" Katie asked. "I read that sometimes eldsingers need special medical care." Echo nodded. The tears in his focus are substantial. Eldsinger physicians know special songs to piece them together. But the tears will heal on their own. It just takes more time and means more pain. "Oh," Katie groaned, "I feel so terrible. Do you need to leave and find one of these healers? We won't hold you here under contract for this." Echo liked Katie. She couldn't read the woman, of course, since she had a dormant focus, but so far everything she'd done seemed honest and upright, and the woman was simply likable. "For now, we'll stay here. I'll know more when Trace wakes up. This reef is a challenge, and he needs a challenge." "Because of what happened," Katie said. She shook her head. "I shouldn't know about it, but it's hard to avoid that knowledge. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for your losses." Echo sighed. "Yes, we certainly made news. Trace took it hard. He blames himself, of course, but it was an accident. They happen. We deal with dangerous situations all the time, and accidents happen." Katie shook her head. "I suppose today was an accident, but I still feel at fault." Dayton put his hand on Katie's forearm, and she turned to him with relief in her face. "We never suspected this would happen, Kate," he said. "I think we have to let it go. Is there anything we can do now? I mean, Dayton shrugged. I don't know what I mean. I just want to help. All we can do is wait, Echo said. I'll know more when he's awake. I heard everyone involved at Bougainville was hurt, Katie said. She shook her head. I should stop talking about this, shouldn't I? We heard about it, of course. News like that travels. When we realized you and your brother were the pair we'd hired, and I'm just sorry we know. It doesn't bother you? Echo asked. The Bougainville charterhead blamed Trace. Reefs nearby don't want us working with them. Echo felt anger flare in Dayton's focus. Someone blamed you? The team that lost so many members? No, that piece of news didn't come to us. Thank you, Echo said. She felt tears at her eyes. Trace believes them, but it wasn't his fault. He couldn't have done anything to change the outcome. I don't know why the charterhead lied about it, but Trace believes the lies. Dayton put his hand on her arm, and she wished his warm, comforting presence would never leave her skin. Of course he wanted to find someone to blame. Anger and hatred feel better than grief. She nodded at him, grateful for the words. From the other room, she felt the first flutters of wakefulness in Trace's focus. Leave it to Trace to spoil her moment here with Dayton. She smiled at the thought. He's waking up. I should go back and be with him. You don't have to wait here. I promise I'll keep you in the loop. She didn't wait for them to respond, heading into the main part of the clinic where Trace rested on a narrow clinic bed. Like many smaller ag reefs, the med bay was an open facility with many beds in one large room. This room had 10 beds with 3 filled. She sat at his side, glancing at his shirt, which someone had folded and set on the side, since he'd bled on it. On top of the shirt rested his little drawing book, and she froze when she saw it. I had no idea, she whispered. I thought you'd thrown this away. I thought you'd thrown everything away. Reverently, she opened the book and flipped through it. She remembered her mother pushing her powerful eldsinger child to open his horizons and feel with more than his focus. As a boy, Trace would have done nothing but play the reeds if she'd allowed it. But no, she and Dad had worked to broaden Trace's perceptions, and he discovered an uncanny knack for sketching. The book was filled with images of her family, both her parents and Rachel and Uncle Alexander. He'd also drawn villas and sea creatures and many reef landscapes. Then the final image, possibly something he'd drawn this morning, was a simple drawing of a reef village with a lightly sketched stone reef wall behind it. Clearly he'd done more this morning than play searches and run scans. Maybe he was about to find himself again, the many dimensions of Trace Odell he'd tossed away after the accident. Hey, Trace said, startling her. She dropped the book onto his shirt and turned to face him. I think that search wasn't my best idea. You warned me. She couldn't help but smile. Like you've ever listened to me. I think it was just an accident. He sighed. I am sick to death of accidents. What do you remember? She asked. She almost asked about the sketchbook and then decided against. If she knew anything about her little brother, it was to get out of his way when he was figuring things out. Pushing him to do something never worked, although to her shame, she kept trying. Did you get anything, or did you hit and splat right away? He put his hand to the bandage on his head and raised his eyebrows. I guess I really did splat, huh? It wasn't dark rock. It was something different. We can't sense through it, nor can we sing through it. What do we do now? I'm not sure, she replied, except right now we should worry about your head. I can play Mom's songs for you. I don't do it well, but it might take the edge off. Any singer could play the healing songs, but only a few could make them heal. It was a gift that didn't make sense, but maybe gifts never did. The best Echo could do with the song was reduce Trace's pain. He agreed, and she settled back to play the slow, tedious song. Their mother had unlimited patience with injured people. Echo knew she didn't. Neither she nor Trace were especially patient. 400 randoms later, Trace was asleep, which meant the pain had lessened. She ran her fingers through his hair, wondering about their future. Was it good for him to keep dealing with reefs in trouble? Was it good for her? Memories had swamped both of them since arriving on this reef. Was that healing, or was it a sign that they should stop and do something else with their lives? Would they be happy doing something else? What else would they want to do? Her parents had taught them to use their eldsinger skills to help. They were a gift, her mother always said. Gifts were to be shared. A gift from where, she wondered. From whom? Nobody entirely understood reed singing. She'd heard that other realmers, both singers and non-singers, sometimes had different kinds of foci with different levels of activity. The universe was a big place, confusing and mysterious. Could such a big, mysterious universe have an author? Gifts came from somewhere, right? Someone? The thoughts gave her goosebumps, and she tried to banish them as she watched Trace sleep. He was the most talented person she knew, the most gifted. Did that mean someone wanted him to do more? Was he special? She glanced at the sketchbook and wondered where the strange thoughts had come from. She knew he would fare better in his own bed, so when a frail-looking female doctor poked her head into the room, Echo asked if she could safely remove him. Of course, the woman said. She was dormant, but Echo could see concern in her face. There's nothing we can do for him. I'm sorry. We don't treat much focal injury here. This was caused by the reef recharge? It seems your reef contains a rock that repels a singer's search. Dark rock, the woman said. I thought that was rare. It is. This is something different, something rarer. Our sensors don't recognize it at all. Would it explain why we haven't needed a recharge in 100 years? My brother is a reef engineer, and he can't explain why we've gone so much longer than the norm. It could mean that, Echo said. The question gave her a couple questions to bounce off Dayton. Maybe she would invite him to the skipper to talk while she waited for Trace to wake up. It had nothing to do with his smile, she told herself, grinning at the lie, or his calm energy. She was a professional, and so was he, and they needed to talk business. She was glad Trace wasn't awake to roll his eyes at her. Chapter 7. The medical personnel knew they'd done all they could do and immediately released Trace, advising her to use as much Lychnic on him as necessary. That she already knew. Most strong singers kept supplies of the drug nearby, the only chemical known to soothe a damaged singing focus. Beyond that, they said to keep him resting. That might not be so easy, but for now, pain would keep him down. After she jumped them back to the skipper, she sang the sleep song at him, which gently dropped him into a deep slumber. And then she sat down with all of Dayton's files. This morning she'd barely skimmed the geological file, but now that a dangerous rock was part of the equation, she read through that file carefully. It seemed the most likely place to find answers to what they'd experienced. The Crichton Open Port District was large, but it contained few reefs. Most of those occurred along two parallel paths, places where, scientists said, the crust of the planet had cracked ages ago and released bubbles of vapor. The hot vapor melted the stone of the crust, and huge bubbles rose to the planet's surface, the ocean floor, where the cold of the ocean hardened them, creating the large, hollow stones, later to become reefs. Two theories were widely held. One, that the entire planet had undergone some kind of cataclysm that had formed the reefs all at once, and another, that a series of underground eruptions had formed them over eons. Regardless, nothing of such magnitude had rocked the planet in recorded history. However, she did read about a series of small tremors in this area. One had occurred just after the initial charter had been written, and no damage had been recorded. Then it occurred once again 30 years later, and then the most recent was 16 years ago. Small amounts of damage had occurred, mostly to the area around and in the northern docking bay, which was nearly against the wall between the known and the unknown sections of the reef. "Earthquakes," she said. "Maybe the old reef was abandoned due to earthquakes. Too bad nobody was out here taking data when this area was empty." She felt Trace's focus fluttering itself awake and went into his room. "You're supposed to be asleep," she said as he shifted into wakefulness. "You still hurt too much. Let me put you back under." He nodded, cringing. "Sure, but we're wasting time." "The reef has time. You need to heal. Watch out for the animals. We let them out. Maybe that was a good thing, but maybe we endangered them. I hate it, Echo. We saved all the people on Bougainville, but the animals? We didn't save the animals." She'd never thought about that, and she hated that Trace had. She also wondered why a few eels had affected him like this. It didn't feel natural. "This time we'll save everyone," she assured him. "Every living thing. I'll let Dayton know about the eels. You sleep." He nodded, and within 3 randoms, her song had gentled him back to sleep. She glanced at the clock, hoping Dayton returned soon with some answers. Trace's condition bothered her. They couldn't do much in this reef until they understood the unknown rock and why the reef had gone so long without needing a recharge. No, barreling forward into the unknown was why Trace was asleep right now, nursing a torn focus back to health. They had to slow down and do this right, or they would do more damage than tearing a focus. She kept harping on him to lighten up and let himself heal, but she had to admit she feared losing him more than she'd ever feared before. She laughed her relief when Dayton radioed for permission to board, and she let him in and waited while he looked around. "I didn't expect so much equipment," he said. "I guess I thought you did everything with reeds." "We do a lot with reeds, but we can do a lot with this, too. Come on in." "How is he?" Dayton asked. She concentrated on his focus, still calm, fascinated by the fact that she couldn't feel the pulsing. She needed to know if that was limited to Trace. She needed to know a whole lot of things, and she hoped to know many of them before her little brother woke up. "Asleep," she said. "He had some help." Dayton laughed. "My mother used to do that to my siblings and me. She said a lot of parents don't agree with singing children to sleep, but it kept her from going crazy sometimes." "My parents did it too," Echo said. She had spent very little time with focus singers in her life, and she was finding it enjoyable. She could feel his focus more clearly than he could feel hers, which was refreshing. Trace, of course, felt hers in bright, shining detail. "I have some answers," he said as she ushered him past the equipment room and navigational pit to the living quarters behind them. She led him to the sofa, but he stopped and touched a canvas on the wall. "Trace," she said. He'd wanted to remove all his work from the skipper after they'd lost their family, but she hadn't let him. She watched Dayton, whose gaze traveled over the sketched reefscape with appreciation. Trace used to sketch. "It's amazing," Dayton said. "I don't leave the reef very often. I haven't seen all the life on the outside for a while." Trace had sketched the wildlife on the outside of the promontory reef. Fish and anemones and crabs waving their little claws. "He's talented," she said. She grimaced. "At almost everything. It's a little hard to live with, to be honest. Have a seat." They settled on a soft sofa, and he held out a tablet. "First, there's no sign of an impenetrable rock in the reef walls except the wall against the unknown chamber. I sent a few people to run searches for me. I also sent word to 2 nearby reefs, and I had our dock master take a skipper out and run a scan on the ocean floor near the dock. No unknown rock there. So, right now, It's only appearing inside the enclosed section of the reef, she said. She sighed. That sounds suspiciously like something other realm. I don't want this to turn into an other realm issue. Why is it a problem? Dayton asked. I mean, don't eldsingers? Aren't you part other realm? She laughed. Yes, our ancestry is other realm, but the recent dealings with other realmers didn't have such good outcomes. I've never heard the stories, Dayton said. I just know we have several other realm groups here on Portomare, but we're no longer allowed to travel to other realms ourselves. Right, she said. The stories aren't shared. I don't know all of them either, including what finally led to the outlawing of other realm travel. But as Odells, we have access to some private family history. I know some other realm visitations went well, and some went sour. Anyway, if we're dealing with other realmers, we don't have much information. Our databases won't know other realm rock or animals. We'll have to use more trial and error to find answers. And Trace's injury is the result of some of that trial and error, Dayton said. I'm sorry he was hurt. In your line of work, do you get hurt often? I'm sorry if I'm a little in awe of what you do. Don't be in awe. Trace points out that we can shoot air through mats of dead reeds. It's really nothing more than that. Trace can boil things down to their simplest. Then again, he can also complicate things beyond belief. Dayton laughed. So he's human. We think of eldsingers as other, but I get the feeling that's not how you see yourselves. No, we know we're human. Before the accident, Trace could come off as arrogant. He's stronger and smarter than most everyone, and yes, sometimes he let people know it. But that was fear and shyness more than arrogance. Badly played attempts to fit in and belong. We don't always fit in. And Trace is different enough that even among eldsingers, he doesn't always fit in. Dayton nodded, glancing over her shoulder at the drawing. Yes, baby brother was impressive in many ways, and annoying in even more. My youngest sister is similar, smart and shy, and not sure how to interact with the world. Echo exhaled. Yes, so you get it. Thank you. Anything else in your survey? Not really. Oh, yes, I had a thought. The stone near the bottom of a reef is thicker than the top, right? Yes. Maybe the unknown rock is thinner at the top, too. Maybe sensors will work if there's not as much to search through. She laughed. Wonderful thought. Thank you. We need to run a scan anyway, all the way around, before we start. We're extra cautious about irregularities and anomalies now. We'll do that tomorrow when Trace is feeling better. Trace was already waking up, which didn't surprise her. When he hurt, he didn't rest well, and the sleep song never put him out long. Their mother had said he was too ornery for the song to last. Apparently, that hadn't changed in his adulthood. As he woke up, his focus changed, and she found herself blushing. She was enjoying the company of Dayton Compton, and even from a room and a headache away, Trace realized it and was laughing at her. What? Dayton asked. You have a strange look on your face. She almost denied it and then changed her mind. Trace is awake, and he's silently mocking me the way little brothers do. It seems I'm enjoying the company of an attractive man, and he finds that amusing. Amusing? Dayton asked. He was working hard not to smile. From his vocal variations, she knew he was flattered and not offended. He thinks I can be an ice queen. I think he can be annoying. Siblings, you know. I do know. Thank you. I admit I'm enjoying visiting with an attractive lady. I guess he can feel that too? He can. He wouldn't be acting this way if you hated me. He doesn't want me hurt. But he doesn't mind if I squirm a little bit. Trace appeared in the doorway, and Echo watched him settle painfully on the sofa. Okay, I'm not strong, but even I can feel your pain, Dayton said. I'm so sorry. Not your fault, Trace said. Echo warned me. I don't always listen to warnings like I should." "He brought us some answers," she said, fearing Trace would let pain and melancholy drag him under. She preferred him laughing in mockery at her flirtations with Dayton, but the pain he'd felt upon rising had chased that away. "The rock is only in the extra section of this reef. What did you feel before you hit?" He shook his head. "Nothing. It didn't feel like dark rock. It wasn't as quick a splat. I lost control of the direction of the song. Maybe." "Dayton, would you mind if I ran a search on you?" Dayton raised his eyebrows. "Is there a reason I wouldn't mind?" "No," Echo said. "It won't hurt. You're checking the pulsing? Wait, no, don't play. I want to play." "Because—" Trace grinned and waited for her to play. She searched Dayton, able to feel the pulse, and then she played the song at Trace. His grin said he knew what she would find. He was now pulsing too. His focus felt a little calmer, nothing like Dayton's, but considering the amount of pain he was experiencing, his focus was more relaxed than she would expect. "Pulsing," Trace said. "Right? It's that rock. Dayton, did you ever live near the North Wall?" "I grew up there." "Pulsing?" "Everything near that wall pulses with a slow, steady energy," Echo said. "Now that Trace slammed into the rock, he's pulsing with it too." "Is it dangerous?" "I don't think so," Echo said. "But I feel like an amateur on this reef. Nothing makes sense. Pulsing foci, impenetrable rock, and trapped giant eels. You live in a strange place." Dayton's focus shifted again, and she laughed. Right. In the chaos of Trace's injury, they hadn't told anyone about the eels. "Eels," Dayton said. "Giant eels?" "We released some trapped under the unknown side of your reef. Huge, strange energy," Trace said. "Do you know what they are?" Echo asked. "Are they common around here? They have this bioluminescent hair." Trace laughed. "Tentacles. Like a squid. Maybe. Not hair." Dayton shook his head. "No, but—" He hit a few buttons on the tablet, typed a few things, and turned it around for her to read. She raised her eyebrows and held it out to Trace. "Just read it to me," he said. "My head isn't happy with me, and reading might cause an explosion in my brain." "Let me sing you back to sleep," she said. "This will wait." "Read it to me, and then I'll go back to sleep." "We found a report filed by the original charterhead, the one who failed to keep the charter. But he didn't fail. He gave up. He said they heard things in the reef they couldn't explain, especially close to the North Wall. And there were some tremors, and some people reported seeing sea monsters." Trace laughed. Again the sound warmed her heart. "Of course they did. Sea monsters. Dayton Compton, although I have no idea how to deal with your reef, I do thank you for the mystery. You live in a fascinating place." "Except we had no idea." "Tremors, though, I do understand. We had several during the history of the reef. I was alive for one. 16, 17 years ago, we had a major tremor. It was worst near the North Wall, and I lived there. Bits of ceiling came down, but the engineers said we had no cracks. The north docking bay took a little damage. Obviously, we had no breaches, or we wouldn't be here. Then nothing since. Nobody understood it because it seemed limited to our reef. The floor around us didn't indicate anything." Trace shot Echo a look. "It all boils down to whatever's in that reef. It's hot, and it's unstable, and we can't get in there. I think I need to sleep on it. Maybe it will make sense when my head doesn't hurt." "I hope so," Echo said. "My head is fine, and I don't have any answers either. Just a whole lot of questions." Chapter 8. Trace woke up to find his sketchbook beside the bed. So Echo had seen it. He sighed, wondering how badly it would go when she finally brought it up. He'd been healing for almost 2 days. and he felt ready to tackle the reef again. The prospect of solving a mystery appealed, and he felt a little more hopeful than he had in cycles. A conversation about this silly book could ruin everything. He leafed through it and then wished he hadn't. Funny how images of joy and laughter and love could become haunted. He wondered if he would ever remember them without experiencing dark pain again. Tucking the book away, he dressed and got ready for the day, eager. He didn't remember the last time he was eager about anything. Echo had been telling him for cycles that he needed forward motion. Maybe this was the mission to get him there. Before performing a zygotic recharge, they had to run scans of the reef atmosphere, and they started there, jumping to about 30 locations in the reef and detailing temperatures, Stethka concentrations, and cloud cover. It was boring work, but Echo insisted. He felt like Tormandu Reef was recharging his sister's soul. She kept sighing and gazing into the sunlit sky, her focus calming each time she did. At every meal, she raved about fresh food. She'd commented on the smell of the air a dozen times. This testing had as much to do with her mental health as it did safety during the recharge. She'd followed him down his dark hole of grief long enough, and he needed to be patient while she refreshed. He tried to ignore the itching of his fingers as he encountered beautiful fields and stone walls and forests alongside her, things that called to his artist eye but broke his human heart. He saw Bougainville in every beautiful landscape. The radio beeped, and Echo quietly spoke to whoever was on the line. When she put down the radio, her focus shifted in concern. "It's the docking bay," she said. "Katie got a frantic call from the dockmaster at the North Dock. An animal," he said, "was outside the bay, acting aggressively." Trace looked at Echo, who rolled her eyes. "I guess they didn't go home," she said. "I told her we'd come and help." Echo began the jump song, and Trace played Stamina. His head no longer hurt, so he could give her full power, and they made it in 2 short jumps, landing in the North Bay. Echo then radioed Katie and planned to jump her in, and Trace went to the dock office and found the dockmaster talking to Dayton. The dockmaster was a non-singer, so Trace felt very little from him, although he shared the calm energy rhythm everyone in this area shared. "The Flagons and the Jeremiahs said something swam past them. Being as this is a reef, I didn't think much of it, but they said it was huge, longer than their skippers." "Long," Dayton said, "like an eel. An eel with colorful feelers on its head." Trace sighed. Did they actually act aggressively? The man shrugged. "Something that size doesn't need to do much to be considered aggressive. I think the creatures just appeared from the darkness, and that was all it took." The man grinned when he said it. He didn't seem concerned. Trace wondered if it might be possible to find and jump the creatures back into the tunnels under the reef. He hated to trap them, but if they frightened people, they were going to be hurt or killed. Katie and Echo soon appeared, and Trace let the Tormandu citizens talk while he pulled Echo aside. "Do you think we can put them back?" he asked. "I hate that they might get hurt. We shouldn't have let them out." "I don't know. They have energy, but not focal energy?" "Not focal, but it's something. You didn't feel it?" "I didn't feel a thing, but I'm also not resonating with this reef like you are. Nor am I as strong. You feel things I can't feel." "Okay, you think their energy will affect my ability to move them?" "I don't know. They're unknown, and using your focus around this reef has given you trouble. Your head has finally stopped hurting, and I hate for you to do damage to yourself," she said. "We can't let them get hurt." "Do you think we can find all of them?" she asked. Trace didn't answer because Dayton and Katie were approaching. "I'm not sure they're aggressive," Katie said, "but big, scary-looking sea dragons can cause a reef trouble. We rely on exporting. We need to figure out how to protect these animals while keeping our businesses running. We can try to put them back, Trace said. They have an energy. I might be able to get them back in the tunnels and put the rocks back. Katie shook her head. I hate the idea of trapping something, but it seems they've lived under there for ages. Is it safe for you? We'll be careful, Echo said. We'll do that and then let you know how it went. Do we need to jump you home before we go? We need to stick around here a while, Dayton said. We'll spread the word that there's a rare animal outside our reef and try to stem any panic. I don't think they're aggressive, Trace said. He wondered where he had come up with that. He believed it. When the creatures had left their tunnels, he'd felt something he interpreted as fear. They didn't want to hurt him. They just didn't understand the change in their world. Quickly he and Echo jumped the skipper back into the water around the North Bay. Echo took navigation, and Trace put the reed paddle in his lap. Immediately he began a search, reaching through the ocean into the more populated waterways and then changing his search back toward the darker, quieter water around the reef, the water against the hidden chamber wall. I found them, he said, dropping the wind. I feel 4 of them, 4 of the smaller ones. Younger? I think they're lost and scared. Echo simply looked at him. Trace, these are animals. You know their ages? Their states of mind? This isn't normal. No, he said. Can we try something? Can you run a search and let me know what you feel from them? She did as asked, and when she dropped the wind, she shrugged. I feel 4 animals. They have no energy I can discern beyond the presence of an animal, just like every other animal. I can feel the size, but I can feel general size of anything I search. He laughed. So is it me? Is it the pulsing energy from the reef? Whatever it is, we need to find the adults. Maybe they went home, Echo said. Maybe we can help the younger ones back to them. I can jump the skipper closer to the tunnel if you want. Trace thought about this. He didn't want to frighten them more than they already were. He also didn't want them to get away and cause more trouble. He couldn't jump them straight into the tunnel from here because of the unknown rock in the path. Instead, this would take multiple precision jumps. It wouldn't help that they would likely start moving when he began the songs. He didn't want to hurt them. Let's start by looking for their parents, he said. Jump us to the tunnel entrance. Echo did as asked while he played stamina, and as soon as she dropped the wind, he picked it up with another search. As he'd hoped, he felt adult creatures inside. They were scared too, and he suspected the missing young ones were the cause of their distress. They're here. We need to get them back together. All of them are scared. We need to restore their home for them. Echo shook her head. Trace, this is noble, but these are animals. You feel... I'm worried. You're half hysterical. I feel them, he said. It's like their emotions are proportional to their size. They're upset. So upset. She nodded agreement and took the skipper back toward the bay. After a moment of thought, Trace mapped out the best route of jumps to get the creatures safely back home. I'll jump them out to here, he said. I'll jump all of us at once, so we'll have no unknown rock between us at any point. I won't fully bring them back before switching to the second jump. After that, we'll need to move rocks before they can leave. This many water jumps after you hurt yourself isn't a good idea, she said. Can I help? We don't want stamina this close to that unknown rock, he said. Get ready to move rock. I'll get them into the tunnel and then stop playing if you can move the rock to keep them inside. I can do that, she said. With the plan in place, Trace sent his focus to the 4 young creatures, gently wrapping his power around them. For a moment, their fear grew, but when he started the jump song, all of them settled. They went still, and their energy indicated to him that they'd relaxed. What about their heritage made them relax when in the hold of a focus? Where were these creatures from? What were they? He couldn't linger on questions. He needed to make this first jump quickly, and then the second required precision, both to protect the creatures from hitting the walls, as well as not brushing his focus against the rock. He could hurt all of them if he wasn't careful. Fortunately, the creatures remained docile. He shifted the second time the jump song played, bringing the skipper into the water and releasing it from the jump while keeping the creatures from reappearing. He put the location notes into the second song, feeling the warping in his focus as he pulled a little more energy than he had available, but he managed to keep his focus steady, and he released the creatures exactly where he meant for them to go. Instantly, the larger ones swam out of the tunnel toward the younger, twining and swimming in circles, clearly overjoyed to be together again. Without a backward glance, one of the larger ones started into the tunnels, and within moments they'd all swum out of range, disappearing from his senses. He opened his eyes, and Echo let the wind out of her panel. "You look tired," she said. "You hurt your focus." "Just a little." "They went home, Echo. Do you think we need to trap them?" She maneuvered the skipper toward the tunnel opening, where the overgrowth had fallen away to expose a wide, irregular hole. "I hate to trap them," she said, "but you're right about them getting hurt out here. I guess you didn't have trouble moving them?" "They stopped moving as soon as I latched onto them. I think they felt it. They calmed down, like they knew they were safe." "What did we find, Echo? Our job is to fix this reef, but I feel like we owe these animals something." "Right now, they're safest trapped in there," she said. "I think they'll stay. I think—" He closed his eyes and thought about a solution. They needed to be able to escape. What if something happened to this reef? Nothing should be trapped underneath. However, they needed to stay out of harm's way. "Give me stamina," he said. "Trace, you're tired. You're warped." "This won't take long. I can do it in less time than it would take me to explain it. I'll take Leichnick and go to bed when I'm finished. Please, Echo, we can keep them safe." She played the stamina song, and he carefully moved a few boulders, then jumped debris from the ocean floor into the hole. To get out, the creatures would have to swim around a few obstacles and push a few amounts of debris out of the way. He didn't think they would bother unless they felt danger, but if motivated, they could escape. At least, he hoped so. By the time he moved the last of the debris, he was drained, and he brushed his focus against the unknown rock, cringing at the pain. Worse, Echo seemed to feel it, wincing with him. He dropped the wind, and she stopped her stamina song. "It's done," he said. "Now for Leichnick and a long night of sleep as soon as we contact Katie." Echo nodded, her focus pounding strangely. She stood to leave the navigation pit, placing her hand on the wall as she did. And then her focus shifted again, a pattern he recognized, and Echo went down. Chapter 9. Echo's eyes shut, and she shifted and collapsed, hitting the floor hard. For a moment, Trace didn't move, his heart racing, and then he knelt at her side and pulled her into his lap. "Echo," he whispered. When he'd brushed the wall, her focus had been with him. He suspected this violent reaction had to do with pulsing. She would probably pulse now too. He easily lifted her off the floor and carried her to her room. When this had happened to him, days ago, she'd known what to do. She always knew what to do. As far as big sisters went, Echo was the best. Whatever dumb things he said or did, she always sided with him, took care of him, and supported him. Now the tables were turned, and he sat on the edge of the bed staring at her while trying not to throw up. She needed Leichnick. Her focus was warped, and it hurt his head and Leichnick was the first step. That was easy, and he filled an injector and gave her a large dose. Next, he needed to make sure she hadn't hurt herself in the fall, so he grabbed the medical scanner from the equipment area and ran it over her. She'd bumped her head, but she had no concussion. Physically, she seemed okay, except she wasn't awake. And the focal damage might account for that, although it wasn't an extreme amount of focal damage. So this had something to do with the rock. When someone who didn't resonate with the rock slammed into it, a lot of damage happened. It almost made sense. "Echo," he said, touching her hair and then covering her in a blanket. He pulled the blanket back and slipped her shoes off her feet, thinking that would be more comfortable. He knew how to play the healing song for her focus, but he wasn't good at it. Healing focal damage had always been his mother's job. He could play the tunes, of course, and he should be able to reduce some pain. However, only a few people, for reasons unknown, could use the songs to heal. Still, he could have practiced the basics. Instead, he'd always focused on more powerful songs. Arrogance again, he thought. He preferred being in the middle of the action, not on the edges, fixing anyone who got hurt. He was a jerk. He'd always been a jerk. Right now, he was all Echo had, so he slowly played the healing song, not putting much power behind it for fear he would hurt her. As he played, he also verified that yes, her focus gently pulsed with the same energy he'd found in people near the reef. In a couple randoms, she shifted, and he felt her waking up. She opened her eyes, blinked at the ceiling, and then looked at him. "What happened?" she asked. "No idea," he said. He shook his head. "I skimmed us off the edge of the rock, and it hurt you." "And you," she said. She reached up and touched his forehead, bringing back blood. He honestly hadn't felt a thing. "I'm fine," he said. "It's nothing. I didn't go down like a sack of Cranston root." She shook her head and winced. "Am I pulsing?" "You are," he said, "but your focus is also warped." "I'm sorry, Echo. I got tired, like you said, and I let you get hurt." "It's okay," she said. "I think I just want to sleep, though." "You should eat first." "No," she said, curling on her side. "Just sleep." And with that, she closed her eyes, almost instantly dozing off. He stared at her for a long time before retreating to the equipment room to look over scans. Unfortunately, he couldn't focus on scans. Instead, he found himself remembering, sliding back to the darkest day of his life. Chaos. That day had been chaos. He'd sung too much the day before, so he and Echo had been in their skipper while the rest of the family had done the diving. Rachel had overslept that morning, not unusual, so she and her dad had been late getting out there. Mom and Dad had already started to sync the initial checkpoints. Everything had seemed completely normal. Then Trace had noticed the problem in the reef, the inexplicable rise in temperature along with a rising gas level where there shouldn't have been gas at all. He jumped into the reef to run a scan, Echo running several from the ship, and he'd found the origin of the trouble. A small lake near the center of the reef had started spouting gas and steam. Instantly, he contacted the charterhead and called for the evacuation. The charterhead had balked, not believing one steaming lake would cause damage, so Trace had jumped back to the skipper, and he and Echo had monitored from there while also jumping the recharge packets along the check lines. He'd begged his family to stop the recharge, certain the gas leak was the sign of something big, something dangerous. Nobody had believed him. By the time the sensors picked up the fissure beneath the lake, it was too late. Evacuation had happened with panic and chaos. The Eldsinger citizens jumping people into vessels in the water, his own family dividing their time between singing songs to hold the rock in place and songs to jump huge vessels from from the nearest reefs to contain the population. Trace himself, stronger than anyone on the reef, had jumped dozens of skippers, filled with evacuees, out of the bays into the ocean, out of the wake of the impending implosion. Trace had known long before the end that his family had done too much. Most of them had jumped into the reef to hold back the stone. Echo had wanted to join them, but he'd asked her to stay and run stamina so he could evacuate the citizens. He and Echo had saved many souls that day, just like his family had, but they'd done it all from the safety of their skipper. Rachel had been the first to go down. He would never forget her final moments as her focus crumbled from overuse, and then her pain and fear and silence as she'd slid into unconsciousness. His mother had gone next, and then his uncle. Only his dad remained to hold back the ocean, and he wasn't enough. They'd never been enough. The plan had been to jump away when the last of the people had been evacuated, but it hadn't happened. Trace himself had jumped the last few hundred citizens into one final skipper before he had fallen too, pain roaring through his focus as it crumbled. Then he'd wakened up to find the reef gone. His family, gone. Echo remained, also in a reed coma. The charterhead had blamed him, claiming he underestimated the fisher, that his warning had been too late, too slow, the danger underestimated. Trace had known that for the lie it was, and yet he also agreed that he'd given up too soon. He'd known it was dangerous, but his anger at the charterhead for ignoring him had caused him not to push, not to fight for the reef like he should have fought. Echo had wakened a few hundred randoms after he had, and they'd grieved together. They'd gotten back into their vessel and left their home reef, now a pile of rubble, and not looked back. Echo, he whispered. How often in the past few months had he held her while she'd cried? How often had she tried to do the same for him, but found him too stubborn to accept her help? He didn't want to grieve or feel or despair. He didn't want to remember his family or his past. He didn't want to do anything except ride into the waters until something took him down. But this time, something had tried to take Echo down, and his heart ached unbearably in his chest. As long as Echo was in his life, he was vulnerable, able to feel unbearable pain. But he couldn't leave her. That would destroy her, and he knew it. If he was honest with himself, he knew it would destroy him too. But so would caring for her, caring for anyone. So he felt hopelessly trapped. And right now, he felt hopelessly trapped and fought an ache so deep in his heart, he could barely breathe through it. He hit the radio and made a call, thinking he couldn't sit here alone and wait for Echo. For the first time in a long time, he wished he had friends, some kind of connection in this world. Once that had been the case. In school on Bougainville, training at the Eldsinger Academy. Dayton, he said when he was connected to the reef's second-in-command. We ran into some trouble today. Echo was hurt. She'll be fine, but... But what, he thought. What was he calling for? What did he think Dayton could do for him? Do you want me to come out there? Dayton asked. Or do you need to jump her back to the reef? She's fine out here, Trace said. The reef physicians can't do anything for her. Yeah, if you could come here, maybe, he ran his hand over his face. He felt ridiculous. I'll bring the skipper to the North Bay just in case. And if you wanted to come, we could... Could what, he wondered. What kind of lie did he plan to use right now? Why was it so hard to say he was frightened and needed company? I'm happy to come. How was Echo hurt? How is she? I brushed her focus against the rock when I jumped us home. She's asleep. It's hard to wait alone, Dayton said, that one sentence summing up exactly why Trace wanted him here. Yes, Trace said. He swallowed. Thank you. I don't wait as well as I used to. In deference to his own warped focus, he took several tiny jumps to move the skipper to the docking bay, where he found Dayton waiting, a bag in hand, and ushered him inside. Food, Dayton said with a shrug. I hope that's okay. Trace smiled. Just the fact that he was no longer alone made things seem less bleak, and the aching in his chest retracted. Sure, Trace said. Dayton looked around. Can I see her? Trace led them into Echo's room. She was still asleep, her focus still damaged. He didn't like that part. The damage in her focus wasn't enough to keep her asleep. She should be awake, Trace said quietly. Dayton sat on the edge of the bed and raised his hand. It hovered over Echo's a moment before he dropped it. It's okay, Dayton. She likes you. Maybe your presence and your touch will reach her. Her focus isn't that damaged, but it's dim, tired. Both of us hit the stone, and I think it was worse for her because she's not resonating with whatever's in that reef like we are. What about the animals? Dayton asked. We got them home. I feel something from them. I'm interpreting them as emotions, but I don't know if that's true. We found 4 young ones hiding between the bay and their original tunnel, and to me they felt scared. The rest were back in the docking tunnel, or whatever that tunnel is. I jumped the little ones home, and I'm pretty sure they were all delighted to be together again. It was strangely emotional. I lightly blocked the entrance. They can get out if they try. I don't know if they'll try or not. We convinced everyone we were fortunate to have a rare but harmless type of deep-water eel around our reef, Dayton said. I think they'll be safer now if they come out, as long as they don't hurt anyone. Dayton's gaze shifted toward one of the canvases on the wall, and Trace watched the man walk toward it. Echo told me this was yours. It's impressive. Thank you, Trace said. It bothers you for me to notice this. Dayton sounded baffled. My mother forced us to put down our reed panels sometimes. She wanted us balanced. She knew. He closed his eyes. She knew I was going to be a strong singer, and I wanted to sing all the time. Dayton looked at the landscape and shook his head. So this reminds you of what you lost. Is this your home reef, then? It's not, but it reminds me of my mother, who posted my pages all over our house. She said I could fall back on my drawing if I ever tired of singing for a living. She knew I never would, and I don't think I'm especially talented. I wanted to take them down. I'd still like to take them down. I feel like that's another life. I think you're talented, Dayton said, but I understand how hard it might be to face memories after a loss. I've been charmed, I guess. So you stopped making art? I sketched something on your reef, the first thing I've sketched since the accident. I don't know if doing it made things better or worse. I don't know if Tormendu makes things better or worse. And maybe we don't need to talk about this. I'm sorry, Dayton said. No, it's not you. It's my cowardice, I guess. They stood in silence, and Trace felt Echo struggling to wake up. Finally, she opened her eyes. I'm awake, she said. I think. Wow, my head is killing me. What happened? Trace told her, and she frowned at him. Not your fault, she said quietly. Then whose fault is it? He asked. This is that phenomenon we call an accident, Dayton said firmly. And she's fine, and the animals are fine, and right now the reef is fine. So I think eating something would be a better use of our time than laying blame. Trace couldn't help but grin at that. Okay, I guess. Echo, you feel like moving, or do you want to eat in here? I can move, she said. She sat up, letting Dayton steady her, and she closed her eyes. Trace could feel the pain in her head and knew she wasn't being entirely honest about her ability to get up. "Okay, give me a moment, and then I'll move." "Let's just bring it in here," Dayton said. The man was taking charge, and once that would have driven Trace crazy, but he needed it. A little direction right now wouldn't hurt anything. Trace had made the right call bringing Dayton aboard. For 100 randoms, they ate and laughed, and Trace knew this was good. Friendship. Time spent with Dayton or Katie always felt like friendship. A little new and shallow, but it was a lot more than he'd had with anyone else lately except Echo, and for the past few cycles, she had wanted to strangle him as much as laugh with him. "I should go," Dayton said suddenly. He tilted his head. "I can feel it. In your focus, I can feel tremors. Is it pain? Fatigue? I can feel the foci of the focusingers around me, but I can't read anything. Your foci are so much stronger that I can feel things I didn't know were in a focus. Is that true? Do other foci feel like yours, only weaker versions?" "Yes," Echo said. "What you feel in ours, we can feel in everyone's." "It explains why you can't handle crowded reefs. I would go crazy if I could feel everyone like I could feel you." Trace raised his eyebrow, and Dayton ducked his head. "Sorry, that wasn't flattering, was it?" "It's okay," Echo said. "We know what you mean." She smiled, and Trace could feel that the motion had completely dazzled Dayton. The pulsing made the man harder to read, but with enough time, Trace would learn to read him as well as someone who didn't pulse. Trace wondered if he was harder to read now. He couldn't feel any change in Echo's focus at all without a read panel, so it must take time to feel slow and calm like Dayton. Maybe some of Dayton's problem was that he was truly a calm person. Maybe that was one thing Echo found attractive after living with an arrogant younger brother for so many years. "You don't have privacy," Dayton said quietly. "What bothers people more is that they don't have privacy from us," Echo said. "We lie to each other a lot. We let one another believe the words and not the focus. Words and focus don't always line up." "They rarely line up," Trace said. "Echo and I know each other well enough that we could sit here and read one another and not have to talk. But that's no good. Feeling a focus isn't like hearing words. It's not a conversation." Dayton nodded. "I think I understand. I never gave a thought to the complexities of the eldsinger life. I envied it." "A lot of people do," Echo said. "Or they hate us for it, thinking we have perks and privileges they don't have. And that's true, but there are downsides too." "Like in everyone's life," Dayton said. "You don't need to leave," Echo said. "We were going to run a few scans. You could stay and help with that." Trace tried to control his inner laughter at his sister's flirting, and she frowned at him. He steeled his features, glad Dayton couldn't read this silent focal argument they were having about him. "It's late," Trace said. Not to offend anyone, but because Dayton was right, and the tremors in Echo's focus bothered him. She needed more rest. As he said it, she narrowed her eyes at him, and he laughed. "However, we both bounced off the stone, and it will hurt to jump you home, so you should stay. In the guest room." Echo groaned and put her face in her hands. "Trace, I'm not 12. Dayton isn't 12. Dayton laughed, his eyes alight. He was thoroughly enjoying his evening, which warmed Trace more than he expected. Chapter 10. "Dayton called it," Echo said as she looked at the sensors. "The unknown rock only extends 2/3 up the side of the reef wall. Up here we're clear. However, I'm still not able to read much. Sensors aren't working quite right. I'm getting basic readings, cold temps, oxygen, atmosphere. More Stethka than expected. Less light." "Light and Stethka," Trace said. "So we're talking a viable reef, terraformed to sustain life." "Looks that way, but the sensors don't penetrate more than a few inches. I don't understand it. "Let me try a search," Trace said. Everyone tensed as he sent his focus through. The search didn't hurt, but everything felt warped and twisted, and he dropped the wind in confusion. He hoped the drone would give them more information. "Is something wrong?" Echo asked. "What happened?" "I can get through without pain, but I'm not sure what I sensed in there. It's all twisted and warped." "Time for the drone?" "Yes," Echo said, "but you're jumping it in blind. Can you do that?" "I can try," he said. "For this first pass, I'll just get it past the wall. I'll give it a few randoms to take readings and bring it back." He played the song to jump it through the wall, and exactly 3 randoms later, he brought it back. It should have sent data back the entire time, but nothing came through, although Echo could upload the readings when it returned. "So, something in there distorts both your search and the data stream," Dayton said. "What do the scans say, Echo?" "Just what we already knew. Considering we were getting warm temps from the wall, I'm getting cold temps from this scan. Remarkably cold." "That makes sense," Trace said. "Not the warm temps, but the cold. Look at this." He had discovered ice on the drone's rotor, along with a fine brown powder. He took some of the powder back to the equipment area and set it under a scan before returning for another pass with the drone. When he returned, they'd prepared the drone for another flight. "I worry about the ice," he said. "What if the rotors freeze?" "Maybe it's warmer further down," Dayton said. "You checked temperatures low in the wall. Are reefs normally colder up high?" "No," Trace said. "They get hotter the higher you get. Stethka particles react with the light and heat of the fluid on the ceiling and transfer that heat and light, diffusing it through the reef. But it's not a perfect process. It's always hotter up high. I wonder if the powder in the air plays a role. Of course, we're 1/3 of the way down, not getting readings from the highest locations." "Let's just keep looking," Echo said impatiently. She liked to act, not talk about acting. "Send another. We need to get to the ground. If I play stamina, can you get it close enough? Maybe all the way? We need answers." "We can try," he said again. "That's all I can promise. I'm doing this blind, Echo. Even I have limits." He hadn't meant to snap at her, but he didn't like this. She expected him to find answers. Everyone always expected him to have answers, and often he did. But then on Bougainville, he hadn't had an answer, and people had died, and he'd been blamed because people thought Trace Odell always had answers. "Trace," she said gently, "I didn't mean anything." "You expect me to figure this out. I don't always figure things out. Sometimes I find problems and can't come up with solutions, just like every other person in the world." She looked baffled. "What's that supposed to mean? Why are you upset?" "Everyone thought I would solve the problem on Bougainville. I was arrogant and let people think there was nothing I couldn't do. They wouldn't have blamed me if I hadn't been such an arrogant idiot. Now I know better. There are a whole lot of things I can't do, and I'm ready to be honest about that." She frowned and took a step toward him, and he took a step back. He didn't want a hug or a sympathetic look, especially with Dayton looking on. He just wanted to go back in time and not fail. But since that couldn't happen, he wanted to run more tests on this reef. "I'm sorry we put so much pressure on you," she said quietly. "Well, I asked for it. Can we run more scans now?" "Sure." She took a deep breath and stepped back. "Try a little lower, straight below the original spot." Trace sent the drone again, giving it another 3 randoms before bringing it back. He'd sent it about halfway to the floor, hoping it could take photos from that point. When he jumped it back, Echo and Dayton began the second round of data analysis. Trace looked over the drone, finding ice again, but less powder this time. So maybe the powder was limited to the higher altitudes. Perhaps it bonded with the Stethka, which would also be denser at the higher altitudes. Was the powder affecting how the Stethka worked? Was it part of the reason the light and heat weren't as strong here as in a colonized reef? Maybe it was absorbing instead of diffusing. With that thought, Trace aimed a scan at the reef roof, embarrassed not to have done that before. When the computer kicked out a baffled non-answer to the question of what was lighting this reef, he wasn't surprised. "We missed something," he said to Echo. He laughed. "We missed something huge. I guess because we were afraid of the stone? We never looked at the fluid layer over this section of the reef. It's not zygotic. There's fluid here, and it's heating and lighting and seems to need stheka, so it works like zygotic, but it's not. The computer can't tell me what it is, but something unknown is heating and lighting this half." "A different fluid explains a different concentration of stheka," Echo said. "Wait, so we have another fluid that can heat and light a reef? You know this absolutely has to be other realm." "We've known that the whole time," Trace said. "What do we do now?" "Sensors don't reach far. We still can't get good photos without going closer. I don't know what's warping the sensors, but the data isn't completely reliable. I think we've got warmer temps down there, but it's not very light. I'm not sure anything can live or grow in that much light." "So maybe it's night," Dayton said. "Maybe they're on a different cycle, since they're lit with a different fluid." Echo pushed several buttons and then turned and sat down at Trace's side, gingerly touching the rotors, which were again icy and coated with a pale brown dust. "Stone," she said. "I guess. Less than before, so it's being raised to the highest levels of the reef, and then there's less of it in the air below. I'm getting the same readings otherwise: temperature, oxygen, light. But stone flakes in the air are warping both sensor data and your searches." "I wonder about the fluid in the ceiling. It bothers me to deal with chemicals our sensors don't recognize. How do we recharge a sun when we're dealing with chemicals we don't recognize?" "We might get other experts out here to look at it," she said. "Maybe someone out there knows something we don't know. I wish that docking bay was viable. This would be so much easier with a bay." "I'm not sure it's a bay," he said. "We found nothing indicating a bay except that it was once a hole in the wall. Bays have smooth walls lined with resins or metals. This was rock." "For what purpose? It didn't look natural." He shrugged. "I don't know. Or it could have been a temporary bay. Maybe someone looked inside and decided it didn't have what they wanted, so they abandoned it. Remember, we're getting warm temps from somewhere. So the tunnel might be older than the rest of the reef. Wait, Trace, if the OPD didn't place the zygotic fluid over the whole reef ceiling?" "They knew," he said. "When this was terraformed, the OPD knew one side was separate. They purposely terraformed one side and not the other." "And they left no notes about it," Echo said. "I hate when OPDs don't keep records." "This doesn't explain the temperatures. We have ice up here and warm temperatures lower down against the wall," Trace said. "That's not how sun fluid works. And the stheka concentration seems steady, so it's not a problem there." Echo laughed and ran her hand through her hair. "We're not getting anywhere. This data is supposed to help us. Let's try lower. Can you do it?" "I need stamina to go lower," he said. "I think we're about halfway down at this point. I'm not sure I can get to the ground even with stamina. We're talking 2/3 of a reef here." "Right," she said. "Because it's smaller, I forget that it wouldn't be shallower. And small is relative. Let me reset everything, and then we'll go lower. I wish it could get data through the atmosphere so we could just drive it around and see the ground." Which was how this would normally go. Trace would send the drone through the reef wall, and then Echo would maneuver it anywhere they wanted it to go, collecting samples, photos, and data readings until Trace jumped it back. But to send it into a reef blind was a very different thing. They sent it lower and brought it back, this time with a few dim photos showing the reef floor, appearing mostly to be shadows. Except, Echo said thoughtfully, Dayton at her side, are we seeing trees? Mountains? Is it big enough to have mountains? And why does it have mountains? Creating mountains in a reef would take massive resources. Trace looked at the image and then played with the sensor controls, trying to find some way to make the dark, grainy image look like something familiar. He walked to the equipment bay in the navigation area and read from some of those sensors. Echo followed. Echo, I think it's water. Too cold for water, she said. Ice? But solid ice? Like a frozen sea? Trace asked. No, that makes no sense. Or does it? She laughed. None of this makes sense. Was that as far as you could take it? I can't go lower without more stamina. What about Dayton? If he played stamina, would that help? Not much, but sure, Trace said. And it's an excuse to get him involved, keep him interested? She reddened in embarrassment, and he put his hand on her arm. Echo, it's okay. To be attracted, to find a life out here. He took a deep breath. I'm not practicing what I preach, I know, but if you fall in love or want a family, I'm not going to stop you. Except you'll leave and never come back, she said quietly. No, I won't do that to you. I promise. It's a promise you'll break, she said. I know you mean your words, Trace, but I feel it in your focus. A restless, hopeless something I can't explain. I feel like you'll disappear if I let go. He had no idea what to say to this. He couldn't feel his focus. He didn't know what she felt, but he didn't think he was lying to her. At the same time, the thought of her finding a reef and settling left him empty. What would he do? Would he settle too? Doing what? He was an eldsinger, so people thought he could do anything. And the truth was, he was a strong singer with a quick mind, and likely he could do anything he set his mind to. But he had no idea what that thing might be. Nothing about a reef appealed to him at this moment, but everything about them appealed to Echo. If she and Dayton became something, and that seemed to be happening, she would stay here. Dayton had a life here, and it would be easier for her to fit into his life than for him to give up his reef and fit into hers. Trace, she said quietly, that's it. Whatever you're thinking and feeling right now, that's what makes me think you won't stay with me if I stop. Maybe I'll find a life that can be lived on the water, like our family did, like Rachel and her dad. He shook his head, wanting this conversation to end. If Dayton can give us stamina, I'm willing to try again. Maybe I can get to the ground and run an actual search song. Really? She asked. We're talking a long, long way down, and it can't be safe to send one of us in there. Yeah, he said. I'm willing to try sending the drone lower. You think you'll find something? She asked. Her eyes widened. People. You think you'll find people? What else could you find down there? Not people, he said. I would be shocked to find people down there. But we might get a bounce off old buildings or vehicles, maybe get an idea of the topography. I want to know if this reef was designed for mining or if a colony lived here. Echo asked Trace to teach Dayton the song, and the man quickly picked it up. Within 100 randoms, they were ready to send the drone again. When Dayton started the stamina song, Trace was surprised by how much strength the man gave him. Okay, he said, looking over the sensors. He knew where he'd sent the drone the first times, just how far down he'd sent it, and he knew how far he hoped to send it this time, stretching to his farthest limits, if not beyond. He needed answers. Closing his eyes, he wrapped his focus around the drone and played the song to send it away, careful about positioning, since he'd have to bring it back blind. Did it work? Dayton asked when they dropped the wind. Was I strong enough to make a difference? You were, Trace said. Thanks. I was surprised at how much strength came through. Dayton looked pleased by the compliment, and Trace had to smile. Dayton wasn't an eldsinger groupie, but he did like to be helpful, clearly not sure of his place here with two strong singers. When 5 randoms had passed, Trace blindly grabbed the place where he dropped the drone. He couldn't feel it, but he latched onto the location and sang the song to bring anything in that spot back. When he did, he felt a lurching in his focus, along with a twinge in his head. He added more power to the jump, shifting from distance to pure strength, since whatever he'd grabbed pulled back more than he expected. He felt Dayton and Echo shift too, their songs trembling with the extra power he pulled from them. "Oh," Dayton said quietly when the flash died. The floor of the deck was now covered in ice and water and mud. The drone was on top, smashed. "Wait," Echo said. She shook her head. "Trace, you're okay?" "I had no idea I was bringing back so much mass, and I didn't allocate enough strength. My head's a little sore. You two?" "Fine," she said, looking to Dayton. "You?" "I feel okay. I could tell when you started to draw more power. I wish I had more to give you." "You did fine," Trace said. "This shouldn't have happened, except the floor is higher than we thought. I assumed this side of the reef was as deep as your side, but that isn't true. I slammed the drone into the floor." "Looks like you hit water," she said, looking at the mess. She laughed. "I should make you clean this up. You want a dose of Leichnick?" "Please," he said. He moved into the mess and shoved the drone with his foot. Then motion caught his eye, and he backed up and squatted down to see. A small fish had come up with the water, and he felt bad about that. It wouldn't last long on the deck. "Here," Echo said, and she quickly grabbed a bowl and jumped some of the ice water into it, then followed with the fish, who slowly swam in the bowl, looking confused. "You're such a soft touch sometimes," she said. Trace shrugged. That was true. He wasn't always kind to people, but he loved animals. Their nomadic lifestyle didn't let them keep any, but living on the reef, they'd always had pets. "I don't recognize it," Dayton said, watching the fish swim. "You got some plants, too. There's a lot here to analyze." "I wanted photos," Trace said. "I didn't mean to destroy a drone." "Where did you jump it?" Echo asked, standing at the control panel. "We can determine how far down the surface is." He stood and marked the jump site on the sensor. Watching Dayton collect stones and plants and even mud from the floor, placing the samples in the bags Echo had provided. His focus was filled with pride and excitement, so much that even the gentle pulsing in his focus couldn't drown it. "You want to try another drone?" Echo asked. "We can get your photos." "Yeah," he said. "I'd like that." "You okay?" she asked, stopping and looking into his eyes. "I don't feel like you did much focal damage, but that doesn't always mean anything." "No, I'm fine." He watched Dayton. "I don't usually link up with focus singers." I was surprised. "I really am an arrogant snob, aren't I?" "No," she said. "You just happen to work with a team of eldsingers. Don't be so hard on yourself." "First you tell me I'm arrogant, and now you want me to go gentle. You make no sense." "I think the one who makes no sense is you," she said, her eyes sparkling. "We did good, Trace. There's a lot here to help us. Fish. And a quick scan says freshwater fish. Plants that I don't immediately recognize, but we've never seen fish or plants of any sort in an empty reef, so this is definitely terraformed. And the floor is much higher than it should be. This rock that isn't from around here, it looks like someone jumped it in, like they placed a section of dirt and stone into the reef. But who might have that kind of power? Can you imagine what it would take to move a whole chunk of a planet that way?" Trace laughed. "More questions. So help me, I'm afraid to take any more data. Our heads will explode with all the questions." "Why don't we run a penetrating scan from the other side of Tormandu?" Echo asked. "Maybe some of this fluid is leaking onto the other side, which might account for them not needing a recharge until now. It might also account for the dimness and the ice here. I can't believe someone meant for a reef to be so cold." "Sure," he said. "I want to send another drone, but maybe in 100 randoms or so. Give me a chance to settle my focus." "So it does hurt?" "Not much, but I've been experiencing focal pain almost constantly since we got here. Maybe a little wisdom is in order." She laughed and kissed his cheek. "Aw, my little brother is growing up." Echo maneuvered the skipper and then jumped it so it hovered above the Tormandu side of the reef. With Dayton's help, she set the parameters of a penetrating scan of the stone around the reef, and Trace sat back and watched. His head didn't hurt badly, but he hadn't lied about being tired of pain, even minor pain. It made his thinking fuzzy, as did the Leichnick, and he felt like he needed all his wits around him to figure out the mysteries of this reef. He hadn't forgotten the end goal here. They needed to safely recharge Tormandu. Once again, the fate of an entire reef rested on them, and this time he didn't intend to fail. "Yes," Echo said with a chuckle as she and Dayton huddled over the sensor. Trace liked the relaxed joy in her focus when the Tormandu second-in-command was here. He didn't remember her ever reacting to a man like this before. While yes, it scared him to think of her leaving, he wasn't such a monster that he could wish for her not to have such joy. There it is, faint. It's in the stone, but it's such a small amount that it's barely visible, even up close. "But," Dayton said, looking over all the data again, "is it in our fluid? I mean, is our fluid different? And if so, wouldn't that spread this fluid evenly through the stone?" Trace grinned. "Ah, what most people don't understand is how fluid works in stone. That's why you pay people like us to come and work on it for you. Fluid is placed at regular intervals throughout the roof and some of the walls of a reef because it doesn't travel very far. It moves in relation to the ocean tides. That's what gives you day and night. But it isn't one giant sea of fluid beneath the stone. How far it travels has a lot to do with what's ever mixed with the biscore. Biscore is never the only stone in a reef. It's always mixed with something. Tormandu is largely biscore and hanshin, which is dense. It will take more work to recharge your sun than, say, a reef that's biscore and rockland." Dayton shook his head and laughed. "I knew none of that. How did I know none of that? I thought it was just pumped into the stone and then spread everywhere." "Which it seems this fluid does," Echo said. "It's okay. The exact science of zygotic suns isn't usually taught in school. We learned because it was the family business. Trace, I think that's what's different here. It permeates the rock slowly, but it does move. Hanshin slows it down, but doesn't stop it. It might explain why that half of the reef is so cold. Their sun has slowly been leaking to the other side, mixing with the zygotic fluid. It takes years, but eventually it will run evenly throughout." Dayton's focus changed, and Trace sat forward to see what had the man so excited and awed. With his eyes wide, he lifted something from the melting mess on the floor. "What?" Echo asked. "Your focus says it's important." "Look," he said, and he held out something small Trace couldn't easily see. Echo moved closer, and she laughed. "Well," she said, "Trace, you're going to love this. Look." She took whatever it was from his hand and dangled it in front of Trace, who took it in his fingers, amazed. "A fish hook," he said, as though they couldn't figure that out on their own. "So at one point, people were down there." She took the hook back and walked it to the scanning equipment. As the scan ran, her focus began to shift. More joy. This he understood. This was the joy of discovery, of making sense of the world. Trace was smart. That wasn't vanity, just fact. But Echo loved to discover. To her, making sense of the world was vital, and the scanner had just put another piece into her mental puzzle, filling in a hole. "It's not old," she said. "The line is organic, not something created. It wouldn't last more than a few cycles. Maybe the extreme cold and ice would make it last longer, but not long. There might still be people down there. The empty half of your reef, Dayton, might not be empty at all." "You mean we've been living with people alongside us all this time, and we didn't know? How is that even possible?" "How would you know?" Trace asked. "They have no docks, no way out. They're trapped in there. You've been living with trapped sea monsters and trapped people. And if we're right about their fluid situation, their world is getting colder and darker," Echo said. She sat down. "Trace, you know what this means." He raised his eyebrow. It meant a lot of things, and he didn't know which thing she might mean. "It means the Odells are about to go back into the rescue business." He cringed. Yes, that was likely what it meant, and just thinking about it made him sick to his stomach. "We certainly can't do it yet," he said. "I destroyed that drone because I don't know exactly where the ground is. We haven't figured out how to sense through the stone, and we're too far to do anything from up here. We have to be careful, because right now, we can't get to them safely." "It's okay," Dayton said. He was now looking over Echo's panels of data. "We have time. Some surface people live whole lives in locations colder than this. But yes, something will have to happen in the next 10 years or so." "Except it's getting darker," Echo said. "On the surface, they still have light. This reef is losing light as well as heat. We have time, I agree, but maybe not a decade. Trace, we need answers, but we have time to do this wisely." He closed his eyes, feeling her fear for him, her concern and pity. She knew how much rescue scared him, how close the Bougainville disaster was in his mind, how he couldn't seem to move away from it. And now 2 complete people groups needed their help, and he had no idea how to help either one. He didn't know how to reach the people in the reef, and he didn't know how to recharge the sun with the other fluid in the mix. All of it felt completely overwhelming and impossible. "I can't quite comprehend this," Dayton said, looking at the fish swimming in its bowl. "People have been living in our reef, just 1 stone wall away, for my entire life. And yet we had no idea. Trace suggested we were stupid not to realize the reef wasn't what it seemed. I admit, right now, I feel stupid." "How could you possibly know?" Echo asked. "Why would you ever suspect such a thing? Trace, we need a singer who writes songs. We need to get in there, and I think that's our best shot. I know this isn't easy, but..." "No," he agreed. "You're right. We've come to the end of what we can do. It's time to go for help." Echo smiled, her focus relaxing. He realized he'd said what she needed to hear. He only hoped it was that easy. Chapter 11. Trace hadn't slept well, and he was now wide awake, hundreds of randoms before morning. Hating to lie in bed, he moved to the living area and smiled at the fishbowl on the table in front of the sofa. It looked like an ordinary fish, not something whose origins might be another realm. Unlike the sea monsters, he felt nothing from the fish but a static living energy, the kind he felt from all other animals. After 2 randoms of watching the fish swim, he returned to his room and pulled out a new sketchbook. Maybe if he didn't use a book filled with painful memories, he could quench this need to draw without gutting himself in the process. He started with the fish, which didn't look like something from another realm. Still, it tickled him to know he might be the first person on Portomare to create an image of this fish. Once he drew it to his satisfaction, he drew one of the eels, the long, sinewy body with strange glowing tentacles. He thought he captured its wide eyes and flat mouth. And again, this almost had to be other realm. Katie said she'd searched several databases and couldn't find it. His dad would love the discoveries. So would his uncle Alexander, his dad's brother. Rachel wouldn't care. She was a teenager, not sure she wanted to be in the family business. She wanted friends, someone to talk about boys with her, someone interested in gossip and not village repairs and sun recharges. Closing his eyes, he let the moment pass. Was it wrong to keep the truth about Rachel to himself? If Trace told Echo, she would ache just like he ached. No, he couldn't do that to her. His mother would love that he could feel with the creatures, that he'd rescued some of the offspring. "I don't know if I can do this, Echo," he whispered, touching the little tentacles he'd drawn. "I used to love this. I used to love reefs. Now I love dangerous mysteries. I'm not sure this is forward motion. I don't like this guy I've turned into, and I know he drives you crazy, but I don't know how to banish him." Dropping the notebook on the sofa, he wandered to the deck and looked at Echo's data and notes. He smiled at the organization. Echo was always organized. Trace knew he was smart, but he wasn't neat. His thoughts were seldom neat either, connections coming wildly and randomly. Echo had always helped him sort his thoughts so they made sense. Together, they made a good team. Which made him think of Dayton, a man who could disrupt that team. But it would happen eventually. Echo was beautiful and kind, and she deserved a man who loved her. He couldn't ever get in the way of that. And him? He'd considered having a family, but he never fit. Too arrogant, too strong, too smart. No, he would continue what he and his family had begun, roaming the waters to aid those in need. And if Echo found the life she wanted, the life she deserved, he would do it alone. Echo planned to look for a singer with a talent for writing songs, to help here on Tormandu, and as Trace looked at her notes about that, a wash of arrogance hit, something from his old self. He wasn't naturally talented at creating songs. The notes didn't flow into his head without thought the way they did for some. But he had been taught how to build a song. He'd been taught how to test them, how to structure them. He didn't have a natural talent for writing, but he did have a natural talent for thinking. If he set his mind to it, he could create a song to get through the rock. This would require trial and error, so he pulled a small dark rock panel from the supply room and snagged a few of the unknown stones from one of the bags Dayton had filled. Then he jumped the skipper lower on the reef, so it hovered outside an area somewhat level with the floor of the reef. He hoped he was above the floor and not below it, but to be safe, he raised the skipper. Better too high than too low. With this done, he settled himself in the most comfortable chair in the ship and placed the panel in his lap. This would take time. On a whim, he gave himself a shot of Leichnick, because trial and error in this situation might mean a few scrapes off the rock, and he needed to head off pain and damage. He was smart, but he also knew this wouldn't go quickly. He needed to be able to work for hundreds of randoms in peace, and fortunately, he had time before Echo would find him. She would disapprove. Right now, his goal was a simple search song. He knew the normal search song, and he knew the search song variation to play through Dark Rock. He played both of those, hearing the difference, trying to determine what each note in the song accomplished. When he decided he knew the exact note denoting the Dark Rock, he played with other notes to see if any would penetrate the unknown stone. By aiming his focus at such small chunks of rock, he thought he could reduce any damage to himself if he failed. But even a gentle touch of a tiny piece painfully scraped his focus. He opened his eyes and put his hand to his forehead. No physical damage yet, and the focal was little enough that the Leichnick would fix it. But that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Having his endeavors hurt made him angry. He played around with more combinations, finally hitting a few that caused physical injury, and he wiped a trickle of blood off his forehead, each failure sparking more anger, more determination, and a little more recklessness. He could do this. He'd been called the strongest singer of the realm a time or two in school, and it was time to prove it. People were counting on him, and it was time he successfully saved someone. He would save their home. Both the other realmers and the Tormendu would end up with safe, warm, bright, viable homes, whatever the cost. He took a deep breath and reined in the thoughts. Echo didn't need him to die over this. He'd hurt his sister enough with his brooding and his moodiness. He counted on her to pave the way when dealing with people and to support him when he went astray. It was time to give something back to her, back to the world. It was time for the little brother to grow up and make things right. He had to settle himself and think logically here. After a few more attempts, he knew what he had wrong. He needed to approach the rock slowly. This had to do with speed and the angle at which he hit. In his late teens, he'd spent 3 cycles wandering, learning a few forbidden songs from old reclusive singers. Some of them caused physical injury to an enemy, and one in particular punched through a small area with a strong jolt of power. For his next try, he used notes from that song. His focus touched the rock gently and then tore through. Even better, it didn't hurt, and he felt something on the other side of the tiny chunk of stone. "Well," he muttered, holding the little rock in his hand, "this is all well and good with a tiny scrap of you. Now let's see what happens if I take it to a whole sheet of you." This was where it could get dangerous, and he stared at the sensors a long time. The rock wasn't thick here. He had to push his focus through a normal reef wall, punch through a narrow band of the other stone, and then search the other side. He doubted his search would go far, not with the power required to punch through, but it would be something. Enough to jump through at some point? He didn't know. He wasn't there yet. But definitely enough to feel something, to know if he was on the right track or not. He debated waking Echo and asking her to sit in on this. She would be hurt if he made this discovery without her. But she had also gone to bed with a warped focus, and she needed sleep. Nothing healed eldsingers like sleep. If he woke her to watch him fail, she wouldn't thank him. But if he got hurt doing this alone, she also wouldn't thank him. He played the new search song again, making sure he knew the notes, although if he did have an extra singing talent, it would be the ability to remember a song. Rarely did he have to hear a song twice to remember it. He played it perfectly 3 times, and then he took a very deep breath and told himself he would simply play toward the reef. The goal wasn't to penetrate the rock with the search. No, he would touch it, just skim it, and see what happened. Nothing happened. He skimmed it without pain, without resistance, so he played the song again, this time penetrating less than a quarter of the full thickness of the rock. Again, nothing bad happened. His focus moved easily and painlessly through the stone, and he brought it back and waited. No apparent warping, no delayed reactions. He felt completely fine. With renewed confidence, more than he'd felt since the Bougainville disaster, he started the song again, this time planning to send his focus clear through the rock and search as far as he could search. He'd developed a new song, and he'd done it quickly. He might have found part of the solution to a problem, something he hadn't done in a long time. With a grin, he let the notes play. After he breached the stone barrier, he could move more quickly, and he sent his focus far, hoping to feel something alive or something to give him a clue where he might find people. What he encountered surprised him, because it felt like water. He shifted to move his perception above it, and it had a strange drag. Ice? Yes, he'd brought up ice, so this must be what it felt like to search through ice, which was rare in his world. Reefs never had cold weather, and villas were too far below the surface to experience it. He knew ice existed naturally on the surface, but he'd never seen it. And yet now he skimmed over it, surprised at how large this sheet of ice was. He turned to scan the other direction, and the drag became different. He thought he'd found the edge of a lake or river, simple plants and rocks along the shore. He swept past it, moving quickly this time to get a big picture of the surroundings, and then he shot back toward the ice, surprised when he felt something heavy and likely man-made. A house, maybe. A boat? Something was near the edge, but lodged in the ice. With a passing thought of privacy, he sent his focus into the house, feeling a single person, a non-singer. An other-realm non-singer who felt nothing like any person he'd felt before in this world. So the fishhook told a true story, and this cold, dim reef housed people. He skimmed back along the edge, shifting from the ice to the land, exhilarated by the motion, and that's when it all fell apart. He felt an active focus, and then another, and like the dormant focus, these weren't like any he'd felt before. He lingered, knowing these were singers of a sort, but not exactly like him. Their foci were active, pulsing with life and energy, faster energy than foci from Portomare. One was stronger than the other, and the strong one shifted, emitting an unusual energy. When that energy touched his focus, his head ached. He felt like someone had dropped a house on him, pain crushing into his skull. He lost track of the notes, frantically reacting without thinking. He wasn't even sure what he played, but the result was that he stopped hurting, the world going dark and quiet around him. Chapter 12. Gianni put his hand on Trace's arm, closing his eyes. Something is strange about him. I felt something, and I feel it now too. Something coming from him. He made my head hurt. Do you think he's dangerous? I asked. Gianni looked at the man and placed a hand on his chest, his brow furrowed. No, but I think he's in danger. Something isn't right. He's bleeding. I leaned forward to see, and the man's head was bleeding. His nose also bled, and he was shaking. Maybe from the cold, maybe from something else. He wasn't conscious, and as Gianni moved his arms and prepared to lift him, the man looked like he had no plans to regain consciousness any time soon. He was solidly out. Can you carry him? I asked. We need to get him off the ice before he freezes. I know you're strong enough, but it's slick. We can stick to the land, Gianni said. He's not Fleota. Too big for Fleota. That and the fact that he just appeared in a flash. That's not normal for Fleota either, I said. Gianni laughed. True. It's not common for Scavari either. He must be real, because he's heavy. Where are we taking him? I asked. Your Ispatur, Gianni said. He stopped walking. Is that okay? I should have asked. I figured it was out of the way, and I'm not sure we want anyone to know he's here. Not until we have answers. So you do think he's dangerous? Gianni shook his head. No, I felt something. Surprise? Fear? It wasn't malevolent. I feel like he didn't come to hurt us. He's not dressed right to be here, I said. His poor feet. Yes, Gianni said. This is something very strange and wrong. I'll stay with you until we know he won't hurt you. I hadn't thought about him bringing danger to my home, mostly because this situation was so unknown. I didn't know what thoughts to have. Gianni had been the first stranger ever to enter my home. Everyone else I'd known all my life. Now there was another, and this one was much, much stranger than Gianni. I should have felt fear, I supposed, but instead I wanted answers. Since I'd met Gianni, I'd felt something from him, something deeper than I felt around others. I thought it had to do with friendship. This man felt similar. Something about both Gianni and Trace felt strange, even powerful. I wanted to understand why. Trace shifted and moaned, and Gianni paused and looked into his face. I don't like the blood, he said, and he's shaking harder. We need to hurry. I knew he said it more to himself than me, because I was following his pace. He did speed up, and soon I opened the door to the ispatur and let us in. Amma, sitting beneath a pile of blankets in her favorite chair, simply stared at us. "Who is it?" she asked. "What happened?" Then she leaned forward, and her eyes widened. I assumed she'd realized this man wasn't Fleota, and his coloring wasn't Scavari, and that made him completely unknown. I could imagine how much worse her shock would be when we told her he'd arrived in a flash of light. "Where can I put him?" Gianni asked, his voice wheezing. The man was not small, and I was sure carrying him was getting difficult. "Here," I said, straightening my own mat and blankets, which I'd left next to the Height Scava pit. Gianni lay Trace down, and I covered him in a blanket. Because he was shaking so hard, I added another. "He's bleeding," Gianni said. He sat back on his heels and looked at the man. "And shaking. Is that cold? I feel like it's more than cold." "Warm tea will help," Amma said, and she pushed the blankets off her lap and went to the small kitchen to make tea. I placed my hand on Trace's head, noting his damp hair. I wasn't sure if he'd gotten wet on the ice or if he was sweating. Neither seemed possible in the cold. "Yes," Gianni said, "we need to help him, but I don't even know what's wrong." Gianni's panic surprised me. I tucked the blanket around Trace's shoulders and then went for the first aid supplies. We needed to clean his head and check for other injury. He'd come in a flash, but I thought I'd heard a thump, so maybe he'd fallen. If so, we needed to make sure he wasn't suffering broken bones. "Amma, add Skrylos to the tea," I said, hoping we could ease both pain and fear that might plague him. "I don't know what that is," Gianni said. "It's an herb we use to calm pain and nerves," I said. "I figure he might experience both when he wakes up." "I hope he wakes up," Gianni said. He shifted his weight and simply sat on the floor, placing his hand on Trace's arm and closing his eyes. "Can you still feel it? Something?" "Yes, a variation on something I feel from you, too," I said. "Wait," Gianni said. "I feel something from you, too, but I thought it was attraction? I didn't know. I liked how it felt." "I thought it was friendship," I said, not sure what to do with the idea that G would feel attraction for me. To change the subject, I leaned forward and studied the man. Trace. What a strange name. He was pale like me. In fact, a Scavari might look at him and think he was Fleota. The only reason I knew he wasn't was that I knew every Fleota in Montefallo, and this man wasn't one of them. He had light hair, and while he was wider than most Fleota, well-muscled, his face was shaped like ours, not as angular as the Scavari. A long gash on his forehead bled into his hair and now his eyes, and I grabbed a rag from the scrap bag and held it over the injury. This elicited a shift and a groan from him, which I took to be a good sign. He was coming out of his unconsciousness. "What?" Trace hissed quietly. He whimpered once, one hand going to his head, and Gianni carefully intercepted the hand before the man could touch the injury. "Easy," Gianni said. "We've got you, Trace. It will be okay. Just rest easy." With another whimper, he settled, and I suspected he'd slid back into unconsciousness. Gianni leaned back and stared at him. "There is not one good explanation for this man," he said, his eyes wide. "I can't think of anything that might bring a stranger to Montefallo in a flash of light." "A flash of light?" Amma asked. She stared at us from the small kitchen area, her eyes as wide as Gianni's. "He came in a flash of light?" "Does that mean something to you?" I asked. "No," Amma said quickly. I wasn't sure I believed her. "So he's not Scavari?" "No," Gianni said. "He looks more Fleota." "He's not Fleota," I said. "At least he's not one of ours." "So he's not from the mountain," Gianni said. He shrugged. "Of course he's not from the mountain. We generally don't travel in flashes of light." and if we did, we'd know to wear warmer clothes and shoes. Trace was still shivering, so I grabbed a pair of thick socks for his icy toes and placed yet another blanket over him. Like Gianni, I wasn't convinced the shivering had to do with cold, but it made me feel better to try to help him, even if I was doing it wrong. "I don't know what to do now," Gianni said quietly. "I'm not good at waiting, and I hate mysteries." I had to smile at his admission. "I'd say I'm the same," I said. I leaned forward and touched the skin near Trace's gash. "This might need stitched." "Can you do that?" Gianni asked. "It's not something I've ever done." "Amma can do it," I said. "She stitches very well. The tea will calm him for that, too, except he can't drink it while he's asleep." "I think he'll hurt when he wakes up," Gianni said, touching a bruise on Trace's cheek. "We should look for other injuries. I'll do that." He gave me a look, and I turned around while Gianni lifted the man's shirt and poked and prodded. I heard a stifled groan, and then Gianni told me I could turn back. "What did you find?" "Bruise on his hip. I don't recognize this clothing. It's strange, too soft." I lifted the blanket and nodded. Yes, the trousers were loose and soft, made of something I didn't recognize. The shirt wasn't as soft, a thinner fabric that I also didn't recognize. I didn't understand why he wasn't dressed for the weather. Where had he come from that he didn't know his destination would be cold? And would these clothes hold up to any weather? He seemed to be dressed for sleeping, perhaps, not traveling outside. "I have tea," Amma said, slowly walking back to the center of the room. She'd left the tea on the counter, so I knew she wasn't feeling steady. I didn't blame her, because the events of the morning had left me feeling a little unsteady, too. "Amma, he needs stitches," I said, retrieving the tea and setting it on the low table near Amma's favorite chair. She slowly lowered to her knees on the floor and looked at his head. "I need more light," she said with an apologetic shrug. "And you can get the supplies?" I gathered the supplies while Gianni broke 2 more Lettstoffer. He winced at the light, and I retrieved an extra pair of slotted glasses. He grinned when he was wearing them. "This helps," he said. "I'm surprised." "Usually I don't need them in the house," I said, "but Amma doesn't see as well now, so I know we need it very bright for her stitching." I mixed a cream for his face to dull the pain, and Gianni sat at Trace's side with his hands on his wrist to hold him if he fought. He'd shifted once or twice, but he didn't seem near to waking up. Amma had been stitching skin for many decades, and she moved quickly and precisely. It bothered me that the man didn't seem to notice. His breathing was slow and even, and his entire body seemed relaxed. I didn't want him so relaxed. I wanted him to wake up and explain himself. I wanted to understand why I felt something from him. What I felt with Gianni had come further into focus now, too. I had no words to describe it, just a general feeling that Gianni and Trace were nearby, something I didn't feel from Amma. What would possibly connect Gianni and this man? Perhaps I would feel something from anyone who wasn't Fleota. I didn't remember coming into contact with Scavari before, not as close as I'd been to Gianni. When she finished, she patted Trace's cheek. "I wish we knew his name," she said. "We do," I said. "He said it was Trace. That doesn't sound like a name to me. Not a Fleota name." "Nor a Scavari name," Gianni said. "He's young," she said. "No older than the 2 of you. He's dressed like he doesn't mean to be here. I wonder if someone hurt him, took him from his home. I remember stories of the battles, the wars that led us to Montefallo. Sometimes bad men came right to the door and hurt people, killed people. There was no safety anywhere." "Do you know what started the wars?" Gianni asked. "What was the fight about?" "Power, I suppose," Amma said. "I'm not sure I was ever told. Land, perhaps? I just know it had to be bad to send seafaring Fleota to a volcanic lake. And bad enough that our ancestors doubted that anyone survived," I said. "I hope he wasn't fleeing something like that." Fleeing by appearing in a flash of light is something... Gianni shook his head and ran his hand through his hair. It means nothing, and yet here he is. Trace still shook, and I put yet another blanket over him. Then I rested my hand on his face, and he shifted again, turning his cheek into my hand. He knows you're here, Gianni said. I think. Is he shaking less, just because you're touching him? I put my other hand on his chest, and Amma suggested I touch his skin, so I slid my hand beneath the edge of his shirt. And yes, the shaking seemed to slow. You said you feel something, Amma said, shaking her head. Both of you? Yes, Gianni said. Something hurt my head before he appeared, and I felt something, like fear or surprise. From him? Amma asked. From Kaya? I don't know, Gianni said. Maybe just from myself. Put your hands on him too, Amma said. If he's afraid, perhaps it will help. If he feels you the way you feel him, I don't know. Put your hands on him too. Gianni slid his hand beneath the blanket and gripped the man's arm, and for a long while we sat that way, watching him calm, the shaking slowing and finally stopping. Trace gave a small sigh and shifted, again pressing his face more firmly against my hand, and I felt he had finally fallen into a normal sleep. He feels better, Gianni said. He frowned. Doesn't he? How would I know this? What is this man? I think he feels better, I said. I think he's asleep now. Can we move? Gianni asked. My arm is asleep. I laughed. I think you can move. You should have said something. It felt right, he said, not quite looking at me. To help? Whatever he is, he was afraid. Did you feel that? Yes, I said. He was cold, but I think the shaking was fear. And pain, maybe, Gianni said. Fidelio would laugh at me. He says I keep myself too distant. He'd find it amusing that I sat with my hands on a stranger for so long to calm him. I never felt like you were distant, I said to him, and that won me a smile. With you, I don't have to be, he said with a shrug. Now what? Now he sleeps, Amma said. We can eat. Eating wastes time. How long, Kaya? How many days of dim note are left? I've lost track this year. Maybe 3 more days, I said. The center of the sky is light. The sun is coming back. Amma nodded. It seemed long this year. Because I was gone so much, I said, feeling guilty. I'm sorry. No, Amma said. No, that was good. It didn't seem as long to you, did it? No, I said, smiling at Gianni, who was staring at the sleeping man. No, if every dim note was like this, it would be my favorite time of year. She smiled again, and I feared she would say something embarrassing about Gianni and me, but she held her tongue and asked us to help her make food. We didn't rush to cook, nor did we rush to eat, and Trace continued to sleep. I felt that his head ached, because mine almost ached, like I was feeling the ghost of his feelings. Gianni said the same. I need to move Letzstoffer in the 5th fork, Gianni said, running his hand through his dark curls. But I can't leave you with him. I'm not sure he's safe. I didn't have answers, and Gianni sat beside Trace and once again placed his hand on him. First he touched his face, and then he placed a hand on his neck, and finally he slid his hand beneath the blanket to his arm. He looked up at me, shaking his head. Everything is different, he said quietly. Do you feel that? Today, everything is different. Yes, I said. He needs to wake up and tell us why it's different. Maybe it's good. Change of this magnitude is never good, Gianni said quietly. Wait. I felt it too, that something was changing in Trace's sleep. His eyes fluttered and opened, and he squinted. So bright, he muttered, closing his eyes again. Gianni looked at me in surprise, and I slid yet another set of slotted glasses over Trace's face. Was he like us? How could that be? Trace, Gianni said cautiously. Are you well? Can we help? Those weren't the first questions I'd have asked, and I was ashamed at that realization. I wanted to know his origin and why he was here. But his pain seemed to call to Gianni more than it did to me. Then Gianni put his fingers on his own forehead, and I realized he felt this man more strongly than I did. I knew Trace was in pain, but I suspected Gianni actually felt the pain with him. The panel, he said, shifting and stretching his arms. His eyes fluttered open and closed like they weren't sure how to function. Where's the panel? We don't know what that is, Gianni said. This big, the man said, sliding the blanket lower so his hands showed. He held his fingers in a rectangle not much larger than the size of his palm. Woven of reeds. It's important. Wait, I don't understand. Well, that's disappointing, Gianni said with a smile, showing his charm. We have no answers and hoped you'd give us some. You're singers, he said. He shifted and looked at Amma, who was bundled in her chair again. But not her. Do you have panels? Echo will worry. Gianni looked at me, and I shrugged. Perhaps he dropped something and we didn't see it. We were focused on getting him home. Gianni nodded. We can look. What do you mean we're singers? Can't everyone sing? Where you come from, are some silent? The man's eyes drifted closed again, and I felt the pain in his head lessen. Gianni's shoulders relaxed. You feel his pain, I said. You don't? Gianni asked. No, I know he hurts. I feel that he's in pain, but I don't feel it. I mostly do, Gianni said. Like an echo of pain. It hurts, but I know it hurts him more. Do you think he brought something we missed? It's the first thing that came to his mind, I said. It must be important. I think he's not a danger, Gianni said. I can go look. I'm faster, I said. I'll look, and you watch out for him. But do you need to go home? No, Gianni said firmly. I need to be here. As the leader, I need to understand this man. That was probably true, but I suspected it wasn't the actual reason he wouldn't leave. He was curious, and if he felt Trace's pain and feelings, I could understand him wanting answers. We hadn't been far from the Ispatur when Trace had flashed into our lives, and I was relieved to find a small mat of reeds on the ice, just like he'd said. I looked at the mat a long time, turning it over in my hands. It appeared to be made of old, dried Lettstoffer. Did that mean he came from nearby, or that our reeds grew more widely than we knew? Stories said the discovery had been made after we'd all arrived at Montefallo, and nobody was sure the reeds grew elsewhere. When I returned, Gianni was pacing, and Amma was staring at him. Trace was still asleep on my mat, blankets piled over him. Has something happened? I asked. No, Gianni stopped pacing. You found it? I held out the mat, and he looked at it a long time. Is it Lettstoffer? How is this important? Old Lettstoffer in a mat? I don't understand. Amma held out her hand, and Gianni gave it to her. She studied the mat for a long time. I'm not sure it's our reeds, she said. Look at the holes. I think it's an instrument, like Papa Olsen's flute. Gianni took the panel back and frowned at it. So he's a musician? When faced with strangers, his head filled with agony, he worries about his musical instrument? Musicians can be very single-minded, Amma said with a shrug. Gianni turned, and Trace opened his eyes again. One hand went to his head, and he hissed in pain. What did I do? He whispered. He looked at Gianni, then at Amma and me, his eyes wide. So I really did feel you. The reef is populated. How many of you are there? Gianni sat on the floor at the man's side. What do you mean? Here in the reef. How many people are in the reef? Trace asked. I don't know. Gianni looked up at me. A reef? The man's eyes widened. Ah, so where am I? Montefallo, I said, sitting at Gianni's side. A dead volcano. Well, we hope it's dead. We live on the lake and the caverns of Montefallo. Where do you think you are? Trace gave a small smile. So you don't know. A dead volcano. How very strange. He shifted and winced, his pain growing. Gianni squinted, apparently picking up on the pain more than I did. I'm Gianni, leader of the Scavari. This is Kaya of the Fleota, and Amma. We don't understand why you're here, or how, or anything, I think. We found your mat. Thank you, the man said. He held out his hand, and Gianni placed the panel in his palm. The man gently stroked the old mat like it was his most prized possession. I'm Trace Odell. That's my name. You told us, I said. You told us some of your name. You hurt. Yes, Trace said. My head. I tore my focus. Badly. I don't know how to fix it. I don't understand. I didn't play the jump. I shouldn't be here. I felt something from... Did one of you jump me here? I felt something from here. Something. Trace cringed and whimpered, his face white. Closing his eyes, he relaxed, again sliding away from us. Gianni put his hand on Trace's hand and slid the reed mat to one side, perhaps to protect it. None of that meant anything, Gianni said. I thought he would have answers. He will, I said, when he stops hurting. I understand that his head hurts, Gianni said. I feel that. But the rest, jump, focus, tearing a focus. Most of his words are our tongue, but maybe his tongue isn't entirely ours. What if we can never speak to him? He said we didn't know, I said. We told him of our home, and he said we didn't know. Perhaps the theory is true, that we're the only ones left. There are many things about our world we don't know, Gianni said. He must think us foolish to live on this volcano and never poke our heads out to see the world around us. I wondered if it was that simple. I had the feeling nothing about this man's arrival would turn out to be simple. Chapter 13. Trace opened his eyes again, surprised he wasn't in a reed coma. With the damage he could feel in his focus, he knew it had been close. The pain was nearly unbearable, turning his stomach and making everything around him bright and piercing. He didn't know how he had come to be here, and he didn't know if he was ready to risk a jump home. Ah, an older voice said, and he looked into the eyes of the old woman. She sat in a deep, soft chair, so bundled in blankets he could only see her face. You're awake. They'll be back soon. They'll be glad to see you awake. What are you, child? Do you bring curses? Only in children's tales do men come in the light, and they come to scold. Have the people of Montefallo done something to deserve curses? He rolled to his side and slowly sat up. The room wasn't as bright now, one single stick of light standing in a vase near the woman. His reed panel lay on the floor nearby, and he held it, afraid to push wind through it. He couldn't bear more pain. The pain right now threatened to open his stomach all over this room. I have tea that might help, the woman said. Your stomach? Pain will sour a stomach. She pointed, and he reached for the cup of tea on the table at her side. It was cold, but he drank it, not recognizing the flavor. That made sense. Nothing here might be normal. I don't bring curses, he said. I'm just a person, like you. The old woman laughed. I've never moved in a flash of light. Like them, he said quietly. Who were they? The two who were here, are they? I don't know how to ask. I'm not sure you understand your situation. And what is our situation? She asked. You know us better than we know us? No, he said. I think your volcano is in a rock on my world, deep in the ocean. Or perhaps I have traveled to another realm. The reef might be a portal of sorts, so I suppose, since I don't know where I am, I know very little of your situation. They are different, Amma said. Amma. He thought that was what the man had called her, but he couldn't remember what the man had called himself. Gianni and Kaya are different. They can't see well. They see in the dark and cringe in the light. Trace thought about that, about how it had hurt when he'd opened his eyes. He'd felt their foci. Whether they expressed it like he did or not, they were singers. Their life forces existed within an active focus. Yes, the foci had a foreign feel to them, but not as different as some other realmers. He suspected they didn't sing, and that disappointed him. When he'd felt their foci, he'd hoped he'd found others like himself. Something in their foci said they would understand him. He wasn't sure why he'd thought that, and it was silly to be disappointed that it wasn't going to be true. Gianni feels you in his head, Amma said. Kaya too, but not as much. Is that on purpose? And why Gianni? It's not on purpose, Trace said. Where I come from, I'm a little different too. I feel things some people can't feel. I do things they can't do. I use this to make things happen. He held up the panel, and she slid her hand out from the blankets. May I see it? He handed it to her, and she looked at the light beside her chair. We light with reeds. They look similar to this mat. Did this mat ever light? He looked at the reed in the vase and then turned away. Too bright. No, my reeds never lit. This is a reed? It grows here? Yes, a few generations ago, war ravaged the land, and my people, who were seafarers, fled. They ended up here in this mountain, living in boats on a mountain lake. The Scavari, that's Gianni's people, also ended up here. They live in the caverns of the mountain and mine Height Scava. She pointed to the fire pit. That's Height Scava. It heats with little smoke, safer than wood or dung. My people, the Fleota, discovered the Letstoffer, the reeds that light. We grow them here, and we fish. We trade these commodities with the Scavari for their Height Scava, as this land has grown cold. It wasn't always cold? Trace asked. Hard to say. Old minds don't remember. Perfilet is shorter, and Dimnote is longer, but maybe this is a cycle that's happened for thousands of years. Perfilet? Trace asked. Perfilet are the long days. The days get longer, and then the sky stays bright for nearly 20 days. And Dimnote is when the days get shorter and the sky goes dark for 20 days. Only now it's closer to 18 and 22. Because the fluid was draining into the adjoining chamber, Trace thought. The reef was dying, assuming this was a reef. He needed to go outside. He was certain he would know the truth if he could get outside. Except his stomach churned and his head pounded, and when he pulled to his knees, streaks of color crossed his vision and threatened to send him back to the darkness. Careful, Amma said. I don't think you're ready to move. I need to look outside. I need to know where I am. Where are you from? She asked. You're not dressed to be here. He looked down at himself. No, he certainly wasn't dressed to explore a dying reef. He'd come in his night clothes. The socks must have been added. They were the only warm thing he wore. No, he said, I used that panel to explore. I touched your world and didn't mean to end up here. The old woman tilted her head. If you weren't here, I wouldn't believe you. But here you are. Where did they go? He asked. The other two, Gianni and Kaya. He's a leader, and he had chores in his cave, and she delivers things in the dark. During Dimnote, the world is cold and dark, and most stay in and rest. Kaya can see in the dark, so she delivers things people need. In the cold? He asked. She's never struggled with the cold. When I was young, I was the same." Trace paused as a wave of pain and nausea swept over him. He wished for Leichnick. He wished for his mother's gentle touch as she played the healing song to repair focal damage. The thought made him sad, and he lay back in the blanket with no idea what to do now. Left to heal alone, he would hurt like this for days. Echo didn't know where he was. She would worry for days, and he would ache for days. He was ready for the next few days to be over. "When they touched you, you relaxed," Amma said. "What is that? What links you?" "I'm not sure," he admitted. The touch of a singer had never healed before, and he didn't remember it healing him here. But he remembered almost nothing here. He had no idea how long ago he'd arrived. "They're like me. Their life force isn't in the same place as most people. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know if their touch helped or not. I've never experienced that before. Are others like them?" "Not that I know," Amma said. "Until Dimnote, we didn't know that the Skavari leader was like Kaya. It makes no sense. They are from different people." It was the place Trace knew. Portomare bred singers. Something in the water or the air lets some areas breed singers, especially in the reefs. However, Gianni and Kaya were strong. Tormendu, just on the other side of a rock wall, had bred no strong singers, and yet here were two, with foci active enough to be considered eldsingers. He thought about the pulse from this side of the reef, and he wondered if he would feel that in this pair's focus. He might have to play the reeds to know, and he wasn't going to play until he felt better. He hoped eventually he would feel better. "I need to be outside," he said, pushing to his knees and then his feet. He put his hands on his knees and closed his eyes, not sure he could even straighten without his head exploding, but he had to understand. He thought being here would answer questions, but so far, that hadn't happened. He needed to know even one sensible, concrete fact about this situation. Amma let him stand, and she waved her hand toward the door. "We have coats that will fit, but you have no shoes." He didn't care about that right now. Even a few steps outside would help. He wrapped in a coat and opened the small door, hunching to step out on the narrow deck of a boat. The lake spread before him, drenched in shadows, still and silent and frozen. Then near the edges he saw low trees against the water, taller trees behind, and a mountain in the distance across the water. Wind rustled through the trees and reeds that lined the water. He gazed up and paused, not sure what he was seeing. Bright colors danced across the sky, and beyond them, high overhead, ribbons of light twinkled. He sat down hard on the deck and stared. His head was pounding, and he didn't know what he was seeing. This wasn't a topside sky. It also didn't look like a reef. So where was he, and how had he gotten here? He watched the dancing lights and remembered the stone film that had come back with the drone. He also knew the reef was losing its fluid. Was that the color? Was he seeing fluid or stone in the atmosphere? Chemical reactions that caused the brilliant colors? And what about the ribbons of light? Again, fluid permeated the stone, but it also ran in veins. Was he seeing veins close to the surface? Spots where the fluid remained permanently, while the rest of the fluid moved through the stone at cyclical intervals? Dimnote and Perfolet, he thought. Days the fluid didn't make it to the surface, and days it didn't leave. What would cause such strange cycles? And the cycles were slowing. The fluid was leaking out, so less could be seen from the ground. Right? Was he sitting in the reef next to Tormendu, watching the spectacular, beautiful death of a world? "Trace," a low voice called, and he looked out to see Gianni and Kaya running across the ice toward him. "It's a reef," he said. "This is a reef. It's dying, but I've never seen anything so beautiful in my life. Look at it. It's beautiful. Gianni climbed to the deck first, squatting at Trace's side. You have no shoes on. I had to see, Trace said. He winced. My head hurts. Yes, I can feel that, Gianni said. Kaya, open the door so we can get him inside. Gianni helped him back inside, and he lay back on the mat, his head pounding. He heard himself whimper with the pain, and he didn't know how he would survive until his focus healed. Hold him, Amma said quietly. That seemed to help last time. Kaya put her arms around him, pressing him to her chest. Then Gianni placed his hands on his back, his palms wide and warm. Like Dayton, their foci felt calm, so they must pulse with the reef. Yes, he realized, the entire reef had some kind of energy. Maybe every land had its own energy. He didn't feel Portomare because he was part of it. But if he resonated with this reef, would he no longer resonate with the rest of the world? His head hurt too much to think about this. Skin, Amma said, and Trace heard himself whimper again. He shouldn't have gone out. Moving and facing the cold had made things worse. He needs to feel your skin. Trace closed his eyes and told himself to calm down. This was focal pain. He'd experienced it before. Since he wasn't in a reed coma, he would survive. He just had to relax until that happened. But the pain grew, and he couldn't control the pitiful sounds that escaped his throat. Gianni lifted his shirt so his warm palms were directly on Trace's skin, but Kaya hesitated. Trace understood that. He was against her chest, and neither of them needed that kind of contact. Finally, she pulled his shirt over his head, and she wrapped a blanket around them while placing her hands on his bare skin, her palms flat against his torso, one near his hip and another across his chest. He felt their power. He didn't know how they did it without a reed panel, but he felt something, a warm comfort that emanated from their fingers. It didn't remove the pain, but it relaxed him. He sighed and let himself go, recognizing this reaction for what it was. The damage in his focus had increased, and finally he was sliding into a coma. He should have been afraid, but instead he was glad that men in comas couldn't feel pain. Chapter 14. Any change? Gianni asked as he poked his head through the low ispatur doorway. He hadn't knocked, and he cringed. He didn't mean to be rude. No, Amma said. The sun should show itself today, right? It's starting, Gianni said. He smiled. I've never seen the end of dim note before. It's lovely. Kaya had one final delivery this morning, Amma said. She'll be back soon. You wish to visit? Gianni sat on the floor and stared at Trace, who had now been asleep for 2 days. His body was still and stiff and looked dead, but Gianni felt activity in the man's head or heart or wherever such activity happened. He knew the man wasn't dead. You really think we didn't do this? He asked. They'd put their hands on the man and he'd fallen unconscious and stayed that way. It seemed to Gianni this was their fault. You helped. I feel like he needed it. The pain was growing. You said that yourself. I suspect his body is healing now. Amma had told them what Trace had said, that this was a rock in the ocean or another world from his own. And then the mention of the reef dying. Reef. The man had said that more than once. Gianni wasn't sure what it meant or why he believed it was dying. Was Trace saying their world was dying? That wasn't something he wanted to hear. And yet he could believe it. Cold days, dark days, no babies. Many days he felt like his own world was dying. Was it such a stretch to think the physical world he lived in was in as sorry a shape as his own life? And then the most curious was what Trace had said about their life forces. Again, he didn't quite understand Trace's terms, but whatever it meant, it explained why he and Kaya felt things from the man, and from one another, that they didn't feel with anyone else. He needs to wake up, Gianni said. What will people say when they discover his presence? We haven't had a visitor from outside the mountain in ages." "I don't remember it happening in my lifetime," Amma said. "What if he's right? If we are alone here? What if there is no world around us, not like we think?" Gianni shrugged. "Does it matter? Except that something is dying? If our world is dying, I hope he wakes up with some idea how to save the villages." Amma said nothing else. She'd watched and cared for Trace for 2 days now, forcing him to drink liquid, keeping him warm. Kaya had also cared for him. Gianni had watched with some envy as she'd sat at his side, speaking to him like he could hear her hands always on his chest or face. She studied his face for signs of waking, and he found himself doing the same. Was he jealous? He didn't know. He knew Kaya's company had warmed him this dim note. He felt more comfortable with her than anyone. But did he feel romantically toward her? If this man woke up and Kaya fell in love with him, could Gianni still be her friend? He didn't know. Maybe it didn't matter. 2 days of sleeping seemed like a long time, and the man showed no sign of waking soon. Kaya had mentioned a feeling of power when dealing with Trace Odell. Gianni felt it too. In his position, he already had power, and honestly, he would return it if he could. But the feeling of doing something important drew him. No, that wasn't right. What he did was important. It was the feeling of being important, perhaps. Or maybe it was just having this man and Kaya close, rattling in his head, somehow bonding with him in a new way that drew him. He'd lost his family long ago, and he'd been held at arm's length by his people since. With both Kaya and Trace, there was no distance, no secrets. He liked how that felt. Gianni placed his hand on Trace's arm and tried to catalog what he felt. Was there a change? Was Trace in more or less danger today than yesterday? Could he somehow use touch and whatever he felt in his head to aid Trace's recovery? He didn't have answers. Instead, he closed his eyes and concentrated on what he felt, both his own reaction to Trace and the energy he felt from the sleeping man. It needed to speed up. The rhythms Kaya gave off were faster than Trace's. Trace's energy felt sluggish and weak, and it needed to move more quickly, more forcefully. When he'd first felt Trace, before he'd even known the feelings had anything to do with another person, the energy had pulsed quickly. That was what needed to happen now. So he pushed. He didn't know how he did it or what he did, but he somehow gave the man's energy a push, encouraging speed. For a long time, he sat there and waited, pushing, hoping, and then he felt it. He backed off, and Trace's energy held the speed. Then it shifted, speeding up on its own. Even more than that, the rhythm changed, becoming more complex, more alive. In a few more randoms, Trace groaned and opened his eyes. "You're a healer," Trace said quietly. He looked at Gianni's hands. "And without a panel. Thank you." "I don't know what I did," Gianni said. "That doesn't mean I can't thank you," Trace said. He put his fingers to his head, which clearly still hurt. "It's not as bad now. How long was I out?" 2 days. Trace closed his eyes and slowly opened them. "Not bad. I've done worse damage to myself. I'm sorry. I'm not making sense, and I'm causing you trouble. I didn't mean to come here. I meant to touch your world, just to see what was here. I didn't mean to show up." Gianni didn't know how a person could accidentally enter someone's world in a flash of light, but he nodded. "You're okay?" Trace asked. "I am. Why do you ask?" Trace gave him a weak smile. "Because you're not okay. You gave me some of your energy. Now you're tired. I feel the slowing in your focus. You'll be fine soon, but you might eat more today, and I suggest you try to sleep earlier tonight." "What is a reef?" Gianni asked. "You said ours is dying. What does that mean?" Trace let out a slow breath. "I don't know why your people are here. I have ideas, but none of them make enough sense. This world, Portomare, is filled with hollow rocks that sit on the ocean floor. Huge, huge hollow rocks. Whole cities live in them. That's a reef, a hollow rock with people living inside. Your volcano is sitting in a hollow rock. I can't tell you why or how. Your people aren't from this world, I don't think. Neither is your volcano. Someone moved a large chunk of your world into a rock here. For safety, maybe. For punishment? I don't know. I don't know how you lost that history, why you don't know that you no longer live in your own world. But I think we're in a reef in Crichton OPD, Open Port District. I'm not sure, but I think I'm right. How can we be in a rock? We have days and nights. We have seasons. We see the sky. Your sky looks nothing like the skies from this planet, Trace said. Skies have moons and suns and stars. We have sunlight, Gianni said. The sun is a ball of light far above the world. Do you see a ball of light above? G shook his head. The whole sky brightens and darkens. That's normal. Trace smiled. It's only normal in a reef. Something in the rock cycles in and out, creating light and heat, days and nights. Only yours is broken. The fluid isn't working right. Your reef is darker and colder than it should be. Do things grow as well? Are there any other changes you've seen in your world? Gianni cleared his throat. Babies aren't being born. But that's because of the earthquake. 16 years ago, we had a terrible earthquake. Many died, and things changed. Trace nodded. His skin was still too pale, his lips white. He might feel better, but Gianni didn't think he felt good yet. Yes, a quake might account for the changes. The reef beside yours also had some quakes. A reef beside us? Trace struggled to sit up, letting Gianni help him. He took 2 long, slow, painful breaths. This rock has 2 chambers with a stone wall between them. Your volcano sits in the smaller chamber. It has no docks, no outward signs that it exists, and people moved into the other chamber with no knowledge of your existence. The chemical that lights and heats that side might react badly with whatever lights and heats your side. We haven't figured it all out yet. No, Gianni said. No, this is ridiculous. You came in a flash of light, and I can't explain your presence, or why Kaya and I can feel your presence, but I am not living in a hollow rock. How stupid would we be not to know this? No. Trace nodded. Okay. Gianni paused. You're not well. No, Trace said. I didn't get the song right to get me through the stone of your volcano, and it tore my focus. But I woke up, and you started the healing, so I should be okay. Focus. What is that? Trace shrugged. I don't know. I can feel it. I think you can feel it on me and Kaya. Can you feel Amma at all? No, Gianni said. You just gave me strength without a stamina song, without a panel. You used your focus to do that. The reed panel lets me use my focus to do things, like give a person a little power, or run a vehicle, or lift a rock. Lift a rock, Gianni said, like mining. Singers often help clear new mines, or collapsed mines. You could help me clear a collapsed mine? Gianni asked. I can once my head stops pounding. I need to get home. My sister must be frantic. Gianni leaned back. You have family? I do. You thought I didn't? I didn't think one way or the other. How can we help? Now that you're awake, how can we help? It takes time, Trace said. When your focus isn't tired, you can do what you did before. But even without that, I'll be better in time. And yes, I can help with your mind. Gianni felt Kaya coming, and he knew Trace did too, gazing at the door just before it opened. When she saw him awake, Gianni felt her joy and relief, and again he was jealous. He needed not to be like this. He was the leader of a small village in a dying world. He had bigger concerns than who Kaya smiled at. "You're awake." "Thanks to Gianni," Trace said with a wry smile. "He has skills I don't." "Wait," Gianni said. "I do?" "I have to use a panel to do things. Although—" Trace closed his eyes, and Gianni felt a strange something happen inside of him. Trace grinned. "Okay, maybe not. It's the place somehow. The chemicals or, I don't know, maybe the reef energy. I can sense stamina without a panel in here too. I wish this headache would go away though, and everything is so bright. I've never had a singing headache where everything was so bright." "Oh," Kaya said, "that might not go away with the headache. Gianni and I have been that way our whole lives." Trace laughed. "This place is very strange. Right over there, through that wall, life is normal. I mean normal for me and the rest of this planet. And yet here we have a tiny pocket of strange." "I want to take offense at that," Kaya said, "but I don't. What now? You're awake." "His head still hurts," Gianni said, "and he can help with the mine. The closed fork? Maybe he can help me open it." "That's great, Gianni," Kaya said. "But doesn't he need to go home? I mean, where exactly is home?" "Home is out there," Trace said, pointing up and to the right. "Echo is out there somewhere in our skipper, looking for me. I hope she doesn't tear up her focus to get to me. I wish I could tell her I'm okay. I don't know how to get anyone out of here yet, but I'll figure it out. Or she will, but either way, it would be nice to communicate." "She doesn't know you're here?" Kaya asked. "I didn't expect to end up here," Trace said. He closed his eyes. "But that doesn't matter. I was being reckless. I've been reckless for a while now. I promised her I would do better, but that was a lie, and I don't know how to fix it. Not yet. Not until my focus heals." Gianni felt something shift in Trace's focus, something dark and uncomfortable. The man had secrets. But that went without saying. How could he appear from nowhere and not have secrets? "Can Kaya do what I did?" Gianni suddenly asked. "Can she help your focus?" "Maybe," Trace said, "but not you. Not yet." "Wait," Kaya said. She frowned. "Why can't he help?" He did. His focus slowed because of it. Not dangerously, but enough that he needs to rest it. "Neither of you have ever used your foci, not like this. You can hurt them, strain and warp, and even tear them." "Can you teach us how to be careful? How to use this skill?" For a girl who'd always been powerless, the promise of a new power must thrill her, Gianni realized. Personally, he wasn't sure he wanted more power or responsibility. He hadn't been very successful with the power he already had. "I can," Trace said, "but not today." Trace took a slow, deep breath, and Kaya gently pushed him back on the mat, where he closed his eyes. His focus was slowing again, but this might be the healing slowness of sleep. The man had barely been awake, and now he drifted toward sleep again. "Is he asleep?" Kaya asked Gianni. "I think so. You can't feel it?" "I'm not sure what I feel. I feel so much more than I ever felt before. Why is that? How did he change us just by coming here in a flash of light?" Gianni had no answers for that. "Can you feel it? He said he felt fatigue in my focus. Can you feel that?" She closed her eyes, and then she put her hands on his forearms. When she opened her eyes, she nodded. "I feel it. Everything is slower. But not like Trace when he was hurt." "He's still slower than he should be, I think," Gianni said. "I feel silly talking about this. Does it feel silly to you?" "It would if I didn't feel it, but it feels like something real." "If you want to try what I did, think of speed. Concentrate on the speed of his focus and give it a push. Gently, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure what I did. Just don't do it for long." Amma was in the room listening, and she shifted and leaned forward, placing an ancient hand on Gianni's head. You look tired now. I can't feel it on you, but I can see it. I suggest you start for home or take a nap. We have plenty of space. He stood, planning to go home, but the fatigue hit hard, and he sat down and then curled up on a mat near the Heitskava pit. He watched Kaya place her hands on Trace's abdomen, her fingers sliding up under his shirt, and he closed his eyes and simply felt things. Kaya's pride and joy. Trace's slow rhythm of sleep. The wind gently shifting the fields of Lettstoffer outside. The warm softness of the blanket Kaya tossed over him. Peace. All of it together was peace. A feeling he hadn't known in a very long time. And that peace dropped him into a healing sleep. Chapter 15. Trace was frustrated, and I didn't need this brand new skill to realize that. Gianni and I were sitting on the stone floor in a large chamber in the caves, and he was staring at his panel. I didn't think this would be a problem, he said quietly. Other realmers outside this reef use this panel without problems. So far, you can only use your skill to give stamina, maybe some focal healing. That says to me you need a reed panel to channel your abilities, but this panel isn't working for you. I'm not sure what to do. 2 more days had passed since Trace had wakened. His head had stopped making us uncomfortable, and he said he felt fine. But he was edgy and surly and kept staring up at the sky like something out there might come after him. Dim Note was finished, the entire sky brightening just a few hundred randoms ago. It would only stay lit for a fraction of a day, but it was the sign everyone needed to leave their ISPA tour and return to their lives. I was no longer needed to make deliveries. So we really can't do anything you can do, I said sadly. I had pinned too many hopes on this man and the power that seemed to come with him, and disappointment hit hard. Gianni narrowed his eyes at me, and Trace shook his head. Not unless... Trace tilted his head. What about the reed you used to light your world? Amma said it looked similar to this. Have you any dried reeds? I could try to make a panel from that. This is your world, and perhaps your panel has to come from your world. Gianni glanced at me, and I smiled. We had hundreds of dried reeds. Our entire economy revolved around rocks and reeds. I'll get some, Gianni said, unfolding and leaving the chamber. Trace looked around at the shadowed walls, seeing the faint glow of the moss like Gianni and I did. This was my first time in Gianni's caves, a labyrinth of narrow, dim corridors leading to Tana, mines, and a few large open areas where he said people gathered. We'd seen very few on our way down here, but those who had seen us had appeared puzzled. Likely they thought Trace and I were both Fleota, and Fleota weren't normally invited to the caves. My sister hasn't found a way to contact me, Trace said quietly, and I haven't had the courage yet to try to contact her. Because it might hurt? I don't think I can do it again. Spend days curled in pain. He shrugged and didn't look at me. I'm not that strong. It's not strength, I said. You called yourself reckless. Maybe waiting is just you not being reckless. He gave me a sad smile. I hope so. Thank you. Both of you helped. The stamina song? Well, you didn't sing it, but it was the same thing. And the touch. I know you wasted a lot of time sitting with me doing nothing. To me, it felt like doing something, I said. I want to think helping you was valuable. Trace had told me I gave more power through my touch than Gianni did, although he had more focal strength in general. I'd never been the best at anything before, and I know I glowed at the words. Maybe that was vain and shameful, but it was true. Trace shrugged. Apologies. It was, and it was impressive. You and Gianni have unique skills. I only hope I can find a way to harness them so you can do more. You have the strength to do more, and we might need that strength. It might help us save your people." Gianni still wasn't sure he believed we were living in a hollow rock, but I did. I didn't know how it had happened, but for years nobody in my world had seen outsiders, and the world seemed to be freezing and dying. Trace's explanations made perfect sense to me. "Here," Gianni said, a little breathlessly as he returned. "I managed to do that without seeing anyone else. I'm still not sure how to explain you. I hate to lie to my people, but I'm not sure this is something anyone needs to know, especially the part about the world dying." A familiar ache washed through his focus. I was quickly learning to read the shifts in both men, and I realized each had pain and brokenness in his past. Gianni's story I knew, at least the basics. Trace was completely unknown. I knew he had a sister who would worry over him, and he had reckless behavior that brought him shame somewhere in his past. "They'll consider him an omen," G continued. "Good or bad, I don't know. Something otherworldly. That means they'll see us as something otherworldly. We don't need that." Trace simply nodded, and he took a long reed into his lap and stared at it. "If I break it, will it light?" "Yes," Gianni said. "What about those that have already lit? Do we have any of those? I'm not sure which might work better." Gianni laughed and stood again. "I can get some of those too." He left, and Trace shrugged. "I feel like I'm running him ragged." "He needs your help in the mines," I said. "There's hope in his focus that I've not felt before." "You felt his focus before I got here?" Trace asked. "Yes," I said. "We didn't understand what we felt. It's definitely stronger now, but it was always there." Silently, he broke the reed into pieces, and it began to glow. With deft fingers, he wove a small mat, and then he looked at me. "I need to poke holes. I didn't bring a knife." I passed him a small knife, and with an acknowledging smile, he poked the holes, clearly something he'd done before, because he didn't pause once to think about what he was doing. When he finished, he laughed. Fluid dripped from the holes, the entire thing a sticky mess. "I think we wait for the depleted reeds," I said. He nodded, and I brought a basin of water from the edge of the room to clean his fingers. When Gianni returned, Trace did the entire thing again, this time ending up with a small, clean mat of reeds that he rested in his lap. He gave it a wary look. "I should test it," he said. He let out a slow breath. "Here goes." I felt something in his focus shift, and then a quiet, breathy note filled the air. Trace closed his eyes, and a slight smile lifted one side of his mouth as he added another note. Then a strange, ethereal tune emanated from the little panel in his lap. I watched in wonder as my knife disappeared and then reappeared close to my legs in a bright flash. Trace laughed, and the song died away. "Well," he said, "that is the strangest feeling reed panel I've ever played. It's very precise, even with the ragged holes." "I can't believe you made that so fast," Gianni said, taking the panel when Trace handed it to him. "One day you'll make them just as fast," he said, "assuming they work for you and it's worth the time for you to learn. So, it works for me. I successfully played it without pain or catastrophe, so now it's time we try it on you. I hate to think about what we're doing. The odds that the reed you use to light your homes is also a good reed for focal channeling? But not much about this place has made sense so far, so I'm just going to let it go and hope this works." Quickly he made 2 more panels. He placed one in my lap, and he pointed to 2 holes. "First, I want you to think wind. Just wind. The goal is to blow wind through this thing any way you can. Then we'll concentrate on these 2 holes, but don't worry about that yet." I closed my eyes and thought wind. Here in the caves, no wind blew, but I'd been raised outside. I knew the sound of wind, the feel of it, how much I loved when it rolled over the Isvatnio and caused gentle waves during the few warm cycles we had. And that's when I heard it and felt it. Notes were playing on my panel. I glanced up at Trace, who was smiling at me with his beautiful eyes. The two men in the room with me were very different, but both were very beautiful. Then Gianni's panel made a loud squawk, and it shot off his lap. Trace laughed and leaned over to retrieve it. Gianni looked ashamed. "I'm sorry," he said. "No," Trace said. "You're going to be a very strong singer, and that means you can put a lot of power behind the wind." "Mine was so quiet," I said. "Does that mean I'm weak?" "No," Trace said. "It means you're precise. I think it's safe to say both of you will do fine. And that leads to the next lesson, which is actually putting notes through particular holes." Trace told us about individual notes, and then he demonstrated a song. As he taught us the song, I heard the notes ring clearly in my head in a way I hadn't felt when he'd played before. That extra sense he left in my mind made imitating his song simple, although doing so with enough precision to make things happen took longer. In 200 randoms, each of us had made my knife disappear and reappear in a new location. Gianni had trouble putting it exactly where he wanted, but Trace assured him that would come with practice. Gianni looked and felt very pleased by his progress. Mine always went where I wanted, but sometimes the flash didn't occur when I expected. There was a delay. "And that makes sense," Trace said. "You play a little more cautiously. It's okay if you shoot the panel or the knife across the room a few times. Get a feel for how much power to put behind the songs. Tomorrow, if you'd like, we can start on the mine. Both your foci are tired, so you're done for now. I know you'll be tempted to play again today, but resist. If we can keep you from working too hard, we can get through the basics faster." Gianni looked at his panel and grinned. "I didn't expect it to feel like that, like I can do anything." Trace gave a rueful smile. "Don't let it go to your head. I tell you from experience that it's not a reflection of who you are. It's a tool. Singing is a tool. In the hands of a good person, it's a good thing. In the hands of a bad person, it's not a good thing. It's just a tool." I almost asked for details, feeling the ache again, deeper this time. Did Trace think he wasn't a good person? I couldn't fathom that. He was kind, and he'd been patient with us, but he seemed to carry dark feelings about himself. Trace was still staying with Amma and me, and Gianni walked us up and out of the cavern. We hadn't gotten far when a tall, lean man appeared at a wide tunnel opening. "Company," the man said. He smiled. "That's good, Gianni. Welcome. We don't usually have Fleota visitors." "Fidelio, meet Kaya and Trace," Gianni said. "I wandered during dim note and met a few people." Fidelio gave us a wide smile, and I had to smile back. The man was truly happy to see his friend with new friends. What G had suggested about loneliness was very clearly true. "I'm taking them out to go home," G said. "Can we talk after that? They might be able to help us with a problem." We moved to the surface, where G shook his head. He looked and felt rattled. "Was it not good for us to meet that man?" Trace asked. "No, he was actually a very good person to meet. Fidelio is my second. Sort of my second. Because I'm so unusual, most are wary of me. Fidelio is the liaison." Gianni ran his hand through his hair, looking frustrated, and I put my hand in his and squeezed. He gave me a grateful smile. "I'm sorry. Fidelio is my friend, although the friendship has been strained of late. With the tremors in the lower forks, people hope I can work a miracle. And tomorrow I'll have to find a way to explain both of you, and me, and I'm not sure how that will go." "Tremors," Trace said. "In the mountain?" "We thought the volcano might be waking up, except you think it's not a volcano. At least not one that can come to life." "I don't think so," Trace said. "It's like someone lifted the top of the volcano out of the ground and set it here. But tremors are real." "Perhaps," Gianni said. "After the earthquakes, my people get nervous." "Except for years they've not imagined tremors," I said. "I suspect there's something real to it." "I know," Gianni said. "I want it not to be real. I don't know what to do if the volcano wakes up, except now we think it's not a volcano. What would cause the tremors if it's not a volcano?" Trace looked down the tunnel thoughtfully. "Hard to say. Your reef isn't healthy. I thought it was just the sun, but maybe this has to do with something else. Maybe it has to do with tunnels and sea creatures under your mountain. Maybe something is happening in Tormandu, which is on the verge of not being healthy. When I get home, we have to figure out how to fix both sides. You share a reef, and what happens to one side affects the other. The charterhead of Tormandu didn't mention tremors on her side, so it might be limited to your mountain." "Sea creatures," I said. "Under our mountain?" Trace grinned. "We discovered a tunnel near the ocean floor that someone had blocked with stones. Inside of it live huge eels with an unusual energy. I suspect they're from your world, and I have no idea why someone put them here with you. I don't know if they were trapped on purpose, but right now they're trapped in a cavern or series of caverns at the bottom of this reef." Gianni laughed. "We know nothing of our world." When we got to the cave entrance, Gianni looked around like he was surprised we hadn't met with anyone else. "Do you want me to walk you home?" he asked. I laughed. "You don't want us to go." He shrugged. "I have to explain all this to Fidelio, so I'm stalling." "Tomorrow? We can work on the fork tomorrow?" "Yes," Trace said. "We'll put these new panels to the test. The song I taught you today is the song we'll use, only we'll put more power behind it. Then we can work on other songs. Although, I need to try to contact Echo. I'm not sure what I did wrong that brought me here. I feel like I should be able to contact her." "Oh," Gianni said. "I hadn't thought about this, but when you first touched us, it hurt. I was hurting and scared because I'd never felt anything like that before, and I lashed out. Somehow. I can't explain it, but I wonder if I did something to make things go wrong. It reminded me of when you were asleep, and I felt that speeding you up would wake you up. I reacted, and things happened." Trace tilted his head. "Yes, that might do it. If you threw a little power in where I wasn't expecting it, maybe changed the song, you could have changed any number of things. So maybe I've been able to contact Echo all along." "Sorry," Gianni said. "Then you'll try to go home?" "Not before we open your mine," Trace said. "But I need to let her know I'm okay. And we need to work on saving this reef. Or relocating people if it can't be saved." At that, both Gianni and I froze. Somehow, I hadn't considered the possibility that our world was actually in that much trouble. "Relocating," I said. "Where? How?" "I don't know," Trace said. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to show up here and bring bad news." "No," Gianni said. "No, it's not that. If you're telling the truth, then we need help. I think I don't want anything you say to be true, but at the same time, we have no children, or not many. Other reefs are warmer?" Trace nodded. "I've never known a reef to be this cold. Even reefs that need recharged, we've never worked in a reef this cold." "Other reefs would take us?" I asked. "I mean, we'll be new. Strangers. And you called us other realmers. That means we're different. Will we fit in anywhere?" Trace shook his head. "Gianni, maybe we're not done yet for the day. I'm sorry I haven't made any of this clear. I'm not Echo works with people. She's much more compassionate than I am. She would have known to answer all these questions first. Do we want to talk about this now? Because if we do, let's not do it out here in the cold. I looked at Gianni, who nodded and led us back down to his chamber. Trace sat on the edge of a low bed and ran his hand over his head. I felt the beginning of an ache there. Here, Gianni said, pouring a drink from a small pitcher. It's water. Unless you need something stronger, I can feel your head. Trace smiled and rolled his eyes. This is fine. I'm sorry. Not long ago, I had to help an entire reef relocate. And not 2 villages. We moved thousands of people. We found places for them. So I don't want you to worry. If we can't restore this reef, you're not going to be left alone in the ocean somewhere. Exactly how many of you are there? I haven't run a scan yet. I've been afraid to do too much. Because of the coma, I said. Gianni was sitting on a low chair, and I settled at Trace's side on the bed, placing my hand on his. His skin was cool beneath my fingers. His story was simple, but what I felt from him said nothing about the event had been simple. Trace was a complicated man. Perhaps everyone was this complicated, but because I could feel all of Trace's inner conflict, he felt more complicated. Yes, he said. He didn't look at either of us. My mother was a singing healer. She could play a song and fix a lot of damage. And then we have a drug called Lychnic that speeds healing and reduces pain. I haven't had to heal naturally in a while. I'm not very brave, I guess. Gianni narrowed his eyes. 212. That's the number of Scavari. 2 little ones are on the way, but it's early enough that I'm not hopeful yet. We lose too many babies early on. We're taking care of these as best we can, but... I blinked, suddenly seeing Gianni's life in a new light. He was the leader here. Everything about the Scavari was his responsibility. The man was 24 years old, but he had to consider food and light and heat, mines and tremors, and even pregnancies. The dull ache in his focus suddenly made a lot more sense, and I hurt for him. The Fleota have 157, I said. I think. I don't know if we have any on the way. It shouldn't matter, Trace said. A few more or less won't matter. So we're talking fewer than 500 people. Tormendu might take you. In fact, I know Katie would take you. Her reef isn't heavily populated, and she would be delighted to house a small group of other realmers. However, I'm not sure we can save Tormendu either. But Montefallo is in more danger than Tormendu. Right now, I think you'd end up there until we could find something better. You think the entire reef will be lost? Gianni asked. I don't know, Trace said. We need some experts to help us. Except nobody is an expert on your reef. To the best of my knowledge, there aren't other reefs like yours out there. I think the mine can wait, Gianni said. I have babies on the way, and you're offering safety. I don't know, Trace said. I don't know if moving those mothers now would help or not. I don't know what's hurting you. Is it the stone in the air? The food? Water? I can't answer that. Stone in the air? I asked. The auroras, Trace said. Isn't that what you called them? I ran a scan near the ceiling, and I found powdered stone in the air. I think that's what causes those colors. It's beautiful, but it shouldn't be happening. I always loved the auroras, I said. Reefs are bright. Gianni and I will never fit if we can't see. I'm not sure about that, Trace said. Here I can't see either. You notice you two never have to light Letstoffer for me. When the sky lightens, it just about kills me. I'm not like that outside this reef. It's here. It has something to do with the eldsinger focus and this place. So out there, we might be normal, Gianni said. Normal for eldsingers, Trace said. And that depends on you. Eldsingers don't have to live abnormal lives, not if they don't want to. I almost asked him to explain that, but his focus was aching again. Old hurts shifting the energy and making me hold my tongue. I didn't have the right to question everything about this man. We seemed to question him all the time as it was. Maybe I didn't have to get personal with the questions. Gianni shot me a look, and then he let out his breath. Do you want us around when you try to call home? As much as I want to open that fork, if the whole reef is about to go, it really doesn't matter. Trace's face softened. I don't think it's that urgent. At least, I hope it isn't. I'll know more when I get home. Chapter 16. The door opened then, and Fidelio looked in, frowning. Sorry, G, I thought... No, Gianni said. He took a deep breath. Trace, you ready for better introductions? Trace nodded, and Gianni ushered Fidelio inside. The man sat on another chair near Gianni, his look wary. In deference to Fidelio's normal sight, Gianni broke 2 reeds to light the room. The rest of us flinched against the brightness. This is Trace Odell, Gianni said. He's not from here. Well, maybe he is, and we're not from here. It seems our world might not be what we thought. Gianni sighed and looked at Trace. I have no idea how to explain this. Trace laughed. I noticed. I think your volcano was moved. At some point, someone moved a segment of your world to my world. This little lake and valley you live in is actually sitting in a very, very large hollow rock at the bottom of the ocean on my world. Fidelio raised his eyebrow, and Gianni laughed. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it might be true. We know things aren't going well. The babies, the cold. We don't have elders here, but the Fleota remember warmer days. The tremors. This rock we live in isn't doing well. We might have to leave. Fidelio stood, looking angry. Gee, I know I haven't been the best friend lately, but you don't need to mock me. Never, Gianni said quietly. Trace, can we demonstrate? Can I? Trace grinned. Of course. Your talent is yours, Gianni. You don't have to ask permission to be who you are. And who is that? Fidelio asked angrily. You've been insisting that you are normal and not supernatural. Now that isn't true? I honestly don't know, Gianni said. But Kaya, Trace, and I have some similarities. We can do things that don't make sense unless some of Trace's theories are true. Watch. Gianni put the reed panel in his lap, and Fidelio narrowed his eyes. The familiar haunting song played through the air, and the pitcher at Fidelio's side disappeared and reappeared in a flash across the room. Stop, Fidelio said. I don't understand. For a long time after that, Trace explained things. He had to say most of it more than once because Fidelio simply did not want to believe. But after Trace jumped himself across the room, that was a song I really wanted to know, and then wove a reed panel in little over 2 randoms, one that I used to jump the pitcher to yet another new location, the man sagged in his chair and sighed. This isn't what I expected to learn today, he said. So we might have to leave? We might, Gianni said. This is our home. I know. Do you? You haven't been happy here in a long time. Would you leave when there's actually hope of staying? No, Gianni said. Then he ran his hand through his hair. That's not true. If I can leave, I might leave. I'm sorry, Fidelio. But no, I haven't been happy. Out there, I might be able to see things well. I might find... The man looked at his hands. Family, love, children, things that were never going to be mine here. You know that's true. Here I will be alone. And who will lead us? I don't know, Gianni said. I won't abandon the Scavari. I'm Scavari too. These are my people. But I'm not sure I wish to sacrifice my entire existence to care for them, not if I can find another way. Fidelio looked at me. Will the Fleota leave so easily? I'm not sure there will be a choice, I said. There's always a choice, Trace said. The choice might be staying and dying with the reef, but nobody will come and force anyone out. I promise you that. So you think someone put us here, Fidelio said, sounding angry again. Picked up a mountaintop and put it here. Why? To protect us, perhaps, Gianni said. There was a war. We were always told there was a war. And someone in that war was strong enough to move a mountain to the ocean, the man said. I don't think so. If someone moved us, they abandoned us here. You say Montefallo is dying, so we were abandoned here to die. Maybe, Trace said. I doubt that, but perhaps this was a penal colony where criminals were sent. Fidelio growled at that. We are not a penal colony. I suspect that's true, Trace said. I plan to find my way home soon, and some of the questions might be answered. You can't trust this, Fidelio said to Gianni. You're smarter than this. You saw what this man can do, Gianni said. Have you ever heard of a stranger coming to Montefallo? I was there when he appeared in a flash of light. He was hurt. I know this man can bleed. Are you calling me a liar? No. Fidelio leaned back in his chair. No. But I beg you to be careful with our lives. Have I ever been reckless with your lives? Gianni asked in a very low, dangerous, sad tone. No, Fidelio said. One side of his mouth twitched up. No, G. Never have you been reckless with our lives. What happens now? Gianni and I looked to Trace, who frowned. We can open a mine, or I can try to reach my sister. The panels made with Letzstoffer are very precise. I think I might have a chance of getting through, especially if Gianni hindered me last time. Can you do it now? Fidelio asked. What does it mean? How do you contact her? Trace looked at me, and I nodded. Maybe we don't want to wait, I said. I keep thinking of the babies. Here babies are very important. Even Scavari babies? Fidelio asked. The question surprised me. Of course. You think the Fleota wish ill on the Scavari? No, the man said. I suppose not. I think I want to blame someone for everything I've heard today. I can't blame G because he's my friend. Gianni laughed at that. Thank you, Fidelio, but these people can be your friends too. We wish to see our people survive, both of us, all three of us. Trace set the panel in his lap and began a complex, beautiful song. He frowned while he played it, his focus shifting in a complicated pattern I didn't understand. When he dropped the wind, I felt a strange spike in his focus, and Gianni moved to his knees in front of him. Trace, the Scavari leader said. I couldn't see Trace through Gianni, but I felt pain. Gianni turned to me. Something for blood. What? I asked, pushing in next to Gianni. Trace had a small gash on his forehead. It's okay, Trace said. I'm fine. I didn't think about where I was. Underground. I didn't allow for the extra thickness of rock. I brushed it. I still don't have the song right, but it's close. I felt something out there. Maybe echo, or I don't know. I brushed the stone as soon as I felt something, so I'm not sure what I felt. Gianni let me tend to the scrape, which wasn't serious. Trace's focus felt a little strange, but I didn't think it was seriously damaged either. So what now? Fidelio asked. Let's work on the mine tomorrow, Trace said. I need to think about this song and figure out what I have wrong. Building songs isn't my talent. I shouldn't have ended up bleeding either time, so I've got something wrong. Are you sure? Gianni asked. Yes, the ores down here are unique, just like the reeds. Even if the reef can't be made habitable, At some point, someone might wish to mine it. We might as well work on the tunnel. I think best while I work, so we'll move rock tomorrow while I mull over the song. Maybe in a few days I'll have answers. Trace and I walked back to my ispatur late in the day, and he told me about normal reefs, how they were brighter, warmer, and had fields of crops or large buildings. I found the information fascinating and couldn't imagine most of what he told me. More fascinating was the fluctuations in his focus as he talked. So much more happened in his focus than I heard in his words or saw in his face. G mentioned that Trace had secrets, and I thought I felt that. Quick changes that suggested some of the things he told me weren't true. I didn't think Trace was lying to me, but I also thought he kept many things to himself, things that brought him shame or sadness. After our meal with Amma, we slept around the fire pit, but Trace didn't sleep. During the wee hours of the morning, he rose and put on a coat, stepping outside into the cold night. I waited, but he didn't return, and I followed, finding him on the deck of the ispatur, a small stick of Lettstoffer lighting a page in his lap. He held a chunk of burned Heitskava in his fingers, and with it he made marks on the page. When I got close, I realized the marks created an image. The image was me. Trace had drawn an image of me on an old blank page from the back of one of Amma's books. "Apologies," he said, not looking up. "I have damaged one of the books." I knew he'd been aware of me long before I stood over him, and I squatted at his side. "It's me," I said. "It's beautiful, but I don't think of myself as beautiful, but this image is beautiful. How did you do that?" He shrugged. "My mother didn't want me to spend all my time singing the reeds. She pushed both Echo and me toward other things. Echo bakes and cooks and decorates our skipper and finds many ways to live her life without the reeds. For me, this was it. Just like I hear notes in my head and then bring them into the world to make things happen, I see lines in my head and bring them into the world to make images." I laughed at how amazing this was. It's a wonderful thing to do. We don't draw. Many of Amma's books have drawings, so once our people must have drawn. But our lives are hard and long. We work and sleep. "I noticed very little here is decorated," he said. "But the books, where did the books come from? They are simple, made by hand. When were they made?" "I don't know. That skill has been lost. Papa Olsen and a few others still write on pages. Papa Olsen's children make paper from the fiber of used Lettstoffer, but they don't make many, and we don't use them for drawing." I sat at his side, wondering how he fared in the cold. Our breaths plumed in front of us. "You're cold," I said. "Why come into the cold darkness to do this? And why draw me?" He smiled. "Because you make a beautiful picture, Kaya." I wasn't sure what to do with that thought, nor did I know what to do with this new side of Trace, his need to bring lines to life on paper. It didn't fit with everything I thought I knew of him. "You spoke of creatures beneath our reef," I said. "What do they look like?" With a few quick strokes, he formed a simple image of the strangest-looking creature I'd ever seen. "Are they dangerous?" I asked. "It looks dangerous." "I don't think so. I think it's lost. I have no idea what brought you or these creatures here." I touched the image, accidentally smearing the char with which he'd drawn it. "I'm sorry," I said. "Trace, I didn't mean to ruin it. It was beautiful." He put his arm around me and pulled me close. He was shivering. "I don't need to keep it. I just need the images out of my head and on the page. After that, it doesn't matter what happens to them. I haven't put many images on the page lately. I didn't know how much I need to do it until I stopped." His focus shifted to the familiar dark sadness, and I almost asked him to elaborate, but his arm was warm and tender around me, and he'd shared this beautiful thing, and he'd made me feel beautiful in doing so I let him have his private feelings. "We should go inside," I said. "You're not good in the cold." He laughed. "No, I'm not. I live in a world where the temperature rarely fluctuates. Thank you, Kaya." "Why are you thanking me?" He glanced at the page, and something unreadable came through his focus. "Because you're kind. Thank you for being so kind." I was sure that wasn't what he really meant to say, but the compliment still made me happy. Amma had once said that our ancestors believed in spirits that gave gifts and made things happen. Nobody believed that now, but as I sat here in the arms of this strange man, I knew Trace was a gift. If old spirits had sent him, or if he was here by accident, I was thankful. Chapter 17. "I can really move this?" Gianni asked, giving the pile of rubble a wary stare. Trace grinned at him. G's reaction to singing, his deep desire to know and do it all, reminded Trace of himself years ago. "I think so," Trace said. "Start small and work your way up. We need to find a spot to drop it. That's the big issue. I would say drop it into the ocean, but we can't send through the rock lining your volcano." Gianni turned to him with a frown. "So this rock you can move." "I can. I'm not sure what kind of rock this is, but I moved some of it earlier, and I had no problem." "So our volcano is only lined with something dangerous, something unknown." Gianni glanced at the small bandage on Trace's head, clearly uncomfortable with the danger here. Trace had to agree. He was sick to death of having a warped, torn, painful focus. That was the main reason he was lifting rock today and not working on the problem of getting home. Trace glanced back at Kaya, who was talking to Fidelio, and he knew he was also stalling. He enjoyed Kaya's company, maybe more than he should. He enjoyed Gianni's as well. He liked being the teacher, having them expect wisdom from him and not arrogance. They had never met that first Trace, the one who'd been so rotten and caused so much trouble. They also didn't know about his failure. Unlike Echo, they didn't hover and wait for him to heal. In their minds, he was better than he was, and for a little while longer, he wanted to keep up the facade. Once they left Montefallo, things would change. If he and Echo could save their reef, they would go back to their lives. Or if the reef perished, these people would be focused on putting together new lives elsewhere. He and Echo would go back to the waters, help people, and keep moving. Until a few days ago, that was all he wanted to do. Move on and move on and move on. That felt safe. Now it felt lonely. He wanted to feel Gianni's powerful, complex focus in his head, someone who might actually be stronger than he was. And he wanted Kaya's peaceful, kind focus in his head. Maybe he wanted her in his whole life, a thing he hadn't considered possible for a very long time. Her reaction to his drawing had touched him in some deep place, a place where he'd been bleeding out since the accident, a place he hadn't understood until she delighted in what his hands could do, in what he could do outside of his singing skill. So for now, he would use his healing focus as an excuse and spend the day digging out a mine shaft. "How about the lower cavern?" Fidelio said, stepping into the conversation. "I don't think we'll ever finish it. If we get access to this fork again, we won't need to." Gianni nodded. "It's below, that way." He pointed down and to the right. "Do we need to see it first?" "We do," Trace said. "I need for a few of you to head down there and spread out. Stand at the edges so I can get a feel for the space. I can wrap my focus around an object to move it, but it's not so easy to feel the edges of a wall or a cave, so I need a good idea where I'm sending it before I send it. Then we'll trade so you can all feel the edges. Are there people near this cavern?" "No," Gianni said. His eyes widened. "Are you worried that stone will hit them? Do you think we should be doing this? We don't know much." Trace laughed. "We'll start slowly. It will be fine. The edges are there, but they're not clear. You'll get comfortable with all of this in time." It took a while to get everyone familiar with the edges of the cavern, which turned out to be a low, winding passage. Gianni agreed to having a few more people step in, letting them think Trace was Fleota, although people still gave him and Kaya strange looks. Apparently, Fleota were highly unusual in the caves. Trace could only imagine what would happen if and when the Scavari learned that these particular strangers could move rocks with their minds and a panel of dried reeds. Trace made the first couple moves, surprised by the new reeds. He hoped this panel worked as well outside the reef, because what he felt was clearer than he'd ever experienced before. In fact, most of the work scouting for the edges of the cavern was pointless, because he could clearly feel the edges of the walls, a gentle pressure that this reed panel accentuated. After this, Gianni and Kaya tried to move stone. Kaya took 3 tries before she put enough power into her song to move anything. He had expected that. She was cautious by nature. Then Gianni was going to have the opposite problem. Trace had no doubt that before the day was over, Gianni would have his first singing headache from moving more with each jump than was good for him. Live and learn, Trace thought. His mother had said that many times when Trace had overestimated his own abilities. If only he'd done better at the learning part. Soon they found a rhythm, with Trace moving the largest stones, Gianni the next, and Kaya taking care of the rubble. Fidelio stayed with them, watching in wonder. Gianni had sent the others away, still not sure how much he wanted his people to know of this change in their leader and their world. Gianni was ahead of Trace, moving a long, low boulder, when Trace turned to Kaya, who followed them, clearing the smaller pieces. "Your head is okay?" he asked. "It's fine," she said. "Am I that much weaker than the 2 of you?" "No," he said, "but you're not as confident in your strength yet. Would you rather tackle the larger rocks?" "This seems to work," she said. "Is Gianni as strong as you?" "He might be stronger," Trace said. "I suspect he'll overwork his focus and hurt tonight. A singer's first singing headache is quite the milestone." "You won't stop him? Warn him?" she asked. "If he tries one that will endanger him, yes, but not otherwise. The only way he'll learn his limits is to test them and occasionally surpass them. I think he'll turn out to be a very talented singer. If this reef survives, that skill will help him down here." She sighed. "Is it wrong to hope we have to leave? Gianni shouldn't live in the dark. None of them should. They should be out in the wind and the sun. Maybe the lack of babies has as much to do with how we live as the environment. Do many people outside Montefallo live in caves?" "Not the way the Scavari do," Trace admitted. "But your people live in the light, and you don't have children either." She let out her breath. "No, we don't. So my theory doesn't hold up, but I still hate that they live in the caves all the time. During Dim Note, Gianni reminded me of a little boy. He was excited about everything. The wind, the cold, the auroras, the sounds of the reeds and the breeze. I feel like he's missing things down here." Of course, he thought the Fleota were torturing their children by making them live in the cold. I guess each of us has our problems. "I can't imagine saving this reef," Trace admitted, "mostly because there's so little in here I understand. But we'll get some good minds on it and see what we can do. We might evacuate and then continue to try to save it. Maybe your people will decide they don't want to come back." "I won't want to come back," she said. "Maybe that's not true. But if I can see in the light out there, I will struggle to come back." Gianni made a noise from ahead, and Trace found the man staring at the spot where the rock had been, his focus slightly warped. "That hurt," he said. "It means I did too much. Did you know that rock was too big?" Trace shrugged. "The only way to learn your limits is to sidle right up to them and sometimes step over the line." Gianni laughed. You have an evil streak, Trace Odell, or you're a very wise teacher. I haven't decided yet. Trace took the next 2 boulders, and then he stopped, because they'd just hit another lesson. This one was going to be about teamwork, because this rock was too big and heavy for any of them to move alone. "Oh," Gianni said. "That one is a monster, and I'm not sure anything beyond it will be intact. Maybe this was a waste of time." "I doubt it," Trace said. "Kaya, we need you." Trace played the song to move it, wrapping his focus around it to get an idea of its size before letting the wind go. He needed to do this well and not hurt anyone. "Can you move that?" Gianni asked. "Not alone," Trace said. "It's time for us to learn a couple new songs. One is the stamina song. Both of you have done it without a panel, but I'm more comfortable if we do it the old-fashioned way, so that's the first song. Then I think I'll have Gianni break it up for us. That's another song. It won't easily fit in the other cavern, so we'll change the size. I'll lift and hold it with Kaya's help, and Gianni will shatter it, and then all of us will switch to the jump song to send the pieces down." They didn't look sure of this plan, but they let him teach them the new songs. As usual, Gianni picked them up more quickly than Kaya, but eventually both of them knew them. "It's getting late," Trace said when Kaya played the stamina song perfectly. "I think we should finish tomorrow. Let our foci have the night off before we continue. How far are we?" Gianni shrugged. "I'm not sure. Nobody remembers the closed-off sections well. We were children. I just know this was the best producing vein we had, and it was the safest. That may not be the case now, but it's worth trying." "You were very young when the quakes hit, weren't you?" Trace asked. "We lost the elders," Gianni said. "The oldest Scavari is 29 years old." Trace shook his head. "What? And it was 16 years ago? Only children survived?" "No, we had adults for a couple years, and then some kind of illness took those." Trace turned to Kaya. "The Fleota didn't help them?" "We didn't know," Kaya said. Gianni was scared and kept a few things to himself. Gianni's focus pulsed with guilt and shame and anger, and Trace put out his hand. "I'm sorry, G, and amazed. This is a reef full of survivors. You all put me to shame." Gianni's focus began to calm. "Our adults never quite trusted the Fleota, and so I didn't know what would happen if they knew. Now that I know some of them, I wish I'd made different choices." "I know what that feels like," Trace said. Kaya gave him a strange look, and he knew his focus was giving away a few things. She seemed especially sensitive to his moods. Only Echo had ever read him so well. "Anyway, we should head out. We'll be back early." He and Kaya left the cave and headed across the lake to Kaya's ISPA tour. He assumed Echo wouldn't approve of him staying with the young woman, and that thought made him smile. Even before losing their mother, Echo had tended to mother him. He hated that he'd been gone so long, knowing she would worry, and he hadn't tried that hard to get home, not like he should have. He suspected she'd spent every moment of the past few days trying to find him, and he'd wasted time making friends and thinking romantic thoughts about a girl. "Are you okay?" Kaya asked. "I am. What is my focus telling you?" "I'm not sure. That you're sad, maybe? I can't imagine being able to read everyone. Does it make you crazy?" "You learn to shut a lot of it out," Trace said. "And the way people feel versus what they say. Believe what they say. People lie, almost all the time. What they say and what they feel doesn't usually line up, and the polite thing to do is to let the lies stand." "Even with friends?" she asked. "So I've been offending you by trying to figure out your focus?" No, with friends and family it's different. But still, for the sake of privacy and respect, it's okay to let someone lie. Echo knows when I lie to her, and I know when she lies to me, But those words matter too. Even when the words don't correctly express the feelings, they count. They're part of the truth. So a lie is part of the truth, she asked. Very often, we don't think we're lying, he said. Words often lead us to understand the feelings. I can't feel what my focus says to you. Sometimes you're going to know my feelings before I do. Oh, she shook her head. It's confusing. I'm sorry if I offended. You haven't offended me at all. It's comforting to know someone's paying attention. Trace, what happened? I know I shouldn't ask. You just told me not to ask, but it's so deep sometimes, this chasm in your focus, like a giant hole of pain. He didn't want to tell her, but he looked down into her eyes and saw true compassion, true concern, and he wanted her to know. He wanted the words and feelings to line up, wanted her to know this about him. I lost my family. There was an accident on a job. We were recharging a zygotic son, and there was a structural issue with the reef nobody could foresee. Except I did. I saw the signs, and when I told the charterhead, he ignored me. So I let it go. I did what he wanted me to do. The reef crumbled. We evacuated every citizen. That was the most painful focal damage I ever did to myself. But Echo and I lost the rest of our family, trying to get the last of the people out. I was arrogant and spiteful and stupid, and I lost my family. He had meant to tell her the facts, but he'd given her more. She said nothing, but her focus pounded her concern, her distress and compassion. Silently, she slipped her hand into his, and they continued the walk home in silence. Thank you, he said just before they entered the dark boat. For? She asked. He shrugged. For knowing that and still letting me come home with you? She simply smiled. When he got inside, he found a stack of pages and a primitive writing utensil on the table, the only table in the Ispatur. You found some, Kaya said to Amma, delight in her focus. I did, Amma said. I had to walk quite a ways, but the morning was bright, and it's good to move after being so still during dim note. But now I want to see. I want to know why this is important. Trace felt awkward about performing, but that evening he drew another image of Kaya, as well as one of Gianni, and then Amma. He also sketched Tormandu, the bay village with its hill-like homes and fields, as well as the stone wall behind it. He'd now drawn this image twice. For some reason, the little village caught his imagination. Okay, he knew the reason. It reminded him of Bougainville's main bay village. The image reminded him of home. Kaya put her hand on his arm before they went to their sleeping rolls that night. Drawing makes you happy, but it also makes you sad, she said. I'm not supposed to ask, I know, but you said your mother wanted you to learn. Is that why it makes you sad? He nodded. Tormandu reminds me of Bougainville, my home, the reef that was destroyed on my watch. And yes, every time I sketch anything, I see my mother smile and hear her tell me she's proud of what I can do. My singing made her proud too, but for some reason, drawing hurts in a way singing doesn't. Kaya put her hand on his chest. Singing is who you are. It uses all of you. It's like breathing. But what you put on paper comes from here. It's how you think, Trace. It's how you feel and connect to your heart. I can see why it would hurt more than singing. Thank you for sharing with us, even if it hurts you. Maybe because he'd taken a little weight off by sharing with Kaya, Trace slept soundly, and in the morning they returned to the cave, where they found Gianni waiting for them at the cave entrance. You're impatient, Kaya said with a smile when she saw him. I'm not convinced we can do this, he said with a shrug. I hope we don't hurt you, Trace. We'll be fine, Trace said. If it's too much, we'll stop. We'll make sure nobody else is around, so a failure can't hurt anyone. Kaya gave him a strange look when he said it, and he wished he'd told both of them. Gianni caught the look, and likely something in their foci, and he frowned. Like Kaya, he was working hard to understand the shifts and emotions that came through a focus, so he was as sensitive to it as she was, and he knew they had a secret. For the first time, he wondered if Gianni had feelings for Kaya. Was he stepping into this situation and causing someone pain? He hoped not. "Last night I told Kaya about my family," he said. Gianni raised his eyebrows. "It's a story about failure." Kaya shook her head. "It's a story about misplaced guilt, not failure. And maybe something inevitable and terrible that not a soul on this world could have prevented." Gianni said nothing, and Trace gave him the same story he'd told her, except this time he kept to the facts. Kaya had already given him the emotion. "I'm sorry," Gianni said. "So we all know loss, the big losses." "Yes," Trace said, "we do. Do we want to move rock this morning or share sad stories?" Gianni smiled at that. "I suppose it's a good day to move rock, but I think sometimes it's good to share the sad stories, and I say that as someone who never does." Kaya put her hand on Gianni's arm, compassion flowing from her focus, and the man gave her a sad smile. Trace was jealous, and that bothered him. The original plan was that all of them smash the huge boulder and send it in pieces. Kaya had gotten especially good at sending multiple pieces at once, and he knew Gianni would master that in moments. But it would go faster if he and Gianni held it and let Kaya smash it. Then it would still be wrapped in their foci, and they could jump it in one single shot instead of multiple, smaller leaps. He also felt it would be more impressive the second way. He wanted them to be impressed, to see how much power they truly possessed. He explained what he wanted to do, and he and Gianni began the song to raise the boulder off the ground, their foci mingling and linking as they formed a barrier around the rock. It was heavy, almost too heavy even for the two of them, and Trace knew Gianni was near the edge of his strength. Trace pushed a little more power of his own into the barrier, wincing as he stepped slightly over the line, and he nodded to Kaya. "Now," he said, "put as much power behind it as you can." Before she called the wind, something shifted. Suddenly he felt a jump song wrap around him, and he had to let go of the stone or be torn apart. As he did, he felt Gianni push power of his own to try to pick up the slack. "No," he yelled to Gianni. "Let it go." He didn't know if Gianni heard him, but he doubted it, feeling damage and pain from the man before he felt the lurch of the jump that had grabbed him. A flash let him know he'd finished a jump, and Echo wrapped her arms around him, her focus flooding with relief and joy. "We did it," she said, squeezing him. "We got you home." He appreciated the effort, but her timing couldn't have been worse. Chapter 18. He looked around and found two familiar eldsingers and Dayton in the skipper living room with Echo. One of the singers possessed the talent for writing songs. The other was a powerful healer. Dayton was smiling at him. "Thank you," he said to Echo. He turned to Gerald, the one who wrote songs. "Send us back, Echo and Toman and me. Toman, bring your equipment. Put us exactly where you picked me up. Don't deviate because there's a wall. We have to go back. Now." Echo's eyes widened. "Trace? What?" "Now," he said. "I'm grateful you found me, Echo, but your timing was horrible. We have to go save someone's life. About 2 randoms ago." She held out her hand to Toman, who said nothing as he joined them, sliding a bag over his shoulder. The healer nodded to Gerald, who began a song very much like the song Trace had written, and in a flash they were back in the tunnel. Kaya was leaning over Gianni, crying, while the man lay still on the floor. His focus was damaged, torn and weak, the strange pulsing more obvious through the pain. The man had done his best to hold the boulder when Trace had been yanked away, and he was paying for that. "Him," Trace said, although Tomon had figured that out and was running toward the man, dropping to his knees and resting a panel in his lap. "Trace," Echo said, "your face." Trace ignored her. "Tomon, this might help." He threw the new panel at Tomon, who nodded and placed a hand on Gianni. Kaya stood and glared at them. "What did you do?" she asked. "What did you let him do? His focus is so dim and still. Will he die? How did we let him die?" "He won't die," Tomon said. "But yeah, he's got some damage. Almost as much as you after that Saigon incident." Trace grimaced. "Then get to work so we won't have to feel it when he wakes up." Tomon grinned at Trace's impatient snapping. "We need to find a safe place to do this." "His Tana," Kaya said. She turned to Fidelio, who stood at the edge of the room, staring like everyone in the room with him was a ghost. "Right? We can put him in his room?" "Of course," Fidelio said, shaking himself back to awareness. "Follow me." "Hey, G, how are you doing?" Trace asked, sitting on the edge of the man's bed. Fidelio was gone, but Kaya and Echo were still here. Tomon had come to the lower chamber to tell Trace Gianni was awake, still in pain, and that he had to take a break and sleep a few hundred randoms before he could finish. Fidelio was showing him to a guest room. Gianni squinted and shrugged. "I dropped it." Trace couldn't help but laugh. "No, I dropped it." Gianni's gaze shifted and focused over his shoulder, where Echo was lurking. Trace gestured for her to come closer. "Have you officially met Echo yet? This is my sister. She figured out how to pull me home. Her timing was bad, but her intentions were good." Echo's focus shifted from shame and guilt to concern and back. "She pulled him away, just like you pulled him here," Kaya said, settled in a chair at G's side. Tomon had said Kaya wouldn't leave his side, her hand on him the entire time. "Gianni pulled you here?" Echo asked. She glanced at Kaya. "You didn't tell me that. I thought he didn't know anything about singing until you were here." "I think it was instinctive," Trace said. "I didn't show up here barefoot in my night clothes on purpose." "People drag you around," Kaya said, reaching out and resting a hand on Trace's arm. "You live a very strange life. Are you okay?" "Fine," he said firmly. He shrugged. "A little warped. I deserve it." "Trace," G said. He squinted against pain and shook his head. Trace looked at him and realized just who he was, the image of Gianni suddenly clearer than ever before. The man was flat on his back, his focus still sporting a few tears, a scrape across his face, and yet he spoke with confidence and diplomacy, a leader to his core. The man was almost Trace's age, and yet while Trace had been patting himself on the back for a skill he'd been born with, G had spent that time keeping an entire village alive and happy on a dying world. "Trace," G warned, likely reading some of Trace's feelings right now. "I need to go," he said. His focus had warped in the jump, since apparently Gerald's song wasn't perfect yet, and then he'd overworked cleaning up more of the tunnel, mostly to hide from himself. It hadn't worked, and yet he wanted to try again, to escape another failure. He made it near the door before the ladies intercepted him. "How can you possibly think this is your fault?" Echo asked gently. "It's mine. I did this." "I didn't try, Echo. I barely tried to get back to you. These two are an ego boost, and I chose that over searching for a way home. It felt so good to have them think I was wise and good, a teacher who was worth something. I took my time and made you do all the work when I should have put everything I had into getting home." He pushed past her and went toward the darkest end of the hallway. He felt their concern and disappointment, and more than anything, he needed to get away from that. He followed the sound of water and found himself following a low tunnel that opened to a slow-moving underground river. The wall was alight with glowing moss and multiple crystals in many shades, faintly lit from within. He'd never seen anything like it, and he sat at the edge of the river and brushed his hand through the water, which reflected the small pools of light throughout the shadowed room. Movement to his left caught his eye, and he sat very still as a tiny rodent approached. He'd never seen anything like it, a creature with large eyes and feathery hair on its head. It looked soft, light brown, and it had small spikes down its back. He wondered if the spikes were hard or soft, decorative or defense. It moved like a ground squirrel from Bougainville, although it had a wide, flat tail. Slowly it walked on all four little feet, stopping nearly an arm's length away and chirping like it meant to speak to him. "Hello," he said, stretching out his hand. The little guy sniffed toward him with a long nose, but didn't move closer. At that point, he felt something familiar, and he shifted his attention to the water. Pale blue light glowed beneath the surface as one of the eels, maybe the largest one he'd seen yet, slithered through the water, surfacing near him. It raised its head to look into his eyes, its own eyes yellow and slitted like a cat. Once it broke the surface, it stopped glowing, the tentacles on its head looking as silver as the rest of it. He barely breathed as it leaned closer. With one snap of its powerful jaws, it could take off Trace's head, and while Trace felt no fear, the size of the creature startled him. Then the chittering rodent moved toward the edge of the water, and Trace cringed. Surely the sea monster was about to eat this little rodent, and he hated that. He knew animals ate one another all the time, but he hated to see it or think about it. The animals surprised him. The eel slowly lowered its head, and the tiny rodent, no bigger than the palm of his hand, raised up on its hind legs. The two animals barely brushed noses before the rodent chittered and ran away. The eel turned its attention back to Trace. It sparkled and glowed in the water. A beautiful creature he knew was far from home, just like the Montefalons. Who had moved all of them, and why include sea creatures that hid so well nobody had heard from them in 100 years? The thought made him sad. Had they been trapped that long? Were they happy or sad? He didn't know if he was feeling melancholy from the eel or simply empathizing with it, but he looked at the creature and felt like crying. He stretched out his hand, not wise given the size of the creature's mouth, but he was certain the eel didn't mean to hurt him. The eel stretched its neck forward, and Trace placed his hand on the long, sinewy neck. The scales covered strong muscle that shifted under his palm as the eel twisted to keep its yellow eyes on him. Snake, he thought. It felt more like a snake than an eel, although he didn't think he'd ever touched an eel before. Some of the scales were chipped and rough, making him wonder if the animal was old. A second head slipped up out of the water, neck twining around the first, until two sets of cat eyes stared at him. He kept his hand on the first one's neck, closing his eyes as he let the feel of the creature's energy wash over him. He didn't know what he felt exactly or what it meant, but the eels gave off complex energy. Then the scales beneath his hand warmed, and he felt something deeper, something he couldn't explain, and he removed his hand. Both the eels swam back and then forward again when he moved. "Can I help you?" he asked. "What did I feel from you? It felt like power. Can you feed me power? Maybe what I feel on you is a focus after all, but it's the strangest focus I've ever felt. Foreign, more foreign than any other realm or human I've ever known. Are you trapped here? Is this simply your life? Do you know what's causing the changes in the volcano? Are all of you in danger?" The first creature dipped lower in the water at his voice, and Trace stood still and waited for it to come closer again. When it did, the second one leaned so close Trace could feel her breath rustling his hair. She made a noise, a low whistle, that caused every hair on Trace's body to stand up and filled him with strange emotions he couldn't name. Then both the creatures disappeared into the water, heading back down the river the way they'd come. "Well," he said, "I have no idea what just happened, but I'm glad to have met you. What a strange world we've found here." With that, he sat down and waited. Echo would find him here and scold him for running off like a child. He deserved that. And he would tell her a story about trapped animals that seemed to have readable feelings. Maybe his story would take the sting out of hers. Probably not, but meeting the eels made him feel better regardless. Chapter 19. Echo had messed up. She'd known it the moment it had happened. She hadn't done it on purpose, and she refused to follow Trace down the path of self-loathing for something out of her control, but she also knew this was her mess, and she needed to clean it up. "You almost got to experience your first reed coma," she said to Gianni, sitting on the edge of the handsome Scavari leader's bed. During the 600 randoms it had taken for Toman to heal G and exhaust his own focus doing it, Kaya had filled in Echo on the recent history of her people. "I better understand Trace's fear of a second one," the man said. He had dark curls, ruddy skin, and piercing eyes, nearly black. He was quick to smile, a natural charmer. She reminded him of her late uncle, except this man was younger and quite simply beautiful. He also admired Trace. She'd felt this in people before. Singers who recognized Trace's strength and his kindness and wanted to be close to him and impress him. As Trace's big sister, the sentiment always made her a little uncomfortable. "Second coma?" "I skipped over a lot," Kaya said apologetically. "Trace's focus has given him pain almost the entire time he was here. I think the 2 days he was in a coma were probably a relief." "He was in a coma for 2 days?" Echo asked. Without Leichnick or a healer, that level of focal pain would have been unbearable. No wonder her little brother was moody today. Worse, Trace honestly thought he deserved it. "He told us you recently lost your family," Gianni said. "I'm sorry." "It's not easy," she said. "It's one reason we're approaching the issues with this reef so cautiously." "Are you upset that he didn't look harder?" Kaya asked. "He worried about you and talked about you." "I assume he did exactly what needed done. And he did it with everything he had, because that's Trace. Whoever he told you he was, it's probably a lie. He has no idea who he is." She hadn't actually answered the question, she knew, because yes, she'd been a little bit upset. She knew he wasn't to blame, but he had also tackled something difficult alone. Would he ever trust anyone enough to let them help? Was this arrogance? Fear? She wished she understood her brother better. "We figured that out," Gianni said. He cringed. "Can we cut the Letzstoffer in here? All of us can see in the dark." Kaya took the reed out, and then she returned to Gianni's side. Echo wondered if they were a couple. She thought, from the way Kaya talked about Trace, that maybe she had feelings for her brother. But she also seemed to have feelings for the Scavari leader. Right now, a love triangle between these three was not what anyone needed. Mostly, she didn't know who would win. She wanted someone to love Trace, to see in him what she saw in him. Maybe Kaya could do that. "Should we find him?" Kaya asked, gazing at the door. "I'll go look," Echo said. She already knew where he was. Likely the others did too. She followed his focus into a very dark tunnel and found him sitting at the edge of a river. The walls around it were covered in crystals of every color and size. "Trace." She sat down at his side. "It's beautiful here. The sky, this river, all of it." It's dying, Trace said. They can't seem to carry babies anymore, and it's slowly freezing, and I don't know how to save it. Instead, I whine like a baby and run away. I don't know why they even talk to me. Gianni is a leader, a good, compassionate leader, and Kaya takes care of Amma and her people during the dark days. He ran his hand over his eyes. I don't know how to talk to you when you get like this, she said. When you got here, could they sing? Gianni and Kaya? No. So they'd never touched a panel before? No, he said. Why are you asking? Because they now play a few songs. They play them well. You did that. We always thought we didn't have an extra talent. I think you do. You teach, Trace. You've done it all along, but I never thought about it. You taught Rachel all the time. She could be the most scattered little girl, but you were always patient. Her dad was never patient, and you know she learned more reed songs from you than anyone. Remember what she said about that? He shrugged. What she said made no sense. She said when I taught her, I gave her the songs better than anyone else did. You never taught other people, and maybe you should have. This pair is impressive, Trace. You did that. I couldn't teach them so much in that time. He gazed across the water. They were here, Echo. The eels were here. I think this pair was old. Their scales were worn and chipped. I got to touch one. They have the strangest energy. She laughed. What purpose do eels play in any of this? This is the strangest job we've ever taken. It doesn't feel like a job anymore, he said. It feels like more. What if we can't save this reef, either this side or Tormandu? This is nothing like Bougainville, she said. Why can't you move past that day? How can I help you? You're making yourself crazy, and you're going to miss wonderful things in your life because you don't allow yourself anything but guilt about Bougainville. I'm not the only one who thinks I'm at fault, he said. No, but that doesn't mean anything. That story didn't travel. The stories that reached Dayton and Katie said it was an accident. Only those who lost something blamed you, and that's because it hurt less to throw blame around than to grieve their loss. Dayton said that to me, and he was right. They lost everything, but so did we. We lost more, Trace. None of them lost family. We lost what was most precious to us, and you need to grieve that and forget about the idiots of Bougainville. He shrugged. Gianni still hurts. So do you. How did you find me? He asked. I felt you leave the skipper. The focal damage happened as you were leaving, and I knew you were in danger. I tried to follow the song, but I kept hitting the unknown rock. Do we have a name for that rock yet? No, he said. Did you think I left you? Were you angry? I felt your pain and your fear. Regardless of how or why you left, I knew it hadn't gone according to plan. I gathered Dayton, Katie, and Charles. I went to find Gerald, and he suggested bringing Toman along. Then Gerald started to work. It took me time to find him and get him back here, so making the song took less than 2 days. He gave her a long, unblinking look, and she looked away. Having a baby brother who could nearly read her thoughts wasn't easy. Okay, she said. I was hurt that you did it alone. You do everything alone, Trace. How many times could you have avoided focal pain and hurt and even the mockery of the weaker kids if you'd asked for help? You called it arrogance, and maybe that's true, but maybe it's not. It's independence taken to an extreme. Maybe it's fear and a need to prove you're not scared by doing everything yourself. But the result is you shut people out. I'm your sister. Why can't you trust me? He swallowed. I don't know, Echo. Since I have this skill, this gift, I feel like I should use it. Gift, she said. Mom used to say that. Where did it come from, Trace? Why do we have gifts and not everyone? A gift has a giver, and yet... I've been thinking about Tormundue and now Montefallo. This reef is in trouble. It's almost at its end, and here we are, just in time to save it. How does that happen? Trace looked surprised. Remember Mom talking about the dangers of living under the sea? She said those who saw the heavens understood the big picture, and those of us in the sea couldn't see more than the running lights ahead of us. There's more out there than we know, he said. You think something out there planned this. I don't know. Coincidences make me uncomfortable, she said. They spent a moment in silence. I do trust you, Echo. I know, but you don't trust my skill. Gianni is almost your equal in strength. Will you trust him? It's not trust, he insisted. How can I ask someone else to do something I can do, especially when it might be dangerous? She shrugged. Find a way. That pair of eldsingers out there wants to impress you. They want you to value them and be their friend. That means you have to let them play a role. You say I have a hero complex, but maybe it's you. He looked at the river in front of them. Is G stronger than me? No. He's strong, but you're stronger. Does that matter? Would it be a problem if I said yes? It wouldn't be. He tilted his head. Maybe it would be, and that's arrogance. She laughed. I'm not sure of that. I think, when you train him, you'll appreciate his power. Train him. Trace gave a bitter laugh. I almost killed him. She smacked him on the shoulder. Do you listen to one word I say to you? Not your fault. Not at all. But, no, I don't want to hear it. No more whining about being at fault. Own it or ditch it, but don't give it one more ounce of brain space. Gianni is worrying about you, so clearly he isn't hating you for his headache. Kaya? I don't know about Kaya. Are you and she an item? I don't know, he said. Okay, then maybe I do know about you and Kaya, because I don't know either. But she isn't hating you. They want to learn. That I do know. They talk about you like you're special, which you are, and it's hard to admit that because you're also my little brother, and if I have to stroke your ego one more time, I'm going to be sick. Trace laughed. Yeah, this doesn't feel right. Maybe smack me again. He took a deep breath. I have to say this, and then I'm done. Thank you for looking for me, and I'm sorry I wasn't looking for you. I wasn't lost, she said. You knew I was fine. Maybe sad or worried, but fine. And you had to figure out a few things here. I heard about the reed coma. He shrugged. Having someone take care of him had always galled. I think Gianni brought me out of it. Without a panel. And Kaya's ability to heal with touch surpasses G's. Is that because they're strong, she asked? Or because they're other realm? I think it's something here. I can give you stamina here without a panel. She leaned her shoulder against his. Whatever happens, we need to grow those reeds in other reefs. They're so clear. I never considered our reeds anything but perfect, but now I do. I know, Trace said. That clarity allows us to use more strength with less danger. I hope they'll grow somewhere else. We need some experts to figure out the fluid problem here. I don't know if there are any experts on other realm chemicals, she said. There are, he said. He grinned. We need to see the Jonikin. They might know about the reef, the chemicals, even the eels. She laughed. How did I not think of that? Yes, as soon as Gianni is better, that's exactly where we'll go. We can take them with us. They need to see outside the reef. Yes, Trace agreed. I want to show them everything. She felt how deeply he meant those words. In a short time, her brother, who had become frighteningly untethered in this world, had formed bonds with this pair, and he wanted to keep them in his life. The thought gave her hope. but it also concerned her. She hoped they would want to stay with him as much as he wanted to be with them. When they returned to G's room, Kaya and Gianni were still alone. Trace sat at G's side. "I'm sorry, and now I'm done apologizing." "Good," G said, "because I was starting to feel guilty for making you feel so bad." "Tell us about the eels," Echo said, following Trace into the room. She didn't sit down. "The what?" G asked. "The sea creatures. I think they've hidden until now. Or I imagine them," Trace said. "I saw them," Echo said. "I doubt we both imagine them." "This," Kaya said. She felt embarrassed, and she pulled his drawn pages from a small supply pack they'd brought with them this morning. When he saw them, Trace was embarrassed, and Echo suppressed a smile at the strange dynamic going on here. She wondered why Trace always felt so self-conscious about his drawings. Did he honestly not see his skill? "He said they look like this," Kaya said, handing G the drawing. Then she held out the drawing of Tormandu. "And this is what the world on the other side of the wall looks like. This is our neighbor." G looked at the image a long time, and he smiled at Trace when he set it down. "You have many skills." Trace didn't want to talk about this. Echo put her hand on his arm because she knew how much he didn't want to talk about this. "I draw sometimes," he said. "It helps me see things in a new way." "Yes," Kaya said, like the sentence had answered a question for her. She smiled and touched Trace's chest. "And it lets him share things from in here. Anyway, I've certainly never heard of an eel. None live in the lake. I would know." Trace described what had happened near the river, and Gianni shook his head. "The little animal is a pepperung. They're cute, but they tend to eat everything. We try to keep them away from our food stores. And I've never heard of an eel in the caves. I don't know why they showed up now." "Maybe they're trapped here," Trace said. Kaya moved to put her hand in his. "You're very upset," she said. "Every time he deals with these animals, he gets emotional," Echo said. "I'm not sure they don't do something to his focus. Sure, Trace loves animals, but this is extreme." "Yes," Kaya said. She put her hand on his chest, and he closed his eyes. He said he didn't know how he felt about her. Maybe his head didn't, but his focus and emotions sure did. It's not his normal rhythm. "So they affect emotion," Gianni said. "Many animals do this?" "No animals do this," Trace said. He sighed. "We'll just lump it in with the rest of the unknowns about this reef. Every time we think we know something, we simply end up with more and more questions." Echo thought their next step might be the one to start bringing them answers. Trace was right that they needed a new perspective, and the Jonathan had the most complete, unique perspective on all of Portomare. Chapter 20. "It's beautiful," I said. I whispered it, stunned and awed. I thought Montefallo was beautiful, but this reef was just as beautiful. And I could see. Colors and textures were vivid and bright in my eyes, and it didn't hurt. I loved the greens of the fields and trees. "It worked," Gianni said, laughing. "We can see, and it didn't hurt to get here." Trace laughed. Neither G nor I had completely trusted a jump to the Tormandu reef. "We are so glad you're here," Katie said. I hadn't seen this woman before, but I knew she was the charterhead, Tormandu's leader. She had a calming smile. "And I'm sorry you were afraid to come." "I wasn't afraid," G said. Then he laughed. "Fine. I was afraid it wouldn't work. Trace, I apologize for not trusting you." "The problem was, I wasn't sure it would work, so I wasn't very convincing," Trace said. "I hate to lie to you." "Well, I like that policy," Gianni said. "I'd appreciate if you continue not to lie to us." For the longest moment, I simply drank in the sights around me. The sky was bright and filled with mists and clouds. Hills rolled in front of us, and to one side I could see the wall, towering up into the mists with no top in sight. The hills were green and tan with crops, some dark green with trees, more colors than I knew existed. Trace's drawings had been accurate, and as I looked at the beautiful scene and thought about those drawings, I knew he loved the beauty of a reef as much as I did. It smelled and sounded alive. Bird calls filled the air. I heard children and adults and sounds I couldn't categorize. My nose filled with the scents of dozens of plants and even more things I couldn't categorize. "Breathe," Trace said. I'd grabbed his hand before the jump, and he squeezed it and whispered into my ear. My entire body shivered at the feel of his breath on my skin. "I guess you don't hate it." "I don't hate it," I said. "It has plants growing on it," Amma said, pointing toward a little house. At least, I thought it was a house. It was a hill with a door and windows. "This is a very strange place." "We think the same about discovering your world," Katie said with a chuckle. "And then we have Trace's giant other realm eels. Just one more thing to make our reef the most unusual reef in the ocean." "Wait," Amma said. "Eels? In our reef?" "Under it," Trace said. "There's a vent beneath your section of the reef, and it houses giant eels. They're not from our world." Amma laughed. "Vattenausch. It's a myth. My grandmother told hero stories. Our people came from the sea, pirates and sea merchants, and the occasional hero. She told the hero stories, and often the hero had help from the Vattenausch, the guardian sea serpents. They glow to light the way in storms, and sometimes wrap around the evil men and save the day." Trace laughed out loud. "Of course they do. We need a mythical creature in the mix. Like volcanoes dropped into reefs and impenetrable rock isn't enough. Vattenausch." "I had no idea those stories were based on something real," Amma said. "Nor did I ever hear about any in the reef. Why are they there?" "For all I know, they were sent as guardians," Trace said. "I'm not sure we'll ever know, but I'm going to try." I plan to join Gianni, Echo, and Trace into the ocean to find an other realm group of historians known as the Jonnakin, and while I was gone, Amma was staying in Tormandu in a home especially for older people who needed care. She seemed excited, and she said 5 times that she loved how warm it was here. Once we settled her, we said farewell to Katie and Dayton, the handsome man who worked with her, the man who set Echo's focus fluttering every time he was around. "Now," Trace said, "ready for your first visit to the ocean?" "I don't know," Gianni admitted. "My head is spinning with everything new. You live in the ocean. In a boat that's under the water? A boat like Kaya's?" "I think we'll just show you," Echo said with a warm smile. While she had lost exactly what Trace had lost, she was more cheerful than her brother. So far, Echo's focus was the lightest I'd felt. I liked her. She nodded, and Trace played the jump while she played stamina. In a flash, we stood in their skipper. I knew it was their home and also a vehicle, something like the Ispatur. But when I opened my eyes, it looked nothing like my Ispatur. Nothing here was alive or warm, although the temperature was warm. Nothing was soft, and things with lights sat on tables everywhere. Trace led us into another room, this one with softer furnishings. This part looked more like a home. I moved to a window and watched creatures move on the reef wall. Fish and other creatures I didn't recognize. "Tormandu lights some of the outside of their reef, so we can see all the life out here," Trace said, standing at my side. "Normally, life underwater is very dark. What do you think?" I smiled at him, because he felt comfortable here. I didn't think it was beautiful, but to Trace it was home. That gave it a little extra beauty. "I think you're happy here," I said. He rewarded those words with a smile, and his fingers found mine, squeezing and immediately letting go. "I already put the coordinates into the nav map," Echo said when a strange silence fell over us. "Gianni is going to nap. His focus is still healing, and the strain in his head is bothering me. Kaya and I will take the helm." "I can do that," Gianni said. Trace took him back to a room they would share, and I wasn't surprised when Trace stayed, also asleep a few randoms later. His focus had been worn since he'd finished clearing the mine shaft. "He works harder than he lets on," Echo said of her brother. "G is almost as strong as he is, so maybe he'll learn to ask for help. So, why don't you let me show you around?" Although I didn't know Echo well and felt intimidated by her, by the end of our afternoon she had put me at ease. She didn't seem to think about being beautiful and strong. Instead, she showed me some of the equipment on her skipper. We'd plugged a lot of our samples into her sensors, and she explained to me what the results meant. I could tell she was proud of this equipment and what she could do with it. "Mostly it tells me everything we find in your reef is unknown," Echo said with a sigh. "How are we going to figure out how the fluids react with one another unless we know what we're dealing with?" "Are there still empty reefs?" I asked. "I mean, can you put some of those things together and see what happens? Test them?" Echo laughed. "We can. It might be the wisest thing we can do. And I didn't think of it. We'll see what the experts have to say, and then we might just run a few tests. What we forget is that we're experts too. We worked with my parents, and so Trace and I always felt like the junior team. But for 2 years we ran missions on our own. We solved problems. We did more than our share of rescues because Trace is just plain strong. When we lost our parents, it's like we lost the knowledge that we're capable adults." I was touched that she was sharing this with me. Echo could be my friend. I wondered if I was any good at friendship. It scared me that I might fail, but everything was new right now, new and exciting, and I wanted to try. I wanted to be a friend and have a friend. Then I thought about Gianni, who'd been my first real friend and my only dim note companion. And Trace, who smiled at me like I was important and told me hard things when his focus told me his heart hurt. I didn't want just one friend. I wanted 3. Echo checked the nav map, and then she settled in the soft pit chair to drive with the reeds. I asked if I could listen. I thought it interesting that she didn't offer to teach me this song. She simply said Trace would teach it to me later. As I listened, I understood, because it was the most complicated song I'd heard yet. She said it had to do with water and drag and other things I didn't understand, and it made sense that she would turn something so complex over to her brother. "How far are we?" I asked. I found it surprising that she could play and talk. She said some songs took more concentration than others, but the driving song, while complex, was so common in her life she didn't have to think about it. "We could jump," Echo said, "but jumping a skipper takes a lot of strength. Instead, I'm driving it with the reeds, which speeds us up and uses no fuel. I see us getting there in 2 more days." "Do you ever get tired of being on this ship?" I asked. Echo laughed. "Sometimes. Trace used to go crazy in here. And then he changed and doesn't want to leave." "After losing your family?" I asked. She nodded and looked out the window. The running lights lit the water, but there was so little to see that I could barely tell they were on. "He changed so much, Kaya. I can't find him now. I mean, in a way he matured. Some of the changes were good, but not all of them." "The pain is deep," I said. "All of us lost people, but for him it's more recent. And he blames himself. Neither Gianni nor I blame ourselves for the earthquake." "I wish he would see it for what it is," Echo said. "In a way, his self-blame is as foolish as if you blamed yourself for an earthquake. The charterhead handled it wrong, but it wouldn't have mattered. Okay, that might not be true. If he'd let us start the evacuation right away, my family might have survived. But we didn't lose one citizen. We did lose the reef, but we'd have lost the reef either way. Trace was never in a position to save the reef." I don't understand why the charterhead chose to blame Trace when everyone lived. Trace came very close to killing himself saving those people, and he rescued every one of them, and the man said he was reckless. Unfortunately, that hit close to home, because Trace has been known to be reckless, or he seems reckless. Sometimes he's just so far ahead of the rest of us in his understanding of something that what seems reckless to us is very well thought out on his part. I nodded. I hope we can save our reef, for him as well as us. Would you go back? Echo asked. I don't know. I like seeing in the light. I can't explain how hard it is to hide during the day, never to fit in with anyone else, never to celebrate with them. Gianni understands because his life was similar, except his people thought he was extra special, so they kept him at arm's length. Both of us grew up lonely. I'm looking forward to knowing Gianni better, Echo said. He's good for Trace, I think. Gianni is great, I said. I felt a little jealousy. Did Echo want to know him personally, romantically? Did I? I thought I might have more feelings for Trace, but I couldn't deny that her words made me feel something uncomfortable. That was unfair. I couldn't have both men. Maybe I couldn't even have one. And was this the time to be thinking about things like that? Probably not. After a while, Echo took me to the back of the skipper, the living area, to find us food, and I stopped at a drawing. Echo stood at my side, her focus pulsing with pride and concern. He captures so much with a few lines, I said. Echo smiled. He does. I watched him draw on Montefallo. When he does, his focus shifts in an unusual way. I'm not sure what drives it. He mixed both joy and sadness. Echo touched the edge of the canvas, a landscape from beneath the ocean. She told me it was a villa colony, a collection of mismatched houses tethered to the ocean floor. Yes, Echo said. It used to bring only joy. Then it brought only sadness after we lost our family. I'm glad to hear he can draw with a little joy again. Maybe it doesn't matter. It's just something he does for fun. But I feel like it matters. Because it's different from singing, I said. It fills a deeper space. I don't know how to explain it, but he needs it. Singing takes power and precision. It's an art, yes, but it's not creative, Echo said. I agree about it filling a space. Trace has a lot of odd-shaped spaces to fill. He's a unique person. And as his sister, I say that as both compliment and insult. I smiled at that. Watching Trace and Echo together made me wish I had siblings. Late in the day, Trace and Gianni woke up feeling better, and Echo asked Trace to teach us to drive the skipper with the reeds. A few hundred randoms later, I was running the ship with the reeds. Trace relaxed in the pit seat at my side, and something beeped near my arm. I glanced down, no idea what most of the screens and panels meant. So far, I didn't like the machines of this world. They made things seem more complicated. The thought of learning both reed singing as well as the panels and buttons scared me. Let's see, Trace said, pressing buttons and somehow moving the image from my screen to the one at his side. He stared a long time, his focus suddenly pounding with something I didn't recognize, something dark and bitter. Then he switched a button to make the message disappear. Without a word, he stood and walked toward the back of the ship. What happened? Echo asked, leaning over my seat. What just happened? I don't know, I said. I let the wind drop, hoping I hadn't done something wrong. Something beeped. He looked at something over there, and then he left. His focus was distressed. Echo sat where Trace had been, pushing buttons and staring at the screen herself. Then she said something quiet under her breath and ran into the back. I didn't know what to do, so I did nothing, moving back to the living area where Gianni sat on the sofa. What happened? He asked. They feel very unsettled. I told him, and he glanced at the back of the vessel, the personal rooms where the pair had disappeared. Their foci were still strong in my head, only now I felt anger on top of the other distressing feelings. Grief is difficult, G said quietly. They still have so far to go. It's worse because Trace won't let it be an accident, I said. Yes. Gianni stretched. What do you think? I'm not sure I like it here, not in this ship. I thought it wouldn't bother you since you lived in caves, I said. He laughed. My caves had a lot more space than this, and having other people in my head isn't entirely comfortable. I whined about being alone for 16 years. Now I'm not sure it was such a bad thing. I suspect you feel them more strongly than I do, I said. Even when they're angry or whatever they're feeling now, it's better than being alone. I was never as alone as you, Gianni said. I had to deal with people, even if it was never intimate. I'm sorry you were that alone. I shrugged. I'm not alone now. Echo asked if I could go back, to the reef. And you said, I don't think I'd go, not if I can stay out here. Light and colors are fascinating, and people in my head and the skill I can use. No. You? Will you go back? G ran his hand through his curls. I like colors and light too. I like to sing. I like the company. But I'm the leader of the Scavari. I don't know if I have choices. I've never had choices. I'm sorry, I said. Nobody else could do your job? All of them could do my job, but they don't want to do it. If we have to move to a new home, maybe you can settle them and then go. Reefs are run by charterheads. Maybe the Scavari won't need a leader like they have now. I can hope, G said, except that means I'm hoping for the death of my whole way of life. Echo asked me if there were folktales or myths that might explain us living in a volcano. I said no. Do the Scavari have any? Our people must have known they weren't home, but they hid it from their children. I lost all my history, G said. Whatever knowledge and stories the elders had has been gone a long time. Are you curious? Don't you want to know where we came from? If it's another world and they can return us, would you want to go? I have no idea. I don't think I care where we came from. Although, if I could settle the people where they started, maybe I could return here. What do you want to do here? I asked. I ask because I'm not sure what I want to do here. I want to learn to sing all the songs, he said. I want to meet people from other worlds and talk to eldsingers and see villas and reefs all over Portomare. Maybe I want to stay with Trace and Echo and help. Their job is to help. I've spent my life helping, I guess, but this would be different. They would tell me where to go and what to do, and I could do it. I smiled. As long as you don't lead. Right. I've never quite developed a taste for leading. Gianni looked at the hallway. A lot of pain there, and right now it's worse than normal. I wonder if Trace will ever tell the truth. He's lying? I asked. About what? I don't know, but I strongly believe he's lying about something, and it's a secret that can cause him harm. Did she turn that beacon on, or did you? Trace asked. His voice was angry, low and dangerous, but his focus was giving Echo a completely different story. Terror and hurt and loss and regrets, all swimming through his head so wildly that she feared for his health. I turned it on, she said, but not on purpose. I turned it on when I explained to the others how to run the ship. I meant to turn it off. Trace ran his hands through his hair. Now we know. Now if we ignore it, we're monsters. We're not monsters. If the idea of a rescue causes you this much distress, then we'd be a danger if we tried to help. I'm not heading into a rescue with you if your head's not in the game. Trace growled and sat on the bed. You're disappointed. You say you didn't activate the distress beacon on purpose, but you're disappointed that I won't help. Echo sat at his side. I'm disappointed. Not that you won't help, but that you can't help. I'm sad that you're not ready yet. What you did for G and Kaya was a rescue, Trace. I think you might just have to do this. The first time won't be easy, but the fact that you feel like a monster for not being ready, maybe this needs to happen to get you over the hump. He closed his eyes, and she put her arms around him. She hadn't felt him this distressed in a long time, and she didn't understand it. "Let them know we can help," he said quietly from within her arms. "But don't ask me to make decisions. Choosing who lives and dies, I won't make that call." "Trace," Echo said, surprised by the words. "Is that what you think happened? We got all the citizens out." "To do it, we let our families die," he said angrily, bitterly. "That wasn't a choice we made," she said. "That was simply the way it had to be. The citizens come first." "Ask Rachel how she felt about that," Trace whispered. He ran his hand over damp eyes. "It sounds so heroic, but she was a teenager. She didn't want to die for a reef. She wanted to grow up." "Wait," Echo said, feeling a sinking in the pit of her stomach. "She told you this? You talked to her?" "She begged for me to get her out of there," he said, the words almost inaudible. "But I was literally moving 200 people when she asked. I had to say no. I had to finish what I was doing. I had to make a choice, and I didn't choose Rachel, my cousin, a girl who should still be alive." Echo sat back, stunned. "You never said anything. Why didn't you tell me? How dare you carry something like that all alone?" Trace stepped away from her. What would it help? What would it change? "You wouldn't be so alone," she said. "I made the choice alone." She was hurt and angry and so sad she felt like she weighed 1,000 pounds. "We're not calling in on this rescue. Not yet. I understand why you're not ready, why you might never be ready. You have nothing to prove, Trace. Except you told me I needed to get out there and do this, so apparently I do have something to prove." Echo let herself think about what Trace had said, imagining Rachel's words, her fear, what it would have been like to make the decision he'd made. But there had been no decision to make. If he'd been in the middle of a jump, he had to finish it. Keeping the citizens alive was their job. Except if she'd heard Rachel's plea, she wouldn't have cared about the job. Just like he hadn't cared. She was certain at that moment Trace hadn't cared one bit about citizens. If there had been any way to save all of them, he'd have done it. And he had likely spent the past cycles going over the event in his head, looking for another way. Trace pushed past her toward the front of the ship, likely to accept the rescue plea, which had been sent broadband to anyone in the area with the rescue channel on. She hoped someone else had already offered help, because she didn't think Trace should try this. His focus was painfully chaotic right now, and his judgment might not be good. "What's happening?" Kaya asked, when Echo entered the living area, where the two other realmers were sitting. "What's going on?" Echo stopped. Maybe they could stop him. Or maybe he needed to do this. She had no idea. She just knew her heart ached for him, and it ached more for Rachel, and she wanted to climb into bed and not deal with anything. "A rescue. We got a call for a rescue because I left the beacon on. Only I don't think he's ready." More happened during the Borgenfeld disaster than I realized, and now he's angry and emotional and might not be good in a rescue. Gianni leaned forward. "What kind of rescue?" "A nearby villa colony is having problems with its main generator, so a few homes are in trouble. It's a rescue we used to do often, but it's dangerous. Not as dangerous as some things, but he needs to approach it with a level head." "You think you can talk him out of it?" Kaya asked. She said it kindly, but her tone also indicated that trying to change Trace's mind might be the dumbest thing she'd ever heard. "No," Echo said. "Then we ought to help," Gianni said. "Not that Kaya and I can do anything, but Trace might show a level head with us here. He'll slip into teacher mode." Echo laughed. "True. Okay, try to be calm. He can read us better than you know, and if he thinks we're patronizing him, his hackles will go up." Kaya smiled at Gianni, who shrugged. Maybe Trace would see them as a team, and if he felt less alone, he'd finally let himself heal. She didn't think that plan had great odds, but it was the best she knew to do. Chapter 21. Studying the nav map, Trace tried to decide the best way to tackle the 4 villas in trouble. He'd told Echo he wouldn't make decisions, but the truth was he was good at this. If he could keep himself from throwing up with nerves, he could get everyone out and possibly save their homes. Because he and Echo did this often, they'd installed a pressure room in the back of the ship, and they carried dive suits for all the depths. This wouldn't be a deep dive, since it was villas, so he'd sent Echo to the dive room to suit up in the mid-range suit. She'd balked, saying she'd promised to do the thinking, but he had overruled her. She was a better diver than he was. Villa 6 is in the most danger, Trace said, pointing to the nav map as he explained what was happening. Gianni and Kaya were watching him, Kaya in the passenger seat, and Gianni on the deck behind him. We'll check the pressure and then jump them here. Depending on the pressure, they'll jump into the main living area or the pressure room. Echo will work with the power crew while I take care of the people. The villa head told me he thought they were dealing with a Morrisol leak into the plant, so it shouldn't be difficult. Kaya put a gentle hand on his arm. Is your focus lying, or is it your words? And I know I'm not supposed to ask. I'm supposed to trust your words, but I want to understand. Is this dangerous or not? He ran his hand over his face, disgusted to realize it was trembling. It's dangerous, but mostly for the people in the houses. I shouldn't need to leave the ship. Echo's part is easy. Anytime a person gets into a dive suit, there's danger, but this isn't a difficult fix. She's very good at this. Mostly I had to make some terrible decisions not long ago. I don't want to make that kind of decision now. Quickly he radioed the first 2 villas and found the families had nearly normal pressure and oxygen. They were heading into their pressure rooms, but it was still a precaution and not a necessity. With Kaya and Gianni playing stamina, he jumped them straight to the living area of the skipper. The 3rd family was already in their pressure room with a new pressure set. The number wasn't so high yet to require decompression, so again Trace jumped them out. Kaya and G were strong, and the strength they gave him made the jump easy even across the water, since the skipper was still on the edge of the colony. The families were a tight fit in the back of the vessel, but 3 villas were now safe. The 4th villa was a problem. Nobody was answering the radio. I need to run a search, Trace said. I'm jumping us closer. He adjusted the radio and told Echo what he was up to, and she came from the back wearing the suit. It was bulky and not graceful here in the skipper, although she always looked graceful in the water. No reply at all, she asked. No, I'm going to jump closer and search. You need stamina? G and Kaya are doing that for me, he said. You help get the power plant running so we don't have any more casualties. When you're finished, she said. We don't need to make this a 2-prong rescue, not with just the 2 of us. He almost offered Kaya and G's help again, but she was right. The pair was skilled, but didn't have enough songs for this, not yet. Right, he said, but I'll let them play stamina. You finish getting ready, and get to the pressure room in case I need it. Any problems back there? She grinned, because their ship was now filled with people, and Trace hadn't even said hello to them, which was normal. Well, normal for the past few cycles. He thought once he'd been friendlier. I'll get them settled while you deal with the final villa, she said. You need both Kaya and G out here? It would help to have another set of hands back there. I think I need them both, he said. The strength they give me? I think it's because they're other realm, but it's a different kind of energy. Everything is much clearer with them behind the stamina song. Crisp, maybe. Does that make sense? She nodded and disappeared into the back. Kaya and G sat on deck chairs with their panels in their laps, watching this exchange. We feel different? Kaya asked. We're really a help? He smiled at her, feeling the uncertainty in her focus. How had someone so compassionate and strong gotten so far with no idea of who she was. "You're really a help," he said. "Jumping the families to us took power, but this jump will take a little more. You'll feel it. You'll feel a little more power leave you when I latch onto it, but it shouldn't hurt or damage you. You're both still feeling okay?" "We are," G said with a nod of his head. "We can do this." With their strength behind him, he jumped the skipper safely into the water near Villa 6, which was in worse shape than he thought. The family's pressure room couldn't compensate for the quick changes in the villa. He had to jump them right away. Only he didn't know the pressure of their security room without the family to tell him. "They're still not answering," he said. "Are they alive?" Kaya asked, dropping the wind. "Do you need us to keep playing?" "Yes to both questions," he said. He toggled the radio. "Echo, I'm not getting much from the scan. 3 people, not conscious. Dormant foci. I can't get the pressure reading." "You want me to jump there?" she asked. "You're ready to jump?" "My suit is good to go. I'm happy to jump over there and get the answers you need." "They're alive?" "For now. I'll jump you. I've got a lot of power behind me. Then we can fix the leak." He played the song to move Echo from the back of their skipper to the center of the house in trouble, and then he waited. Seconds passed before she radioed. Seconds during which his heart pounded in fear. Was she okay? Were the people dead or alive? Then she was on the radio, giving him the pressure numbers. He switched on the pressure room and said it as she said, and then he turned to Kaya and G, who watched this in silence. "It takes a few randoms for the room to hit the right pressure," he told them. "While we wait, we should do a better job of greeting our newcomers. 3 are weak focusingers, and I can feel their fear. I assume all of them feel that way." Kaya and G gently greeted people, and Trace watched. He couldn't seem to relax, hating that Echo wasn't here, that they were being forced to do this at all. His heart pounded against his ribs, making it hard to breathe, because jumping the family wouldn't end it. No, Echo still had to get in the water and fix a leak, and that scared him to death. This was their life, and right now their life was anything but comforting and fulfilling. Then the radio beeped, and he made his way back to the pit. The villa leader was on the line, telling him another villa was in trouble. He had to jump another family here, although the skipper was short on space. But time mattered, and it was easier to jump them somewhere known than to scope out another location. Before he called Kaya and G back to help, Echo radioed. "Trace, is it ready?" she asked. "Still another 4 randoms," he said. "What's wrong?" "We have a breach. I don't think the villa will still be here in 4 randoms. We need to get out now." He didn't have a choice, and he hoped the pressure would be close enough not to damage them, but he knew they would be hurt. And if the villa was about to implode, that meant Echo was in danger. At that thought, his stomach rolled over, but he began to play, knowing he might give in to this fear if he didn't hurry. He successfully jumped the family to the Sea Warbler's pressure room and Echo to the deck. And then he threw up. "Trace," Echo said, her voice barely audible through her suit. She couldn't touch him, couldn't help him, but she looked upset, and he hated this. He was tired of fear and grief and everything that went along with them. "I have to get the last family," he said, turning away from her and settling the panel in his lap. He'd deal with the mess, both the one on the floor and the internal one, when he had all the people back. Ignoring the noise from their overpopulated living area, he focused on the song, sending his focus out to the villa and then jumping the people he encountered back here to the skipper. When the new arrivals were safely on board, he let himself relax against the seat. Then Echo stood over him, frowning. "I still have to fix the leak, but it can wait if you need me." "No," he said, "we have to finish. I need Kaya or Gianni, I think." "Your head?" she asked. "Why didn't you get them to sing for these last 2 villas? Why make this worse on yourself? We've talked about this, Trace." I'm fine, he growled. Let's just get this done. Trace, she started, but he simply glared at her, and she left the room, returning with Gianni. Kaya is helping the families, Echo said. The kids are scared. Their parents aren't much better. Trace said nothing. He couldn't think about fear or loss, not until this was over. Gee, I need stamina again, he said shortly. Keep it playing. I need to keep a close eye on her, and I want to be ready if I have to bring her back quickly. Trace, Echo said again, using her big sister voice. You know I'll be fine. Don't exhaust Gianni. I'll be fine, Gianni said. Trace began to play as soon as he felt Gianni's strength boost him. He was tiring. Moving people through the water, even at these close distances, took power, and his mental state wasn't helping him. He saw the flash of Echo's departure through his closed eyelids, and then he felt her safe arrival outside the skipper near the power plant. I'm getting a lot of current, she said through the radio. Although G was playing the reeds, Trace had dropped his own wind. Any idea why? He pressed a few buttons and couldn't see an immediate reason for the currents. Villas were normally placed in areas without strong ocean activity. What's going on? Kaya's voice said from behind him. Why is G playing stamina without you playing? Is Echo okay? Trace gestured for her to sit down, and he sat beside Gianni, who continued to play. The man was talented, playing the quiet song while watching and listening to everything in the room. Echo said Trace was still the strongest singer she'd ever known, but G might surpass him in raw talent. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. She's getting current, Trace said, moving the skipper closer to the oxygen plant and setting sensors to run. The sensors agreed that a current was coming from the west, but it didn't answer why. It was a stronger current than he would expect, and it might explain damage to pipes and cables. I have no idea how the ocean is supposed to work, Kaya said. On the lake we got currents from winds, and water from the mountain caused ripples to the west, except we rarely went there. Currents down here are usually caused by heat, Trace said. Steam vents, lava flows, and I'm not seeing any of that. But it's strong, and I don't think I want her out there. Trace, Echo's voice said, I'm ready to come in. This isn't working. He heard her fear. Normally, this level of danger wouldn't bother her, but her distress said he wasn't the only one struggling to put the recent disaster in its place. Was it petty that he felt better knowing she still struggled too? Do you need more stamina? Kaya asked. Trace glanced toward Gianni, who was watching and listening to this exchange while continuing to play the quiet stamina tune. No, he said, and he jumped Echo straight from the ocean to the drip room. He grinned when he thought about it. Echo had coined the term for the back cargo bay because their parents had always jumped wet people and items there so they could drip on the tile floor. G, you can drop the wind. Gianni did as asked, tremors rocking the man's focus. They were small enough, G might not feel them, but his focus had been pushed past comfortable limits. In time, the pair would be able to play much longer, but with their skills so new, they didn't have the endurance to play for long. In a few randoms, Echo appeared, smiling at G and leaning over Kaya to look out the bay window. I just checked on the family in the pressure room, she said. They're awake. The sensors say in 100 randoms we can let them out. Everyone else is asking about the status of their homes. We need to fix the line, Trace said. Thoughts? No, she said. We need to talk to the power plant again. We might have to let them take care of this themselves. They're perfectly capable of diving out there, although it's not safe for anyone as it is. Let me do that, and you take G back and give yourself and him a shot of Leichnick before we tackle the Morisol line again. I'm fine, Trace said. He flinched, because the irritation in his sister's focus suggested she might smack him for the lie. Okay, I'm tired. Yeah, you talk to the villas, and then we'll figure this out. Gianni followed him without a word through the living area, filled with people, and then back to the last supply room, where Echo kept the medical equipment. They called it the med bay, but most of the room was used as storage for various supplies. Doing rescues and repairs meant carrying a lot of equipment. "Do you feel it?" Trace asked. "Your focus is a little worn." "Warped?" G asked. "I don't feel it." "Tremors," Trace said. "Different than warping. More like a tired muscle that shakes after exertion." He nodded. "I don't feel anything." "Good. I feel that your focus is something." Trace laughed. "It's what I'm calling tremors, I would guess. Same thing. Moving anything through the water takes a lot of strength. And I moved a whole lot in a short time." "When you had to evacuate that reef, I assume you moved a lot more," G said. "I did. That was beyond tremors. That kind of overuse leads to comas, and it hurt the entire time I did it. This time nothing hurt while I was singing. I just knew it was draining me." G grinned. "I have so much to learn. I don't even have the vocabulary for what I perceive now." "It's fine," Trace said. "You did well today." I was glad for the extra power. And the help with the people. People are not my favorite thing. G tilted his head. "Is that true of your whole life, or just recently?" Trace looked at the syringe in his hand, not wanting to answer. But the fact that G knew enough to ask the question said he knew the answer. "It was difficult," Trace said quietly. "Their fear and anger, a little hero worship mixed with the horror of losing their whole reef. None of it is in a hurry to leave my head." He looked away, wishing he hadn't said that. He felt small with both Kaya and Gianni, who had dealt with so much more hardship than he ever had. They were strong, adaptive, and cheerful, looking at their futures with joy. Trace had never had so much character. "I can imagine," Gianni said. "My people love me without knowing me. When things don't go the way they like, they complain. I'm not quite real to them, and that hurts. I suspect you've experienced some of that as an eldsinger. And perhaps I'll experience the same, except I'm other realm. Kaya and I will never quite fit, will we?" Trace shrugged. "Like everyone else, you'll find a few people who have your backs regardless. Unfortunately, Echo and I lost almost all of those at the same time between our families and the people we grew up with who believed the charterhead when he said I could have prevented the losses." "He honestly thought you could have saved the reef?" Gianni asked. "I don't know," Trace said. "I've wondered if he knew, if he suspected a problem and ignored it, or neglected to warn us. He was more defensive than seemed necessary." When they returned to the pit and the equipment deck, where both Kaya and Echo were now lounging, Echo grinned at him. "Better?" she asked, although of course she knew the answer. First, she could feel his focus and knew exactly how it was doing. And second, she also knew Leichnick didn't work this fast, so the answer would be no, not better yet. "Sure," he said. He sat and let out a slow breath. "We did it. A rescue. I wasn't sure I could do it again." Kaya beamed at him. "It felt amazing to help. Even though I watched, it still felt amazing." Trace laughed. "Sometimes it does feel amazing. Sometimes we don't save everyone." "But today we did," Echo said. Her focus said she was proud of him. Should a grown man feel so proud about his sister being proud of him? Her focus shifted, and his good mood fell away. She was about to tell him this wasn't over. No, that would be too easy. "I talked to the plant manager, and he said they don't understand the currents. This started a few days ago, and it's not constant. And yes, he thinks it's the cause of the damage. Some debris has been blowing through." Trace ran his hand over his face. "Debris? They haven't looked into this?" "It's all coming from the west," Echo said. She stood and pressed a few buttons to light a screen over Kaya's head. Kaya shifted in her seat and then stood to see it. G and Trace hadn't sat yet, so all of them stood in the center of the room, staring at the map Echo had brought up. "The plant is here," she said, using her finger to point it out, "and the current comes from this way. You see the problem?" "Yes," Trace said, "and no. We are not doing this. We got their people out. We can fix the line if they can tell us how to do it. But we are not doing a deep dive into an unknown crevice. We're helping G and Kaya right now. Let's not lose sight of that." "So, what do you see?" G asked. "It's this dark line here, right? What is that?" "It's a depression in the ocean floor," Trace said. "They never should have built a colony so close to it, and now it's sending up an unknown current with debris. It's deep, I assume?" Echo nodded. "And that's the problem. This is a shallow villa colony, and they don't have the equipment for deep research. We do." "Except we already have a job," Trace said. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the look in Echo's face as he argued with her. He knew she knew the truth here. He was afraid. A deep fissure had killed their family, gases and debris coming from below the ocean floor in an unpredictable manner. Now she wanted him to deal with a deep fissure again. It wasn't going to happen. "Trace," she said gently, "we'll just send a probe. No people." He shook his head. "We were just going to move the people and fix the Morrisol line. You know you intend to do whatever it takes to make this better. Except, I can't do it, Echo. It makes me the biggest kind of coward, but there it is. Fissures are dangerous, and I'm not ready to lose you or Kaya or G for the sake of a colony full of people I don't know." He wanted to retreat to his room and slam the door, but he held his ground, waiting for their reactions. He felt small and ridiculous, but he also felt sick. Dealing with emergencies made him feel sick. He hated to feel this way and would do anything to avoid it, even stand here and let them think him the world's biggest coward. "What do you think is happening down there?" Kaya asked. "Steam vent," Echo said with a shrug. "Worst case is that we've got a cone about to appear. If core lava hits the water, it causes a lot of currents and disruptions." "How dangerous is it to the villas?" Gianni asked. Trace sat down and put his face in his hands because he knew how this would end. G and Kaya were compassionate. They also had a brand new skill that made them feel like superheroes. Well, he'd gone that route once too. The fall from superhero to killer was a short, hard slam, and he didn't want to see that happen to them. "It could be nothing," Echo said. "Everything could balance out tomorrow, and they'd never feel this current again." "But if that doesn't happen?" Kaya asked. Echo glanced at Trace. "If it blows, and it's big, then the entire villa could be lost. A good underground volcano can take out cyclers of land and ocean." Trace said nothing. Kaya glanced at him, her eyes warm and filled with pity. He turned away, not willing to look at that. That meant he glanced toward Gianni, who raised his eyebrows in a question, like he was surprised Trace could say no to this, given the stakes. But that was why he could say no. The stakes were more than he was willing to risk. "Thoughts on the Morrisol line?" Echo asked. "We did promise to help with that. Not with the rest, but with that." "They knew," Trace said. "They knew what the real problem was, and they didn't tell us. They thought we'd help them, and then feel obligated to keep helping them, didn't they?" "I doubt it," Echo said. "They needed help, emergency help. But yes, I'm sure they'd love a little more help now that we're here. I don't think they meant to trick us. Not everyone," she shook her head. "Not everyone wants to take advantage of us, Trace." He glanced at Kaya and Gianni, hating that they were having this conversation here. Since when had he gotten so publicly whiny? "Fine," he mumbled. "We'll send a drone to see what's down there. I would say we'll stop after that and not endanger ourselves, but that's our purpose, right? Eldsingers are supposed to put it all out there, die for the greater good. But sometimes we're the ones who survive, and that's the worst fate of all." and after those amazingly whiny words, he did let himself leave, knowing the dramatic exit would only make things worse. But he couldn't look at them. Their pity and distress came through loud and clear at the focal level, and to see it in their eyes would be unbearable. Chapter 22. What does it feel like, Gianni asked, to push your focus so hard it hurts? To do it knowing you might not survive it? That's what the two of you did at your home reef, right? I'm not sure I could do it. Echo sighed and sat down, switching off the screen. Trace's focus screamed at her from his room, shame and fear and sadness. The sadness was deep, so deep she felt like crying herself. We're not heroes, she said, thinking of the times she and Trace had played this same conversation of late. We didn't expect to go in there and end up with reed comas and dead family members. We're not that brave and sacrificial. Not on purpose. Is it dangerous to send a drone to see what's in the fissure? Kaya asked. His focus is, what am I feeling? Echo leaned back in the comfortable pit seat, which she'd swiveled to face the deck where Kaya and Gianni sat, and she ran her hand over her forehead. Her head hurt. It's not dangerous to send a drone. Well, probably not. We had some trouble with it at Montefallo, of course, but I would be surprised if we had that kind of problem here. We don't plan to send it through anything, just down into a fissure to take some readings. As for what you feel, Trace has always been a hard read. He's complicated, more than anyone I know. Sometimes his emotions shift or even disappear in ways I don't understand. Right now he's mostly ashamed of himself and scared, like sick to his stomach scared. A little angry, although I can't tell you where that's aimed exactly. Disappointed, frustrated, but what you sense the most is shame and fear. Kaya closed her eyes and then shook her head. Okay, I feel all that, but there's more, something else. Echo raised her eyebrows. She didn't feel anything else, nothing that would stand out from the mess of the rest of his focus, but she suspected Kaya did. These other realmers were uncanny when it came to focal variations, singing skills, all kinds of things. If they'd started to sing as children, they would be making her and Trace look like weak amateurs. It's resignation, Gianni said, running his hand through his hair. He doesn't expect this to end well, and he's letting the rest go. I think I've done that. My people make me crazy sometimes, and I know I can't do a thing. Trace thinks he can't do a thing to change his situation either. Would you say that's true? Do eldsingers die to save people a lot? No, Echo said. Most of them have jobs and homes and families and live like anyone else. But Trace isn't a normal eldsinger, and we didn't have normal parents. My parents loved history, and historically, the first eldsinger on Portomare, our ancestor, spent his life helping people. The skills of an eldsinger were brand new here, and he used them to rescue people and solve mysteries and build reefs and all kinds of things. The man was strangely compassionate. Trace has that kind of compassion. He doesn't want it, tries to pretend it isn't there, but it's there, and he's got the power to make a lot of good things happen. So it's not just resignation, Gianni said. It's that what he wants, what he thinks he can handle, is at odds with who he is. Echo laughed. The only alternative was to cry. She was now surrounded by the wisest, strongest, most compassionate group of eldsingers in the entire world, and she felt amazingly small. Yes, that's probably true, she said. Kaya nodded. What do we do next? We prepare the drone. The colony needed us to rescue their people. They simply could not have done it alone, not fast enough. But the plant issue? We won't endanger ourselves for this. Whether we go or they go, someone has to dive and fix it manually. Doesn't matter if that person is a singer or not. However, we can send a drone to get information from the depression in the sea floor and see what we're dealing with. because we have equipment they don't have. Echo talked her way through setting the drone parameters, teaching the other realmers while she worked. Gianni soaked up the information like a sponge, easily adding the tech information around him to his knowledge base. Kaya struggled, not sure she liked the idea of tech at all, and therefore not sure how hard to work to learn it. Echo found both of them fascinating, and she liked them. Their personalities were warm and kind and easy to live with, and she was glad she and Trace weren't alone for this leg of their journey. They'd been alone long enough. Even before the accident, she and Trace had been working alone, since few jobs took more than 2 eldsingers. She loved her brother, but she had missed the camaraderie of the rest of the family. They simply needed more than one another. Then when they'd lost everyone else, that feeling had deepened. Now things had changed, and she hoped this change would last. She didn't know what Kaya and Gianni planned for their future, but Echo found herself hoping they would stay, that she and Trace wouldn't remain alone forever. "Do we need Trace's help to send this?" Gianni asked, eyeing the small vessel that sat in the middle of the drip room floor. "No," Echo said, "but I'd like to get everyone off the ship first. The family in the pressure room needs medical care, and it's now safe to move them. As for the rest of them, I'm not sure I want to take them close to the fissure." "So it's dangerous?" Kaya asked. "I would say no, but a zygotic sun recharge in my home reef shouldn't have been dangerous either. Fissures are simply unknown entities. If you give me stamina, I can get everyone to safety before we move to the fissure." Before she sent the first family off the ship, Trace appeared and sat to the side, watching in silence as she made the radio calls and prepared each family to leave. They all had other family members within the villa colony, so everyone had somewhere to go, although the family that had been in the pressure room would head straight to a med bay in one of the main villa buildings. "You want to help?" she asked when his silence began to bother her. "You have Kaya and G," he said. He shrugged and narrowed his eyes. "I'll watch." She raised her eyebrows, but he didn't give her any more. She suspected he felt some reason to monitor and observe the new pair, but she didn't ask. Kaya closed her eyes when she played, relaxing into a soft chair and looking nearly asleep. Her focus calmed, and Echo smiled at her. Singing had once had the same effect on her mother. Just pushing air through a reed panel would take randoms of stress off her mom. Gianni was more like Trace, playing with his eyes open, watching everything around him while still managing to hit all the right notes. He and Trace together were going to become hard to deal with. She jumped the family's home without incident, although she still felt the current in the water across the entire villa colony. When the medbay confirmed the safe arrival of the injured family, she let the wind go and relaxed back into her seat. "We got the drone ready," she said to Trace, who simply nodded. His silence was making her nervous. "Any reason we should wait to do this?" "Nope," Trace said, "except I don't think we've eaten in a while." "Right," she said. "Sorry. Let's eat and then go look for trouble." Gianni laughed. "Not sure I like that plan, but I'm game to try it." It didn't take long to eat and drive the skipper to a safe spot above the fissure, a narrow, deep crack in the ocean floor. Several varieties of fish swam into and out of it, which made her think it wasn't spewing anything toxic. "It's wide," Trace said when they hovered over the jagged opening, "and the sensors can't see the bottom. That's eerie." Kaya laughed. "You mean the rest of this isn't eerie? Hanging over a dark abyss like this, knowing it might come to life and spew lava all over us?" Trace smiled at her. "The wildlife here is a good thing. I doubt an eruption is imminent." "So what's making the current?" Echo asked. She looked at the sensors, which showed warm currents from the fissure, but the currents weren't especially warm, nor were they especially forceful. "If it's not coming from here, then where?" Gianni asked, apparently understanding the sensor readings more than Echo expected. She looked at Trace, who nodded. "He's right. It's not this fissure. It's higher." That made no sense, but she watched in silence as Trace raised the skipper, driving with the reeds instead of the engine. After 2 randoms, he closed his eyes and drove using his senses alone. It always unnerved her when he did that. "Can he play without seeing?" Kaya asked in concern. Echo laughed. "He can. It makes me nervous too, but he made a song that lets him move the skipper and pay attention to the surroundings all at once, so he can sense obstacles as well as currents all while moving." "Is that something we can learn to do?" Gianni asked. Echo said, not sure how to answer this kindly. "I can't do it. Not well enough to be safe. Kaya, likely you can't do it. Gianni, I would say you can." "Are you and I that much weaker?" Kaya asked. She appeared hurt by the thought. "No, we are weaker, but we're both plenty strong. You and I are a little more hesitant when we play. We can't finesse the reeds in the powerful songs quite the way G and Trace can. I don't mean that as an insult. I suspect you're going to end up with a talent none of the rest of us has, though." She raised her eyes, looking hopeful. "What?" "I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to heal with the reeds. All of us can play the healing songs, but not everyone can make them work. Not well." "So you think I can finesse those songs," Kaya said with a mischievous grin. "Who can train me?" "That's a good question," Trace said, startling them when he opened his eyes and spoke. "But we'll find someone. She's right. You should learn to heal. Echo, I've got something." He stopped the skipper and looked at the sensors, and Echo, sitting in the pit passenger seat, looked over the data. "Oh," she said. "Yeah," Trace said. "It's new to me too. Not sure anyone can do anything about it. The villa colony might have to evacuate." His focus shifted, anger and pain and frustration pounding on her own senses, and she looked at the data again. The floor of the ocean wasn't smooth, especially not out here. The fissure was actually part of a mountain chain, and Trace had taken them further into the chain, between towering cliffs of stone, some covered in wildlife and some stark and bare, and found a smoldering vent, bubbles of gases emerging from a low spot between 2 huge boulders. She looked out the window a long time. "This is causing that? Did you look at the temperatures?" She hadn't, and she raised her eyebrows. She'd never seen temps this high on the ocean floor. "We're talking an eruption soon," she said. "This is 5 cyclers from the villa colony. I can't believe this heat has enough power to make a difference 5 cyclers out. You're sure this is the cause?" He simply looked at her, and she shook her head. Of course he was sure. "It has to do with the mountains around us," he said. "It's funneling the heat. Take a few natural currents, some tidal motion, and add this kind of heat, and it's not a surprise." For a long moment, nobody spoke. Kaya and Gianni both felt curious. They didn't know enough to be afraid, but Echo did. This was looking more like an evacuation, and they might not have much time. "Do you think it's safe to stay here and run scans?" she asked. "I think we have to," Trace said. He was more angry than fearful. "Leaders don't believe us when we say to evacuate. We need proof." She wanted to say something to that, but he was right, and they might be racing time. "Can we help?" Gianni asked. "What needs to happen?" "I'm going to contact the villa colony while Echo scans," Trace said. He looked at the other realm pair for a long time. "G, sit with Echo. She'll tell you what she's doing. Might as well learn something here. Kaya, you'll come with me?" Kaya nodded, and Echo felt Trace's focus gentle. The open, innocent waves that came off Kaya's focus calmed him. Good. It was about time something in this world calmed her brother. Unfortunately, it wasn't much of a calm, because they were in a dangerous situation. Again. She'd never seen temps this high outside of an active lava flow, and she was glad not to be the one to tell the colony leaders their homes were in imminent danger. Chapter 23. I'd not understood the truth of Echo's words to me until I watched Trace deal with the villa colony that afternoon. His focus was a mess. Fear and anger and melancholy and a host of things I couldn't quite describe. And yet he got on the radio and spoke calmly and politely to a man who did not, under any circumstances, want to evacuate his villa colony. "We're running tests," Trace said in a remarkably kind voice, although I sure didn't feel any kindness in his focus. "We'll let you know what we find. Also, this isn't deep. You're welcome to run scans of your own. We'll stick around until the tests are run, and then we'll go, since if you're not evacuating, you don't need our help. I'm glad we were here to help with the rescues. I'm sorry we couldn't help more with the Morrisol leak, but it doesn't seem a fix that needs an eldsinger's touch." I worked hard not to smile at his tone, which just barely slid over the line into irony and sarcasm. Then he turned off the radio and leaned back on the sofa, where we'd settled for this conversation. "They're all so stubborn," he grumbled. "Katie wouldn't stick around if her reef was in danger." "She's new to leadership, but she cares. She honestly worries about her people. And she trusts eldsingers. Considering that she can't sing, and she's surrounded by focus singers who can't even jump from place to place, she's remarkably trusting of eldsingers." "I think she trusts you and Echo," I said. "Katie might look past labels and see the people behind them. The way the Scavari and the Fleota rarely do. We classify the others simply as others and don't get to know them. Gianni was similar to me my entire life, and I didn't know it. There are 500 people on Montefallo, and we should have known about one another." Trace gave me a long look that ended in a smile. "Yes, I've been guilty of the same thing, defining people by singing strength first, sometimes by their wit and their mind, and not the whole person." He relaxed his head against the seat, and his eyes lost focus, which meant he was using his focal sense to classify the world around him. "Echo found something. Not good news, either." "No," I said. I felt it too, the distress in her focus. "Should we go back in there?" He shrugged. "The bad news will still be bad news a few randoms from now. It's not urgent. You'll know if it's urgent. Echo has a very dramatic sense of urgency." I laughed because he was smiling as he said it, his eyes twinkling. He loved his sister. Sometimes that was the strongest thing I felt from him, a focal variation I'd quickly determined was love. Trace felt it to a lesser degree for Gianni and me, which surprised me. Gianni felt a much lesser variation of it for all of us, and Echo was the most reserved. She held us in high regard, I thought, and she loved Trace without reservation, but she held back from us. That made sense. We were strangers, and our presence had greatly altered her world. Not that their presence hadn't altered ours. I didn't know if I would ever get over the shock of discovering nothing in my life was as it seemed. Eventually Trace pushed to his feet, and we returned to the deck, where G stood over one set of equipment while Echo stood across the room. "Okay," she said, "here's what we know. There's a core lava vein that runs through this entire range, and here, and in another spot half a cycler north, it's near the surface. This sensor says it will come through in a matter of days if things remain as they are. The good news is it's a wide area set to breach and not a single spot, so it won't have a force of a full cone. Bad news is the villa colony may feel the current. They might get a lot of heat. They need to evacuate, but we have days and not randoms, and if they don't move, they might still survive." "They don't want to evacuate," Trace said. I offered to help, but I told them the offer's only on the table until the scans run. Are the scans finished? Echo tilted her head at her brother, and G sent me a smile, always finding the sibling dynamic amusing. For all their love for each other, they also teased and picked at each other non-stop. "I assume you'll give them a little time after looking at the scans." Of course I will. But I'm not going to beg anyone to do anything. She nodded. I'll send the data and see what they say. You want to head back that way? I sure don't want to stay here, he said. Sitting over an imminent core breach isn't how I like to spend my days. She left, and Trace maneuvered the skipper back toward the villa colony. I got a reply, Echo said a few randoms later. They don't want to evacuate, but they agreed to do it anyway. They said they can do it without us. It's a small colony, and they have enough vessels to get everyone out. Where will they go? Trace asked. There are no reefs close by, Echo said. We're too shallow for reefs. But they trade with 2 colonies, each half a day away, so they'll go there. Which direction? Trace asked. You think there's that much danger? Echo asked. I don't know. I threatened to walk away, but I'm not sure it's wise to walk away. If their destination is half a day away, we can get them there much faster. 1 or 2 jumps per ship. If you want to offer, go ahead, Echo said. I didn't know. I didn't know how hard to push my offer. You can do it? You're okay? I knew from his focus that the question embarrassed him, and he didn't look at G or me when he answered. I'm okay. They need to pack. The sensors say they should have another few days, so they won't leave until tomorrow. Do you want to offer our help again? You know I'm willing. He shrugged. I'll offer. Again, the words didn't line up with the feelings. He said it like it didn't matter, but it mattered. His focus was so lively with conflicting, varying vibrations and waves that it almost hurt my head. To me, that said this mattered very, very much. When we're done with this, and we're heading back to the Jonathan, I'll teach you new songs, he said. Anything in particular you want to learn first? Jumping people, Gianni said. We can move rocks, but I noticed the song for people is different. It is, Trace said, but close enough that it's easy to learn. I'll teach you all the songs about navigation and sea vessels. Land vessels, too. Then the simple ones like making a fire. Focus singers can do that. Some of them can jump objects of varying sizes. Most can't jump a person or a vehicle. They can search, and we'll learn that. How to read the world around you in a focal search. Healing for Kaya, Echo said. Well, both of them should know the songs, but I think Kaya will be more proficient than the rest of us. Gianni laughed. You gave me quite a look when you said that. Are you afraid my feelings will be injured if I can't heal? Or do you quail at the thought of me trying to heal with a song? Echo blushed, and Trace grinned at her. I think I worry about hurting your feelings. You're like Trace, and both of you will do the power jobs, and you'll do them amazingly, frighteningly well. I'm not that easily hurt, G said with a shrug. I might have to go back to my reef and barely use these skills. I want to know everything, but I might lose everything too. You think you can't play if you're back at Montefallo? Echo asked. The reeds work there, so why would you not use them? Being different is difficult, G said. To be that different from my people? I might as well live in a glass jar as try to be so different. No, if I have to go back, I'll try to blend in a little more. My eyes make that nearly impossible, but if the eye issue is joined by eldsinger skills, no, I can't live like that. And yet, you could live without using this skill again? I asked. My heart ached for him. Gianni was strong and powerful and sometimes so broken that his heart hurt mine. I wanted him to belong, to thrive, to sing the reeds and live into this new part of himself. I knew it was what he wanted too. I think living a life that isn't what I want is more natural to me than any of this, he said quietly, looking at his hands. He sighed, and I knew he hadn't meant to say the words. I also knew he was among friends who would understand and support whatever he had to do. Both of us were, for the first time in our lives. The thought took my breath away. Trace found his voice first after this admission, and he retreated to contact the villa again. Echo sat down and rested against the sofa, much as her brother had done. I hate that we brought them bad news, she said. You might have saved their lives, Gianni said, sounding surprised. Trust me, they remember the bad news as long as anything. I hope the eruption isn't bad. I hope their homes survive. Can the homes not be moved? I asked. They didn't look that much bigger than some of the vehicles. Technically, yes, we can move homes. But they're built to remain tethered. With enough time to prepare, they could untether and prepare their homes for transport, and Trace and I could move them. We've done it before. But we don't have that kind of time, and it's difficult. It takes all the energy we have to move that kind of mass. Except now there are 4 of us, Gianni said quietly. Right, Echo said. Her focus shifted in some way I couldn't interpret. Anyway, this time nobody is talking about moving whole villas. I do hope they let us send them far away, but I don't know if that will happen. Trace can charm when he wishes, but for a while now, he hasn't wanted to bother. Gianni grinned at me. I'd say on Montefallo, he did a good job of charming. Amma was deeply charmed. Fidelio relaxed once or twice in the midst of all the newness, and Kaya here... He simply smiled at me, and it warmed me. It was a blessing of sorts. He saw that I found Trace interesting, that I was attracted, and he was okay with that. Since I also found Gianni attractive and wasn't sure what to do with my feelings for either man, it helped to know I wasn't in the midst of some kind of competition. I had so few dealings with people, let alone men, that I didn't know what to do with such thoughts. Yes, I thought you both looked a little charmed, Echo said, her focus vibrating with happiness. Finding you has been the best thing to happen to us in a long time. As long as we can save your home. Losing that reef will devastate him. Not both of you? Gianni asked. Echo shrugged. Trace doesn't always think like a team player. He takes defeat personally, even if it's not his fault. I think I do that, I said. Not quite the same, but when I was alone on Montefallo, I somehow thought I deserved it. I was different, and they had the right not to know how to be with me. Kaya, Gianni scolded. I know, I said. Here I'm useful, and my feelings there make less sense to me now. But I understand seeing things wrong and taking blame for no reason. The villa colony wasn't sure about accepting help, so they decided to send a team to run tests on the mountain themselves, and Echo suggested we stay close overnight. I wasn't sure why she was so fearful of letting this colony take care of itself, but she didn't want to leave until we'd done all we could. That evening, Trace settled us in the living area and taught us some basic searches. He told us how to read other singers from a distance, how to judge singing strength, and how to move our foci over long distances quickly while feeling things along the way. We weren't far from the villas, so he used them as our lessons. Echo didn't like the idea, but she admitted we needed to know, and she said since most of the colony was such low-strength focus singers, they would never know we'd search them. And yet that doesn't matter most of the time, Trace said with a grin. I can't believe you're letting me search the colony without their permission. She shrugged. They need to know. Gianni pointed out we are currently 4 instead of 2. We have a lot more strength now, and we should know how to use it. The colony happens to have the only people around, so let's just use them. She gave a huff, indicating we needed to get on with this before she changed her mind, and Trace led us through many songs that evening. I was amazed. I thought I could feel Trace and G and Echo clearly with my focus alone, but the search song was different. A singer's focus nearly lit up under the song, bright and alive with patterns of energy I had no vocabulary to explain. Trace and Echo gave me a few words, like frequency and wave patterns, but the words needed more poetry. Foci were glittering with power, unique like spiderwebs on a dewy morning. Each one glowed with its own potential, its own variance on emotions, its own speeds and shifts. When I tried to tell them what I felt, using my own inadequate words, Trace raised his eyebrows at Echo. "Definitely the heart of a healer," he said. "Our mother was a singing healer. She would have loved every word you just said." Sometimes, Trace took a deep breath as a cold, dark wash of grief shifted the pattern of his focus. "Sometimes I felt so inadequate. I didn't see the poetry the way she did. She made me feel like I had no heart." Echo shook her head and then hugged him. "You have plenty of poetry. You happen to be capable of both, little brother. You have compassion, but also a good dose of logical wisdom. Mother would be proud of you. You know that." "She would also approve of the two of you," he said, shooting a sad smile at me. "She always imagined more of us, other eldsinger families working to help people across Portomare." "Why eldsinger?" Gianni asked suddenly. "And folksinger? Where do the words come from?" "Fire," Trace said. "In some old language, eldsinger suggests a singer with fire. And folksinger isn't flattering, although they don't take offense at it. It comes from another old word meaning fog or blur. The folksingers don't sense with the clarity we do." Gianni nodded. "Thank you. And I apologize. Right in the middle of your talk of your mother, that question popped into my head." Echo laughed. "My dad would approve of you, Gianni. Mother was more emotional, and Dad was more logical. Trace here managed to get strength from both sides of his parentage." "And you didn't?" Gianni asked. "You two are not as different as you think. You both filter things through a lot of heart and a lot of wisdom." I smiled at Gianni, who rolled his eyes. "I'm not sure I sound like myself anymore," he admitted. "I think," I said, "that this is the first time either of us has understood ourselves. I think we're seeing our true selves for the first time." Gianni nodded, his focus calm and relaxed. All of them felt calm and relaxed tonight. Even Trace, whose focus had hurt earlier in the day, was now nearly at his normal calm. And that's when the breach blew. Our equipment had been wrong, but so had the colony equipment. With a wild shimmy, the skipper buckled forward and back, knocking many things to the floor. This happening after a strange pop that I could feel more than hear. Trace grabbed his panel, closed his eyes, and began a song. I thought it was a search, but it was a variant I didn't know. Also, I'd slid off the sofa to the floor, so I wasn't as focused on his song as I could have been. Echo ran to the radio, cursing when she got nothing. The lights in the skipper flickered, and she looked around helplessly. "We need to know what's going on." Gianni pointed to Trace. "Isn't that what he's doing?" Echo paused, tilting her head. She reached for her own panel, and then she dropped it and moved to Trace's side. "No," she said, taking the panel off his lap. He grabbed her arm and didn't let go. "It's bad," he said. "They're closer than we are. It's worse than we expected." He shook her off, not seeming to care when she fell back and ended up sitting on the floor. "Stamina," she said angrily. "Both of you. All of us. Before he kills himself." Trace didn't flinch when she said it. His eyes were closed, and I could feel power pouring out of him. More power than I knew he had within him. It scared me, because I could already feel tremors in his focus. I wanted to ask what he was doing, but I didn't. Instead, I grabbed my panel, and with Gianni pressed against my side, I began to play. I put everything I could into the song, forcing more energy into the notes than I'd ever done. Trace said I played cautiously, but tonight I didn't. I felt G playing the same way, and I thought I heard Echo's tune nearby. Mostly I focused on my own notes, trying to block away the damage in Trace's focus, as he did whatever he was doing for the villa colony. More than once I felt tremendous power leave Trace, his focus dwindling as it did. The song was a variation on a jump, and I knew he was saving the villa colony. I didn't know where he put them, but he was doing his best to move them to safety, because that was what Trace did. Gianni's focus also dwindled because he knew how to help. I didn't know how he was putting so much more power into the stamina song than Echo and I did, but I knew it was true. Somehow the notes on his song were different. He'd changed it to make it more useful to Trace and more deadly to himself. That was when I pulled back. I didn't know more than the most basic healing song, but I knew G and I had helped Trace on Montefallo with no more than a touch. Trace and G and likely Echo were going to give this rescue everything they had, and that meant someone needed to survive to save them right back. That someone was going to be me. I didn't stop playing stamina, but I held back power, and I also listened. I listened to the notes Trace was playing, and I figured out exactly where he released power within the song. His focus was weakening fast, his entire body trembling as he saved citizen after citizen. Part of me was angry because he was choosing their lives over his own, and that meant he didn't know what it would do to us if he died here. I also knew that was unfair. Likely the only thoughts in Trace's mind right now were memories of losing everyone he cared about, those final moments when he failed to rescue his family. It made perfect sense that he would do anything not to repeat that failure. Without releasing the wind, I rose and moved to Trace's side. He sat in a deep, soft chair near the sofa. Then I grew bold and sat on his legs, resting along the edge of his lap, squashed into the chair with him. He didn't release the wind, barely seemed to notice my presence, but I slid one hand beneath his shirt, my other on his face, and I shifted my song, playing what little I knew of a healing song. While he destroyed his focus, I put it back together. Tiny stitches to close the gaping holes he was leaving. I couldn't do enough, probably had no chance of saving him, but I could heal him enough to keep going. Gianni's focus shuddered, and suddenly I was torn. I couldn't touch both of them at once, and G was less damaged, so my touch might help him more. But I had to make a choice. Just like Trace and Echo had once made terrible choices, I made one now, and I leaned closer to Trace and poured more power into my song. G, I said, opening my eyes. G, come here. I'll help you. Please. He shook his head, but his eyes opened, and he staggered to his feet and moved toward the chair, falling to his knees with one hand on the chair. He dropped the wind, let the panel fall to the floor, and I felt the loss of power in the room, knew that with him stopping, Trace was in more danger, but G was finished. I took one hand off Trace and rested it on G's face as he leaned against the chair, tired and broken, his focus filled with shame and failure. No, I said to G, you didn't fail. A little wisdom here isn't failure. He relaxed on the floor, leaning on the chair, and I fed him healing as I was doing for Trace. It drained me, but I was also using wisdom, and I didn't give more than I had. If I was going to help, truly help, I needed to parse out strength slowly and steadily. I wanted to do more, to be as reckless as Trace, but I knew that wouldn't help. Trace needed to work fast and hard to keep the colony alive, but what I was doing had to be done more slowly, or it wouldn't help at all. I'm better, G mumbled after a few long moments passed. Give it all to him. With a nod, I took him at his word and put both hands back on Trace. With a gasp and a groan, Trace let go of the wind, and I felt a wash of relief pass over his focus. He'd done it. I wasn't sure what he'd done, but he was letting go because he was finished, not because he was destroyed. However, he might have been both, because he closed his eyes and relaxed, and I felt him slide under, his focus dimming as he left us, his mind closing off in the hope of healing him while he was gone. Echo dropped her wind with a loud gasp, and she put her hand to her head. We need Leichnick, I said to her. Can you get it? She looked at me like she'd never seen me before, and I realized I was on my own. G still slumped on the floor against the chair. Trace was deeply in a coma. And Echo was battling an epic amount of vocal and physical pain. I assumed the citizens of the villa colony were fine, alive. Maybe not fine, maybe without homes, but alive. Everything in Trace's focus said he'd been victorious, except, of course, that he'd lost himself. How could he not know that losing himself turned this victory into defeat for everyone who loved him? And we all loved him. Strange that after a lifetime of feeling alone and left out, I had grown to love 3 strangers enough to put myself in danger for them. I ran to the medbay and grabbed Lychnic and injectors, as much as I could carry, and I started with a large dose for myself. Again, I needed to survive if they were to survive, and that meant a little selfishness. I gave Trace the next dose, as large a dose as I'd seen Echo give him. I wanted to give him more, but I didn't know enough to do it safely. Then G got the next dose, and then Echo the last. She had slid under while I was dosing G, who had slid under just before I got to him. I rounded up blankets to cover them, and I sat on Trace's lap again. With one arm reaching down to Gianni, I closed my eyes, my panel on Trace's chest, and started to play. Right now, I wished someone was around to play a stamina song for me, because I didn't know if I had enough strength left to heal them. I didn't know all the right notes to heal them, not wisely. I vowed that I would force Trace and Echo to find me a teacher as soon as possible. If I had the ability to learn to save my friends, I needed to possess that knowledge. No excuses. So the day began, and I knew it would be a long and exhausting day. And if it worked as I'd hoped, it would be the most useful day of my life. If it didn't work, I doubted I would ever get over it. Chapter 24. G entered the darkened room and watched Kaya sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed and brushed his hand over her hair, feeling like he was seeing her for the first time. Unlike the rest of them, she hadn't succumbed to a coma. She'd given them Lychnic, fed them power, even covered them with blankets, and she had saved 3 lives, all without the drama of the rest of them. Good save, he whispered with a smile. He'd known she was strong, emotionally and mentally strong. Now he realized he'd not given her nearly enough credit. The lady was amazing. "She's okay?" Echo asked from the doorway. "Just asleep," he said. "Peaceful." Echo stepped back at what he hadn't said. Peaceful. Trace was still asleep, still unnaturally asleep, and nothing about him was peaceful. In a way none of them understood, his coma had been filled with monsters, his focus shifting and vibrating in ways Echo said weren't normal. His body was healing, and she and Kaya both felt he would survive, but the focal variations he was experiencing had them all on edge. "Let's do this, then," Echo said. Her head still ached, but so did his. Even in her sleep, so did Kaya's. But it was better to be awake in pain than to be in a coma or dead. All of them had skirted the far side of death in the past day, and he was ashamed of himself for that. The urge to be heroic had made them do ridiculous things. Maybe it was the urge to follow Trace, to impress him, to make and keep a friend. How sad to feel so alone that he would die to make a friend. But at the moment he felt ridiculous, and he was in awe of Kaya. Along with his fear for Trace, he was feeling too many emotions right now. He followed her into the pit, taking the passenger seat while she started the engines. The entire skipper gave a low hum as she navigated them away from the colonists toward the Jonathan. "He didn't lose any," she said quietly. "Why do I want to kill him?" "He forgot," Gianni said. "He doesn't think of us as equals yet, as teammates." "As friends." He didn't say it. Why was he uncomfortable admitting he wanted Trace to be his friend? He'd gone a long time without a friend who felt like an equal. Even better, in many ways, Trace's skills and insights were superior. G realized he wanted to impress Trace, the way a child wanted to impress a parent. So he was especially disappointed that Trace didn't value his skills or opinions. She nodded. Very true. His urge to protect makes him an idiot sometimes. G smiled, spoken like a big sister. Are you angry with the colony? G asked. He knew the answer. He was better than Kaya at ignoring focal variations and navigating the world with words, even when they were unnecessary. Being a leader often meant using unnecessary words too. But that didn't mean he didn't feel everything. Feeling everything could be helpful, but mostly it was confusing and draining. No, she said. They were packing. All of us thought we had more time. They had promised to let us help them move, so they're not at fault at all. They didn't want to evacuate. Who would ever want to evacuate? But they agreed to do the right thing without hesitation. Is equipment wrong about these things often? Sometimes, she said. I'm surprised about this one, but it's not unheard of. G watched the darkness fly past them, bits of lit debris, the only thing indicating they were moving. He wasn't sure he liked being on a ship in the dark. He'd thought the caves of his childhood dark and tight, but this ship was worse. When he had wakened, Echo and Kaya had been awake and caring for them. Kaya's focus trembled with fatigue, and he discovered she had used a healing song to keep them alive. Echo had apparently just wakened herself, disoriented and worried about Trace, and furious with Trace. When she had figured herself out, she'd driven the skipper toward the villa colony. Trace had first moved the people to the vehicles, and then he'd moved the vehicles, all while the homes had shuddered and slowly shut down. Echo had run a sensor that indicated most of them had imploded, but not one life had been lost. Gianni hoped Trace would teach him to do such things himself. No, he thought, he wanted to learn to do them with someone else. If he and Trace had each taken a few people, a few vehicles, Trace might be awake right now, and not in the depths of a coma, fighting demons. How long a journey do we have? He asked. Echo glanced at the control panel. I turned off the beacon. Nobody can ask us for a rescue right now, so we should have no reason to stop. We'll arrive in the morning. I'll be within radio range in a few hundred randoms, and I'll let them know we're coming. What if they won't see us? They have no reason not to see us, she said. Mostly the Jonican keep to themselves. But they aren't hostile, just isolated. I don't understand who they are, he said. Long ago, other roamers were more welcome on Portomare than they are now. The doorways weren't closed. She shrugged. Not that we're talking real doorways, and not that anyone can close them. But it was legal to interact with other realms. Then something happened. History isn't clear on this, although I have some theories. And the OPDs together decided to disallow other realm interactions. I suspect some have never stopped, but I've not heard of anything. The Jonican arrived long before this and settled here. They were here before the eldsingers. They observe and take notes and keep history. Most of us don't interact with them, and they seem content with this. But I know my ancestors called on them more than once for help when other realm interactions posed a threat. They know the histories of many worlds. G shook his head. What a complicated world he lived in, and for 24 years he'd had no idea. He thought his own world was complicated, keeping his people alive, but now that seemed small. They'll know about Montefallo? He asked. I don't know, but they might. You've lost your history. I do know that if they ever had that history, they haven't lost it. History is almost sacred to them. G closed his eyes as Trace's focus shifted again. Monsters, Echo had said poetically. Her brother was fighting monsters. While not accurate, the description fit. His shifts were unnerving, and G hoped the man would wake up soon. He'll be okay, Echo said, clearly feeling his own distress. It's not his first coma. Probably won't be his last. With us to help, assuming he ever lets us help, it will happen less often. I mean, her focus flushed with embarrassment. As long as you're here, I'm sorry for being presumptuous. You want us to stay, he said. I want Trace and me not to be alone, she said, her words completely reflecting her focus. They were deeply true and not as simple as they sounded. Having you two here has been a good thing, but I know you have your own lives and responsibilities. As long as you're here, I'm grateful, and when you have to leave, I understand. The last words were not as true, but she wanted them true. She didn't want to be selfish. He nodded. He didn't consider the word selfish at all. For a long while they rode in silence. Echo said this would be a great opportunity for him to learn the driving songs, but their foci weren't ready for that yet. For the next few days, they wouldn't sing at all, or at least not much. His head ached enough that it wasn't even a temptation, although singing to drive wouldn't be half as boring as watching a dark, empty ocean slide past their window. Kaya's waking up, Echo said. I'd hoped she would sleep longer. She put us to shame, G said. Echo laughed. That she did. Much wiser than I gave her credit for. I thought she was a little starstruck with her new abilities, that she might not use them wisely in her enthusiasm. Instead, she proved to have more wisdom than the three of us put together. You wanted to save your brother, G said. There's nothing wrong with that. Except that I would have failed. You too. Without Kaya, Trace would have died, and us right along with him. What is it about my annoying little brother that makes people do such stupid things for him? He heard the bitter words and felt the very different emotions beneath. Trace's condition had scared her to death. She was still scared to death. G understood. I'm going to see Kaya, he said, and Echo waved him away. Soon he stood in the doorway of the dim bedroom, watching Kaya stretch and mumble herself awake. Then she looked at him, and she smiled. I'm so glad you're not dead, she said. He laughed. I'm glad as well, he said, and that you're not dead, and that we are now heading toward the Jonathan again. Kaya sat up and kicked off the blanket. I think my nap made me feel more tired. And hungry. I'm not hungry yet, he admitted. My head hurts. I can feel that, she said, from all of you. I'm sorry, he said. We were reckless. She shrugged. I'm glad what I did worked. I thought I would get to feel all of you die. Not ideal. Gee, what did you play? You changed the stamina song. I felt you do it. He blinked. I don't know. I just knew. I knew how to make it better for what he was doing. When he jumped someone, at the moment of motion, he released more energy. So I changed the song to give him more power when that happened. Echo says many singers have a special talent, Kaya said. Mine might be healing. Yours might be the ability to make songs. Trace says he and Echo don't seem to have a special ability, although I think Trace's is teaching. When he teaches a song, I feel something I don't feel when Echo tries. Yes, G said. I suspect each of them has talents they don't understand. I don't know what to say to you right now, Kaya. I am in awe. She laughed. That's not what you should say. I'd rather just feel like I belong. Echo imagines us here with them, part of their team, he said. Part of their family, Kaya corrected. I know you feel it too. They think of us as part of them. I don't know how they feel that so soon. Except, I think I feel the same way. Do you imagine staying with them? I don't know, he said. I can't let myself think like that while the Scavari live on a dying world. Yes, she said. Same here. I'm not a leader, but the Fleota, and even the Scavari, are my people first, too. We reach the Jonathan tomorrow, Gianni said. They might have answers. Kaya tilted her head. His sleep isn't right. No, Gianni said. Echo says the same. What do you feel, as a healer?" She shook her head. "It's not what I feel as a healer. It's that." She pointed to a drawing on the wall. G wasn't sure how Trace's drawing related to this. "It's his heart," she explained, "but he doesn't think of it that way. Echo is his heart too. He loves her. He loves us. I know you feel that." G nodded, not sure where this was going. But yes, Trace loved them. Why did Gianni wish to be understood and treated like a friend more than to be loved? "He lost everything," she said. "He thinks he deserved to lose everything, so now he stays apart from anything that leads to his heart. Drawing. Us. Echo, although that love is so deep, he can't really pull back from it." "I hoped," G shrugged. He couldn't finish the words. But Kaya understood what he didn't say, and she pulled him in for a hug. Where she touched him, he felt peace pulse into his skin. She was healing him, and for some reason that made him feel ashamed. "No," she said. She pulled back and smiled at him. "No, G, love him back. Love me back. Use all the emotion you want here. You and I were alone. We're not alone now. Trace will find his way back, but I think he'll do it because of us. We have to love big to draw him out. So love big." He laughed at her. "That sounds good, but what does it mean?" "It means we can be his friend even when he forgets he's ours. Same with Echo, and me. You better plan to be my friend forever." He hugged her again, this time pulsing a little energy into her. Not to heal her, just to connect with her. She sighed contentment. "I do," he said. "You saved us, and now you're hungry, so I feel obligated to feed you. Come on." Kaya rose, and Gianni helped her make a meal. He wasn't hungry, but Echo said they should eat, that food would speed the healing. Kaya ate quickly and went to sit with Trace, where she would continue to feed him a lifeline of power until he healed. That left Echo and Gianni, and for the first time he felt uneasy with her. "What is it?" she asked. They had just finished their meal and headed back to the pit, although the skipper could easily drive itself through the empty darkness without them watching the progress. "Hope," he said. He grinned. "I'm learning to hope again. It's an uncomfortable emotion. Fragile." She laughed. "That's true. But I feel something else from you. You other realmers aren't easy to read. In time it will be easier, but both of you baffle me sometimes." "I hope they have answers," he said. "The Jonathan. But if they don't, we might have to move. Maybe to a reef with a charterhead. I might not have to lead anymore." "And does this make you happy?" she asked. "Relieved? Sad?" "Is it wrong to admit a little of all of those? I've always been the leader. I was the leader at 8 and did the actual leading since I was 14. "And you're often the leader here," she said. "You assess situations very quickly. I don't know what will happen with you and Kaya, but I think it will be something good. Knowing who you are, where you are, that will make your lives better. For you and your people. It's okay to hope, G. I think it's healthy." He smiled, and he let the strange emotion wash over him with a little less trepidation. Echo was wiser, much wiser than she knew, and he would let her words calm him. It felt good not always to be the one in control. Chapter 25. "I'm sorry," Trace said. He'd said it 4 times in 200 randoms, and he figured he would keep saying it until Echo could look at him without such fury watching through her focus. Between her anger and the lingering darkness of the coma nightmares, he felt sick and strangely hopeless. What had he done? How would he fix it? "So you've said," she muttered. "How can you still be so angry?" he asked. "It's been 2 days." She glared at him. "It hasn't been 2 days. You woke up 200 randoms ago. For 2 days we waited for you to wake up. We're here, Trace. We've been outside the Jonathan colony for over a day, just waiting for you. What were you thinking? There are 4 of us now. When are you going to stop being so arrogant and just ask for help?" She sat down hard on the edge of Trace's bed, and he cringed. He didn't remember her ever being so angry with him. But that wasn't the worst of it. She was right. He'd taken on the job alone when he had help. He'd always had help. He'd been surrounded by eldsingers his whole life, but he always took the worst jobs himself. Was it arrogance? Once, yes, maybe. But now? He didn't know. "I didn't think," he said honestly. "I knew the colony was in trouble, and I just reacted." "You reacted badly," she said. "We should have moved closer, divided the job, worked as a team. You can't make all our decisions out of your fear, Trace. If Kaya hadn't kept a level head, none of us would be alive." She sighed. "I did the same thing. G and I were willing to give you everything we had. All 3 of us are idiots. We owe Kaya our lives." He closed his eyes and let his senses drift over the foci of the other realm pair. They'd come in to greet him upon waking, but when Echo had entered, her focus filled with fury, they'd fled. Now he felt them in the living room, their foci damaged but healing. They weren't as angry as Echo, but they were angry. G was hurt. Kaya felt a myriad of things, and he knew she was doubting. She had feelings for him, but he'd let her hurt herself rescuing him. He wondered if she would walk away from him. Maybe she would end up with Gianni. What would he do if that happened? "I'll do better," he said. He meant the words, even if he had no idea how to implement them. "Kaya didn't get a chance to tell me what she did. G said she saved us, but they didn't elaborate." "She can do some rudimentary healing with her focus," Echo said. "She also dosed us with Leichnick multiple times, covered us with blankets, and watched over us until we woke up. We scared her, of course, but she liked taking care of us. Her reactions bother me. For her to feel such victory, she really did grow up alone, didn't she?" "Her Amma loves her," Trace said. But yes, she was alone. Her eyesight meant she couldn't participate. She always lived outside of her world. "As did Gianni," Echo said thoughtfully. "Except for entirely different reasons. He scares me a little. He sees more than I want him to see. And he reads foci so well, I feel naked when he's around." Trace nodded. He changed the song, Echo. With his very limited understanding of reed singing, he altered the stamina song to give me more power. I felt it every time he did it. They're both so powerful that it's scary. Good powerful. I'm not envious. No, maybe I am. I hope the Jonathan have some kind of answer for us that allows them to stay." "They don't like the skipper," she said quietly. "I don't know what you're hoping, but they might not be able to spend their lives on the water." "Just like you," he said. He was disappointed. Yes, he'd started to hope all 4 of them could do what he and Echo had done, travel the world and help people. Except he'd ignored all of them so he could nearly kill himself singing. He sighed, not sure how he felt about anything right now. Worse, he wasn't sure how they felt about him. Not good, but was this something that could change? Had he ruined everything? His quest to relive Bougainville without the horrible ending hadn't quite worked for him. "I need to apologize to them," he said quietly. "Yes, you do. Even Kaya isn't sure about you right now, Trace. You forgot us. You didn't include us, and we could have done that rescue in a way that nobody ended up in a coma. Except you have to be the hero." "Echo," he scolded. "That's not it. That's never it." "Maybe you don't think of it in terms of hero," she said, "but you want to do it all. You don't value the skills of those around you. Worse, you don't value their opinions. Unless—" He raised his eyebrows and waited, wondering what else she had to say. Her focus still pounded in anger. Unless you wanted to leave us. Leave everything? I don't feel that from you. And I thought you liked Kaya and G, but it was so reckless, Trace, so unbelievably reckless. I didn't mean, I wasn't trying to hurt myself, he said, or any of you. I knew we were out of time, and I didn't think anything through. You were back on Bougainville, hoping for a different outcome this time, she said. I understand, because so was I. Both of us need to apologize, I guess. Neither one of us gave a thought to what we were doing to Kaya and Gianni. How close are we to the Jonican? Trace asked. Just far enough that we can't feel them, nor can they feel us. I contacted them yesterday and told them we'd come visit as soon as you woke up. I gave them no details. The man I spoke with seemed very interested in talking with us. He knew our parents, but he didn't give me details either. Trace pushed upright. I should shower and eat, I guess, and apologize. I'll send them back here. And then, yes, we need to get on this, she said. Montefallo doesn't have forever. Our equipment was completely wrong about the core breach. What if we're that wrong about Kaya and Gianni's world? I feel like we need to hurry. Trace agreed, and he pulled out of bed, his head pounding, and settled himself on the edge, above the covers, before the other realm pair entered. He didn't want them to see him in bed. He needed to apologize and have them understand what had happened. He didn't want to look weak or pitiful. You look better, Kaya said. She boldly walked toward him, closed her eyes, and placed her hand on his cheek, then slid it down his neck and just below his collar. He felt relief wash through her. Then she pulled back, her cheeks pink. Sorry. Oh, I am so sorry. For 2 days I read your focus best with my fingers, and I'm making this worse, aren't I? I don't exactly know what I feel, how it relates to health yet, but whatever I feel is clearer when I touch you. She backed away and stood with her back against the wall. Gianni laughed and sat in the only chair in the room. You're awake, he said. Gianni was smiling, but only with his face. His focus was messy, shifting with anger and distrust and even some shame. Shame? Kaya did that, G said. She kept all of us alive. I know, Trace said. Kaya, thank you is very inadequate. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did all that alone. I want to be part of a team. I've always wanted that. But I also jump ahead on my own sometimes. I don't quite know how to stop it. Gianni is nearly your equal, Kaya said. It's my understanding not many people can say that. Maybe once you believe that, you'll no longer think of yourself as being alone. Maybe you'll feel like part of a team. It hurts to be here, Trace. To be part of your team when you don't think of us as a team at all. The words were insightful, true, and painful. I know, he said. He didn't know what else to say. He figured his apologies weren't believable right now. He had to prove himself, and that wasn't going to happen here in the Skipper, 200 randoms after a reed coma. Gee, you changed the song. I did, he said. I knew a better way, so I did it. Thank you, Trace said. And thank you, Kaya. I want to learn, she said. As soon as we're done here, I want to train to use my skill for healing. Yes, Trace said. We'll make that happen. He looked at G, whose focus was still warped and painful. G, I'm sorry. You're nearly my singing equal, and I didn't use that like I could have, and I'm sorry. G nodded. The apology hadn't helped, but Trace had to try. I don't want to go back, G said. I'm a coward, I guess, but I want to be out here, where I can be useful. Only you have to let me be useful. I know, Trace said. From here out, I plan to teach you everything. Both of you. Right now, it's time to see the Jonican. Let me clean up and eat, and then we can go. Yes? What if they don't have answers? Gianni asked quietly. Then we try something else, Trace said. We don't stop until your people are safe. Gianni nodded and let out his breath. Okay. Hope. It's a rough emotion. Trace had to agree with that. Kaya was standing across the room from him, and G was simply disappointed and disillusioned. Trace had to hope he could fix things, and yes, relying on hope in the face of difficult odds was rough. Point of view change. Although they'd saved an entire villa of people, G hadn't been in a villa home until now, and he hoped he would never have to live in one. Although each villa was larger than Trace and Echo's skipper, it was similar, made of metal and glass, lit with nothing but artificial light. Even the caves had living moss on most of the walls, so the stone rooms where he'd grown up felt more alive than this little box in the ocean. G looked up and found Trace watching him. He knew Trace wanted to make amends, but G didn't know how to feel about Trace at the moment. The man had nearly killed them. Except that wasn't true. Nobody had forced G or Echo to give Trace all they had. Gianni had made a choice. But oh, he found himself angry with Trace for forcing him to make that decision. G had made too many life-and-death decisions in his life. He didn't want to do it here in this world where he barely understood the rules. Welcome, a female voice said, and an older woman entered the small living area. 2 men followed, one older and one younger. Their foci were foreign, filled with energy, but almost impossible to read. Echo had told him the Jonathan would feel unusual, but he hadn't realized that difference would leave him blind. Thanks for seeing us, Echo said. We hope you can help us. We're looking for information. Did you get a chance to look at the samples? Echo had jumped the samples of rock and fluid to the Jonathan right after they'd arrived. We did, the older man said. Why don't we sit and do some introductions? G had to smile at Echo's impatience. At least she tamped down her anger. G was upset with Trace. Kaya too, and that bothered G, that Trace might have lost the best thing to happen to him. G liked Kaya and Trace together. Their foci together soothed him. They could likely soothe others. But Echo was furious, and that fury had barely begun to dim. Although their foci felt different, the Jonathan trio looked normal. They all had dark hair and eyes, a little like the Scavari, and they dressed like regular Portomarans. The woman introduced herself as Megan, the men as Giorgio and Roberto, and he listened as Echo introduced the 4 of them. When she explained finding Kaya and Gianni in a lost reef, the woman didn't look surprised. Fallis lenta, then, the woman said, raising her eyebrows at the elder Jonathan. You think? I didn't think it was true. I always thought it was true, but I thought the colonies would have died out by now. I hated to think so. I hate to think Odell was so reckless with lives. Nothing in the stories paints him in that light, but the Fallis lenta always seemed reckless and heartless. G watched Echo, who shifted in her seat. She was still angry, still nursing a headache of her own, and impatience and frustration radiated off her focus. What is Fallis lenta? She asked with the falsest politeness. Megan smiled. We think there are a handful of reefs like Gianni and Kaya's, she said. She leaned back in her chair. Late in Jake Odell's life, an other realm group came to him for help. His friend Ty Chandler was gone, and Jake was an old man. The story isn't complete, and most of our stories are very complete, so this might be myth. It reads more like myth than truth, but it's also not old. This myth is less than 200 years old. Worlds were dying, for reasons we don't know, and Odell and the other realmers hid colonies from those worlds in empty reefs in and around the dead zone. The colonies were meant to remain hidden, as though whatever harmed their worlds might one day come after them here. It makes little sense and doesn't fit with anything else we know of Odell, or reefs, or other realm interactions at the time. Reefs need one another. They aren't meant to be isolated. Echo took a deep breath. We don't need the history. She gave Gianni a rueful smile. Okay, we'd love to know the true history, but what's more pressing is answers about keeping one of these reefs alive. They weren't terraformed like normal reefs. The fluid that keeps them alive is unknown to us. Some of the rock is unknown to us. We found unknown animals. We hope you can help us because we need to fix the sun to keep the reefs alive. Did our samples turn up any information? We have a few answers for you, Roberto, the younger man said with a smile. We found both the rock and the fluid in our database. The fluid is known as Yoshvaten, although we don't seem to have information on its origin. That means it's very old. The rock is unnamed, and again, we have no origin. Tell us what you need to know about it, and we'll see what we can do for you. For the first time since Trace had wakened up, Echo's focus calmed. She leaned back in her seat and took a deep breath. Thank you. We need to know what happens to Yoshvaten if we recharge with zygotic fluid. Do we have to remove the Yoshvaten? Is that even possible? Or can we safely add zygotic? How do the fluids react together? For years, Montefallo's fluid has been leaking into Tormandu, and we don't know if it's creating something dangerous or stable. I'm happy to run a few simulations, Roberto said. And if you want to run tests of your own, you're welcome to come and help me. Echo said she would do that. Trace, who'd said nothing so far, his head still aching enough to hurt Gianni's head, said he would stay put. Giorgio tilted his head. I met your parents. Your foci share some of their traits. You look like them, too. But right now, we don't read Portomarans well, but all of you feel drained, damaged. We just finished a rescue, Echo said. It was successful, but dangerous. Giorgio gave Trace a long look. You're a powerful singer. I remember your father telling me that, back when you were very young. He came to us a few times for help, early in his life, and he thought you might end up like your ancestor, who was also a very powerful singer. I'm sorry you hurt, but I'm glad to see such a powerful group of you out there helping. Portomare needs your kind of strength and compassion, especially now. G felt Trace shift in guilt and shame when the man said it. Then Echo left with the group, all of them jumping to a nearby villa. Kaya stayed, always intimidated by the science of this world. G stayed as well, for reasons he didn't understand. He loved science and equipment and tests, but he also didn't want to let Trace out of his sight. He was angry with him, disappointed, and yet he wanted to be close. Strangely, he hoped if he stayed close, things would go back to the way they were. Maybe he would feel less of the hard emotions and move back toward friendship. Trace said he hadn't meant to shut them out, but Gianni didn't know if he believed it. Hidden, Gianni said, trying to find some way to fill the strange, tense silence in the room. All of the Jonican had left, so he and Kaya were alone with Trace. We were hidden? From dying worlds? It fits what we were told of our history, Kaya said. We were told we might be the only people left on our world. We were just never told that the world itself didn't survive. A handful, Gianni said. So there are other reefs out there like ours, trapped like we were, trapped in dying worlds? Your world is dying because the fluid is leaching into Tormandu's roof, Trace said. But yes, that means other reefs like this could be in trouble. Your proximity to Tormandu might not be your only problem. Perhaps your fluid needs recharged at intervals like our zygotic fluid, in which case all of those reefs might need help soon. Or they could be dead, Kaya said. Would your ancestor trap people to die like that? Stories we've heard of Jake Odell say no, Trace said. He was never a man to cause harm. He was more likely to die saving someone than to hurt someone. Did he die saving people on your world? Perhaps one day we should hear the history of the eldsingers on your world, Kaya said. I suspect you're eldsingers because of our world, Trace said. Something in the reefs seems to spur the development of singers. Anyway, no, he died of old age. He had a friend named Ty Chandler, a very powerful folk singer, who helped him. Their friendship was legendary, and 2 of Jake's children married 2 of Chandler's children. Echo and I come from one of those marriages. Chandler also died of old age. Each could be reckless with his own life, but never with the life of the other. After Chandler died, Odell allowed these reefs, Gianni said. Could he have been reckless then? I hope not, Trace said. But he was still a man, so he was fallible. How would he know exactly how long a reef had to go without a recharge? Perhaps the Fallis Lenta were meant to be temporary. Perhaps the other realmers lied to Odell about the lifespan of their terraforming. I think we need to focus on the facts and on keeping the world alive. The rest is too unknown to worry about. Except there might be other reefs out there that need help, Gianni said. Nobody but us knows about them. Nobody but us will ever think to look for them. Kaya's focus pulsed with excitement. Wait, you think we should look for them? Find lost reefs? They've been lost over 100 years. Around 150, Trace said. If I have my dates right. Odell died about 150 years ago. Gianni shrugged. I don't know. I only know our reef won't survive without help. Our babies don't live. We were fighting to survive, and we were failing. I hate to think others from our realm might be in similar situations, and nobody is planning to help them. We don't know if they came from your realm, Trace said. A race strong enough to move mountaintops through realms and drop them in our reefs? That's a crazy amount of power. I don't understand why they needed our help. Our little world with our limited abilities. Maybe that doesn't matter, Kaya said. G's right that nobody will find them. But we might not be able to find them either. How much of this world is unknown? Wouldn't they have been discovered already? The dead zone is nearly 1/3 of the ocean floor, Trace said. A lot of it is completely unknown and never traveled. So it's possible viable reefs had been hiding all along. Echo radioed and asked them to join her on the next villa, and Trace put the panel in his lap and then hesitated. G, you want to do it? I doubt I need to be jumping us yet. I don't know the song to jump people, Gianni said. Right, Trace shrugged. I'm sorry. We need to teach you all the songs. You're strong enough to do anything a singer can do. Stamina, then? It's a short, easy jump, but I know I'm hurting all of you with the pain in my head, and that will get worse if I sing. Gianni was proud of Trace for thinking of them, and a shift in his focus said Trace knew this and felt G's pride. He hoped Trace was telling the truth, and his fear had made the poor decisions at the villa colony. He hoped Trace wouldn't always think of them as lesser singers or people to be protected. He wanted them to be equals, and he wanted them to be friends. He wasn't sure anything else would do. Chapter 26. It's very stable, Roberto said when he displayed the data he and Echo had found. I think you can recharge your zygotic sun with no fear. Trace doubted he'd ever again recharge a zygotic sun without fear, and he wasn't sure he trusted a few randoms of tests in a lab to tell him the truth about an actual sun situation. But the tests had been encouraging. We can't easily sing through this rock, Echo said as they cleaned up the chemicals. It's not dense, but something keeps us out. We figured out a trick to jump things through it, but it's as finicky as dark rock. It takes precision to work with it. The man stared at the small bits of stone on the lab counter. We've never found anything beyond dark rock that repels singers. Well, now you have, Trace said. He didn't need this man telling him what he knew was true when new truths were staring him in the eyes. Giorgio laughed. True, this is something new. You're welcome to come again for more tests, and I stand by the results we found here, but trusting the results enough to use them on a whole reef, I understand your reluctance. Can we test it on another reef? Gianni asked. How does that work? Wouldn't we run the risk of damaging someone else's home? Giorgio smiled. There are a few reefs here at the edge of the dead zone that might work for you. 2 aren't terraformed at all. 2 were abandoned before they had settlers because they didn't pass their inspections. The OPDs nearby don't care if anyone investigates them, as they have no value to anyone. Echo glanced at Trace, who nodded. It wasn't the same as using the chemicals on Montefallo, but they needed a larger test. Unfortunately, he felt the largest unknown was the other realm stone, and they didn't have enough of that to test anywhere. Since we're talking about the Jago, you might run into a lot of unknowns, Roberto added. Trace and Echo hesitated at the unknown name. The Jago, Echo said. We don't know that word. Giorgio and Roberto exchanged a look of surprise, their foci shifting. Explain, Trace said, hearing the menace in his voice. He needed to know everything about this situation to keep the reefs safe, but it seemed things were being kept from them. They were a very powerful race of other realmers that had a special relationship with Jake Odell, Roberto said. Giorgio glared at him. We don't know the details, Giorgio said. Sometimes information is deemed dangerous, and we remove it. Apparently, someone determined the Jago were to remain hidden from your family. But you know the stories, Trace said. He knew songs that could help him right now, songs he wasn't supposed to know, and the temptation to use a painful song to gain information scared him. He took a step back. You're hiding our history from us. Giorgio held out his hands. What Roberto said is all we know. The Jago knew Jake Odell, and we don't see them in the history after that. They were powerful, and we think Jake helped them. As powerful as they were in trouble and needed help. We think that happened before they asked him to hide the Phallus Lenta. I'm sorry someone chose to hide the knowledge from you and from us. That's not usually how we work. But a while ago, we had a member who did things we don't normally do. Trace wanted to push and find answers, but not today. The man seemed to be telling the truth about not knowing more, and currently, they had to focus on saving Montefallo, not finding answers. What about the animals? Gianni asked. The eels? The pipperung? Might those help you determine where we came from? I tried the description of the eels, Roberto said. I didn't find anything. I hadn't heard of a pipperung. Do you have images? Kaya turned to Trace. Draw them. Show him. Maybe knowing where we came from will help. Trace took the paper Megan offered and sketched both animals, feeling a strange pride from Kaya when he did. He didn't understand why she found such joy in his simple sketches, but every time he drew for her, she filled with joy. G gave her a small smile, which he also couldn't interpret. Strangely, drawing the animals felt good, not as dark as his earlier drawings had felt. Could he one day regain the ability to do this? Was this a sign he could finally get past Bougainville with enough time? The thought tripped him up, and he nearly choked on an unexpected wash of grief. G put a gentle hand on his back, and Kaya twined her fingers with his. At some level, they understood. He'd hurt them, forgotten them, and broken their hearts, but they were willing to comfort him. At that moment, he felt very small, and he determined he wanted to be worthy of their care and trust. The drawings didn't lead to answers, unfortunately, but the Jonathan were glad to have data about new animals, and soon they said farewell, heading toward a partially terraformed reef half a day from the Jonathan, where they could test the fluids. Although they could have jumped it in one long jump, Trace chose to drive the skipper manually, since every single one of them still had a headache from their Villa Colony rescue. Jago, Kaya said. Why was that such a secret? No idea, Trace said. While Echo was lying down in the back, and Gianni was napping in the living area, he and Kaya sat at the pit. But I've never understood why so much Odelian history is a secret either. Eldsingers can misuse their power, but more often they use it for good. However, both good and bad events are kept in the family. So history is important to your people, Kaya said. Our history is a lie, so I don't know how much to trust history. You were told lies too, if this powerful race was left out of it. Perhaps all history is a lie. He nodded. Very possible. But it still fascinates me. I haven't dealt with Jonakin before. They feel much more foreign to me than you and G do. I felt that too, she said. I couldn't read them well. Their patterns and energy were very strange. Trace smiled. Yes, and some are even stranger than that. We have several types of other realmers on Portomare, although all of them look basically like we do. The differences are in their foci more than their physical bodies. Do all of them sing? Are they eldsingers? Some sing. Some only started to sing a few generations after arriving here. None are eldsingers. In the history, we learn that there are eldsingers in many realms, some more powerful than us, but none chose to live here. Kaya looked out the window at the darkness of the water. Will this work? Will we be able to save our home? I don't know. I hope so. Trace, can I ask about the reed coma? I hate to ask so many questions, but your focus was a mess. Echo said nightmares. Did you really have nightmares for days? He didn't want to answer, but she asked because she cared. He needed to take care of people who chose to care for him. He'd brought this pair into Portomare proper, and he had to protect and care for them. I did. I don't remember many details. Loss, pain and blood and death. I've never experienced a coma like that. I don't know what it means, but I'm glad it's over. And this is true? She asked. You're not hiding from me? He exhaled, wondering what it would take to win their trust again. I don't remember details. I think you and G were there, Echo too, and I lost you more than one time in more than one way. But I don't know what those ways were, not now. I'm sorry, Kaya said, resting her hand on his arm and pulsing calm into his system. I won't ask again. I'm sorry it hurt. We want to stay, Trace Odell. I hope that turns out to be a good thing for you. They fell into a strange silence. One Kaya broke with another question. If these tests work, we can fix our reef, right? The problem is the stone, he said. We don't know its origin. I don't understand why it's in your atmosphere. If the volcano was real, I would say it's burning, that it's ash in your atmosphere, and... Trace shook his head. And that's what it is. It's ash. I think we don't want to waste our time here. I think we need to go straight back to Montefallo. It's the volcano. They didn't send a dead volcano. It still had enough life, enough heat, that it affected everything around it. The temperature variations we're seeing along the wall, Montefallo isn't that hot, not at the surface. But the surface of Montefallo is a lot higher in the reef than the surface of Tormandu. Something is happening below, and it's affecting your world, and it might affect Tormandu too. That tunnel, it's a vent. Someone tried to vent the heat, and then someone else blocked it. Maybe we don't have the time we thought we had. We need to figure out how to cool your volcano before we do anything else. We have to clear that vent. Tremors mean things are changing, and not for the better. We need to fix it before it goes horribly wrong. Gianni was tired of the tension. Yes, Trace had forgotten them and taken on too much. Yes, he'd endangered all of them, but given his past and the urgency of the situation, Gianni understood. He was hurt, but he understood. Echo didn't understand at all. Several days out, and she was still furious. Gianni understood that too, but wow, it made living on the skipper difficult when not one of them could get away from the emotional onslaught of the others. Kaya was weary. She'd loved helping, but she, like G, realized Trace wasn't perfect. He seemed to make the same mistakes over and over, and G knew she was trying to decide if she could live with these particular flaws. He hoped she could. Trace was doing his best to fix things, but so far he hadn't had much luck. G hoped being back at Montefallo would help, and he watched expectantly as they approached the vent. Unfortunately, the debris blocking the vent was gone. The eels had escaped, and the instant the skipper was within sight of the openings, Trace's focus began to pound. "Run a search," G said, hoping to head off more drama. Trace's focus responded completely wrong to the creatures, and he wished there was a good explanation for that. Were they dangerous? Did they manipulate foci? If so, why did it only seem to affect Trace? See if they're still in there. Trace and G had the pit while the ladies were in the living area, probably commiserating about Trace, and Trace stopped the skipper and played a long, slow search. He was searching deep because twice he brushed the rock, sending a jolt of pain back through his focus both times. "I don't feel them," he said. He sighed. "I hope they're okay." "Why do they hurt you?" Gianni asked. "I feel like it isn't natural." Trace shrugged. "I don't know. I don't know why I feel what you don't. You think they're manipulating me." "I don't know. They're animals." "They're strangers," Trace said. "They're not meant for this world. I'm not sure you and Kaya are meant for this world. None of the Phallus Lenta are. You and Kaya understand. You have the ability to adapt. But these are animals. I told Echo that I hate the loss of Bougainville. I saved the people. I didn't save the animals." G nodded. It made a little more sense now, but Trace's responses still felt wrong. These Vattenausch were likely from his own world, but he didn't feel so strongly toward them as Trace did. "Wait," Trace said. His focus shifted, Trace's practical, thoughtful self coming through. "Wait, the ones in the cave. Fresh water. They have a passage from this vent to the fresh water. Unless they don't. Maybe those two were cut off a long time ago. I wonder if those caves always had fresh springs, if once the tunnels did link to the ocean. If not, the ones I saw are trapped. They can't stay trapped in there. We can't leave anyone trapped in there." G leaned back, surprised by the energy the man put into the words, the increased speed of his focus. "What are you thinking?" G asked. "What are you planning?" "Let's dive from inside. Let's take a look around from that side. Out here, we know we have a lot of rock to move. Maybe we'll find an easier route from inside, a place to move some of that rock. If we can shift it around internally and not deal with a thick layer of impenetrable rock, this might be safer." "Okay, but is that the real reason? Or is this about rescuing those trapped eels?" "It can't be both?" Trace asked. G laughed. "Maybe." They left the pit and found the ladies. Echo glared at Trace. "I feel it in your focus. You're up to something." Trace sighed. "I want to dive from the caves and see if it links to the vent. I want to look at this from other angles. I'd like to avoid the thick layer of rock as much as possible." Echo looked at Gianni. "Is this true? Because his focus says this isn't quite true." Trace rolled his eyes. "The eels aren't here. They moved the debris and escaped. I can't find them in the tunnels, although I'm not sure how well I feel anything under there. But the pair I saw in the caves might be trapped away from the others." "They can live in both fresh and ocean water?" G asked. "Most animals can't," Echo said, "but we've found a few that do. Trace, this is about the Vatnaus? It's about both. You know moving rock out of the tunnel won't be easy. Why not do our research beforehand? It's a good idea, she said, except I don't know if I believe you. I think it has everything to do with those silly eels. I think we should let him try, Kaya said. Is it dangerous? No more dangerous than trying to clear the vent, Trace said. G wondered if this was true. Trace's focus was calming, and G thought he might be tucking the truth away. He wondered how Trace did that. Right now, he wished Echo could do that. Her skeptical anger was nearly painful. It's reckless, Echo said. We can use scans. We don't have to dive. Fine, Trace said. Let's go to the cave and run scans. But I think we'll have to dive. You think I'm reckless. I understand, Echo, but I wasn't trying to be reckless. I had to act fast. I had to save them. You love to think of us as the epic heroes. You love being an eldsinger. Part of that means taking chances. You can't have it both ways. You don't want me to sit around the skipper and do nothing, but you also don't want me to take any risks. Trace was angry, again not quite in proportion to the situation. He turned toward the hallway where the cargo and supply rooms were located. I'm going to run scans. Come with me or stay here. Or maybe start trying to find us some help, because we need some geologist eldsingers to help us move this rock. I'm going to check this out. So you're making decisions for all of us again, Echo said, standing up. I'm making a decision for me, he said quietly. I'm not trying to die, Echo. You think I am, that I don't care, and I'm selfish and trying to self-destruct. Look around. We have friends again. Family of a sort. Why do you think I'm trying to destroy that? It bothers me how you think of me. With that, he left the room, and Kaya shook her head. Echo, it makes sense to see this from all the angles. And so what if he saves the eels? Can saving a few eels be any more dangerous than saving a whole reef or villa of people? G sat down and looked into Echo's face. Why can't you forgive him? Isn't this who Trace is? Isn't it who he's always been? Yes, she said, to both questions. I don't know if I can do it again. We lost everyone. I can't lose Trace, but he seems determined to do stupid things. No, Gianni said. Not stupid. Not reckless. Is he right? Would you rather he not be involved at all? Of course not. Maybe I wish we'd never started down this path. We could work on a farm together, on an agricultural reef somewhere. I could be married with 4 kids. He could have 2. Maybe we'd never leave our reef. Kaya laughed. That's a nice dream, Echo, but you know you can't make that happen. Caring for a strong singer is rough. Feeling with them is harder than I expected. But now that I've done it, I'm not sure I could stop doing it. Echo nodded. I know. It feels hopeless, like we're careening toward a terrible end and there's no way we can stop. I think what scares me most, what tipped the scale, is the other Phallus Lenta. He'll want to save them. You want to save them. And that's the right thing for us to do, but it's also scary. I'm tired of being scared. G had no answers. Instead, he patted Echo's arm and rose. He would go with Trace. The man wasn't being reckless, he didn't think. But G also knew something about the Vatnaus changed him, and perhaps he needed someone watching out for him when he dealt with them. Chapter 27. I laughed at Trace and Gianni, who looked like monsters in the dive suits. Echo was on the skipper running some deep scans of the area, although she couldn't get much through the strange rock, and I was in a cave with the 2 men, who stood in place while I finished adjusting their suits. I read the scanner Trace had given me and determined they were ready to dive. Wait, Trace said. He held up his hand, encased in a big glove. I feel them. Why have you never seen these things, but I find them all the time? It's you, Gianni said. They respond to you as strangely as you do to them. How many are there? As G asked the question, I saw 2 spots of glowing light beneath the surface of the cave river. When the creatures surfaced, their strange head tentacles became silver. As Trace had said, they had scars on their scales, and my heart went out to them. Trace said they were old, and although I couldn't feel anything from them, I got the feeling he was right. Their wide, flat heads moved slowly on their long necks, and they swam closer to the shore. Trace laughed and walked into the water, one hand out. In a few steps he was nearly submerged, and the eels swam around him. "Can you feel anything from them?" G asked me. His voice was strange because he spoke into the suit, and I heard the words through the hand scanner. "I can't," I answered. "Trace?" "They want us to follow," Trace said. "I feel the saddest longing. They want something. They've wanted something for a long time." "Trace," Gianni said, "be careful. I'm not sure you're yourself when you start to talk like this." "It's okay," Trace said. "I'm not under a thrall. I feel it, like I feel you and Kaya and Echo. But it's different, too. Simpler. Let's go, G. I think they'll lead us to the problem. We'll know pretty quickly if there's an exit from here." I watched the pair disappear into the dark water. I could see light in the cave because of the thin layer of moss on most of the wall, but it showed me little more than shadows and outlines. With the men gone, I felt alone. "Keep talking," I said into the radio. "It's spooky in here with you gone." "So far, so good," Trace said. "They're leading us through a wide tunnel." "I had no idea the rivers went below like this," G said. "It's warmer down here." "True," Trace said, "and that could be a problem. I hope we don't have an imminent breach coming. We don't need that." "Is that a possibility?" I asked. "Should we get out now?" "It's fine," Trace said. "It's warmer, but not that much warmer." I waited, but the men went silent for a random or two. I could hear them breathing, so I knew they were still out there. I wished we could communicate with Echo, but this far below the surface, no radio could penetrate. I hoped Trace and G didn't go so far that I would lose them, too. "Look at that," Trace said. "It's been filled, too. They led us to another tunnel like the main vent, but it's blocked. Again with the small debris." "Could it be natural?" I asked. "We had earthquakes." "Could be," Trace said, "but I don't think so. The rocks are all similar in size, like the main vent, and all are about the size a strong eldsinger could move. Possibly one single person filled this." "But one person can't empty it?" G asked. "I don't know our limits yet." "The quake loosened everything," Trace said. "We have a lot of small debris mixed in, as well as questionable integrity of the ceilings and walls." More silence. I wondered what it looked like down there. The men had lights on their suits, but everything would be dim except for the glowing tentacles on the Vattenausch. Vattenausch. My 2 men were in the water with ancient myths that had been hiding in our reef my whole life, maybe as long as many lives. "I can get them out," Trace said. "I can try to jump them straight out into the ocean. I can bypass the tunnels." "Does that help us?" Gianni asked. "With our need to empty the vent?" "We seem to have debris from both directions," Trace said. "I think it's safest to tackle the vent from outside, but we have to move the eels from in here." "Will it hurt you?" I asked. "Is this dangerous?" "Not everything I do is reckless and dangerous," Trace said. He sighed. "Let me run another search." I waited, hearing the faint tune of his panel, which was tucked in a pocket on the chest of the suit, so he could use it underwater. It's a little too thick for me to get them to the ocean. I feel others in the tunnels moving toward us. Not all of them are gone. I'll put these 2 with the others. "These 2 can feel them too," Gianni said. "You should see them, Kaya. I can't feel them like Trace can, but they're moving like they know the others are coming, like they're hopeful." "Yes," Trace said, "they're hopeful. That's what it is. They've been trapped for a long time, and I think they know I might be able to help them. There's a lot of rock down here, but I can try. G, give me stamina. Down here? G asked. Isn't it dangerous? Trace sighed, the sound loud and irritated. Probably. We need to rescue them. We're about to clear the tunnels. We might cause damage to their home. We need to evacuate them before we do that. Ah, I thought. It always went back to Bougainville. I wondered if Trace would ever be able to let Bougainville go. I heard the sound of the panel again. Wait, Trace said, and the sound stopped. Gianni, do you feel it? I don't feel anything. Power, Trace said. I know how to do this safely. I can get them back to their family. Trace, I'm not sure about this, G said. It's okay, Trace said. I'll get them out and get right back here. Wait, I said. Trace, you're leaving Gianni? Where are you going? I can jump with them. They have a little power, like stamina. Do you trust it? I asked. This is power you can use? And if so, why not take G with you? You two don't need to separate. G's not a diver like you are. You can't leave him. But Trace wasn't listening. I heard the tune start again, and although G protested, in a moment I couldn't raise Trace on the radio. Gianni, I said, are you okay? Are you safe? I don't think I was ever in danger, he said. I hope he's not in danger. He doesn't hear us, Kaya. He cares about us and wants us here. I know that. But when will he think of us as friends? Once he stops thinking that everyone could be snatched away at any moment, like they were at Bougainville, I said. It's not about us, Gianni. Wasn't it still hard for you a few cycles after the quakes, when it felt so raw? I had to take care of Scavari, he said. I was 8 and had to deal with my people. So no, I didn't get to wallow. Gianni, I scolded. He's not wallowing. He's helping. He's helping animals. I got left behind for animals that manipulate his focus. But if I call him on it, he dismisses me. You're scared, I said. Is that it? I'm standing in a dark tunnel underwater alone. Yes, I'm scared. Should I head back to you? How long do I wait here? I didn't have answers. I didn't want Gianni angry with Trace. I didn't want any of us angry with the others. Maybe we couldn't work together after all, and that bothered me. I wanted us to get along and work together. It was too simple, I realized. I'd lived nearly alone for so long that I'd forgotten how difficult it was to deal with people. If we worked and traveled together, I'd be with people all the time. We would argue and hurt each other, but we'd also look out for each other and care about each other. Gianni's fear and anger right now had everything to do with caring. He hadn't cared for someone in a long time, not like he cared for us, and to think for a second that Trace didn't care just as much hurt him deeply. I'm back, the radio said. Trace. And you're bleeding, Gianni said. Your focus is warped, so their power wasn't as much help as you thought? No, it wasn't them, Trace said. It's barely a scratch. The tunnels are uneven and hard to travel. I got them out and then went down another tunnel that felt warm. But I hit debris again, so I came back. Did something happen? Are you okay? Gianni sighed. I'm fine. You did what you needed to do, because that's what you do. Let's head out. Gee, Trace said firmly. What happened? He didn't want to be left behind, I said quietly. This wasn't like the villas. Nobody was in danger. But it was clear that Trace still didn't think of us as a team. Maybe he never would. You leave people behind, Trace. Maybe, if you want us to travel with you, you should think about us. We might have value. Or maybe we don't. With that, I heard Trace's panel play again, and I closed my eyes. They'd swum out because jumping down here could be hazardous. But Trace was about to jump them back. I'd upset him. Gianni had upset him. I was right that he didn't think of us as a team. But maybe I was wrong about a few things too. He valued us. He valued everyone. And possibly that was the root of the problem. The flash died in my eyes, and the two men in their heavy suits stood on the beach. Trace had blood across his face, and his focus was warped. "Don't do it," Gianni said quietly as Trace's piano began to play again. "Not another note. You say you care? Then stop right now. This isn't an emergency. Don't play a thing until your focus feels better." Trace dropped the wind, and I got the men out of the suits. "I only meant to jump us out of the suits," Trace said when we were all together on the shore. "I didn't plan to do anything else. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I left you and scared you. What I did wasn't dangerous. I get that you don't trust me, but I'm not trying to upset any of you." I put my hand on Trace's face, first rubbing off the blood. The damage was minimal, both to his person and his focus. But G was still scared and angry, and Trace was still baffled, and I realized we hadn't solved anything here. We'd made things worse. "And the Vattenausch?" I asked. "Their home?" "Their family was convening," Trace said. His focus shifted, brightening. Whatever he'd witnessed brought him great joy. "They all swam circles around one another. The old pair is much bigger than the rest. I wonder if they're the grandparents of the rest, maybe great-grandparents. Maybe they've been separated for years. It was amazing to see them, to feel them greet one another again." "It's not a bad thing to save them," Gianni said. I put my hand on his arm and pulsed a little calm into his focus. He was still trembling. "I'm sorry," Trace said. "I'm sorry I left. I didn't think I had room for both of us. Maybe we should head back to Echo. We can't get through here any easier than there. I think we need to stick with the original plan of moving rock from the tunnel from that side. Once we do that and find the cone that's spewing ash into the air, we can get to the recharge and get these reefs healthy again." I felt Trace's distress. He didn't understand Gianni's fear. He didn't understand Echo's anger. Echo had once said to me that Trace saw things differently, clearly, and sometimes he was 3 steps ahead of everyone else. That might be true. But sometimes looking and thinking so far ahead meant missing important things in the here and now. "You did it again," Echo said. She was near tears, and Trace wasn't sure he understood. "You went ahead and did what you wanted. You got hurt for no reason." "There was a good reason," he said. He was tired of the way everyone responded to him. He hadn't meant to hurt everyone at the Villa Colony. He'd apologized. He'd tried to make it better. But there seemed to be no fix for it. His rescue of the Vattenausch had gone well, with no death, no injury, nothing but a couple scrapes against the rock, almost inevitable. He didn't understand their reactions to it. "Yes," Echo said. She sighed in resignation. "You saved animals. You abandoned Gianni, who's a brand new diver, to save animals." "G was never in danger." "What if you'd been hurt? What if those animals left you stranded somewhere in those tunnels? What would have happened to Gianni then?" "What do you want me to do?" He addressed the question to all 3 of his companions who sat in the living area around him. "How can I fix this? Yes, I failed to ask for help at the villas. Yes, all of you paid for it. But what can I do to make it better? Is it even possible for me to make it better? I don't have to be here. If you do better without me, then tell me, and I'll go." Echo shook her head. "I don't know. I don't want you gone. I want us safe. I want you happy and safe. Why is that so much to ask?" "Because I don't know what that looks like," Trace said. "I like figuring out the secrets of Montefallo. I made it through a rescue. I thought I was on the right track." All of them were upset with him, and he was tired of this. He didn't know how to fix anything. They were tired of him, too. Everyone eventually tired of him. He'd never been good with people, but Echo and his family smoothed the way. His mother. She'd always been his cheerleader. when the world didn't make sense, he could sit down with his mother and feel accepted. Not as an eldsinger, but just as a person. She'd once said that about his art, that it was good for him to do something beautiful and creative as a person. She loved him as the artist as much as the eldsinger. He closed his eyes as a wash of grief over his mother hit. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. He picked up his panel and played the jump as fast as possible, taking himself off the skipper and into Tormandu. For now, he wanted nothing more than to be alone. If he stayed away from people, he couldn't mess up with people. He landed in a lightly forested area in the north, then jumped to the south, again finding an area of trees, cool and fresh in the evening air. He sat on the ground, leaning against a tree, and let out his breath. Bougainville had smelled and felt like this. Bougainville was gone. But Echo wasn't. Echo was here. Kaya and Gianni were here. Yet he seemed to push them away every time he turned around. Maybe it was time for him to become a team of one. He could drift from place to place and use his eldsinger skills to help people without knowing them. Angry at this bout of self-pity, he called the wind into his panel again and ran a search. He should talk to Katie, tell her what they were doing. Had anyone let her know they were back? She should know about the Fallis Lenta. Or maybe he wanted to see her smile. She couldn't read any of the distress in his focus. He could be honest with her, or he could lie to her, but whatever he did, she couldn't feel him. She wouldn't hate him either. She wasn't close enough to have learned to hate him. He jumped to her village and knocked on her door. When she let him into the small office where she worked, simply a room on the main floor of her home, she smiled. The smile just about took him to the ground. "You look like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders, Trace Odell," she said. "Does this mean you failed to find the Jonathan? Or they didn't have any answers for us?" "We found a few answers, I think," he said. "We might know enough to save the reef, although we have to cool Montefallo. The volcano isn't as dead as expected. If we vent it, it will cool. What we thought was a docking bay might have been a vent. I don't know if it was filled to trap the eels or to hurt the reef. I'm not sure of a timeline. I messed it all up, Katie. They're the best thing to happen to me, all three of them, and I almost killed them, and they can't forgive that, and I don't—" He caught the last words and hung his head. This wasn't what he'd come here to do. Katie left her chair and knelt in front of him, lifting his chin with her slender fingers. She was younger than his mother, but she had a maternal look to her, wisdom hidden within a warm smile. "Why don't you tell me about it?" He closed his eyes at her touch, and then leaned back, and she got them both drinks and settled herself in her chair. And he told her about it. When he finished, he simply waited. Was she going to respond like they had? What did everyone want from him? She grinned. "You have no idea what you mean to them. That's all this is, Trace. You don't know what you mean to them. I think most of us are the same. We can't see through anyone else's eyes. You feel their foci, but still, their thoughts are hidden, aren't they? They love you. They want you to see them and hear them. They want you present, not the eldsinger or the leader, just you." "I don't ignore them," he said. He closed his eyes. "But I do. I do ignore them. I know things sometimes." She laughed. "And it's faster and easier to act on what you know. Only you know if it's worth slowing down and letting them help. It might mean sometimes things don't work out the right way, but there's something to be said about shared failure." He grimaced. "Bougainville feels like a shared failure." "I'm sure it does. I guess I mean something less dire. Sometimes Dayton's ideas don't work, but because he's my friend, we try some of his ideas and some of my ideas. We try to compromise, and honestly, that can work well or miserably. Let them fail, Trace. Sometimes the best way to love people is to let them fail. He nodded. The words made sense, but this wasn't simple. The work they did was life and death. But honestly, he didn't like life when everyone was angry with him. Maybe he was holding on to the wrong things for the wrong reasons. We had a plan, he said. We started talking about a plan. I changed it when I went into the caves. Maybe if we go back to the plan, things can work out. I'm pretty sure you'll all find your way, she said. Maybe you should go home and show them you see them. There's a lot of power in a pair of open eyes. When he rose to leave, he hesitated and then hugged her. I miss my mother. You remind me of her. Thank you. She smiled, and he left her house. He knew what had to happen next. He only hoped they would respond to his overture and give him yet another chance. Chapter 28. Echo had to admit she'd expected something else from Trace. He'd returned calmer than when he'd left, and he'd apologized, and then he'd suggested they move forward with their plan. He didn't give his opinion except when asked, and he'd agreed with nearly everything they'd done for the past 5 days. He was making her nervous. Worse, his focus had been strangely calm through all of this. They were looking at some potential danger, and she was a little worried. But Trace, who hadn't been able to stomach a villa rescue half a cycle ago, was treating the situation like it was a fun family outing. She wondered if dealing with the animals had broken something in his focus. G thought they manipulated him. Maybe it was worse, and they permanently damaged him. Ready? He asked as they stood in the drip room in their deep dive suits. Dayton and Kaya were in the pit running the skipper and the monitors while she and Trace prepared to go into the water. She'd assured everyone Dayton was here representing Tormandu, but the eldsingers on the boat only smiled smugly and nodded. She had to admit falling for a guy while surrounded by eldsingers was a new and disconcerting feeling. Another team had come to help them, old friends of her parents. Aramon and Garci were geologists and eldsingers, and they would dive with them. Their partner Annalie had come to help them find the vent spewing ash. Yesterday, 2 days after their arrival, she'd found it. Plugging the hole would take time, and it had to be done after the heat was vented here below, but it wouldn't be dangerous. In fact, Trace had suggested they hire someone to do it. Katie had said yes. Katie wasn't here for this, but every time Echo had seen Katie in the past few days, the woman had given Trace strange looks, like she knew something the rest of them didn't know. People with dormant foci were frustrating. I just heard from the other team, Dayton said into her ear. They're ready when you are. She looked at Trace, who normally would give the word to go, but he only nodded. We're good? He asked. We are, she said. Are you okay? Do you have doubts? It's a good plan. It uses everyone's skills. Dayton, give them a go. The 4 of them would jump into the vent to clear the rocks focally. Trace had already moved the easiest ones out when dealing with the Vatnausch, and those remaining had to be moved from inside. The amount of Montefallo rock in the mix was simply too much for searching and moving from the outside. They would move them close to the opening, and Gianni would jump the rocks out of the tunnel to the nearby ocean floor. Kaya and Annalie would add stamina from the skippers if G needed it. G himself could remain in the skipper just outside the tunnel opening, so he would be safe. They'd worked hard to make sure this was as safe as possible. They all met in the tunnel in a flash, and quickly they found a rhythm. Trace moved the most weight, and he took care of all the Montefallo rock, as he was strong and precise. Echo and Garci took care of most of the small debris, which was a slow process. Aramon gave Trace stamina for large rocks and then moved a few medium pieces on his own. Trace was in the lead, and she felt a jolt from him. He stopped moving, and she pushed forward to see him. "You're okay?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. He looked at her, a trickle of blood streaming into his eye. He blinked fast. "Sorry. That one was especially jagged. I thought I compensated for it." "Are they getting too big?" she asked. "Too difficult?" "I don't think so. I might shatter the big jagged ones and take them out as debris. I'm okay." He hesitated, and she realized what he was waiting for. His focus gave him away. He was bleeding, and he expected her to be angry. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "We haven't been fair, have we?" He shrugged. "It's not that. And maybe this isn't the time. We're okay, right?" "We're great. I would hug you, but it's like hugging a mini-sub." He laughed and returned to his work. "Any idea why someone would want to plug this 80 years ago?" Garci asked. He was doing the same thing Echo was, and it was tedious, not difficult, so they'd been talking. 80 years? Trace asked. "Why 80 years?" "This rock was cut about 80 years ago," Ahriman said. "I thought I mentioned that. Sorry. Yes, someone purposely filled the hole 80 years ago." "Meaning it held onto this heat for 70 years without being plugged," Trace said. "That's about right," Garci said. "The vent wasn't big enough. But it will be fine for now. You might want to enlarge it in the future, but opening it all the way will stop any fear of a breach." 80 years, Trace said. "No idea. At that point, Tormandu was an active agricultural reef, but this side is dark. There are no travel routes over here, so nobody pays it any attention. I guess a person could do this and not be seen." "Ahriman, I need help with this one." Echo and Garci stopped to watch the two men lift and move a large, jagged stone. Trace hissed as another jolt of pain hit. "Do we need a rest?" Echo asked. Trace took a long, shuddering breath. "We might. Ahriman, are you getting tired?" "A little, but we still have a long way to go." "That doesn't matter," Trace said. "We can stop if we have to. Gianni, are you getting tired?" "I'm fine," G said through the radio. "What do you have in mind?" "I hate to ask this, but what would you think about coming into the water? Ahriman can take your place, only he can do it from the water. It will take him less strength, and you've got the power to help me." Echo felt Trace's focus flutter when he said the words. He didn't want G out here. He was nervous and had been from the moment they got to the tunnel, but the idea was sound. She'd thought all along they needed G's strength out here, but she'd feared Trace would balk if she suggested it. She was proud of him for asking for help. "I can do it," G said. "The stones aren't big. Moving them such a short distance through the water isn't hard. I've got a lot of power left." "Okay." Trace took a deep breath that rattled the mic in his suit. "Dayton and Kaya, be careful with him. I'm not asking him to move in the suit just to be down here. But, honestly, I don't want him down here with so little diving experience. Sorry." "It's okay, Trace," Dayton said. "We'll get him safe for you." "I'm good," G said. "It's a good move, Trace." Echo had to smile within the confines of her suit. She didn't know what had happened after he'd stormed off the skipper in light of their anger, but he'd come back a little wiser. She knew what this cost him. His focus wasn't hiding anything right now. But he wasn't letting that fear take over, and she was proud of him. While they waited for G, she and Garci moved more debris. While Trace and Ahriman had implemented a two-step process to get the large rocks into the ocean, Echo and Garci had determined the debris was easiest to move all at once, so they were sending it straight through the wall. Trace had questioned that, saying they would drain fast with the extra power draw from the Montefallo rock song, but she had insisted. Trace had been right, and the song was draining them fast. Unfortunately, Trace was usually right. "Garci, let's rethink this," she said. "I know you're wearing out." "Faster than I expected," he said. "What do you have in mind?" Let's do what they're doing. We'll move it in 2 stages. Let me send it to the tunnel entrance near the spot where the guys are landing their big rock, and then you can send it out. I can stand near Aramon, Garci said. Yeah, thanks. I'm struggling with the new song. I'm not as young as you and Trace. She knew it wasn't age. Garci was the weakest of the eldsingers in the water. But that didn't matter. His geological knowledge was as important in this endeavor as his strength. In a few randoms they were moving again, with G in the tunnel and the older men near the entrance. This is a big one, Trace said from ahead. G, give me a minute to think about this one. So we finally have rocks too big to move? Echo asked. How did they get them in here? Good news is the biggest ones aren't Montefallo rock. I think the only Montefallo rock we have in here is what fell from the ceiling and walls over the years. This one takes 2. Aramon, Garci, we're going to move it to you. We can give you stamina to move it further if you need it. She waited, not singing anything while they worked, but as soon as the stone flashed out of existence, the whole tunnel shuddered. It seemed the rock was bearing some of the weight of the wall. She saw the distant flash where they dropped the stone near the entrance, and then she started to run, because stones were falling the whole length of the tunnel. This way, Trace said, beckoning. I'm under a shelf here. Come this way. She and G both moved forward, a slow process in the deep suits. Rock fell around them, a few smaller chunks hitting her, but her suit remained intact. She and G both got to Trace as a crack and large shudder filled the tunnel behind them, and they watched from their safe spot as rock fell, nearly filling the tunnel and blocking their exit. Fortunately, they seemed to be under a sturdy shelf of stone, so they had a little room to move. Well, Trace said, I'm sorry. I had no idea that stone was holding up the tunnel. How would you know? G asked. I'm sorry, Trace. We've made you second-guess yourself. We're not out to get you if you make a mistake. In this job, a mistake can have dire consequences, he said. He took 2 deep breaths, and she realized he had a second trickle of blood on his forehead, this one traveling over his nose and down the side of his lips. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine, he said impatiently. She leaned closer, wishing she could touch him. Trace, she said, it's okay. We're working together. I don't know what changed, but this isn't on you. We knew there would be scrapes. I want to know because I'm your sister, your friend, not so I can be angry. He looked at her and blinked his irritated eye. My head hurts, but I think it's the pain of the scrapes and not focal. G, does it feel focal? Maybe the first hints of tremors, G said, but no more than can be expected. What do we do now? Can we jump out? Trace leaned against a pillar of stone at their backs. Give me a minute to think. Or, all of us can think. Echo laughed. We won't be offended if you come up with a solution. Dayton, Kaya, are we still connected? She got no response, meaning the amount of rock in the tunnel was substantial. She hoped Aramon and Garci were okay. That's not good, G said. Is it? It's not dire, Trace said, but we don't have unlimited air, so we have to get out eventually. Let me run a very gentle search. That's okay? Echo nodded and wished she and the others hadn't made Trace so fearful. Right now, they might need a firm plan. He played, wincing when he let the wind go. Okay, I'm not jumping us through there. I might have more luck going straight through the rock, but at best, I could jump us one at a time, and I don't know if I could get myself through. That song takes more power. Did you feel Garci or Aramon? Gianni asked. No. I suspect they got out. They were close to the entrance, so they could escape. So it's just 3 of us, Echo said. We'll hold on here a minute and think. Surely we can get 3 of us out of here. You know I can do it, Trace said quietly. I can make it happen. Only at the expense of yourself, she said. Let's table that idea until we've given it more than 5 seconds of thought. Trace rested against the wall, and she hoped they could find a way out that didn't hurt him. Trace felt the Vatnaus coming from a distance, and he laughed. "What is it?" Gianni asked. "We have company. Long, skinny company. I feel several of them. I thought they were gone. Clearly I can't feel them in here. They must have a very complex tunnel system down here." As he said it, one of the small ones slithered through the spaces in the stone and circled him. He felt something he considered urgency from the animal. It circled him twice and then hovered in front of his face. "I feel like you want me to understand," he said to it. "I don't know what you want." It slithered through another hole and then came back, repeating this 3 times. Curious, he ran a quick scan, finding a low opening in the direction the creature had been swimming. Was it trying to get him to move? The space was nearby, large enough for all of them, and likely safer than where they were right now. But was the single move going to get them closer to an exit? He had no way to know. "It wants us to follow," Trace said. "There's a gap over there, large enough for us. I can't know if it's a good idea or not. I'm not sure where or when it gets thin enough for us to safely jump out of here." The whole tunnel shuddered again, and the little eel shot out of the hole. If that thing is scared to be here, then I'm a little scared to be here," Gianni said. "Echo, do you think a move is in order?" "I think following an eel is suspect, but I agree I don't feel safe here." Trace easily jumped them to the new location, where the eel slowly swam in a circle, its lavender tentacles lending light to the dark chamber. "I'm going to search again," Trace said. He took a deep breath. "I don't know how many searches I've got in me. Echo, you want to do it? If we need one big push at the end? I'm going to wait, okay? But the truth is, I don't want us to die in here." He was fearful, and he didn't try to hide it. Katie had been right. He needed to see them, and that meant he needed to be seen too, even when he wanted to hide. Echo ran the search and said yes, they were a little closer to the wall, but still not in a position where he could safely jump them out. The whole area shuddered again, and the eel shot out of the room and then cautiously returned. Trace raised his arm, and the little animal swam around it. "It's frightened," he said. "I think it's young. I feel more of them out there. I'm not sure where. I think we need to try again. We might need to move to a more stable spot." The eel circled and then swam through another opening. Trace searched and jumped them again, this time to a smaller space. It was cramped, but they fit. "Echo, check it out," he said. "Are we closer to the wall?" She searched, and yes, they had moved marginally closer to the ocean. "Trace," Kaya's voice suddenly said into their ears. Trace smiled at how much her voice comforted him, even though their situation hadn't changed. "Echo, Gianni, can you hear me?" "We're here," Gianni said. "We're moving. I guess we just jumped into range." "I can't search through to find you," Kaya said. "The radio is barely picking you up. Are you okay?" "We're fine," G said. "Aramon and Garci?" "They jumped back. They're fine. What do you want us to do?" "Not sure," Trace answered. "The Vatnaus are leading us, but I don't know how much to trust the judgment of an eel." "The Vatnaus," Kaya said, her voice strange. "They entered the tunnel less than a random before it came down. About 6 of them. Trace, did they cause this somehow?" "No," Gianni said. He laughed. "No, I think they predicted this. I think they came to help us. Trace has helped them more than once. They're returning the favor." "Still," Trace said, "I don't know if they understand our needs. We can't live forever in the water like they can." "Go ahead," Echo said. "Let's just go ahead and trust them. I don't see any other way out. Maybe if they get us closer, we can jump out safely. I know you want this over, Trace, but thank you for not jumping out and hurting yourself to protect us." Trace said nothing. The eel darted in and out of one spot, and Trace searched and jumped them again. Then he did it 2 more times. But his focus was tiring, because these tunnels contained Montefiore rock, and they had one wide slab of the stuff between them and the ocean. The little eel returned, this time with a friend. They were small, no longer than his arm, and they twined around one another, one lavender and one blue. "They're beautiful, Trace. I'm glad we saved them," Echo said. "They came back for us," he said. "I'm honored. But she said 6, and we've got 2 here." "So search a little further if you can," G said. "Maybe they're all looking for places for us to go. Or maybe they're stuck somewhere." Trace did as asked, and he laughed when he dropped the wind, although he'd once again scraped into his forehead. "Good thinking. All 6 are out there, only there are 7. 3 are in chambers, or I think they are. They're circling like these 2. I can jump us again if you want. I think each jump takes us closer to the edge, but because we're so close, each jump is harder than the one before. I know you want me to be careful. I'm trying." Gianni played a long search, and when he dropped the wind, he nodded. "Let me play stamina. The paths go through very little Montefiore rock. I think you'll be safe." "Wait," Echo said. "You're sure, Gianni? Don't slam him into the rock." "I'm sure." "I trust Gianni," Trace said. "This might get us close enough to the wall to jump out." "Kaya?" "She's with Anna Lee," Dayton's voice said. "Garci came back a little battered. She's helping. What do you need?" "Can you find us?" "Maybe. I have a general idea, and the radio seems to know. Sensors aren't giving me a thing." "We hope to be close to the ocean in another couple jumps, but I don't know where we'll pop out," Trace said. "I want you to try to stay close." "I'm on it," Dayton said. Trace took another deep breath and looked at his companions. "We're good?" G laughed. "We're fine. More stamina?" "Please. I'm getting tired." "Can I help?" Echo asked. "I want to do something." "Don't move," Trace said, "and hope for the best." He jumped them through 3 rooms in quick succession, and an eel with green tentacles waited in this room. It curled around Trace's arm and then his torso, and he wondered what about him attracted the little guys. The entire area shuddered again, and Trace put his hand on the wall. For the room to shift around them was disorienting. "I don't like this," he said. "Dayton, how far is the shaking? Is the whole reef experiencing tremors?" They waited, and then Dayton told them it was local, that nobody on the reef was feeling this. "You're deep," Dayton said, "almost on the floor. The people are a long way above you. That doesn't mean this section can't collapse on you. I suggest you hurry." Trace ran another search, blinking more blood out of his eyes. "I've come to the end of the Vatnaus chain," he said. "No more wide chambers from here. It's time for us to get out. But the thing is—" "You're about done," Gianni said. "Can I do it, Trace? I've got almost the strength you do." Trace closed his eyes. He hadn't finished the statement, and he didn't want G to do it. He didn't want anyone to do it. "I'm not sure," he started. "See them," Katie had said. "Let them fail." But this failure meant someone might not survive. It was a long shot that all of them would survive. That scared him, but it scared him the least if he was the one to go. Surviving one's loved ones was 100 times scarier than dying oneself. "Because it's a suicide mission," Echo said gently. "Right, Trace? You don't think you can get yourself out?" "I don't know," he said. "Look, I'm willing to stand here a while and think about this. G might be able to get us out, but I'm not sure he can get himself out either." "You're a lot more warned than I am," Gianni said. "I want to try." "No," Kaya said from the skipper. "Not acceptable. The eels aren't helping now?" "I think we've come to the end of the larger gaps in the stone," Trace said. What if we found you and got close? Kaya asked. If all the singers on this skipper gave you stamina, could you do it? You or Gianni? Maybe, Trace said. Find us, Kaya. Dayton's good with tech. Find us and play at us, and we'll see if we can feel it. I'm not trying to die or to hurt anyone. We know, Echo said. It's okay, Trace. We know this hasn't gone according to plan. We're doing okay. Trace leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, wishing he could wipe off the blood. I think we found you, Kaya said a few randoms later. I'm getting the group together. We're getting close, and we'll test and see if we can't get you out safely. They waited in silence, nothing but the gentle sounds of everyone breathing through the mics. I'm sorry, Echo whispered. Trace, we were hard on you. He smiled at her. Are you saying that because you think we're about to die? She laughed. No, when you scare me, I'm hard on you. I hate to worry. You've done this well. Thank you. He didn't say anything, a little overcome with emotion. Maybe he'd done it. Working with a team hadn't been as difficult as he'd expected. The cavern shifted, and he felt a strange jolt from all the Vattenausch, which, it seemed, were in the tunnels all around them. Then the shift became more, an actual shaking. Echo let out a screech and leaned on the wall, and bits of rock fell from the ceiling. A low wail came through the earpiece, and G's eyes widened. What is that? Gianni asked. Your suit. Trace took a deep breath. Your suit's been breached. Stamina, G. I'm sorry. I tried, but you're not dying in here. G began the stamina song, and Trace played a painful search. He had to get G into the skipper. With his suit damaged, nothing else would do. Echo added her stamina, and with the extra power, Trace felt the skipper and shifted to jump G there. The power tore from his head, and he winced. Now you, he said to Echo. I'm sorry. No, she said. This isn't the plan, so no apologies. G will give you stamina if we wait. He nodded. Be a team player, he thought. Take Echo's suggestion. But the cave lurched again, and he felt fear from the eels around him. Worse, he felt it from further out. The younger Vattenausch had provided his rescue, and the older ones were nearby, afraid for their offspring's lives. They'd put themselves in danger to rescue him. He couldn't let them be crushed here in the caverns. I have to save them, he said to Echo. They're animals, and I'm sorry, but I have to save them. With that, he jumped her away, sending her not to the skipper, but just outside the wall. Then he started another song, adding the Montefollo rock notes to the song. He hoped to round up all the little eels, who settled as soon as his focus touched them, and send them out all at once. Before he got to the final notes, one of the longer eels squirmed into the chamber with him, the largest, oldest one. Trace changed the song, shifting his focus to grab it, power flowing out of him until he could barely breathe. He felt his focus crumble under the strain. Then the cavern shifted yet again, and something hit him. Trace Odell yelped as his suit tore and his focus ripped wide open, and he wasn't sure which shuddering was the world around him and which was coming from within. Chapter 29. Stamina, G said when he hit the deck of the skipper. I jumped in surprise, not sure why they hadn't waited for us. Everyone, get us as close to the rock as possible. G played and jumped himself out of his suit, something I didn't even know he could do, and he pushed to his feet, the wind in his panel. He had landed in the equipment bay, and he ran toward the pit where Dayton monitored. Where is it? Where is he? Judging from the eels, I'd say right there, Dayton said, pointing. The screen showed several Vattenausch congregating low at the edge of the reef, circling in the dark, their glowing tentacles dim beacons. G nodded. Kaya, play. I've got someone else out there, Dayton said, pointing. Someone had flashed into the ocean, and G played a fast jump and put the person in the skipper. Echo. Get her out of the suit, Gianni said. Where are the others? Aramon, Garci, and Annalie came from the back, and G told them to place stamina at him. "Wait," I said. "You're not dying to save him. We've learned more than that, right?" "I'm not dying, but only if we stop talking and play." Echo was working her way out of her suit with my help, and she grabbed her panel from the front pocket. "He hopes to save the eels," she said. "Can we reach him?" Everyone was silent as we fed Gianni as much stamina as we could. I saw the strain in his face with the extra power and hoped we didn't kill him. We didn't need to kill one of us to save another. How could we ever survive that? "I feel something," G said. "Here goes." I felt power drain out of me as G played, and then Dayton pointed. Gianni had pulled Trace out of the cavern into the ocean, but he looked wrong. Along with him came several small eels, and the eels began a frantic dance of joy as they all twined and reunited. But the largest eel didn't move. It was wrapped around Trace, wrapped so fully and tightly we couldn't see Trace. "What's happening?" Echo asked from my side. "It's killing him. Didn't Amma say the eels killed men that way?" "He's alive," G said. There was a flash on the screen, and then Trace lay in the skipper beside me. I felt his focus, torn and dim, but alive. "His suit," Echo said. "His suit is torn. The ocean. Even a few seconds in the ocean." "He's alive," I said. "I think the eel didn't hurt him," Dayton said. "It saved him. It protected him. He saved it, and it did the same for him." At the moment, it didn't matter, because Trace was in bad shape. Gianni wasn't much better, strained and tired. I helped Echo pull Trace out of the suit, and Aramon jumped him straight back to one of the bedrooms. "G," I said, hesitating. "You come too. You gave a little too much." "Now you can all be angry with me," G said tiredly. "I think it's time we accept both of you," I said. "They had no choice," Echo said. "They did good. Both of them. But now we have to go put everyone back together." "Welcome back." Trace groaned and opened his eyes. Everything hurt, but he was alive. He hadn't expected to end up alive. "So do I get lectured again?" he growled. Gianni laughed. "No, this wasn't recklessness, Trace. You had absolutely no choice but to do what you did. One more moment, and not one of us would have survived. Everyone is grateful, not angry. You did scare us to death, but you seemed very good at bouncing out of reed comas. Most of that is Kaya. Keep her around. And I think the Vatnausch that saved you may have given you a boost. A man rescued by mythical creatures is a charmed man indeed." Trace began a smile, but then he closed his eyes and let out a slight whimper, and G rested his hand on Trace's arm. The man didn't heal like Kaya, but G's touch took some of the edge off the pain. "I feel sick," Trace groaned, and G looked at the door. Kaya was on her way. "Trace," Kaya said, her voice filled with love and relief and pure joy. Trace gave her a weak smile. "I tried," he said. "I tried to do it right." "You did do it right," she said. She sat at his side and slid her hands beneath his clothes to his skin. Almost immediately he felt himself relaxing. "Exactly right. We plugged the cone, by the way. No drama there at all." "Gianni saved you. Did he tell you that?" Trace raised his eyebrow. "You got me to the skipper, and I rounded up the stamina to get you out of there, along with all the eels. By the time I got to you, they were close together. One of them wrapped around you." "My suit breached," Trace said. "I think it helped me. I remember feeling something. I felt better, and then I felt nothing. Thank you. Your focus is still tired. How much damage did you do?" "Not much, considering. Toman thinks all the stamina hurt me as much as the singing. I pulled a whole lot of power." Trace laughed. "So now you can't fault me, since you did it to yourself?" "Or we can fault both of you," Kaya said. "Except I think we'll just accept and love you." "I think I can handle that," Trace said. Her words moved him. G's actions moved him. Apparently reed comas made him emotional, or maybe that came from belonging. He had family again. "Teamwork," Dayton said, entering the room. "Trace, I am only a focusinger, and yet your pain has been killing me. Wow, I am so glad you're awake. I'm not sure I buy into Toman's idea that the pain medicine needed to wait." "It slows focal healing," Trace said. "Right? I'm ready not to hurt. What about the Vattenausch?" "They took off after G jumped them out of the reef," Dayton said. "They headed away from the reef, and they haven't been seen since, but nobody has been looking for them either." "I'd love to know why they chose me," Trace said. "Why could I feel them?" "One of many mysteries," Dayton said. Who would expect so many mysteries from a little ag reef in the dead zone? Toman appeared and did what he could for the pain, which helped almost immediately. Trace felt every focus on the skipper relax when his pain level dropped. He hated that he'd been hurting them, but he was grateful to be alive. Echo raced into the room and smothered her brother in a hug, which had Dayton laughing. "I'm told I'm not in trouble," Trace said. "Not this time," she said again. "But let's not do this again." "I'm good with that," Trace mumbled. "I think it saved me, Echo. The animals saved me. All of us. I don't understand why." "I know," she said. "Your suit breached. When G brought you into the water, you should have died, but that thing was holding on tight." "I was afraid I'd have to jump it in here to save you," G said. "I didn't want to hurt it, but I managed to jump you and leave it." Trace smiled. "What you can do amazes me. You're okay, Gianni?" "Yeah, it feels good to help, but it's almost over." Katie and Dayton hired an excavation crew for the vent. Annalie and Aramon are making plans to deal with the ash cone. It's good that we can save the reef, but it's almost over. "No," Trace said. "It's not. You have to train. You have to use those skills. I can safely say there aren't many people as strong as you are. We'll find you a way, Gianni. I was just rescued by a mythical sea monster. Maybe I can find a way." G laughed at that, his focus relaxing. Trace felt himself growing drowsy, meaning Toman had given him something to relax him back to sleep. That felt unfair, but maybe the next time he woke up, he would feel better. He would go to sleep knowing things were okay. He'd taken a risk, but he supposed some risks were worth it. The group was eating together, all of them on Tormendu as guests of Katie and Charles. Gerald and Toman were here, the only outside eldsingers remaining from the work that had been done over the past few days. Dayton had hired an excavation team to dig out a new vent, and that was finished. G had watched the huge machines, fascinated, from the safety of a nearby skipper. This world held no end of amazing things. So that was done, and Trace was up and around, still tender and not singing, but also not hurting everyone else with the pain in his head. And Katie seemed to think it was time to celebrate. "And the recharge really has to wait?" Katie asked as everyone ate. "Yes," Trace said. "The Montefallo atmosphere needs to stabilize. For a few cycles, we'll just watch." Gianni didn't want to wait. He didn't want to watch. He wanted to get on with things. In the past few days, he'd realized he couldn't stay. It made him a traitor and a coward, and he hated himself for it, but he couldn't bear to live alone in Scavari anymore. Fidelio had said he could leave, that as long as G kept in touch and didn't abandon them entirely, he was glad to be a temporary leader until things settled. Gianni was grateful to Fidelio, and he thought he might take the man up on the offer. "So," Gerald said while they ate, "since we'll be done in a few days, and then it will be a few cycles before anything happens here, I wondered about the possibility of training Kaya and Gianni at our academy. Trace, you need to stay close, right? In case this goes bad and we need an emergency evac. And the school isn't far. I really want to see you in a classroom this term." Trace grew very still. Even his focus went still. "What?" Gerald grinned. "I thought I'd ambush you here. Maybe it's harder to say no to me with a crowd looking on. I am told you're a born teacher. The academy on Bougainville is gone. I've got a lot of extra students this term, and I could use more instructors. I know it isn't your dream, but maybe just for this term, until the new academy is running well, you could teach for us." Trace cleared his throat and looked at Kaya and G, who had no idea what they were talking about. "Gerald works at a small academy in Orion OPD, which is only a day or so from here. It's a small academy, since not a lot of eldsingers live in this part of the world." "We train both eld and folksingers," Gerald said, "but this term I have more eldsingers than normal because the Bougainville Academy is gone. And I need powerful eldsingers to teach. Echo says Trace is a good teacher." "Yes," Kaya said quickly, giving Trace a warm smile. "He doesn't just play the notes, he somehow sends them right into my head. Does that make sense?" "No," Gerald said, "but I've felt him do it. Trace, my friend, you are a gifted instructor, and I would love your help while you wait. Gianni can come and train with us. I'd love to help train someone with his kind of strength. Kaya can begin medical training." G glanced toward Echo, who simply gazed back at him. G knew he would never leave his sister. She was his anchor in this world. "This might be fortuitous," Dayton said, clearing his throat. "We don't know how to keep an eye on the Montefallo reef for the next few cycles. We had planned to ask all of you to stay here and monitor for us. Maybe we can come up with a radio expert to help us, but right now we rely on eldsingers. And you know we don't have one single eldsinger in our reef." Echo turned to him, obviously not sure what he would say next. G knew exactly what the man planned to say. The look on Trace's face said he did too. "Echo, would you like to be our liaison?" Dayton asked. "We can house you on Tormendu, of course, and you and I can work on the radio issue. We need to learn more about Montefallo Rock and how to deal with this reef. We need to plant Letstoffer and do some work with the Height Scava. And we'll pay you well to help us. Then when the recharge is finished, you can move on." Echo glanced toward Trace, who nodded his head once, his focus strangely neutral. G wondered how he did that, because he knew it was on purpose. He was giving Echo a choice. And G knew what was unsaid here. Dayton hoped Echo would stay. This might be the beginning of the end of their working relationship, which meant they might never be a team G could join either, and he wanted to join a team and roam the world with it. He'd hoped Trace and Echo would be that team. Kaya too. How juvenile to think he could gather a few friends and ride into the ocean like a child out to play. "I think I can do that," Echo said quietly. She smiled. "But once we recharge this reef sun, we have another job. It's one I'd rather none of you pass around, at least not much. There are more reefs out there like this one. Okay, not exactly like this one. I hope Montefallo is one of a kind. But Trace and I have talked it over, and we want to look for them. Nobody should be trapped in a reef. And maybe nobody is. Maybe the other reefs had docking bays, and the people quickly melded with the rest of the world. Or maybe the reefs are long dead. But for a while, we plan to look. And I'd hope to ask G and Kaya to join us. Trace, does it matter if we stay here while we wait? Did we plan to take off before we did the recharge?" Trace shook his head. "No, it seems like a good plan. Whose plan was this, anyway? It's all a little neat." Dayton and Gerald exchanged a look, and their foci exchanged a lot more than that, but neither man said a word. "We also talked to Fidelio," Toman said. "With Echo here, he's happy to watch Scavari. The Tormendu will do what they can to help the Montefallo villages with anything they might need." Toman, like Gerald, was an instructor at the Orion Academy. G watched Kaya catch the man's eye and beam her joy and appreciation. Ah, just another soul to fall for the seemingly meek girl with the heart of a warrior and the sunniest disposition any of them had ever met. "It's a plan, then," Katie said with a firm shake of her head. "Now let's hope all this works. But if it doesn't, we have some unused space at the far edge of the reef where we can easily house the Montefallo villages. I hope it doesn't come to that, not to a forced evacuation, but if it does, we're ready." "And if the whole reef needs evacuated?" Echo asked. Katie shrugged. "No plans for that yet. I was hoping you could help me think that one through." G glanced at Trace, who seemed too still, like his body and focus were both holding their breath. "What do you think?" Gianni asked quietly. "It's hard," Trace said just as quietly, although everyone in the room heard him. "Moving on. They're gone. While we were doing what we all did together, I could pretend it was temporary, and one day things would go back to normal. Moving on this way? They're really gone." And then his focus relaxed, and all the emotional pain spilled over. He shook his head and closed his eyes, and Kaya moved closer and twined her fingers with his. "It gets easier," she said quietly. "And spending your life not moving on? Gianni and I have tried that. This is better." He shook his head. "I know. I'm in. For teaching, for looking for the Fallis Lenta, all of it. It doesn't look like I'm in, but I am." Across the room, Echo merrily smiled at him, her focus vibrating with her love and approval. G closed his eyes and basked in the emotional shifts. He would train with the foci of many people in his head. He would travel with Trace and the others, finally friends and equals. Sure, people were messy, but he was glad these people were going to be part of his future. Just days ago, he dreaded the future. Now he looked forward to the things to come. Trace glanced at him and tipped his head, like he knew what he was thinking. And, being Trace, maybe he did. Chapter 30. "It's too quiet in here," Trace said as they settled into the living area of the skipper for the night. Tonight, Kaya and Gianni were at home on Montefallo saying goodbye. Then tomorrow, everyone moved on to the next thing while they waited for the atmosphere of Montefallo to settle. Trace had been unbearably grumpy all evening. "It won't be quiet for long," Echo said. "Are you sure you want to stay in the skipper?" "I do," he said. Gerald had offered to find him housing on Eversea Reef, but he'd chosen to live in the skipper in the Academy's docking bay. This is home. She didn't think that was true. Home was people, not a place. She wanted him to live with people, but she'd never been able to change his mind, not when he got stubborn. "G and Kaya will stay on the reef?" she asked. She knew the answer, but she wanted him talking. He'd been silent all afternoon. "Yes," he said, "although Gianni, he's considering staying on the skipper with me. He's nervous." "He'll do fine," she said. She wondered if it would be good for G to stay with Trace, or if the man really needed to find a group of people on the reef. She had no idea, but they would work it out. "I'm going to miss you," he said quietly. She sat at his side and wrapped her arms around him. "I'm literally 6 randoms away if you jump, and you'll always jump." "That's only if I travel with someone to play stamina." She sighed. "So travel with people. Bring Kaya, Gianni, Gerald, Toman, or anyone else you'd like to bring. This is going to last 4 or 5 cycles, Trace. And then we get to go on an adventure with G and Kaya." "You won't fall in love with Dayton, get married, and stay here?" She laughed. "If I fall in love and get married, I'll bring Dayton along. I think he'd relish an adventure, don't you?" Trace smiled at that. "Yes, I suppose he would. I wonder if the people on the reef will always pulse like they do now. I'd love to feel Dayton without that bizarre calm to his focus." "You don't mind him?" she asked. "You need my blessing?" "Maybe I do," she said. "You have it," he said quickly. "Thank you." "This job is all about people. You know I'm not good with people," he said, his voice so quiet he nearly whispered the words. You'll have Kaya and Gianni with you. They're excellent at people. You do better than you think, Trace. For the next few cycles, I think you'll learn things about yourself you never knew. Here, I got you a gift, and this seems like a good time to give it to you. He opened the package, which was a new drawing book. She hoped that giving him one without images of their family inside would help him move forward. Why does this matter so much to everyone? He asked. I'm not that good. She shook her head. You know, it's not about that. It's about finding something other than the reeds to feed you. What do you have? He asked angrily. Why am I always the one who does life wrong? You're not wrong, she said, but you're more. You're more than you give yourself credit for. We love you and we want you whole. Drawing in this book will help get you there. As for me, I like to cook, to decorate the skipper, to run data through the machines and come up with answers. You're not doing things wrong, but you live too small. Gianni and Kaya are watching you. Teach them about a whole life, a full life. Go out for dinner and enjoy rest times and sketch and laugh and live for the next few cycles. We'll all come back refreshed and ready to tackle the mystery of the Fallis Lenta. I don't think it's going to be easy. No, he agreed. Okay, I guess, a whole life. I thought I was living a whole life, except not lately. I know since the accident, I was barely living life at all. But for G and Kaya, I'll try. Good, she said with a smug smile. Now I feel better about you going. Echo, he said, what we were talking about? About gifts and something out there? All the Fallis Lenta came from out there. We might learn a lot of new things in this search. Maybe big things. Does that scare you? I never considered something else in control, he said. I don't know if I like the idea or not. But this time, things seem to work. Anyway, I guess it's more to think about. Not tonight, she said. Tonight you sleep. Today was rough. Even temporary goodbyes are rough. He nodded and leaned his head on her shoulder. She shoved him lower on the sofa so she could better snuggle him close, like he was her little baby brother again. They'd done last-minute checks today on the cone, which was fully sealed, and the 2 vents, which were quickly lowering the temps and pressure in the mountain. Dr. Lawson, an expert on volcanoes, had come to oversee the checks and had given the reef a clean bill of health. Now they simply waited for the atmosphere to settle. Dr. Lawson knew our parents, Trace said. He offered condolences. Not as many people blame us as I thought. True, she said. We have friends out there. Maybe not friends, he sighed, but the potential for friends. I've never been that great at friends. She said nothing. He was tired, and she didn't want to argue. Admitting that he could possibly let go of his self-blame was plenty of forward motion in one night. We're doing the right thing, he said, looking for the hidden reefs, right? She laughed. If you didn't think so, you wouldn't have said it. Don't doubt yourself. A little arrogance is fine, Trace. That's the guy I love. He yawned. Maybe. Anyway, it's done. Now we wait and hope for the best, and then we do a recharge. I'm a little worried about it, but this time nobody will ignore me. No, this time you and I are the experts, and Katie respects us. Whatever happens, it won't be Bougainville revisited. Echo, what if there are enemies out there who mean harm on Montefallo or the Fallis Lenta? She shrugged. They were dying, Trace. I know I'm usually the one who worries, but there's only so much we can do. We fixed this problem, and if enemies show up, we'll do our best to fix that. What else can we do? True, he said. He yawned. Today I jumped a whole lot without a headache. I thought that would never happen again. And Gianni? It will help to have G here. And Kaya, Echo said, noting the shift in Trace's focus. He and Kaya were both doing their best to pretend they didn't feel for each other, like they forgot they were eldsingers and everyone else knew the truth. And Kaya, he said, his smile a little bit embarrassed. She got him to bed soon after this, and she lay in her own bed a long time that night. For the first time in a long time, she was very much looking forward to the morning and all the things to come. "You told them about the jago," Giorgio said, censure in his tone. "I had no idea they didn't know," Roberto said. "Why didn't they know? What's the secret?" Giorgio sighed. "I'm not sure. Nobody is sure. But the jago were removed from the general histories a generation ago." "I don't know the story," Roberto said. "I'm not sure anyone knows the story. Ferguson was behind it, and he never gave anyone the details. Then he died, and that was that." "We're historians," Roberto said. "We're not supposed to suppress history. So how many of the jago stories are true?" "What you know is true. But I think there are stories we don't know. Maybe many of them." "Was it wrong to tell them of the Fallis Lenta then? If it relates to the jago, haven't we caused a problem?" Giorgio shook his head. "I agree with you, Roberto. I don't know who got to Ferguson to make him hide history. I don't know if anyone alive knows. I do think the Fallis Lenta are part of the hidden history, and I've always felt that Jake Odell considered the hidden reefs to be a failure. Something happened, and maybe if they find the reefs, they can find answers. Maybe we can get back the history we lost." "Do you think it's dangerous?" Roberto asked. "I liked them, all of them. We're not the kind of people who send men and women into danger for our curiosity." "It's not just that," Giorgio said. "It's time. The jago are not the only thing Ferguson suppressed. There are more secrets in the histories than that, and I feel like Trace Odell has his ancestors' drive and mind and gumption. If anyone can right the wrongs on this world, it's him." "There's an other realm ban on Portomare," Roberto said. "I hate to think we gave him the knowledge that will encourage him to break that. We don't want the man in prison." "Prison is the least of his worries. The biggest secret of all is why that ban exists, and I suspect Trace will not only find that answer, but maybe he'll change everything. I only hope it turns out to be a change for the better. Too many things are failing on this world, and I suspect without great change, soon it will be nothing but an empty sea." Roberto shuddered. His own world had died generations ago, and his people had kept records of many worlds in many realms that had died after that. He hated to think this world might have the same fate. But maybe he'd given the Odellian eldsingers an answer. By accident, of course, but still, it wouldn't be the first accident to change a world. The familiar human had disappeared from the reef, and the colony didn't know if they would run across him again. They didn't think deep thoughts like that, although when they'd felt him, they'd known he was there to free them. Something in their memories told them someone like him would come for them, someone with his energy and understanding. That had been true. The man had released them, and they had protected him, and now they had other things to do. Free of the tunnels, they knew their next stop needed to be home, but they weren't sure of the way. Most of them had never been there, and the oldest pair, who'd come from the distant reef, didn't remember directions like they should. But it didn't matter so much. They were free. They were together. This ocean was cool and wide and filled with good things to eat. In the distance, very far, they felt the faint pulsing of another similar place. Not home, their patriarch told them, but someplace safe. Several safe places were scattered in the area, and they could use those until they found home. They didn't know why they needed to get home. They simply did what instinct told them to do, and it said to protect those who felt like the familiar man and seek out places that felt like home. Wiggling through the sea, their tentacles faintly aglow, the Vatnaush headed toward another Fallis Lenta. They didn't know its name or what they might find there. They only knew it had a rhythm and a tune different from anything close by, and it reminded them of home. The end. This has been Fire Mountain Aria, written and narrated by Jill Penrod.